Chapter 1. The Sinister Moon, to open or not to open the jar. In the realm of Douluo Continent, amidst the bustling and lively streets of Wuhuan City, a middle-aged man emerged from a modest shop, his face contorted with indignation. Is a mere jar worth 100,000 gold soul coins? Why don't you go and steal it? No, you're the one stealing. This is outright fraud. His exclamations were loud enough to attract a crowd. Not far away, two young men were intrigued by the commotion. They exchanged glances, and the one with an alluringly sinister beauty smiled slightly. It is rare to see someone daring to cause a ruckus in Wuhuan City. It adds a touch of amusement to an otherwise mundane life. Yin, let's take a look. Boss, you might be onto something. I am quite curious about a jar priced at 100,000 gold soul coins. I wonder what treasures it might hold. Surely, even if it were crafted from pure gold, it would not be worth that much. Yin smiled back, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The one he referred to as boss was none other than Xiao, a prominent figure among the younger generation of Wuhuan City. Yin followed Xiao to the street, where the small shop came into view. Aside from the sign that boldly proclaimed Lucky Jar Shop, two eye-catching phrases hung on either side of the entrance. On the left, create your future with your hands. On the right, create happiness with your wealth. This shop is rather amusing. It gives me the impression of brazenly swindling money. Xiao chuckled softly. Come on, boss, let's go inside. I can hardly contain my excitement, Yin exclaimed, already stepping into the shop. Inside, the decor was simple. An old counter stood at the front, with tall shelves behind it. On the shelves were numerous pitch-black jars, each standing around 30 to 40 centimeters high. There were only a handful of patrons, about 5 or 6, all seemingly drawn in by curiosity. At that moment, someone inquired, "How much for one of these jars, boss?" 100,000. 100,000 copper soul coins? 100,000 gold soul coins. At this revelation, Zayu's heart raced, and he inwardly mused, this is truly outrageous. Instinctively, he followed the sound and spotted the shopkeeper. In a rather inconspicuous position beside the counter lounged a young man clad in black, his appearance unremarkable, lazily reclining in a rocking chair. He was Lin Xiao, the proprietor of the shop. Having inexplicably traversed from Blue Star to the Douluo Continent, he had even more inexplicably bound himself to the Lucky Jar system. According to the system's rules, a jar costs 100,000 gold soul coins. Selling one jar grants access to another with a tenfold drop rate. Furthermore, each jar sold yields an equivalent amount of transaction points, which, when accumulated sufficiently, can unlock items from new worlds, such as the devil fruits from the pirate world, imperial artifact from the Crimson world, and exotic flames from the Dopa world, among others. Currently, Lin Xiao was bound to the world of Dungeon and Swordmaster. This was a game world where any equipment or item from the game could be obtained from the jars, including upgrade scrolls, awakening scrolls, and equipment enhancers. Of course, these items were transformed to fit the unique characteristics of Douluo. Awakening scrolls could evolve martial souls. For instance, upgrading the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile enhancers could extend the lifespan of soul rings. For example, enhancing a 1,000-year soul ring by 1 could increase its lifespan by 200 years, and so forth, exponentially increasing. However, those familiar with the dungeon realm understood the fickleness of probability. Upgrade scrolls could elevate soul power levels. For example, using one could elevate a spirit power from level 1 to level 2. In addition, jars also contained items tailored to the Douluo Continent, such as soul bones. As for why he was bound to this world, Lin Xiao speculated it was likely due to his prior gaming session, where he had an exhilarating experience leading to the acquisition of an 8 billion card, resulting in an unfortunate demise from sheer excitement. After all, those familiar with the gaming realm know that luck often comes at a cost. Xiao, let us leave. I see no special material in these jars. They are as ordinary as can be, utterly worthless. If the shopkeeper isn't treating others as fools, then he is a fool himself. Yin, having never encountered such a deceitful shop, implored Xiao to leave with him. However, upon hearing Yan's words, Xiao shook his head and instead asked the languid Lin Xiao, What justifies the price of 10,000 gold soul coins for this jar? Understandably, 100,000 gold soul coins is no trifling sum. The common folk in Douluo Continent use copper soul coins as their currency. The minimum monthly allowance provided by the Wuhuan Temple for low-level soul masters amounts to merely 1 gold soul coin. One can only imagine the terrifying purchasing power of 100,000 gold soul coins, enough to sustain a family for generations. Thus, he was eager to discover what treasures this jar might hold, whether it was merely a marketing gimmick or something of genuine value. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, gazing at Xiao, and slowly replied, "There's a reason for its price. It is worth 100,000 gold soul coins. Buy it if you wish." In truth, Lin Xiao had been aware of their presence since they entered the shop. As an avid reader of Douluo novels, he easily recognized their identities, the golden generation of Wuhuan Temple. Simultaneously, he considered them the most affluent among the youth. After waiting for so many days, the sheep had finally arrived. What an arrogant shopkeeper, daring to speak to us in such a manner. Do you know who we are? Yan felt a surge of anger at Lin Xiao's demeanor. Given their status, they were accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Do you wish to cause trouble? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, his voice turning icy. Boom! Feeling the chilling gaze of Lin Xiao, Yan's complexion turned pale as if struck by lightning. Step by step, he retreated until Xiao steadied him, halting his retreat. Inside, however, a tempest raged. He appears not much older than myself. How can he exude such strength? Facing him feels akin to confronting the Pope. Unbeknownst to him, this was a power bestowed upon Lin Xiao by the system, rendering him invincible within the confines of his shop. Senior, we mean no offense. We sincerely apologize. Please, Senior, show mercy. We shall take our leave. Xiao quickly composed himself and expressed his apologies to Lin Xiao. In that moment, although Lin Xiao had not targeted him, the aura he unconsciously emitted filled Xiao with trepidation. Wait! Lin Xiao called out to Xiao and Yan. Having finally encountered potential customers with spending power, Lin Xiao certainly could not let them leave easily. Senior, do you require anything else? Xiao turned back. Yan's heart raced. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Do not be alarmed, young man. I noticed your eagerness. Would you care to open one? Open a jar? Zayu's gaze flickered from Lin Xiao to the shelves behind him. A voice echoed in his mind. Why not open one? Chapter 2. The jar reveals a soul bone. Xiao becomes enchanted. It must be said, the jars held a significant allure for Xiao, otherwise he would have left long ago. Perhaps it was due to his character, as he was filled with curiosity for the unknown. Boss, do not heed this shopkeeper's words. 100,000 gold soul coins is no trivial amount. Purchasing this jar would be a grave mistake. Yin observed Zayu's growing intrigue and felt compelled to dissuade him once more. From the moment they entered the shop, he had sensed Lin Xiao was up to no good. As Zayu's interest intensified, Yan's apprehension only deepened. No, you do not understand. I have a premonition that I must open this jar, otherwise I may miss something of great significance. Disregarding Yan's warnings, Xiao fixed his gaze on Lin Xiao and inquired, Boss, may I boldly ask what I might uncover within the jar? Some individuals behave this way. The more you try to deter them, the more determined they become. Xiao was precisely that sort of person at this moment. Lin Xiao feigned a sigh. Seeing your earnestness, I suppose I can make an exception and reveal a bit of information. If you're fortunate, you might uncover a soul bone. In fact, it is not impossible to find something even more precious than a soul bone, as long as luck is on your side. Lin Xiao emphasized luck repeatedly. After all, those familiar with probability understand its fickle nature. It is often said that one cannot see gamblers weep daily, yet they seldom witness a gambler weeping consistently. Soul bones? Something even more precious than soul bones? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, not only Xiao, but also Yin and the other patrons in the shop found their breaths quickening. Soul bones are the coveted treasures of soul masters, and they are exceedingly rare. Would anyone truly be willing to place such items within a jar? They were skeptical. Leaving aside the matter, if it were indeed possible to uncover a soul bone, then a jar priced at 1 million gold soul coins would be a bargain. This is a scam. It is undoubtedly a ploy using soul bones as bait. And claiming there are items even more precious than soul bones is a blatant fabrication. This is the world of soul masters, where we must adhere to the knowledge we have acquired. For a soul master, soul bones and soul rings are of utmost importance. There is no third option. Upon realizing the situation, Yan immediately shook his head. Lin Xiao listened to Yan's words with an unperturbed heart, merely uttering two words: ignorance. In the depths of the underground city, there exist numerous items far more precious than soul bones. Not to mention, if one were to obtain a resurrection coin and item that revives one to full health, it would be a tremendous profit. I shall open one. At this moment, Xiao finally resolved to act. Boss, are you truly going to open one? Indeed, consider it a delightful diversion from my mundane life. Just one regardless of what I may find within. I shall only open this single jar. Xiao declared emphatically, then pointed to a jar on the shelf behind Lin Xiao. Boss, that jar, arranged in 3 horizontal rows and 4 vertical rows, is the one. As he spoke, Xiao extracted a large box from his spatial soul guiding device and placed it on the counter. Lin Xiao opened the box, and a dazzling golden light immediately radiated forth. It was blinding. Without a doubt, the box was brimming with golden soul coins. Fortunately, the size of the golden soul coins in Douluo is comparable to that of a 1-cent coin for Blue Star. Otherwise, carrying 100,000 golden soul coins would indeed be quite a troublesome affair. He casually stored the golden soul coins into his system space. Lin Xiao turned and retrieved the jar Xiao desired, placing it upon the counter. Someone has opened one indeed. Someone has opened one. Let's take a look. A jar sold for 100,000 golden soul coins, such a thrilling prospect. I'm truly curious about what it may yield. Hee. I too wish to see who the unfortunate fool is. I eagerly anticipate the expression on their face once they realize they have been duped. The other patrons in the shop, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. They regarded Xiao, who had approached the counter, with expressions of disbelief. Yin, feeling exasperated, remarked, Boss, you must explain to Nana that I tried to intervene before you were conned. Xiao disregarded his comment and inquired of Lin Xiao, Boss, what must I do? Lin Xiao retrieved a small hammer of red and gold from beneath the counter and placed it upon the table. This hammer is known as the Lucky Magic Hammer. Use it to shatter the jar. Best of luck to you. His heart raced, and his hands trembled with excitement. Xiao wasted no time, seizing the Lucky Magic Hammer, and swung it down. With a resounding crack, a burst of purple light suddenly erupted. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered, and he thought to himself, not bad luck, it appears to be a purple item. Xiao should not suffer a loss. The items within the jar are classified into 7 tiers: common, advanced, rare, artifact, legendary, epic, and mythical, corresponding to the colors white, blue, purple, pink, orange, gold, and rainbow respectively. Of course, in the underground city's context, the quality of items does not solely determine their value. In essence, it can be summarized as follows. The best items are those that serve their purpose well and suit one's needs. As the radiance faded, a powerful surge of soul power erupted forth. All eyes fixated on the item in Xiao's hand, nearly causing their eyes to bulge out of their sockets as they exclaimed, What is this? It possesses a soul power fluctuation? Oh my heavens, it's a soul bone. It must be at least 3,000 to 5,000 years old. Is this shop truly insane? Have they really stuffed a soul bone into a jar? He has struck gold. This lad has hit the jackpot. In the Spirit Hall City, soul masters were ubiquitous. It would be embarrassing not to be a soul master. So knowledgeable individuals were plentiful. Yet the more knowledgeable they were, the more astonished they became. After all, what emerged from that jar was no trivial item, but rather the coveted treasure pursued by countless soul masters throughout their lives. Instantly, the crowd's expressions grew fervent. Some even harbored malicious intent. Sensing the growing desire among the onlookers, Lin Xiao's expression darkened, and he huffed, Out with the riffraff. As his voice fell, an irresistible force ejected everyone from the shop except for Xiao and Yan. What manner of ability is this? The ejected individuals wore bewildered expressions. It seems the shop is truly extraordinary. Surely, the proprietor possesses the strength of a soul Douluo? Such are their thoughts. Within the shop, Yan's breath quickened. Boss, it seems you have struck gold this time. This is indeed a soul bone. Even though they were privately dubbed the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, none among them possessed a single soul bone. Purchasing a soul bone for 100,000 golden soul coins is undoubtedly a remarkable profit. Lin Xiao's gaze flickered, and he soon discovered matching information. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Item: right arm bone of the venomous cat demon king. Tier: rare. Type: tradable. Description: sourced from the venomous thunder ruins, the venomous cat king. Soul skill: venomous claw. Executes a rapid forward claw strike, infused with poison attribute attack effects. They have managed to transform the creatures of the underground city into soul bones? Truly astonishing. Lin Xiao internally scoffed, yet wore a smile on his face. Congratulations, Xiaoyu. You have acquired a soul bone. A soul bone? Have I truly opened a soul bone? As the individual involved, Xiaoyu still found it hard to believe. Boss, this is the truth, Yin interjected from the side. His heart raced, and his hands trembled with excitement. It took Xiaoyu a while to regain his composure, as he carefully stored the soul bone away. He then turned to Yin and said, Yin, go back and ask Nana for money on my funder with her. Upon hearing this, Yan's heart sank. Boss, did we not agree to only open one? That was earlier, did you not see? I have already obtained a soul bone now. This soul bone, when sold, will fetch no less than 1 to 2 million golden soul coins. Even if I were to open 10 jars, regardless of what they yield, it would still be a profit. Evil Moon patiently elucidated the matter to Yin. Observing this, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, affirming, good. Very good. He was all too familiar with this state of affairs. Little did Lin Xiao anticipate that this singular jar from Evil Moon would lead to an overwhelming sensation. Chapter 3. Did Liena also want to open a jar? Indeed. She was utterly captivated. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Yin had already grasped his mindset. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a stirring within himself. Perhaps I should try one too? Lin Xiao deemed it an opportune moment to stoke the flames. By the way, I must remind you, once you open 9 lucky magic jars, the 10th will yield double rewards. In other words, should you uncover a soul bone within the 10th jar, you shall receive an additional identical soul bone. Lin Xiao was not fabricating. The system's rules were unequivocal. Double rewards? Xiaoyu's expression shifted. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he was genuinely enthralled. Yin, return to Nana and inform her that aside from my own funds, I require an additional loan of 90,000 gold soul coins to perform 10 consecutive openings. Boss. Yin hesitated. Xiaoyu insisted, do not dither. Go swiftly. I have a premonition that the next jar will yield something even better. Very well. Yin concluded, turning on his heel to depart. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, he hastened to Liena's chamber. Nana, there is trouble. Xiaoyu. Yes, in a predicament. Creak. The chamber door swung open, revealing a young woman, her figure nearly flawless. At first glance, she did not appear exceptionally beautiful. But upon closer inspection, an unusual charm emanated from her. She was none other than Liena, the most outstanding genius of the Spirit Hall's golden generation. Seeing him, Liena furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of displeasure gracing her features. Yin, you are no longer a child. What is all this shouting about? Nana, I was wrong. Yin lowered his head in response. Out of affection for Liena, he refrained from any rebuttal. Very well. You mentioned my brother is in trouble. What has happened? Liena inquired, her brow furrowing further. It is like this. Xiaoyu and I completed our training today and decided to stroll around the city to select some gifts for you. By chance, we stumbled upon a rather peculiar shop that sells something called lucky magic jars, each requiring 100,000 gold soul coins to open. Yin recalled the day's events. Feeling a sense of unreality wash over him, he had never imagined that someone would actually place soul bones within jars. Were it not for his familiarity with Xiaoyu, he might have doubted the authenticity of the situation. 100,000 gold soul coins for a single lucky magic jar? Was this embellished with gold? No. Even if it were crafted from pure gold, it would not warrant such a price. The shopkeeper must be extorting. Liena frowned, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Ha! It is merely a gimmick to attract attention. Only a fool would seek to open one. You truly are bored to concern yourselves with such trivial matters. However, the question remains, how does this relate to my brother? The Spirit City is vast, with countless new shops opening daily. There are numerous fresh gimmicks that hardly warrant attention. In response, Yin steeled himself to answer. It is indeed related. The boss has become utterly enthralled by the jars and cannot extricate himself. What? My brother opened a jar costing 100,000 gold soul coins and is now entrapped? Liena's expression altered, shock washing over her. Soon after, fury surged within her. Has Xiaoyu lost his mind? Nana remained calm. The boss did not incur a loss. In fact, he profited immensely. Profited? Yin recalled witnessing the boss unveil a soul bone from a jar. What did you say? A soul bone? Liena echoed, her disbelief palpable. Yin nodded earnestly. Absolutely true. A jar capable of yielding a soul bone is priced at merely 100,000 gold soul coins. Has the shopkeeper lost his senses? Once Liena confirmed that Yin was not deceiving her, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. It is indeed astonishing that one could extract a soul bone from a jar. Bear in mind, soul bones and soul rings are of paramount importance to soul masters. They are coveted treasures, diligently safeguarded by any soul master fortunate enough to possess them. Even a soul bone that one cannot utilize could easily fetch over 1 million gold soul coins at auction. Now, a mere 100,000 gold soul coins has yielded a soul bone for Xiaoyu. Is the shopkeeper engaging in philanthropy? After a moment's contemplation, Liena inhaled deeply and dashed into her room. Shortly, she emerged once more, her demeanor grave as she addressed Yin. Yin, let us proceed. You must take me to that jar shop immediately. A jar that can yield a soul bone is of immense significance. Should this news spread throughout the spirit city, it would undoubtedly incite considerable uproar, perhaps even chaos. As a disciple of the Spirit Hall and a future saintess, I bear the responsibility to maintain stability within the Spirit Hall. I must ascertain whether such jars containing soul bones are singular or merely a ploy to attract attention. This is a matter I must personally investigate. Furthermore, I might open a couple of jars myself, depending on the situation. At that moment, a throng had already gathered outside the small shop, each individual brimming with excitement and curiosity. I just heard that someone in the shop apparently opened a soul bone. No way. A soul bone? Is this for real? How could this possibly be true? Soul masters are well aware of the value of soul bones. Who would place such a treasure in a jar for others to open? That would be utterly foolish. Exactly. If they wanted a profit. Wouldn't it be better to sell the soul bones outright? Humph. You don't believe me, do you? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The fluctuation of soul power was unmistakable. At this point, a slightly plump middle-aged soul master scoffed. He was the very one who had been ejected from the shop by Lin Xiao moments earlier. His voice drew the attention of countless onlookers. Brother, is this true? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? Besides, others witnessed it as well. Is this real? Brother, please elaborate on what transpired. In that moment, curiosity glimmered in the eyes of many. The middle-aged man recounted, I know that the shop has many items called lucky magic jars, each costing 100,000 gold soul coins. Then, I personally witnessed that young lad open a jar and unveil a soul bone, and it was no trifling one. At the very least, it was several thousand years old. Indeed, I can attest to that. I remember the shopkeeper stating that one could uncover items even more precious than soul bones. A fellow who had also been ejected corroborated his words. Incredible! I wonder what the shopkeeper's background is to be so extravagant. Enough talk. I want to know when that young man will emerge so I can rush in and open a jar myself. I wish to open too. Meanwhile, Liena and Yin had arrived at the scene. From a distance, Liena caught sight of two phrases hanging by the door. Create the future with your hands. Create happiness with your wealth. I must see for myself if those jars truly possess such wondrous capabilities. P.S. I recommend a friend's book, Douluo, Tenfold Reversal, The Darkened Nine Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Chapter 4, Boss Lin, a truly good person at this moment, within the small shop. Lin Xiao said, why don't you take a break for a while? I'll see if there is anyone else who wants to open a jar. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's expression shifted, and with a hint of pleading, she responded, Boss, please wait a moment. I've sent Yin to fetch the money, and he will return shortly. I have a strong feeling that I will uncover something even better in the next jar. The treasures are calling to me, and I don't want to watch as they are opened by someone else. In the face of opportunity, Xiaoyu chose to abandon her pride, for after all, what is pride worth? Very well then, Lin Xiao nodded, not refusing her request. He understood Xiaoyu's mindset. It was akin to the mystical concept of pushing one's luck in games. Once you successfully enhance an item, the desire to continue enhancing grows, believing that the chances of success will increase. It must be said, however, that this is rather naive. Little did she know that the dungeon game world I am bound to operates on the principles of the horse server, where the odds are hardly in your favor. There is little point in discussing the probability of 0 multiplied by 0, is there? Lin Xiao silently mourned for Xiao's ignorance. Unbeknownst to Xiao, Lin Xiao's thoughts were far from her own, as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Boss, you are truly a good person." She was genuinely moved. As her gaze swept over the shelves behind Lin Xiao, filled with jars of fortune, her eyes sparkled with desire. She had already resolved that when Yin returned, she would not open a double jar. Since soul bones appeared so easily, she would simply settle for a set and spare her boss from incurring too much loss. Fortunately, Lin Xiao remained unaware of Xiao's intentions, otherwise he would certainly have burst into laughter. It was clear she had not yet faced the harsh realities of society, which made her thoughts seem so innocent. Just then, a voice could be heard from the door. "Boss Lin, it's Yin. I'm back with the money." Yin knocked softly before speaking. After witnessing Lin Xiao's mysterious and formidable power, he had adopted a much more humble demeanor. Although he was astonished by how someone so young could possess such terrifying strength, he dared not inquire further. Who exactly was this person, that even the usually unruly Yin treated him with such respect? Liena's gaze flickered as she noticed Yin's unusual behavior, increasing her anticipation for the small shop. "You may come in," Lin Xiao's voice called from within, granting Yin the courage to push the door open. The wooden door creaked as it opened, revealing the interior. Behind the counter, Lin Xiao raised his head and directed his gaze toward the entrance. He noticed that, in addition to Yin, a young girl had also entered. Her figure was nothing short of perfect, and while her delicate features may not strike one as breathtaking at first glance, a closer inspection revealed an inexplicable allure about her. If nothing unexpected had occurred, this girl should be the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Liena. However, upon further consideration, Lin Xiao realized that all three, Xiao, Liena, and Yin, were still quite young. Liena had yet to fully mature. She had likely not yet undergone the training in the city of slaughter. Thus, she could not yet be called a holy maiden. Lin Xiao mused silently. Simultaneously, as Lin Xiao assessed Liena, her enchanting eyes were surveying the quaint interior of the shop. The decor was simple and rustic, consisting of a counter, a rocking chair, and a tall shelf. On that shelf sat dozens of pitch-black jars, all with a matte finish. Is this young man the owner of the shop? She wondered, surprised by his youth. Xiao was completely overlooked, as Liena's gaze was fixed on Lin Xiao, shimmering with an indescribable light. To her surprise, she had expected the owner, someone who could intimidate even the defiant Yin, to be an elderly man with white hair. Yet, standing before her was someone who looked only slightly older than her brother. Could it be that he was an even greater prodigy? "Nana, you finally arrived," Xiao exclaimed, breaking into Liena's thoughts. His gaze glimmered with eagerness, resembling a wolf that had gone days without food. This was the present moment. The golden generation had yet to emerge, or rather, to be born. Without the burden of idle status, one could act more freely, reflecting the spirit of youth. "Xiao, could you behave normally for once?" Liena shivered at his demeanor and, turning her attention back to Lin Xiao, flashed a smile that would leave any flower feeling overshadowed. "Hello, boss. My name is Liena, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Her voice wasn't particularly melodious. In fact, it had a slight rasp. Yet, to those who heard it, it stirred the heart, akin to an invisible hand gently tickling one's soul. Truly, she was a captivating enchantress, Lin Xiao thought, smiling in return. "Hello, I am Lin Xiao. Welcome." At that moment, Liena's gaze drifted toward the shelf behind Lin Xiao. And with curiosity, she inquired, "Are these jars behind you the lucky magic jars? Is it true that they can yield soul bones?" "Of course. I've already opened one. How could there be any deceit?" Xiao interjected, worried that Liena's skepticism might displease Lin Xiao, potentially leading to their expulsion from the shop, much like the others before them. How could he possibly obtain 6 soul bones otherwise? "Fear not." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "In truth, what one opens is largely a matter of luck. If luck is not on your side, you may find nothing at all." "Oh, so this is your marketing strategy. You've intentionally placed soul bones in there to attract attention? Haven to you?" Liena's eyes brightened as she felt she had unraveled the truth. She had always found the situation suspicious. After all, who would foolishly place items worth millions of gold spirit coins in jars and charge only 10,000 to open them? Was this an act of charity? Even philanthropists could go bankrupt doing such a thing. Now, Lin Xiao's words seemed to confirm her suspicions about the enticing allure of soul bones. Xiao had merely been fortunate to be selected as a pawn by Lin Xiao. After hearing her words, Lin Xiao chuckled. "It's merely a soul bone. I hardly regard it highly. There are items far more precious than soul bones within these jars. Whether or not one can obtain them depends entirely on luck. Regardless, whether you open a jar or not makes no difference. They remain here. Liena was taken aback by Lin Xiao's response. What do you mean by that, boss? Nothing of consequence. If you have no further business, please leave, as I have customers eager to explore my jars, Lin Xiao said, waving them off and settling back into his rocking chair, reclining comfortably. He had anticipated skepticism and had long since come to terms with it. Ultimately, what emerged from the jars was beyond his control. It was all a matter of luck. Speaking of luck, Xiaoyu was indeed fortunate. Her first attempt had yielded a soul bone, helping to establish Lin Xiao's reputation. If the jars in the shop had previously deterred patrons, there would surely be those now tempted by envy. To quote the Blue Star, take a risk, and a bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Chapter 5, The Experience Capsule. Come back if you dare. Lin Xiao's indifferent demeanor left Liena momentarily stunned. In her expectations, Lin Xiao should have been pleading for her to stay and fervently promoting his jars. However, being left in the lurch was entirely unexpected. Was she truly mistaken? A hint of existential doubt began to creep in. At that moment, impatient voices echoed from outside the shop. Who knows if the person inside will even come out? It's been ages. Hurry up. My gold soul coins are practically burning a hole in my pocket. I don't need 980,000 or even 98,000. Just give me 100,000. 100,000 gold soul coins for a soul bone to take home. Please, may the person inside show some compassion and leave me 2 jars. As anticipated by Lin Xiao, the crowd outside was brimming with excitement. It could be said that the opening of the soul bones by the evil moon had truly invigorated them. Nana, are we still opening? The urgency in Evil Moon's voice was palpable, but alas, the funds rested in Liena's hands. Of course, I never said we wouldn't, Liena replied, her beautiful eyes glinting with newfound determination. She had resolved to act. Look, I've brought the money. With that, she produced 5 small boxes, each containing 100,000 gold soul coins. A total of 500,000 gold soul coins. It was, indeed, all of Liena and Evil Moon's assets. Nana, you've truly brought our entire fortune, Evil Moon exclaimed, taken aback. Of course, Liena said, standing tall with confidence. She then waved her open palm in front of Lin Xiao. Boss, please open another jar for my brother. 1 jar? Evil Moon was momentarily perplexed. Why wave your hand when you could simply extend a finger? Very well, Lin Xiao nodded, casually waving his hand to retrieve a box filled with 100,000 gold soul coins, then inquired of Evil Moon, have you decided which one to open? This time, Evil Moon was not as carefree as before. His expression turned solemn. I've made my choice, the 6th from the 6th row. Understood. Lin Xiao promptly turned around and retrieved the designated jar, placing it on the counter. Evil Moon had awaited this moment for quite some time, with practiced ease. He grasped the lucky magic hammer on the table, aimed it at the luck jar, and struck down. Crack! The jar shattered, but to everyone's dismay, there was no dazzling brilliance to be seen. Evil Moon stood stunned, feeling as though his gold soul coins had vanished into thin air. No. It was worse than that. At least tossing 10,000 gold soul coins into the water would create a splash. The jar had simply disappeared without a trace. Was this truly a trap? Yen, equally shocked, felt a pang of heartache. Liena frowned. I guessed correctly. This is indeed a pitfall. Who could possibly place such valuable soul bones in a jar for a mere 100,000 gold soul coins? It seemed Evil Moon had merely been fortunate previously, serving as a mere pawn. Wait, it seems there is something beneath the fragments. Suddenly, Evil Moon noticed a faint white glow among the shards. He reached down to search and soon revealed a small object, 3 centimeters in length, before the onlookers. What is this? Liena, Evil Moon, and Yin exchanged puzzled looks. Lin Xiao, however, wore an unusual expression. Isn't this the experience capsule from the game? Using it can increase your current level's experience percentage. With a thought, Lin Xiao summoned the item's information. Item, experience capsule, level, common, type, non-tradable, description, experience enhancement transforms into soul power enhancement. Effect, upon use. The current soul power level cap increases by 10%. Upon reading the message, Lin Xiao's heart stirred. Exclaiming in astonishment, the experience capsule has indeed undergone a transformation. Originally meant to enhance character experience in the game, it now increases soul power? How fitting for the Douluo Continent. Observing the bewildered expressions on Evil Moon, Liena, and Yin, Lin Xiao explained, the item in your hand is called an experience capsule. After use, it significantly increases your current soul power level cap. Increase the current soul power level cap? The 3 remained somewhat perplexed. After all, The existence of experience capsules had surpassed their understanding of soul master knowledge. Seeing their confusion, Lin Xiao smiled gently. For instance, if it takes you 10 days to level up from 29 to 30 after using this capsule, you could achieve a day's worth of soul power in just 9 days. Of course, this is merely an analogy. You could also interpret it as a 10% increase in your training speed, with no restrictions. This means that even if a title Douluo uses it, they too can enjoy a 10% boost in their training progress. Enhanced training speed? How marvelous! And without restrictions? This time, all three understood, their astonishment palpable. They even began to devise longer-term plans. After all, the effect of the experience capsule might not be apparent at lower levels. A 2-month advancement in soul power, reduced by a 10th, would not be significant. Only upon becoming a title Douluo would the capsule's true effects be fully realized. Everyone knows that for a title Douluo, advancing a single level often takes years, sometimes 1 year, sometimes over a decade, or even several decades. Thus, disregarding the current soul power level cap's 10% increase would prove immensely valuable, potentially saving years of arduous training. Isn't a few years of effort worth 10,000 gold soul coins? Absolutely. Moreover, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is destined to become title Douluos, provided they do not meet an untimely end. The emergence of the experience capsule could be seen as paving the way for their future. With a heart racing with excitement and trembling hands, Evil Moon carefully stowed the experience capsule away. He began to fantasize, when I become a title Douluo, if I were to accumulate 100 or 80 experience capsules to use all at once, wouldn't I become as formidable as the Pope himself? Curious. Liena turned to Lin Xiao and asked, Boss, where exactly do you come from? How do you possess such miraculous items? Lin Xiao smiled. Where I come from is inconsequential. What matters is that I am a businessman here to provide a service. As you can see, this small capsule, in many ways, is even more significant than a soul bone. So it's not a loss at all. Now, do you intend to open more jars? If the players from the underground city were to hear Lin Xiao's words, they would undoubtedly curse him for his greed. It's just a worthless experience capsule. It's not even a level-up scroll, yet you're blowing it out of proportion. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Liena and Evil Moon exchanged glances, comprehending the unspoken meaning in each other's eyes. Then, with a grand gesture, Evil Moon declared, Open. Let us use the remaining money. I want 4 more jars. In his heart, he believed this boss to be genuinely principled. Even if he could not guarantee that each jar contained a soul bone worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins. In a certain sense, its value is not inferior. So, what was there to hesitate about? Just open them. The return from the first 2 jars had already covered their investment. Thus, everything else would be profit. Chapter 6. Do you find life boring? Consider reinforcement. Have you made up your mind? Lin Xiao inquired once more. Observing the certainty of profit in this venture, was there truly any need for consideration? What about your possible regrets? Rest assured, I am not insatiable. I shall cease my endeavors after acquiring just 1 soul bone, ensuring your losses remain manageable. Xiao chuckled, mistakenly believing Lin Xiao to be apprehensive about potential losses. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao was secretly elated. You might reap substantial rewards, but I shall not suffer any losses. In his mind, he wished for them to open dozens of jars. After all, with each jar sold, Lin Xiao would receive a jar with a tenfold return rate. The more they sold, the more he could open. In fact, Lin Xiao was overjoyed that every jar could yield a soul bone. Only in this way could he continuously entice others to participate. I shall not hesitate. Let us commence with the first jar in the front row, Xiao declared, choosing a jar. Lin Xiao collected the remaining 400,000 gold soul coins and neatly arranged the 4 jars on the counter. With a series of decisive strikes, Xiao, growing increasingly adept, wielded the lucky hammer to smash the jars. White light burst forth 1, 2, 3 times in quick succession. Xiao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This was quite normal. Although he claimed he could accept any outcome, who wouldn't he wish for something extraordinary? Finally, the last jar shattered, releasing a dazzling purple glow. Purple light. Could this signify yet another soul bone? Xiao's blood pressure surged, his eyes reddening as his breath quickened. Liena, however, appeared perplexed. What is with the purple light? Why is my brother reacting so intensely? It's happening. The last time Xiao opened a soul bone, it was accompanied by this very glow. At that moment, Yin gasped, startling Liena. A soul bone? Could it truly be possible to uncover another soul bone? Lin Xiao was not merely deceiving them under the guise of soul bones, was he? Liena was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the object in Xiao's hand. As the deep purple light dissipated, they beheld a palm-sized, pale blue disc adorned with 8 black dots, at the center of which swirled a black vortex. A reinforcement device. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Even without examining the details, he recognized this artifact. Seeking to enhance the monotony of life? The reinforcement device from Kaizi. It is a treasure you deserve. The thrill of 40 consecutive defeats will leave you entirely devoid of hope. Item. Reinforcement device. Level. Rare. Type. Non-tradable. Description. Equips level enhancement. Transforming it into a means to enhance soul rings. Effect. Allows for the designation of any existing soul ring for enhancement. Upon successful enhancement, it can increase the upper limit of the soul ring's age based on its foundational age. The higher the enhancement level, the greater the amplification. Note, as enhancement levels increase, the success rate will decline. After 3, the enhancement level may drop. After 10, there is a risk of soul ring destruction. Upon reading the description of the reinforcement device, Lin Xiao felt no emotional upheaval. Rather, he stifled a laugh. What a peculiar item. The potential for soul rings to shatter is indeed remarkable. He could already envision a scenario where someone painstakingly raised their soul ring to level 10, only to fail at level 11, resulting in its destruction. The thought was exhilarating. He pondered whether someone might foolishly risk shattering all their soul rings and subsequently withdraw from the game. Boss, could you elucidate the utility of this item? Xiao probed. Having scrutinized it for quite some time without discernible understanding. Is it consumable? It does not appear so. How does one utilize it? He grew increasingly baffled. Xiao's confusion echoed the sentiments of Liena and Yin, particularly Liena, who had hoped to witness the miraculous emergence of a soul bone from the jar. Instead, they were presented with such an item. While it appeared visually captivating and mysterious, could such allure truly be valued at 100,000 gold soul coins? Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao did not keep them in suspense and explained directly. This is a reinforcement device. You can designate any existing soul ring for enhancement. Upon successful enhancement, it will permanently increase the age of your soul ring. What does enhancing a soul ring entail? The unfamiliar term left Liena and the others puzzled. Lin Xiao considered his words and replied, for instance, if your first soul ring has an age of 100 years, using this reinforcement device successfully would enhance its age to approximately 110 years. Naturally, I recommend enhancing those with higher ages first, as the benefits will be greater. For example, if you possess a 10,000-year soul ring, successful enhancement could increase its age by 1,000 years. A 1,000-year increase is indeed significant, enhancing the power of your soul skills and visibly augmenting your foundational strength, speed, and soul power. Lin Xiao conservatively estimated that a 1 enhancement might yield a 10% improvement. As Lin Xiao concluded, the breaths of the three quickened. They began to grasp the true value of this reinforcement device. Incredible! This truly is a remarkable item that can extend the age of a soul ring, Yin exclaimed, casting an envious gaze at Xiao. Liena's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, if I possess a soul ring aged over 91,000 years, a 10% enhancement would yield a soul ring of 100,000 years. A soul ring of 100,000 years. Upon hearing Liena's musings, Xiao's eyes lit up. To possess a soul ring of 100,000 years is the aspiration of every soul master. However, such soul beasts are exceedingly rare. Today, we have discovered a potential shortcut to achieving a 100,000-year soul ring. Yet, Lin Xiao chuckled softly at Liena's remarks. Your reasoning is astute. But I must clarify that a soul ring can be enhanced multiple times, not merely once, and each enhancement yields significantly greater improvements than the previous one. Lin Xiao's words struck the group like a heavy blow. It can stack? Does that mean, theoretically, a 100-year soul ring could be enhanced into a 100,000-year soul ring? Liena's mind raced with possibilities. Ah, how audacious you are. Lin Xiao found himself amused. It was evident that they had yet to experience the harsh lessons of enhancement. Lin Xiao's next words fell like cold water on their fervor. It is essential to remind you that enhancing a soul ring is not without its risks. After 3, failures may occur, resulting in a decrease in level. After 10, your soul ring is at risk of shattering. Boss, what happens if it shatters? Yin, recovering from his surprise, could not help but inquire. Lin Xiao replied with a knowing smile. What do you think happens? If it shatters, it is gone forever, meaning you will lose that soul ring for all time. Chapter 7. The frenzy of jar sales. The moment Lin Xiao spoke, both Xiao, Liena, and Yin were profoundly shaken. The punishment he described was exceedingly severe. For a soul master to lose their soul ring was tantamount to a death sentence. Lin Xiao instantly discerned their thoughts and solemnly remarked, I can only say that danger and opportunity coexist. To attain formidable power, one must inevitably bear the corresponding risks. This is the price of becoming stronger. Is there any way to avoid this predicament? After a moment of contemplation, Liena inquired, confident that this extraordinary shop possessed a means of mitigation. Indeed, there is a way to avert it. Lin Xiao cast a penetrating glance at Liena and continued, the problem arises from the jars, so we must seek the solution within them. To my knowledge, there exists an item inside the jar known as the enhancement protection scroll. It can substitute for your soul ring, absorbing a portion of the penalty if the enhancement fails beyond level 10. Your soul ring will remain intact, though your previous enhancement level will reset to 0. Upon hearing this, Liena, Xiao, and Yin collectively exhaled in relief. The penalty of resetting the enhancement level to 0 was far more acceptable than that of shattering a soul ring. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't it a bit premature for you to be pondering such matters? You haven't even achieved the first enhancement yet. And you're already worrying about problems beyond level 10. That seems rather alarmist. Oh, that's true. Xiao and Yin felt a blush of embarrassment wash over their faces after Lin Xiao's reminder. Liena's cheeks also flushed. Their current behavior was akin to fretting over trivial matters. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly, redirecting his attention to the shattered jars on the table. There were still 3 items awaiting confirmation. One jar contained the previously encountered experience capsules. The other 2 were identical items, small blue vials the size of a thumb, seemingly filled with some liquid. Item: magical fruit juice, level, common, type, tradable. Description: magical restoration has been transformed into soul power restoration. Effect: upon use, it restores 30% of one's soul power. A restorative potion, considered a low-tier item, reminiscent of something from a dungeon. Lin Xiao quelled his distractions and addressed Xiao. It's reasonably good. I want to elaborate on the experience capsules. The 2 small blue vials are called magical fruit juice, which can instantly restore 30% of your soul power. Is that all? Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Lin Xiao's succinct description. Although it shared the same white tier as the experience capsules, it was significantly less impressive. Many auxiliary soul masters could achieve restoration, healing, or even enhancement of soul power. Thus, the ability of magical fruit juice was not particularly remarkable. If given a choice, Xiao would have preferred the experience capsules. Beside them, Liena asked, is there a level restriction? Lin Xiao shook his head. There isn't, and this item is tradable, meaning you can share it with anyone. That sounds quite promising. Liena mused, considering its potential effectiveness during solo missions or crises. You make a compelling point. Xiao felt considerably reassured after Liena's explanation. He then carefully gathered the treasures they had unveiled from the table. Regardless of the outcome, they had profited, even if 2 of the items were somewhat lacking. They were not entirely worthless. Overall, today had indeed been a profitable venture, a substantial gain at that. As Xiao contemplated, he couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao with newfound sympathy and confusion. Sympathy for Lin Xiao, who had evidently taken a significant loss as the proprietor, while confusion stemmed from Lin Xiao's perplexing actions. With so many valuable items, why not auction them off for a price that could multiply several times over? Frankly speaking, the 60,000 gold soul coins spent on opening jars wouldn't even suffice to purchase a single enhancer. Yet, Lin Xiao chose to place these items in jars for others to open. Charging merely 10,000 gold soul coins for a jar was akin to philanthropy. Isn't it perplexing why I sell jars here? One day, when you reach my level, you will understand. Lin Xiao saw through Xiao's thoughts and casually bantered. In truth, he felt a sense of helplessness. If he could, he would shatter all the jars. However, that was not an option. The only jars he could open were the tenfold lucky magic jars rewarded by the system. Seeing Xiao gather the items he had opened, Lin Xiao donned a professional smile. Xiao, you have opened 6 jars. After you open 3 more, the next one will enjoy double rewards. Are you keen to continue? Double rewards. Xiao's eyes sparkled at the mention. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's reminder, he would have nearly forgotten this detail. To say he was tea-tempted would be a lie. However, Liena tugged at Xiao's sleeve. What is wrong, Liena? Brother, we have no money left. No money? None. Xiao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He suddenly realized that he had inadvertently exhausted all his savings. But he was so close to unlocking 4 more double rewards. Xiao felt a mix of thirst and helplessness. Finally, he could only sigh. Boss, if I manage to gather enough money, can I still enjoy double rewards for opening jars? People may be temporarily impoverished, but they will not remain so forever. Xiao resolved to return once he had funds. Lin Xiao replied, no need to rush. Within 7 days, each person can purchase a maximum of 10 jars. The count begins from the moment of your first purchase. Regardless of when you acquire 10 jars within those 7 days, you will receive double rewards. So that's how it is. I will head back to prepare. Xiao sighed in relief. With 6 days remaining, he could surely scrape together 40,000 gold soul coins. He was determined to secure those double rewards. Goodbye, boss. Liena waved her hand, her beauty radiant. Yan said nothing but nodded at Lin Xiao. Yet, Lin Xiao perceived the deep yearning in Yan's eyes. Undoubtedly, she was a potential client. Lin Xiao, not one to dismiss an opportunity, smiled and nodded. You are always welcome to return. He then quietly watched as the trio exited the shop. Outside, a crowd had already gathered. The appearance of Liena and her companions immediately drew countless gazes. Look, they seemed delighted. Did they uncover yet another treasure? Even if they didn't, it was worth it. The value of a soul bone is immense. Haha, they're out. Now it's my turn, right? Dream on, queue up behind. Besides, do you have the money for 10,000 gold soul coins per jar? Just shouting about opening jars? However, newcomers who overheard their conversation were instantly dumbfounded. What? 10,000 gold soul coins for a jar? And you're still queuing? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 8. Liena's plan as the crowd engaged in discussion. Someone stepped forward to inquire. I apologize for taking up some of your valuable time, but may I ask how many jars you've opened? Have any soul bones been obtained? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere fell silent. This inquiry echoed the sentiments of all present. The question lingered. Were the soul bones emerging from the jars genuine or merely a gimmick? After exchanging glances, Liena spoke. The contents of the jars are entirely random and their value uncertain. Aside from the first jar, we opened 5 more, yet not a single soul bone emerged. Not one. So, 500,000 gold soul coins down the drain. A voice exclaimed, I told you, no one would actually place soul bones in jars. That is hardly how charity works. It proves to be nothing but an enticing ruse. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Just then, Liena added, although we did not acquire any soul bones, we did obtain items that are, in certain respects, comparable to them. At this, the crowd paused, confusion etched on their faces. What could possibly be equivalent to a soul bone? Perhaps a soul ring? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Jars cannot produce soul rings as they are not soul beasts. Soon, speculation ran rampant, yielding a plethora of fanciful answers. Liena could not help but sigh in exasperation. Enough guessing. It is a treasure known as a reinforcer. When employed, it can infinitely enhance soul rings, extending their longevity indefinitely. She briefly explained the reinforcer's capabilities, omitting Lin Xiao's cautionary notes, as they would complicate matters unnecessarily. After all, whether these individuals could indeed open jars or acquire a reinforcer remained uncertain. Clarity on this point was futile. She merely needed to convey the most captivating aspect to attract interest in the shop. Indeed, her revelation was met with astonishment. The crowd gasped. A treasure that could infinitely enhance soul rings and prolong their lifespan was a truly astounding prospect. It should be noted that every individual present was a soul master. Yet none could recall any mention of soul ring enhancement in their studies. Traditionally, soul masters absorbed soul rings, and the age of the ring was fixed. There was no concept of post-absorption growth. Young lady, are you suggesting that you and the shop owner have conspired to deceive us? One individual voiced suspicion. Indeed, this seems improbable. Fabricating tales ought to have some basis in reality. Another chimed in. Alas, I am growing old, and my mind struggles to keep pace. I must say, the audacity of today's youth is remarkable. The crowd's disbelief stemmed from a mixture of skepticism and sheer incredulity. If what these 3 claimed were true, the history of soul masters on the Douluo Continent would be rewritten. However, amidst the commotion, a chilling snort silenced the clamor. The crowd instinctively parted as an imposing figure clad in red strode forth. His countenance was stern, and despite the absence of any overtly powerful aura, his mere presence commanded respect, rendering it difficult to meet his gaze. Unbeknownst to them, the air grew tense. They never anticipated encountering such a prominent figure as the cardinal in their midst. The red-clad elder traversed the crowd and approached Liena and her companions. Surveying those gathered before he spoke in a grave tone, "Do you know whom you are questioning? This young lady is a direct disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Consider the weight of such a prestigious title. Would she conspire with a humble shop to deceive you?" With these words, the crowd fell into an even deeper silence, and no one dared to voice further doubts. The title His Holiness the Pope carried immense gravity. The esteemed Pope was regarded as a deity among the majority of soul masters in Wuhuan City, beyond reproach. Consequently, her disciple was equally venerated and beyond question. "I sincerely apologize for my previous offense," Please forgive my thoughtless words. Those who had previously expressed doubt quickly offered their apologies, their sincerity evident. It is of no consequence. Ignorance is no fault, Liena replied gently. Now let us depart. I must promptly report to the Pope and share the events that transpired here. This little shop holds immense significance for our Wuhuan temple, no, for our entire Soul Master community. With that, Liena, accompanied by Xiaoyu and Yan, made her way through the crowd. She was resolute in her intention to meet the Pope and recount her experiences. No one could impede her. Even if you wish to enter the shop to purchase jars, I advise you adhere to the rules and refrain from causing a disturbance. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. The red-clad elder's warning resonated as he departed. As the crowd dispersed, the tension lifted and excitement surged once more. One individual wiped the sweat from his brow, exclaiming, "Goodness, I can hardly believe this is real. Infinite enhancement of soul rings? Does that mean 100,000-year soul ring is within reach? Are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe the shopkeeper is engaged in charity? The disciple of the Pope just stated that the jars filled with uncertainty cost 100,000 gold soul coins. Those with poor luck are advised against opening them. Indeed, those considering opening jars ought to think twice. 100,000 gold soul coins is no trifling sum. Lower-tier soul masters might take years to amass such wealth. If luck is not on their side, years of effort could be wasted. Gradually, some transitioned from impulsivity to prudence. Yet, many others lined up before the shop, forming an orderly queue. They had not forgotten the words of the red-clad elder. Simultaneously, some had witnessed how the shopkeeper had previously dealt with the soul masters, speculating that he too must be a formidable soul master. Within the shop, Lin Xiao observed the long line forming outside, a smile creeping onto his face. Given the current momentum, selling 100 or 80 jars today seemed entirely feasible. Contemplating the rewards he would gain, he mused, today holds boundless promise. At that moment, the first soul master in line entered the shop, his face alight with excitement. To Lin Xiao, this soul master appeared less like a customer intending to spend money and more like one eager to seize a fortune. With a clang, the soul master placed a large sack on the counter and urgently declared, "Quickly, boss, give me a jar to open. P.S. As a newcomer with a fresh story, I kindly request your attention, comments, recommendations, and support in various forms. Additionally, if any readers have feedback or suggestions regarding this book, I welcome your insights and discussions. If you enjoy this work, please let me know. It reassures me that I am not alone in this endeavor. Thank you." Chapter 9. Your unhappiness must be due to insufficient spending, not more, not less, precisely 100,000 gold soul coins. After receiving the money, Lin Xiao gestured towards the shelves behind him and said, "Choose any jar from up there." Upon hearing this, the individual quickly made a decision. This one. I have a feeling it will yield something extraordinary. He pointed to the jar directly in front of him. Very well. Lin Xiao took the jar from the shelf and placed it on the counter, stating, "Now, shatter it with the hammer at hand." The person, decisive in his actions, lifted the hammer and struck. Crack. The jar shattered, and a flash of white light flickered momentarily. Immediately afterward, a sound akin to clang resonated as the hammer fell onto the counter. The jar opener inquired, "What is this?" He held in his hands a coin, half gold and half silver, adorned with a peculiar smiling face. Item: fake coin, level, common, type, tradable, description, great death or trivial life, fate has long been predetermined. Upon use, there is a 50% chance of invoking divine retribution or restoration. Effect: divine retribution state, instant death. Restoration state, fully heals all injuries. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel exasperated. He recalled that during his early gaming days, this item was a staple for the fortunate ones, serving as a healing potion. For Lin Xiao, however, out of 10 uses, he faced divine retribution 9 times, and only on the 10th attempt did he stand a chance of successful healing. Essentially, he relied on this item to commit suicide, only to resurrect with a revival coin and refresh his skills. "Boss, have you been stunned into silence? Is the item I obtained not remarkable?" The soul master holding the fake coin asked anxiously. "Well, it depends on luck," Lin Xiao replied. "Why do you say that?" "The coin you possess is called the fake coin. Its method of use is simple. Just toss it into the sky. If fortune favors you, it will unleash miraculous powers, restoring all your injuries and returning you to your peak condition." Upon hearing this, the individual burst into laughter. "Huh? I always knew I had decent luck. With this coin, isn't that like gaining an extra life? For someone like me, who often teeters on the brink of life and death, this is invaluable." Lin Xiao, however, merely smirked, finding the man's optimism a bit excessive. He interrupted, "Let me finish. That is under the condition of good luck. If your luck is poor, you might invoke divine retribution and be struck dead by lightning." Ah. The man was taken aback, processing Lin Xiao's words. After a moment's pause, he stammered, What did you say? If I'm unlucky, I'll be struck by lightning?" He glanced at the bizarre coin in his hand, and his smile faded entirely. This was not an additional life. It was clearly a death warrant. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded, adding, "Our shop advises against using it unless you are in a life and death crisis. Even then, if you can avoid it, do so. Isn't that no different from not having opened anything at all? 100,000 gold soul coins just vanished?" The man felt a pang of distress, frustration threatening to overwhelm him. Why did others open jars and receive soul bones on their first try, followed by treasures that extended soul ring lifespans? What had he opened? It was utterly incomparable. Honestly, he felt it would have been better had he opened nothing at all. Opening a worthless coin that couldn't even be used. He found the thought utterly repugnant. Opening jars was purely a matter of luck. Lin Xiao shrugged, conveying his own helplessness. Truth be told, he wished everyone could uncover soul bones or other valuable items. Only then could it boost his shop's jar sales. The more jars sold, the greater his benefit. Yet reality was often at odds with one's desires. Suddenly, the man furrowed his brows, expressing skepticism. "Boss, are you not judging based on appearances? Knowing that the young lady before was a disciple of His Holiness, did you intentionally provide her with a jar containing something exceptional? What about us? We seem to have received something significantly inferior." Merchant, oh merchant, there is no merchant without deceit. He believed that the disciples of the Pope had not colluded with the shopkeeper, but who could say if the shopkeeper was secretly leveraging their fame for his own gain? Listening quietly to the man's words, Lin Xiao smiled. "Our shop operates on principles of integrity. The jars are right there. It is your choice. What you obtain is entirely up to your luck." Moreover, the first jar yielding a soul bone was indeed due to their good fortune. Subsequently, they spent 500,000 gold soul coins and opened 5 jars before obtaining a reinforcement item. Do you still have an issue with that? And no problem. The man ceased to argue. Yet, the loss of 100,000 gold soul coins weighed heavily on his heart. The expression of unhappiness clearly etched on his face. Noticing this, Lin Xiao remarked softly, before entering the shop, "You must have seen the words on either side of the entrance. Indeed, creating happiness through spending is the motto of our establishment. Reflect on why you feel unhappy." His words, light yet penetrating, struck a chord in the man's soul, evoking deep contemplation. After a moment, the man's eyes brightened slightly. "I think I understand now. How about I open another one?" Having absorbed Lin Xiao's words, he realized his unhappiness stemmed from not having opened anything good. He was unwilling to accept that. Only by opening another jar could he rectify this. A teachable spirit. Lin Xiao silently approved. As the soul master before him paid, Lin Xiao placed the jar he coveted onto the counter. Crack. As the jar shattered, the soul master's heart sank. What? Still a white light. Lin Xiao examined the item within, and a smile graced his face. Not bad. This time, you've uncovered an experience capsule. Consuming it will notably enhance your cultivation. Really? So it has some use? The soul master wore an expression of skepticism. Is it true? Why not try it for yourself? All right, I'll give it a shot. With that, the soul master promptly swallowed the experience capsule. In the next moment, his face suddenly flushed. After 3 to 5 breaths, a surge of soul power erupted from him. It is real, it truly works. This small experience capsule has propelled my soul power to the 60th level, saving me 2 years of arduous effort. Once I acquire a soul ring, I shall become a soul emperor. Boss, thank you. You are truly a good person. The man, overwhelmed with excitement, spoke in a hurried manner. See, as long as the money is well spent, there is no unhappiness. Creating happiness through expenditure is my heartfelt endeavor. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. I see fortune is smiling upon you. Why not open 2 more for good measure? Meanwhile, Liena, Xiao, and Yin had arrived at the Pope's hall, only to be informed that His Holiness was in discussion with several elders regarding important matters. A servant approached, saying, My lord, perhaps you should return and wait. I shall inform His Holiness of your presence. No, I will wait right here. Liena resolutely shook her head. The matter I wish to report is of utmost importance. I must see my teacher the moment he has a moment to spare. Not a moment can be wasted. Chapter 10. BBDong's Dilemma. Apologies, esteemed proprietor. I appreciate your good intentions, but I truly have no money left. In the quaint shop, a soul king, whose soul power had just reached the 60th level, displayed a complexion that fluctuated between pale and flushed, embarrassment etched across his features. Money was not the issue. The absence of it was. In fact, individuals like him were considered normal soul masters. A soul king was undoubtedly strong, capable of gaining a title in the two great empires of Tiando and Xinghua. However, in the Spirit Hall, which was reputed to be the holy land for soul masters, soul kings were plentiful. Most soul masters here devoted themselves earnestly to rigorous cultivation, striving for higher realms, and few were actually wealthy. Yet, relinquishing the pursuit was something he found hard to accept, so he mustered the courage to inquire, "Might I be able to purchase 2 jars on credit? I promise to return once I acquire the funds." The shop's policy was strict against extending credit. "Come back once you have the money," Lin Xiao replied with finality. Alas, how greedy of me. The man sighed upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, shook his head in resignation, and turned to leave the shop. "Look, that brother who just went in is coming out. Brother, tell us what you obtained." With a disheveled appearance, he seemed to have been duped. As soon as he stepped outside, a throng of people surrounded him, curiously questioning him. "Did you incur a loss?" The soul master paused, then a glimmer of realization crossed his face. "While I did not make a fortune, I certainly did not suffer a loss." "Then why do you look so distraught?" "My dejection stems from my poverty. If only I had more money to purchase more jars." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a state of bewilderment. Is it truly so miraculous? Or has the shopkeeper brainwashed him? "Are you not curious about my gains? Allow me to explain." At that moment, he continued, I opened 2 jars in total. The first yielded a fake coin, the precise value of which is uncertain. The second jar contained an experience capsule, and after consuming it, my soul power surged, allowing me to break through from 59 to 60. In truth, it was not so extraordinary. It could merely be stated that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. To be precise, his soul power had already surpassed 90% of the 59th level. The 10% increase from the experience capsule was precisely what facilitated his breakthrough. However, the crowd remained oblivious to these details, attributing the miracle solely to the experience capsule. Gasp. Such words elicited a collective intake of breath. What did a treasure capable of enhancing soul power signify? The individuals present were all soul masters, and its importance was self-evident. To acquire superior soul rings or formidable soul bones, one must first possess sufficient soul power. Without soul power as a foundation, all else is mere fantasy. It was becoming increasingly absurd. First, someone had unearthed a soul bone. Then another had discovered a device to extend the lifespan of soul rings. And now, an experience capsule capable of augmenting soul power. What next? A treasure that facilitates the evolution of martial souls? Are you out of your mind? For over a decade, Soul Master education has taught us that such treasures do not exist. Haha, I am beginning to suspect that I have yet to awaken from yesterday's intoxication. Everything happening now feels like a dream. Otherwise, how could so many occurrences defy the legends? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Do you doubt my words? As he spoke, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from him, causing those nearby to instinctively take several steps back. Such formidable soul power. He truly was a 60th level soul king, on the verge of transcending to become a soul emperor. Among the crowd were several individuals of considerable strength, and in an instant, they discerned his realm. Yet, a question arose. How could they ascertain whether he was destined to break through, or if the experience capsule was the catalyst for his ascension? Hey, old Zhang, is that really you? Have you broken through? That can't be right. Normally, you would require another year or 2. At that moment, several individuals recognized the soul master, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gasped amidst the crowd. Upon witnessing this, doubts dissipated, and excitement surged throughout the assembly. This was indeed genuine. Without hesitation, they declared, I, too, wish to open 2 jars. In no time, the area outside the shop was abuzz with fervent voices. Meanwhile, on another front, the tightly shut doors of the Pope's palace swung open. Inside, a voice resonated. Nana, you may enter now. The voice was cold, revealing little emotion. Liena exchanged a glance with Xiaoyu before stepping into the hall. Yin glanced over and, of course, chose to follow. The decor within the grand hall was resplendent. Yet, amidst the lavish embellishments, an aura of chilliness lingered, mirroring the icy solitude of the Pope's heart. At that moment, only 3 individuals occupied the grand hall. The most captivating figure was undoubtedly the one seated high above. Adorned with a 9-curved purple gold crown and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long, she stood before the throne symbolizing the Pope's position. Her gown, a brilliant golden hue, fit her impeccably, and the dazzling fabric shimmered with ethereal light, enhancing her already flawless visage. Noble, elegant, and serene, an array of beautiful adjectives could be aptly applied to this woman. Seated beside her were two individuals. One possessed skin as delicate as that of an infant, and his alluring features gave off an unusual vibe. If not for the Adam's apple, one might easily mistake him for a woman. He was none other than one of the elders of the Spirit Hall, the Ju Douluo, Yuguan. The other wore a black robe, his pallid complexion devoid of color, and his gaze held an inescapable chill. This man was recognized by Liena as the capable assistant of her mentor, the ghost Douluo, Gue Mei. Approaching closer, Liena withdrew her gaze and bowed respectfully. Greetings, teacher. Salutations, your holiness the Pope. Xiao and Yin also performed a deep bow of reverence. There's no need for excessive formality, BBDong replied with a slight nod before turning her attention to Liena. Earlier, while discussing matters with the two elders, I overheard you mention an urgent matter. Please, elaborate. Certainly. Liena had long been prepared for this. Turning to Xiao, brother, please present the items you obtained today. She understood that the day's events were intricate, and without tangible evidence, it would be challenging to gain their belief. Thus, she was prepared to unveil her trump card. Understood. Xiao nodded, producing one ornate box after another from his soul tool. The treasures unveiled from the shop were indeed wondrous, and he was determined to cherish them. What is this? Not only did the Ju Douluo and the ghost Douluo appear taken aback, but even the noble and elegant Pope displayed a flicker of confusion on her stunning countenance. Could it be that the significant matter Nana mentioned was to bestow her some gifts? Chapter 11. You have been deceived, teachers, esteemed elders. You may be unaware that an intriguing event has unfolded in our spirit city, or rather, we have acquired a fascinating jar shop. For the expenditure of 100,000 gold soul coins, one can open a jar and potentially receive an array of wondrous items. Seeing the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces, Liena promptly elucidated the concept of Lin Xiao's jar shop. Her explanation was straightforward and easily comprehensible. In essence, these items are purchased with 100,000 gold soul coins? The ghost Douluo, recalling something, glanced at the exquisite boxes cradled in Xiao's arms, inhaling sharply. These items must likely be the extraordinary treasures Liena alluded to. No, Liena hastily interjected, fearing a misunderstanding. That is a relief. The ghost Douluo exhaled, silently contemplating. 100,000 gold soul coins is no trivial amount, while it may not signify much to us for some. It is a sum they might never encounter in a lifetime. To squander such wealth on jars would indeed be an extravagant folly. However, Liena continued. These items cannot be acquired for merely 100,000 gold soul coins. We spent 600,000 gold soul coins. What? 600? Her words left the ghost Douluo in sheer astonishment. The chrysanthemum Douluo nearly choked on his own saliva. 600,000 gold soul coins. That is certainly not a meager sum. It is sufficient to sustain the Spirit Hall in providing basic support for soul masters below level 30 on the Douluo Continent for 2 months. Even BBDong's eyes flickered with an unusual glint upon hearing this. Nana, while money may merely be a number to us, it should not be squandered in such a manner. Several 100,000 gold soul coins may not mean much to her, yet as her successor, Liena must understand the distinction between necessary and unnecessary expenditures. After all, countless individuals in the future Spirit Hall will depend on Liena for their sustenance. Teacher, I comprehend your concerns, but we are not frivolously spending. Liena stuck out her tongue and proclaimed, moreover, these items are truly worth the expense. In fact, we have made a considerable profit. Not to mention, my brother opened a soul bone from a jar. What? A soul bone? That is impossible. Who would be so foolish? Upon hearing Liena's words, both the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo exclaimed in unison. They, being soul masters, were well aware of the soul bone's immense value. Each piece is worth hundreds of thousands, and often there is no market for them. To think Liena and her companions could procure such a treasure for 600,000 gold soul coins? If true, they could easily turn a profit of several 100,000 gold soul coins. Brother, please show the soul bone to the teachers and elders, Liena urged Xiao. Very well, Xiao replied, first tossing the numerous boxes to Yin, retaining only a palm-sized box which he opened for all to see. Instantly, a wave of soul power resonated throughout the hall. This aura. Noticing the anomaly, the ghost Douluo's pupils contracted sharply as he solemnly nodded. Indeed, it is a soul bone. The chrysanthemum Douluo's eyelids twitched as he remarked in his soft voice, judging by this soul power. This soul bone appears to be at least 5,000 years old. I cannot believe there are truly fools willing to sell soul bones at such a low price. Except for Liena and her companions. All present were titled Douluos, and among them, formidable ones who could easily discern the extraordinary nature of the soul bone. No. If that shop can boast of having soul bones, the owner must surely understand their value. The owner of that establishment cannot be foolish. BBDong, however, slowly shook her head, dismissing the chrysanthemum Douluo's assertion. Your Majesty, do you imply? The chrysanthemum Douluo inquired softly. Hiki, what do you think? BBDong rarely displayed a smile. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone with such audacity, willing to use a soul bone as a mere gimmick. A gimmick? The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo exchanged glances of realization. The value of a soul bone is self-evident. To present one as bait is indeed a grand gesture. The proprietor of that shop is unequivocally generous. I remember being skeptical when I heard the owner claim that soul bones could be opened from jars. Who would have thought that by defying disbelief, one would actually unveil a soul bone? I was utterly bewildered at the time. Yet, I can assure you, it is no mere gimmick. If fortune favors, there may indeed be others who can unearth soul bones. See, you recall these events, his eyes still betraying a hint of disbelief. Soul bones can still be opened? Ah, how naive. The ghost Douluo chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Do you truly believe that the shopkeeper operates a charitable enterprise? The chrysanthemum Douluo concurred with the ghost Douluo's perspective. Indeed, it was merely your good fortune, Xiao, to be the first to open a jar. Otherwise, that soul bone would belong to someone else. If it were as miraculous as you suggest, that one could simply rely on luck to procure soul bones, I would immediately withdraw all my savings and use them to open jars. Soul bones are exceedingly precious. Just look at yourself. And you will see that even a titled Douluo of level 95 possesses no more than 2. For someone to part with a piece simply to attract attention is indeed a grand gesture. To speak frankly, the chrysanthemum Douluo felt a twinge of envy towards Xiao's opportunity. Had I not witnessed it myself, I too would find such claims hard to believe. Liena, undeterred by frustration or resentment, patiently explained, Esteemed elders, I can attest that this is no mere gimmick. My brother was indeed fortunate. Moreover, if you believe that soul bones are the pinnacle of treasures, you are gravely mistaken. She made yet another astonishing declaration. Upon hearing this, the chrysanthemum Douluo frowned. Your words grow increasingly absurd. The ghost Douluo regarded her skeptically. After years of studying as a soul master, is this all you have learned? What could possibly surpass the value of a soul bone? Not only they, but even BBDong furrowed her brow. Nana, have you been neglecting your studies recently? How could you forget such fundamental knowledge? If that is the case, starting tomorrow, do not venture anywhere. Instead, study diligently at the Spirit Hall. Xiao and Yin should join you as well. Teacher, I assure you I am not speaking nonsense. Liena's expression shifted slightly as she urged Xiao. Brother, please produce the enhancer. If we do not prove that we are not lying, the teacher will surely punish me. Enhancer? What is that? Everyone paused, having never encountered this term before. In the next moment, Xiao moved, retrieving a disc resembling jade from several boxes. It was adorned with several black specks, evoking an air of mystery. Yet, aside from that enigmatic quality, nothing more could be discerned. BBDong furrowed her brow, contemplating, trying to recall any references to enhancers from her memory. Meanwhile, the chrysanthemum Douluo's silky voice echoed once more. Is this truly something more precious than a soul bone? Liena nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this artifact is known as an enhancer, and its sole function is to strengthen soul rings and extend their longevity. After a moment's thought, Liena felt her description lacked precision and added, theoretically, utilizing an enhancer can indefinitely augment the lifespan of a soul ring. Even a first soul ring could potentially evolve into a 100,000-year soul ring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 12. Congratulations on your success and reinforcement. Can the soul rings be infinitely reinforced? After repeated enhancements, the first soul ring could possibly transform into one of 100,000 years. What dishes did we have for lunch? After living for decades, I have neither seen nor even heard of such occurrences, Ghost Douluo remarked in a hoarse voice. He could hardly fathom what would happen if this were true. No, it cannot possibly be true. Gueme, have you lost your mind? How can you entertain such unrealistic thoughts? Ghost Douluo found himself amusing in his disbelief. At that moment, Emperor BBDong finally spoke. Nana, do you comprehend the implications of what you are saying? If you cannot substantiate this, I shall impose severe punishment upon you." She was somewhat irked. Had it not been for her favoritism, Liena would not dare to utter such nonsense here. Bearing the dual legacies of the Shura and Rakshasa gods, she was privy to many hidden truths. Though the notion of extending the lifespan of a soul ring sounded ludicrous, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for those exalted deities. However, such feats came with stringent demands, necessitating the completion of trials designated by the gods to earn rewards. It was hardly something a mere enhancer could achieve. "Teacher, I am not speaking frivolously." Liena was becoming anxious. "Brother, this device is only usable by you. Quickly show it to the teacher and the two elders." "Very well." Xiao nodded solemnly. In the next moment, two crescent blades materialized in his hands, and simultaneously, for soul rings, yellow, purple, floated beneath his feet, emanating an aura distinctly belonging to the soul sect. This child, Xiao, is commendable, possessing approximately level 49 soul power. Truly, he is the hope of our spirit hall. Douluo thought to himself, nodding in approval. Such youth and such accomplishments are indeed rare. BBDong's gaze flickered slightly, her heart secretly stirred. Is it about to begin? For some reason, she felt an inkling of anticipation. Enhance the fourth soul ring. At that moment, Xiao's cold command echoed. Is this sufficient? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a pronouncement from him. Yet, in the next instant, something extraordinary transpired. The fourth soul ring slowly ascended above Xiao's head, breaking free from his control. Soon after, the ring began to shrink in midair, ultimately transforming into a slender form the width of a thumb, falling into the very center of the enhancer, that dark vortex. How astonishing it appeared! Liena, Xiao, and Yin all widened their eyes, never having anticipated such a miraculous process of enhancement. Could it be that this so-called enhancer truly has the capability to reinforce soul rings? Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Vaguely, they began to believe a fragment of Liena's words. How intriguing, indeed fascinating. BBDong's expression revealed an uncommon interest. However, everyone was intently focused on the enhancer, failing to notice the resounding clangs and clinks. As the soul ring entered the enhancer, a sound akin to a blacksmith hammering iron resonated in their ears. Yet, this sound did not persist long enough to convince them it was not an illusion. Surely, it must have been completed. The crowd eagerly awaited Xiao's revelation. Congratulations, reinforcement successful. A mysterious voice echoed within Xiao's mind. He was curious. Would it truly align with what that proprietor had claimed? Brother, why are you dazed? What has transpired? Did not the owner say that soul rings would not degrade or shatter before reaching enhancement 3? Liena murmured softly. It has not failed. It has succeeded. Xiao replied, feeling a stir within, as the soul ring flew back from the enhancer, reattaching itself to him. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of soul power erupted. At that moment, the enhancer disintegrated into a swirl of blue luminescence, vanishing swiftly. Heavens, did I not see incorrectly? The lifespan of the soul ring truly increased? That mysterious enhancer can indeed achieve something so contrary to the common knowledge of the Douluo Continent? If my former teachers from the Soul Master Academy were to learn of this, the very coffin lid would not suffice to contain their astonishment. Ghost Douluo was taken aback. Ju Douluo, with a solemn expression, stated, "This is no mere illusion. I accompanied Xiao during his soul hunting. His fourth soul ring's lifespan was around 950 years. Yet now, after reinforcement, this ring conveys a sensation of at least 5,000 years. The range of soul power fluctuations appears to be approximately 5,400 years. An increase of about 1/10. BBDong interjected at this moment. Hiss. As BBDong's words fell, the air was filled with gasps of astonishment. 5,400 years. Does this not mean that Xiao's fourth soul ring has exceeded the recorded limits of 3,000 to 5,000 years? Yin could not help but exclaim, his eyes filled with envy. One must not underestimate this few hundred years of enhancement. It significantly impacts the Soul Master's capabilities. Whether in the potency of soul skills or the inherent strength, speed, and soul power of the Master, there are substantial benefits. This is precisely why Soul Masters pursue high lifespan soul rings. Indeed, Xiao has surpassed the limits of ordinary Soul Masters. His future accomplishments have been further elevated. BBDong nodded gently, affirming Xiao's potential. What do you think, teacher? Two elders, Nana has not deceived you, has she? This is the truth, Liena laughed. Her relief palpable. Indeed, the proprietor is trustworthy, and they have not been misled. Ghost Douluo chuckled awkwardly. Previously, my understanding was shallow. Please do not hold it against me. At their level of cultivation, one's skin is thickened considerably. I have gained insight. Having lived for decades, I never imagined such a treasure could exist on the Douluo Continent. Douluo could not help but express his admiration. Further inquiring, I suspect that using this enhancer must come with certain limitations, correct? At this stage, none were fools. He had witnessed the enhancer in Xiaoyu's hands, and its disappearance post-enhancement suggested hidden complexities. What you say holds truth. As you have seen, each enhancement consumes one enhancer. Moreover, enhancements beyond 3 may result in a decrease in enhancement level, and enhancements beyond 10 may shatter the soul ring. Xiaoyu nodded, revealing no reservations. It will shatter. Hiss. Upon hearing this, both Douluo and Ghost Douluo gasped in shock. This represents a severe penalty for soul masters. Can a shattered soul ring be restored? Douluo inquired cautiously. It cannot. Xiaoyu shook his head. Once a soul ring shatters, you will lose it forever. And you may even have to pay a certain price in soul power as punishment. Although Lin Xiao had not disclosed this after the enhancement, such information naturally surfaced within Xiaoyu's mind. This is exceedingly cruel, is it not? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Douluo and Ghost Douluo changed drastically. Chapter 13. Is it too cruel to strengthen to 90? I think not. Ultimately, it is your greed that drives this desire. At this moment, the cold voice of BBDong echoed. Even if each enhancement only increases the soul ring's lifespan by 1/10, reaching 10 would more than double your soul ring's lifespan. Gue Mei and Yu Guan, both titled Douluo, should contemplate how many 100,000-year soul rings they would possess under such a significant enhancement. What level of power would they then achieve? This realization jolted Douluo and Gue Douluo awake. Indeed, they had been excessively greedy. According to the calculations presented by His Holiness the Pope, transforming the 9th soul ring into a 100,000-year soul ring was a certainty. Even if their 8th soul ring only had a lifespan of over 40,000 years, it could still be enhanced to a 100,000-year soul ring. 2 titled Douluo with 100,000-year soul rings could dominate the Douluo continent, provided they did not act recklessly, BBDong mused. Douluo bowed respectfully, acknowledging, Your Majesty is right. We have indeed been too greedy. Now that you understand, BBDong nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. However, she felt a tinge of regret. If only this flaw could be resolved, her strength would surge to a terrifying level with the support of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Liena spoke up. Teacher. Esteemed elders, the proprietor mentioned that if luck permits, we could obtain a strengthening protection scroll. Even if the enhancement fails beyond 10, the previous effects would merely reset, and the soul ring would not shatter. What? This can truly be avoided? BBDong's heart quivered at the revelation, though her expression remained composed. Gue Douluo, filled with excitement, exclaimed, This is wonderful. Quickly, tell me where this little shop is. I must go and open 90 enhancers to enhance all my soul rings to 10. Do you truly believe enhancers are as abundant as cabbages? Someone interjected. And you expect not to encounter failures? Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. The little shop is called the Lucky Jar Store, situated on the most bustling street of Spirit City, where many are likely queuing now. Liena, noticing Gue Douluo preparing to leave, hurriedly reminded him, Elder, please wait. There's no rush to open jars. The shopkeeper mentioned that jars are limited, and each person can open only 10 jars per week. But Gue Douluo attempted to voice his concerns but was interrupted. Douluo interjected, There is no but. Old Gue, calm down. Since the jars are limited, why rush? Instead, let us see what treasure Xiaoyu has obtained and consider what we truly need. Gue Douluo nodded, conceding. You make a valid point. Meanwhile, BBDong fell into contemplation. This little shop was becoming increasingly intriguing. It was known that even through trials left by the gods, the rewards for enhancing soul ring lifespans were exceedingly tedious. How could it be as simple as tossing a soul ring into an enhancer? This was utterly outrageous. Could it be that the proprietor is a divine emissary? BBDong pondered, drawing parallels to Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall and Poseidon of Sea God Island. However, the records of deities on the Douluo continent are scarce. Aside from the Sea God, Shura God, Rakshasa God, and Angel God, she could only speculate about the true identity of the proprietor. Never mind, seeing is believing. I shall seek an opportunity to personally visit this mysterious shopkeeper, she concluded in her thoughts. At that moment, Xiaoyu produced another small box, revealing 2 yellow-green capsules. Douluo, curious, inquired, What are these tiny objects? They seem of little significance. How naive. The products from this shop are exquisite. Do not underestimate their value. Liena retorted, turning to Xiao. Brother, please tell the elders what these are. Xiao nodded, explaining, these two small capsules are called experience capsules. Upon consumption, they can enhance one's soul power. Wait, this tiny object can increase soul power? Douluo gasped in astonishment. It was not his intention to doubt. But Xiao's offerings were remarkably rare and unique. Do the elders not believe? Liena smiled slightly, teasingly asking. It is merely curiosity, Douluo chuckled awkwardly. Though his stiff face appeared more pained than amused, resembling a corpse suddenly rising to reveal a ghastly smile. Xiao, spare us the suspense and demonstrate it for us. Douluo urged, feeling a strong intuition that this could be a treasure on par with soul bones. Some might wonder how he could surmise this. Well, let us not question intuition. Xiao acquiesced, placing the experience capsule in his mouth. Boom. In the next moment, Xiao felt as though a volcano erupted within him, as a vast amount of soul power surged through his limbs. His soul power limit was rapidly increasing, and indeed, the experience capsule had a remarkable effect on enhancing soul power. BBDong nodded slightly, her eyes wide with wonder. The speed at which his soul power increased was astonishing. Douluo murmured in disbelief, his face reflecting shock. After living for decades, he had never witnessed anyone elevate their soul power in such a manner. He pondered how the experience capsule was crafted to directly enhance one's soul power. If this item has no level restrictions or drawbacks, could I potentially break through to level 96 in the near future? People's aspirations varied. While Douluo sought to strengthen his soul rings, Douluo yearned to elevate his soul power. Moments later, Xiao's aura began to stabilize. It seems you are now much closer to level 50. This small experience capsule has saved you several months of training time, BBDong observed. Douluo speculated, however, such a sudden enhancement could lead to inflated battle power, and one must refine it thoroughly afterward. Refinement is indeed necessary, Douluo agreed. Yet, Xiao shook his head, dismissing their concerns. That is not required. The increase in strength from the experience capsule does not carry the drawbacks you mentioned. In fact, during this enhancement, I have gained valuable insights into the techniques for utilizing soul power, akin to the effects of months of diligent training. If you doubt me, I have another experience capsule. I will consume it in front of you. I am confident that after this consumption, my soul power will undoubtedly surpass level 50, officially making me a soul king. Chapter 14. BBDong's resolution. Is there truly a way to enhance soul power without exertion? How astonishing. Upon hearing Xiao's words, everyone fell into a momentary stupor. The experience capsules crunched like beans when consumed. To substantiate his claims, Xiao promptly placed the second experience capsule into his mouth. In the next moment, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Xiao. This is a breakthrough. Indeed, a genuine breakthrough, with an aura remarkably refined, devoid of any signs of instability. Douluo and Douluo could not help but exclaim in surprise. How little time has passed, and Xiao has effortlessly bypassed months of arduous toil. Truly extraordinary. BBDong could not suppress her awe, pondering the potential limitations of these experience capsules. The shopkeeper did not mention any restrictions. After consuming it, I felt quite well, without any adverse reactions. Xiao contemplated and shook his head. Indeed, there were no limitations, no restrictions whatsoever. Does that mean even titled Douluos can utilize them? Upon hearing this, Douluo's voice trembled. The value of the experience capsules was immense. For us soul masters, who have struggled for years, even decades without a breakthrough, this is nothing short of a blessing. After so many years, he finally glimpsed the hope of advancement. Indeed, it is a boon. Douluo agreed wholeheartedly, expressing his aspirations. With just 5 experience capsules, I could ascend to level 96. Level 96, a true watershed. I once thought it would be unattainable in this lifetime. Yet now, I see a glimmer of hope. In my view, achieving level 96 is undoubtedly more significant than possessing a soul bone that has existed for millennia. He now believed that Liena and the others were right. Whether it be enhancers or experience capsules, their importance is on par with that of soul bones. BBDong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she remarked, the emergence of such an item will fundamentally alter the landscape of the soul master world, potentially reshaping the destinies of soul masters. The birth of high-level soul masters will increase dramatically. However, this is contingent upon having sufficient wealth and favorable fortune. This item can indeed bestow such transformations upon soul masters. It is surprising that the monarch holds such a high regard for it. Douluo and Douluo were momentarily taken aback. BBDong did not elaborate further, instead turning her gaze to Xiao. Is there anything else you wish to demonstrate? There are 2 bottles of magic juice remaining. Xiao replied, producing the last 2 items and explaining. The magic juice is considered the least valuable among many. Yet it can restore a significant amount of soul power. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. BBDong also offered her assessment. Indeed, compared to the previous items, the magic juice does not hold much merit. However, spending 100,000 gold coins for it is not a loss. It can be remarkably effective when one faces an equally matched opponent. You speak wisely, Xiao responded as he stored the magic juice away. Upon glancing at Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, they seemed to desire more knowledge. After living for decades, today has truly broadened their horizons. I never imagined such miraculous occurrences would transpire on the Douluo Continent. However, what intrigues me more is the origin of the shopkeeper and the motivation behind their actions. Zhu Douluo expressed his lingering curiosity. This question had been troubling him throughout. Zhu Douluo's intrigue mirrored that of Gui Douluo. Even BBDong, who was privy to many secrets unknown to the average person, could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. After some thought, she inquired, Nana, what kind of person do you think the shopkeeper is? What kind of person is the shopkeeper? Not only Liena, but Xiao and Yin also fell into contemplation. However, before long, Liena spoke. I cannot say he is exceptionally handsome, but he is certainly easy on the eyes. His height is neither tall nor short. Just right. Yet, his shoulders appear somewhat broad, giving a sense of security. The crowd stared at her in disbelief. Are you selecting a beauty here? Xiao felt somewhat exasperated. Women indeed have different priorities, focusing either on appearance or physique. He never considered that if the shopkeeper were a beautiful woman, the outcome would undoubtedly be reversed. After all this discussion, not a word struck the mark. BBDong shook her head slightly. Enough of that. Xiao, please share your thoughts. Yes. Liena fell silent. Xiao continued. What impressed me most was the strength of the shopkeeper, with just a word. He subdued me and Yin, leaving us gasping for breath. Another utterance was enough to expel everyone except Yin and me from the shop. He recalled the events within the shop, speaking slowly. To possess such strength, he must at least be a Soul Douluo-level powerhouse. This is quite intriguing. Gui Douluo exhibited keen interest, stating, Tomorrow, I shall open 2 jars and investigate his background. Do not proceed in such a manner. Suddenly, a voice countered Gui Douluo's words. The crowd turned to find it was none other than His Holiness the Pope. BBDong's expression was grave as she said, as a customer, you may open jars without issue, but do not engage in any probing. Otherwise, unforeseen circumstances may arise that even I cannot predict. This individual can bear such significance in the eyes of Her Holiness? Gui Douluo was taken aback. He could not recall the last time he witnessed such a serious expression from her. Zhu Douluo also perked up, listening intently. His astonishment was surely no less than that of Gui Douluo. To bear such weight, the Pope's response was succinct. Yet, the simplicity of those 3 words underscored the mysterious shopkeeper's importance in her eyes. Nevertheless, BBDong deemed her caution entirely justified. In her heart, Lin Xiao was exceedingly enigmatic. The wondrous abilities exhibited by both the enhancers and experienced capsules surpassed her comprehension. To make sense of these miraculous events would necessitate invoking the existence beyond the Douluo Continent, divinity. Only a deity could wield such extraordinary powers. Of course, she understood that the Douluo Continent operates under its own rules, and that mysterious shopkeeper could not be a deity incarnate. However, it was likely that his identity was that of a representative of a divine being on the Douluo Continent, akin to the formidable figures of Qian Daolu and Poseidon. Therefore, until the intentions of such a person become clear, it is wise to refrain from any provocations. Upon hearing BBDong's solemn directive, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo dared not show any signs of neglect or dissent. They both bowed in unison, affirming, We understand, Your Holiness. Very well. BBDong nodded gently. In that case, let us leave matters as they are for now. Regarding the shop's development, let us refrain from interference or obstruction. We shall observe for a while longer. The crowd nodded in understanding. Then you may all depart. I am fatigued. BBDong gestured dismissively. We take our leave. The crowd complied and exited. Outside the palace, Zhu Douluo suddenly detained the hurried Gui Douluo. Old Zhu, why are you holding me back? Gui Douluo queried in confusion. Do you wish to accompany me to open jars? Chapter 15. Someone has unveiled tradable items. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Douluo shook his head, saying, Of course not. I merely wish to inform you that we need not rush to open the jars at this moment. The day is nearly at an end, and the shopkeeper may soon close for the evening. Furthermore, if we proceed now, it is highly likely that the good jars will have already been opened by others. Is that so? Haven't they said that the treasures within the jars are entirely a matter of luck? Douluo remarked, momentarily taken aback. Not necessarily, Douluo countered. I believe that opening jars is an art that requires a keen understanding of timing, geography, and human connections. Only at the opportune moment can one unveil the finest treasures. Noticing Douluo's interest, Douluo added, you must understand that the cost of opening a jar is not insignificant. It's 100,000 gold soul coins per attempt. Do you wish to squander your hard-earned savings? Finally, Douluo's words struck a chord. Am I lacking in courage? Douluo questioned. Not at all. What I lack is financial means. I would rather believe there is something to gain than to dismiss it entirely. Douluo was determined not to let his painstakingly accumulated wealth go to waste. So, are you implying that there is a real chance of uncovering something valuable? To be honest, I possess ancestral knowledge that aligns perfectly with the principles of probability, knowledge that has remained dormant until now, Douluo cryptically stated, glancing around before speaking. What? You possess such knowledge? What is it called? Xuanxue, Douluo replied. Douluo paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. That sounds rather profound. I shall investigate further. Together. The two figures, shoulder to shoulder, vanished from sight. Nana, did we not agree to borrow some money from His Holiness the Pope? Why did you not speak up? Xiao suddenly inquired. You may not have noticed, but the teacher seems preoccupied. It is not a suitable time to interrupt. Liena responded, shaking her head. Is that so? I felt nothing amiss, Xiao replied, puzzled. If you could sense it, you would indeed be the teacher's student. Liena retorted sharply. Rest assured, I will ask the teacher for funds first thing tomorrow, enough for you to open at least 4 jars and secure a double reward. Really? Humph. Xiao, is your skepticism truly warranted? Besides, Yin is here to bear witness, Liena scoffed, glancing at Yin behind Xiao. But where is Yin? He was just with us. Liena questioned, perplexed. Xiao asserted, clearly he has gone to open jars. This lad should have included us. Even if he were not to open jars, it would have been good to observe. Meanwhile, within the Pope's chamber, BBDong sat gracefully upon her throne. After a moment of reflection, a captivating smile graced her exquisite features. How intriguing. Let chaos reign, the more disorder on the Douluo Continent. The greater my opportunity to execute my plans. However, I must personally visit this enigmatic jar shop. As dusk approached, many lingered outside the shop, primarily waiting to witness the outcomes of others opening jars, a mere spectacle for them. After all, 100,000 gold soul coins is no trifling matter, beyond the means of the average individual. As they observed others spend their fortunes on peculiar treasures, enthusiasm began to wane. Some discovered explosive sky fruits, others found restorative magical fruit juices, while a few unearthed incendiary bottles that burst into flames upon breaking. Among these, only the magical fruit juice held any value, but even that scarcely justified the 100,000 gold soul coins spent. The rest were simply financial losses. Only a select few, well endowed with wealth, hoped to turn their fortunes around through this endeavor. Creak. The shop door swung open once more. A middle-aged soul master emerged, immediately surrounded by eager onlookers. Brother, what did you unearth? Do share with us. The murmurs erupted. After a moment's thought, the middle-aged soul master opened his palm to reveal a nearly translucent capsule. What purpose does this serve? How does it compare to the experience-enhancing capsules? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Hard to say, the middle-aged soul master replied, shaking his head gently. This is called a super speed capsule, upon consumption. It grants a 30% speed increase for 5 seconds. The crowd fell silent, then exchanged bewildered looks. 5 seconds? That's rather swift, isn't it? My mother always warned me that rapidity in men is undesirable. What if the super speed capsule is tradable? The middle-aged soul master suggested. Instantly, the chatter quieted. But the tension in the air thickened. Tradable? So, one could allow another to use this capsule? Indeed, the middle-aged soul master confirmed. Give it to me, brother. I offer 500 gold soul coins. 500 gold soul coins for that? I'll give 550. I bid 1,000 gold soul coins. Brother, I must insist, the capsule is secondary. My lifelong ambition has been to become a swift man. You must accommodate this. Clearly, demand for the super speed capsule was high among the soul masters, particularly for those specializing in agility. A 30% boost in speed was invaluable, even if only for a fleeting 5 seconds, enabling them to accomplish much. 20,000 gold soul coins. Any higher, and I shall withdraw, declared a slender man, evidently an agile soul master. Were it not for a personal vendetta I must address, I would never spend so much. The middle-aged soul master acquiesced to the transaction, prompting a collective sigh from the onlookers. While the jars held potential, the average person truly could not afford such indulgences. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse, returning to their senses after the thrill had worn off. Xiao opened 6 jars, while another individual opened 2, and 9 others each opened 1, culminating in a total of 17 jars on the first day, a satisfactory outcome. Now, only time would reveal the reaction upon their return to the spirit hall. Lin Xiao sighed, expressing his helplessness. Yet, there was little that could be done. The underground market offered limited items, with a dismally low rate of return. Coupled with the hefty price of 100,000 gold soul coins, it was unsurprising that jar sales were scarce. I shall inquire once more, if no one arrives. I shall close up and open a jar myself, he mused, contemplating what treasures might emerge from the 17 jars with a tenfold rate of return. With that thought, he strolled to the entrance and called out to the sparse crowd, "Will anyone else open jars? If not, I shall be closing shop." Chapter 16. Yin opens the jar. Mental breakdown. Who else would dare to open it? Lin Xiao's words rendered the crowd outside momentarily silent. Haha, boss, you're busy. We were just taking a look. It's getting late. We should head home for dinner. With that, the crowd dispersed, disheartened by Lin Xiao's inquiry. Who wouldn't he want to open a jar for some thrill? The problem was, they lacked the funds. Many were low-level soul masters, surviving on the meager allowance of 1 gold soul coin per month from the spirit hall. 100,000 gold soul coins, a sum that felt utterly unattainable to them. If I don't have it, so be it. I'll just open my own jar, Lin Xiao mused, preparing to close the shop when an urgent voice called out. Boss, wait. Give me a chance. I want to open a jar. As the voice echoed, a figure hurriedly approached the shop. Through the crack in the door, Lin Xiao recognized none other than Yin. Pushing the door open once more, Lin Xiao said, "If you want to open a jar, come inside." "Thank you, boss. You're truly kind," Yin exclaimed, his excitement palpable. After witnessing the Pope's attitude at the papal hall, Yin was convinced that this boss was an extraordinary figure beyond his imagination. Such a powerful individual maintaining such humility was deserving of respect. Haha, no need for flattery. Now, tell me, which jar do you wish to open? Lin Xiao probed, diving straight into the matter. I plan to open 3 jars, Yin replied, placing 30,000 gold soul coins on the table and gesturing to 3 jars. Have you made your choice? Yes, I have. Yin nodded earnestly, his heart brimming with anticipation. Having previously watched Xiao open jars with delight, it was finally his turn. He believed his expectations were modest. As long as he received a soul bone or a strengthening device from one of the jars, he would be satisfied. He set aside thoughts of experience capsules for later, intending to save them for future power enhancements. Lin Xiao nodded, discreetly accepting the 30,000 gold soul coins and placing the 3 selected jars on the counter. Having seen others open so many jars, you should understand the process. I want to elaborate further. Understood. The thrill surged within Yin, his hands trembling. He knew that those 30,000 gold soul coins represented all his savings. Wish for a strengthening device, a soul bone, Yin muttered, raising the hammer to strike. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. This scene felt so familiar, reminiscent of his past gaming days when chasing coveted equipment in Abyss maps. He often chanted, I wish for the sound of flowing springs. I wish for the breath of the air. I wish for everlasting glory. Crack. The sound of the jar shattering snapped Lin Xiao back to reality. A flash of white light erupted, revealing a small blue vial. Is this mana juice? Yin's eyelids flickered, reassuring himself. Not bad. Mana juice is acceptable. Lin Xiao nearly laughed at Yin's self-comforting. Crack. Another jar shattered, resulting in yet another flash of white light. Yin's face paled instantly, his heart sinking. Lin Xiao noticed beads of sweat forming on Yan's forehead. Observing the items Yin had opened, he suddenly realized. Imitating Yan's tone, he remarked, not bad. Mana juice is acceptable. Indeed, Yin nodded heavily. The first 2 are just fillers. I have a feeling the next jar will yield something great. What a character. If only he were in the world Lin Xiao had traversed to, he would undoubtedly be a gaming legend. Fillers, how quickly he grasped the term. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Impressed. Crack. The 3rd hammer struck, unleashing a burst of purple light. It's here. It's here. Purple light. I remember Xiao obtained a soul bone from purple light. It must be a soul bone. Yan's face lit up with ecstatic joy, tossing aside the hammer. nearly jumping with excitement. Could it be that Yan's luck was exceptionally good? Lin Xiao, filled with skepticism, turned his gaze and was taken aback. What lay within was a crystal-like object, with a faint red silhouette within. Item: Flame Binosh Costume. Rarity: Rare. Type: Non-tradable. Description: Modified according to the characteristics of the Douluo Continent. Effect: Transform into Flame Binosh for 15 minutes of battle, strength correlated with personal power. Was this akin to a transformation card? Moreover, in Lin Xiao's memory, Flame Binosh was depicted as a exotic female boss in the dungeon. Would a man like Yin transforming into a woman be somewhat hard to swallow? And how would Yin feel upon seeing what he had longed for, a soul bone, manifest as such? Lin Xiao didn't have to wait long. Yin gradually regained his composure from a state of overwhelming joy. However, upon realizing what he had opened, he was left dumbfounded. What is this? Where's my soul bone? Yin felt a buzzing in his head, utterly at a loss. Ahem, Lin Xiao cleared his throat, explaining, let me introduce this item. It's called the Flame Binosh Costume. Upon use, you can transform into her for 15 minutes of battle. Is that all? That's it. Yin's mindset crumbled instantly. After spending 30,000 gold soul coins, he ended up with 2 vials of mana juice and a costume? Was this some kind of joke? He had come seeking a soul bone and a strengthening device. To not achieve either left him utterly disappointed. Moreover, the costume clearly depicted a woman's form. Was it truly polite for him to transform into her? Lin Xiao understood Yan's despair, but what could be done? Opening jars required either wealth or luck. With neither to his name, what was the point of trying? Looking at Yin's puzzled expression, Lin Xiao gently remarked, after all, the Flame Binosh has never appeared in the Douluo Continent. By transforming into her, you're pioneering a new path in this world. Spending 30,000 gold soul coins to experience something unprecedented isn't loss. Many would pay for novelty and excitement. There was some truth in that. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yin's expression improved significantly. Once he had calmed down, he realized that not obtaining a soul bone or a strengthening device was merely bad luck. He had no one to blame but himself. Chapter 17, Tenfold Explosion Rate. Upgrade Scroll. In truth, the items you obtained are at least somewhat useful. You may not have noticed, but there are individuals who have spent a staggering 100,000 soul coins only to acquire the fruits of the sky tree, items of little significance. In comparison, what you received is rather commendable. Indeed, at this moment, Yin's mood had somewhat stabilized. Lin Xiao's words rang true, compared to those others. He was not in such dire straits. Yet, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. Shouldn't one aspire to acquire superior items? Having come to this realization, was he still inclined to continue? As you mentioned, having already invested in 3 jars, surely the 4th would yield something desirable? Lin Xiao spoke enticingly. At this, Yin felt a stir of interest. It could be said that Lin Xiao's words resonated with his own thoughts. According to the principle of investment, having put in so much, one was bound to receive something in return. However, he truly lacked the funds. Perhaps it was best to refrain for now. After all, within 7 days, he could only open 10 jars, and he still had time. Yin shook his head. Observing this, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and did not press further. I look forward to your next visit. I shall return, Yin declared earnestly, departing under Lin Xiao's gaze. Alas, what a pity. Yin's luck was truly lacking. I had hoped to unveil something extraordinary to draw more patrons to the jars. Lin Xiao sighed as he closed the shop door. The day's business had officially concluded. As it happened, he had successfully sold 20 jars today. Enough to form 2 doubles. I am curious to see what treasures might be unveiled. With this thought, Lin Xiao silently intoned, claim. In the next moment, 20 jars appeared neatly upon the counter. These jars, though identical in size to the lucky magic jars for sale, were of a different hue, golden. Surely, the tenfold explosion rate jars must yield some worthwhile items. Lin Xiao mused with anticipation as he grasped the lucky magic hammer upon the table. Crack. The first jar shattered with a resounding noise, and a burst of purple light filled Lin Xiao's eyes. Is it truly a rare item at first glance? If the first jar yields something rare, Yin might feel utterly disheartened. Lin Xiao chuckled, glancing at the contents. Inside the jar lay a small scroll. Item. Upgrade Scroll. Rarity. Rare. Type. Non-tradable. Description. Character level enhancement has transitioned to soul power level enhancement. Effect. Upon use, 1 level of soul power is increased. Gasp. An upgrade scroll. Can such a thing truly be obtained? As expected of the tenfold jars, 1 upgrade scroll is worth 10 experience capsules. If those soul masters outside were to see this, they would surely rush to open jars. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, yet could not help but lament. What use is this coveted item to me? I have yet to awaken my martial soul. With that, Lin Xiao disdainfully tossed aside the upgrade scroll, a coveted treasure for countless soul masters, and raised his hammer to shatter the second jar. As another burst of purple light erupted, Lin Xiao froze in astonishment. One hammer strike yielded a rare item. Was the tenfold explosion rate truly this generous? However, upon discerning the item, his expression shifted abruptly. What? Yet another upgrade scroll? Is this item so common? Would it be too much to ask for something different? Perhaps an epic or even an artifact? Lin Xiao was genuinely curious to see what effect the appearance of artifacts, legends, or epics from the underground city would have in the Douluo Continent. How would they measure against the so-called divine equipment? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin found himself unaware of how he returned to his quarters at the Spirit Hall. His mind was consumed with the thought of 300,000 soul coins merely yielding the opportunity to disguise himself as a woman. This was hard to accept. Even if transformed, being male would be preferable. What a misfortune. Yin, where have you been? Why did you take so long? A voice from behind startled Yin. He turned abruptly to find Liena and Xiao standing a short distance away. And nothing. Just went for a stroll. Yin hastily fabricated an excuse. Yin, you went to open jars, didn't you? Such an intriguing activity. Why not invite us along? Even if we didn't open any, it would be an eye-opener. A glimmer of mischief danced in Liena's eyes. Yin's guilty demeanor was unmistakably indicative of a lie. She was certain he had indeed gone to open jars. What did you obtain? Is the item in your possession the treasure you acquired? Xiao also noticed the tightly gripped item in Yan's hand, instinctively furrowing his brow. He sensed a mysterious power emanating from it. Sigh. Yan's expression shifted, ultimately succumbing to a resigned sigh. At this point, there was no need for further concealment. I opened 3 jars, but nothing remarkable came of it. 2 were magical fruit juices, and the last is this, Yin said, extending his hand to reveal the crystal ball before Liena and Xiao. Wow, how beautiful! Liena exclaimed, her eyes widening in awe. Indeed, women are truly captivated by appearances, Yin thought, shaking his head. Xiao's eyes were also filled with curiosity. A product from a small shop must be a fine item. Surely, it possesses some special function? Indeed, it does have some unique abilities. Hearing Xiao's words, a bittersweet smile crept onto Yan's face. This item is called the Flame Binosh COS costume. Upon use, I can transform into her likeness for combat. What? You can transform? At this revelation, both Liena and Xiao were taken aback once more, astonished. While it was not unusual for soul masters to transform, it was rare to encounter one capable of becoming something other than their martial soul. If this were true, it was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, what exactly is Flame Binosh? A soul beast? Liena inquired, excitement and anticipation evident on her face. Xiao simply expressed his thoughts. I also wish to see. Yan's expression turned troubled. Perhaps it was best to refrain. After all, this was a feminine transformation. Isn't it more impressive to transform from a man into a woman? Is that not a form of insult? Liena's expression darkened. I feel as though you are mocking me. Hurry, Yan, if you do not transform, I will be unhappy. Moreover, aren't you curious about the abilities of an item obtained for 100,000 soul coins? Odd, of course, I am curious. Yan's expression fluctuated, ultimately resolving. Very well, I shall transform for you. But this matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, I shall have no face to show. To be honest, Yin had initially wished to find a secluded place to utilize the costume and observe what special attributes it possessed after transformation. P.S. As of now, I have received 6 supportive friends and 30 recommendations. I am delighted and have decided to add an extra chapter. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 18. The intensely expanded Yin, be cautious, for I shall now employ my disguise, Yin announced. Boss Lin mentioned that this attire could enhance my combat capabilities. Yin warned Liena and himself. We are perfectly fine standing here. You are only at level 47, whereas my brother is at level 50. How much more can you possibly improve? With my brother as protection, we are undoubtedly safe. Liena waved dismissively, signaling Yin to commence his performance. Indeed. How much more could he possibly enhance? Level 3 soul power was likely the pinnacle, right? Surely, they could not be harmed. Yin shook his head, chuckling at his own anxiety, and then crushed the crystal in his hand. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed throughout the arena. As Liena and Xiao fixated on Yin, anticipating his transformation into a stunning beauty, A formidable surge of fiery power suddenly erupted from him. It was intense, searing, and overwhelming. The oppressive aura startled Liena and Xiao, prompting them to instinctively retreat. Eventually, they halted at a distance of over 10 meters. Liena's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, am I mistaken? Is this truly the Yin I know? This fiery force cannot possibly be unleashed by his martial soul. The Flame Lord. It was worth noting that she, Xiao, and Yin had essentially grown up together, possessing an intimate understanding of one another. Yet, Yan's transformation astonished her. Not only had the elemental fire thickened, but Yin's soul power was also rising, nearing level 49. Xiao frowned. However, as his words fell, Liena gasped in shock. He has already reached level 49 and is still ascending. 50, 51, 52. In the blink of an eye, Yin's soul power had soared to level 60. Liena, in disbelief, covered her mouth. Heavens, what has Yin used? This surge in strength is astonishingly rapid. 60 is surely the limit. Xiao chimed in. Yet, at that moment, Yin shook off his astonishment. No, this is not the limit. I never anticipated. The enhancement from this cost disguise is so monumental. His voice resonated through the flames, filled with both shock and exhilaration. As he spoke, his soul power surged beyond the threshold of 60. My goodness. Such a rapid increase in soul power is something even the greatest support soul masters in Douluo Continent could not achieve. The astonishment on Liena's fair face deepened. The mysterious substance from the jar had exceeded her comprehension once more. Indeed, this was beyond the capabilities of any support soul master. It was nothing short of miraculous. Xiao's eyes mirrored a lingering astonishment. This defied all logic. Years of soul master theory had seemingly gone to waste. Suddenly, a powerful wave of flames began to retract, drawn back towards Yin as he absorbed it. Gradually, a figure became more defined in Liena and Xiao's view. Was this Yin, in his transformed state? They scrutinized closely. The figure hovered above the flames, boasting a tall and alluring physique, with long, elegant legs. Only a few fiery red leaves adorned the key areas, leaving vast expanses of delicate white skin exposed. Long, dark hair cascaded down to his lower back, and a unique mask concealed only his eyes. This appearance not only preserved beauty, but also enhanced an air of mystery. In his right hand, he wielded a crescent-shaped golden scepter. It was simply too beautiful. If given the choice, Liena mused. She would wish for such a disguise in her jar from now on. Who needed strength when beauty sufficed? In disbelief, Liena rubbed her eyes, subconsciously wanting to open her jar, for no other reason than to behold this visage. It was stunning, exuding an exotic charm. Xiao's eyes widened, offering his evaluation. Were these siblings being deliberate? In stark contrast, Yan's heart felt shattered. The actions of Liena and Xiao pierced deeply into his soul. Helpless, he questioned. Isn't your focus a bit misplaced? Shouldn't you be concerned about my growth and strength? Upon hearing this, Xiao and Liena were jolted back to reality. However, Xiao shook his head with lingering regret, saying, what a perfect appearance. Such a pity you have a mouth. Yin, could you refrain from speaking? Your words are difficult for me to accept. If I don't speak, I cannot accept your comments. Yin's composure once again crumbled, exclaiming, what do you mean? You can't possibly think of me as a woman. He regretted it. Had he known, he would never have transformed in front of them. It was too hasty. Ah, how could this be? Liena, feeling somewhat guilty, defended herself. We are merely appreciating your appearance. It has nothing to do with gender. However, it must be said, the appearance after your transformation is worth every bit spent on those 100,000 gold soul coins. If you can embrace this, making 100,000 gold soul coins would be effortless. Profit or loss depends on practical value. I feel invigorated after the transformation. My control over flames is several times greater than before. Nah, Xiao, let us duel to validate my hypothesis. Yin declared, his face alight with combat fervor. Very well, Xiao replied without hesitation. Whom do you wish to challenge? To be frank, I would like both of you to join forces against me. As he spoke, a fervent glint appeared in Yan's eyes. Are you out of your mind? Or is it that I, Xiao, cannot wield my weapon? Xiao replied incredulously. Then coldly stated, under normal circumstances, neither of us is an opponent you can overcome. Are you certain you wish to challenge us both? Are you not afraid of an embarrassing defeat? With that, he stepped forward, shielding Liena behind him, as his moon blade appeared in hand, while 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, materialized beneath him, signaling that battle was imminent. Boss, please don't misinterpret. I harbor no intention of underestimating you. Yin shook his head in explanation. To be honest, my soul power is extraordinarily robust, infinitely close to becoming a soul sage. Upon hearing this, both Xiaoyu and Liena paused in disbelief. What did you say? Close to becoming a soul sage? Isn't that a considerable leap? They queried, astonished. Yet, Yin shook his head in dissatisfaction. That leap isn't so vast. If my foundational soul power were not so low, I could still improve. Were I a soul king using this cost disguise, I would undoubtedly possess the power of a soul sage. The magnitude of this enhancement was indeed frightening. The boost from this disguise was overwhelmingly powerful. Xiaoyu and Liena exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Since that is the case, we shall not hold back. You merit our full attention. Liena declared, glancing at Xiaoyu. Brother, let us employ our martial soul fusion technique. P.S. The additional chapter is complete. We shall continue tomorrow. Chapter 19. Liena's mental collapse. Is this really Yin? The synergy between Liena and Xiaoyu needs no elaboration. Faced with the unknown yet exceedingly arrogant Yin, their thoughts align almost perfectly. They unleash their most formidable attack skills simultaneously. Suddenly, Xiaoyu and Liena collide, and a pink mist envelopes the surroundings. Then, a figure clad in armor, possessing an alluring yet ambiguous appearance, emerges. Each hand wields a crescent blade, sending chills down the spine. Enchanting. I never imagined I would have the fortune to confront Enchantress alone. In the face of this formidable figure, Yan's eyes reflect not fear, but exhilaration. It must be said. In this state, you are truly powerful, deserving of our utmost seriousness. The Enchantress speaks, her voice indistinguishable, yet undeniably. Neither Xiaoyu nor Liena anticipated Yan's tremendous strength after donning that mysterious guise. So powerful that it instills a sense of dread, compelling them to respond with their full capabilities. Ha ha ha. I too did not foresee such strength within myself. I ought to express my gratitude to the shopkeeper for granting me the opportunity to challenge you both alone. This 100,000 gold soul coins are worth it. Yan's voice brims with excitement and madness. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he feels fulfilled. Do not revel too soon. Now that we have unleashed our martial soul fusion technique, the one to be defeated will surely be you. The tone remains ambiguous. Yet Yin discerns that it is Liena addressing him. Clearly, Liena feels offended, as Yan's demeanor seems to dismiss them entirely. Brother, follow my lead. Watch as I bring him down. In secret, Liena and Xiaoyu engage in a mental exchange. Fine. After Xiaoyu responds with those two words, he relinquishes control over the Enchantress. With a thunderous crash, the Enchantress surges forward like a lethal arrow. The tiles beneath her feet crack like spider webs due to the immense force. Excellent. Yin, upon witnessing this, is neither startled nor deterred. He stands his ground. With a twirl of his golden scepter, he strikes toward the Enchantress. Normally, Yan's martial soul is of the fire and earth dual element type, not particularly adept at direct confrontations. However, the blazing fire of the Phoenix possesses a unique skill for close combat, repulsion. As long as the target is not invincible or immune to control, they will be repelled. The Enchantress, upon seeing this, sneers, Yin, how reckless. Do you not realize the overwhelming strength of the Enchantress? Evading is your best option. Do you truly believe that an elemental soul master can surpass me in a contest of strength? As the words fall, she closes in on Yin, crossing her crescent blades to slash down in an X formation, striking heavily against the golden scepter. Clang. It sounds as though metal grates against metal, sparks flying as the scepter clashes with the crescent blades. Yet, in the Enchantress's heart, she feels no sensation of Yin being sent flying. Instead, she perceives an irresistible force erupting from Yan's scepter. Boom. The next moment, the Enchantress is sent hurtling away. How can this be? Even if Yan's soul power has surpassed the 60th level, our Enchantress is on par with a soul emperor. This sudden turn of events leaves them bewildered. Both Liena and Xiaoyu are astonished. Yin, how can a soul master of the elemental type possess such immense strength, even surpassing our fused Enchantress? Could this mysterious guise truly augment your power so significantly? Liena cannot help but inquire. You misunderstand. Yin shakes his head to clarify. This is an additional skill of the blazing fire Phoenix, repulsion. Anyone struck will be knocked down or sent flying. It has nothing to do with strength. Only those with invincible or control immune abilities will remain unaffected. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu exclaims, this soul skill is simply a nemesis to close combat soul masters. I refuse to believe it is invincible. Brother, use your domain to suppress him. Reducing his soul power and speed by 50%, and let us see if he can still strike us. Liena speaks again, releasing a dense pink mist. This is the formidable ability of the Enchantress's fusion. Anyone or any soul beast within the domain will be affected, their soul power and speed halved. Under such circumstances, Liena doubts that Yen can accurately strike them. Should he engage in close combat, failure awaits him. Attempt to approach? Unless you are willing to sacrifice half your life, you will have no chance. Yen chuckles coldly, lightly tapping the ground with his scepter. Upon a crisp sound, for soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, emerge from beneath him, swirling around him in a rhythmic dance. In this moment, the blazing fire phoenix encircled by soul rings exudes a divine aura. Xiaoyu, witnessing this, can't help but sigh. The only drawback is that it emits Yan's voice. Alas. Yet, Liena, who leads the Enchantress, gasps, "You can still utilize your soul rings? Not only can I use them, but even the abilities of my soul rings have been enhanced. This should bring you considerable surprise." Yan's voice is imbued with mystery. He points his scepter toward the Enchantress, activating his third soul skill, Hellfire. Boom. In the next moment, Liena is engulfed by a sea of flames, the searing and violent power compelling her to retreat. Another attack fails. Liena's mental state begins to unravel. Once, they could easily overpower Yen. Now, even with her brother's martial soul fusion technique, they cannot prevail? What manner of guise is this, transforming a novice into a phoenix? However, the anomaly does not cease. Xiaoyu's voice rings in Liena's mind. "Liena, something is amiss." Notice how the hellfire has not dissipated after its eruption, but rather gathers around Yen and is transforming? Indeed, the hellfire resembles a child, morphing into various forms around Yen. A puppy, a piglet, a fire serpent, a firebird, and more. Liena is astonished. To what extent must one control soul power and soul skills to achieve this? Can a soul master truly do such a thing? You may not believe it, but I feel as though I am now part of the fire element, able to manipulate them at will. It is utterly remarkable. Yen is equally astonished by his current state. Brother, at this juncture, only your self-created soul skill can hope to defeat Yen. Liena feels somewhat powerless. She still has her charm to employ, but will it prove effective? Most likely. It will lead to further complications. Continuous failures are exhausting. Perhaps it is best for Xiaoyu to deliver a swift blow. Very well. Xiaoyu takes the lead of the Enchantress, his crescent blades now reduced to mere shadows. In the next moment, the Enchantress vanishes, replaced by a colossal silver disc. The radiant sharpness emanating from the disc instills fear. Undoubtedly, it is Xiaoyu's self-created soul skill, Full Moon. I refuse to believe you can withstand this unparalleled strike. Even a sea of flames would be cleaved apart. At such speed, even if you wish to repel it, you cannot strike. Liena believes this wave is secure. Chapter 20. The shocking duel with the serpent spear. Douluo, where do you hail from? You have even utilized your self-created soul skills? The leader's seriousness was palpable. Under normal circumstances, I would undoubtedly be unable to withstand this. Yet, the current situation defies normality. Yan's gaze was grave, yet devoid of fear. Meteor strike. In the next instant, he chanted a mysterious incantation, his staff pointing ominously towards the enchanting figure before him. What is this? Xiaoyu was taken aback, his heart racing as he sensed impending danger. Brother, look at the sky. A shooting star. Liena's exclamation pierced the air. Indeed, a meteor, approximately 1 meter in diameter, descended with a fiery tail. Was this summoned by Yen? A wave of terror washed over Xiaoyu. However, evasion was no longer an option. The meteor's impact zone was vast, and its speed was beyond imagination. Truly sinister. I can only brace myself. Xiaoyu silently cursed Yen, resigned to the fact that he had to confront the meteor head-on. Boom. Flames erupted, leaving a crater in the ground. Xiaoyu and Liena were thrown back by the forceful shockwave, unable to maintain their martial soul fusion technique. Thud, thud. They landed beside each other, both wearing expressions of disbelief. So powerful, truly formidable. We unleashed our martial soul fusion technique, yet we are no match for Yen? How absurd. Liena murmured repeatedly. This outcome was hard to accept. It was common knowledge that Yen had previously been the weakest among the trio. Yet now Liena and Xiaoyu found themselves unable to contend with him. What was this soul skill? Could such a powerful technique be executed without a soul ring? Xiaoyu's gaze was fixed on Yen, determined to comprehend his defeat. Well, to be precise, it is not a soul skill, but rather should be referred to as magic. Yen's tone carried a hint of regret. Alas, my aptitude is lacking. I cannot fathom the powers of the blazing phoenix. Once the transformation concludes, I shall be unable to replicate that strike. What a pity, Xiao lamented. If only Yin could fully master the power of magic, it would undoubtedly serve as an incredibly potent trump card. Yet, I am content. Today has broadened my horizons immensely. Once I save enough money, I will visit the shopkeeper to open more jars and seek further enlightenment. Yin spoke with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, "You audacious scoundrel, daring to commit violence within the spirit hall." Before the words faded, a cold gleam sliced through the night sky, hurtling towards Yin. This overwhelming aura belongs to a titled Douluo. Liena, Xiao, and Yin instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer. "Please, Elder." The crowd gasped in fear. Xiao and Liena sought to intervene, but it was too late. Yin was also alarmed, realizing the target was none other than himself. He discerned the imposing figure clad in battle armor, wielding a serpent spear, the very serpent spear Douluo tasked with guarding Spirit City. What to do? Without resistance, death was inevitable. Repel. Instinctively, he swung his staff at the serpent spear Douluo. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. Just a soul power exceeding 60 levels, yet you dare to strike at me? You truly do not know the meaning of death. A single thrust from my spear would be enough to vanquish you." The serpent spear Douluo scoffed. However, in the next moment, as the spear clashed with the golden staff, his expression froze. What immense power, he thought, feeling an overwhelming force surge towards him, propelling him away. Boom. The onlookers witnessed the serpent spear Douluo's figure, swift as it arrived, now soaring through the air, crashing against a tall wall. The crowd was petrified. Yin was indeed not deceiving them. Without any defensive or control immune abilities, there was only the option of being sent flying. Even a titled Douluo could not escape this fate. This repulsion was nothing short of a divine skill. Liena and Xiao felt their hearts race. Did I just defeat a titled Douluo? Yin was equally astonished, looking incredulously at the golden staff in his hand. Unbelievable, truly extraordinary. First, he vanquished Liena and Xiao in their martial soul fusion state, and now, with a single staff, he had sent the serpent spear Douluo flying. Yin felt as though he had reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Who are you? Where do you come from? I have never heard of such a figure in the Douluo Continent. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo had regained his footing, pointing his spear at the transformed Yin. His eyes filled with complex emotions, shock, apprehension, confusion. He could not recall any female titled Douluo existing in the Douluo Continent. Although he had not unleashed his soul skills, his power was not to be underestimated, and yet he had been knocked back in a single blow. The opponent's strength was unfathomable. The serpent spear Douluo immediately classified Yin as a titled Douluo, and a formidable one at that. Yin quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Elder, it is me, Yin." Yin? The serpent spear Douluo was momentarily stunned before revealing a look of astonishment. How have you transformed into this beautiful appearance, and gained such formidable power? This story begins with 3 jars. Yin felt a sense of helplessness, suppressing his embarrassment as he patiently recounted his previous experiences. As Yin narrated, the expressions on the serpent spear Douluo's face shifted through various emotions, his eyes growing increasingly bright. You mean to say there exists a magical shop that sells various jars? And within these jars, one can discover wondrous treasures that enhance soul ring longevity, increase soul power, and even allow for transformations? Each of these treasures propels one's strength to new heights? Indeed, not only Yin, but Liena and Xiao also nodded in affirmation. How splendid! Upon receiving confirmation, excitement gleamed in the serpent spear Douluo's eyes as he posed the most pressing query. Are there any treasures that can enhance the strength of martial souls? Enhance martial soul strength? The crowd paused. One must admit, the serpent spear Douluo was daring to dream. Yet, who could guarantee that such treasures did not exist? Apologies, Elder, but we cannot provide an answer to that question. However, you may seek the truth at the shop. Very well. Once I conclude my current matters, I shall pay a visit. The serpent spear Douluo was filled with anticipation. It is important to note that despite his title Douluo status, he was not as elevated as one might assume. In reality, titled Douluos were quite competitive, and his combat prowess ranked among the lowest in the spirit hall. Some even claimed he could not match certain elite soul Douluos. Was this not a blatant affront? Thus, he was desperate to rid himself of this lowly reputation. The emergence of the jar shop offered him a glimmer of hope. Liena kindly advised, "Elder, I must remind you to bring enough money." Meanwhile, in the shop, Lin Xiao found himself feeling rather disillusioned. Having opened 8 jars, he had received 8 upgrade scrolls. This would make for quite the dream for others. Yet what good was it to him? Why not grant me a martial soul instead? Lin Xiao felt utterly helpless. While the tenfold drop rate was indeed impressive, did it not come with the function of backpack detection? The items were indeed remarkable, yet the inability to utilize them was quite vexing. Lin Xiao had grown weary of lamenting when suddenly a flash of orange light flickered before his eyes. Chapter 21. The emergence of a sword deity. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered several purple-hued rare items, but this was the first instance of an orange legendary item. Yet, he was uncertain of its nature, suspecting it might be worthless. Without a martial soul, treasures in the eyes of soul masters appeared as mere trash. However, when his gaze fell upon the object within the jar, he was momentarily stunned. Item: Awakening Scroll. Level: Legendary. Type: Non-tradable. Description: Can be used for martial soul awakening or evolution. Effect: Upon usage, if one possesses no martial soul, they will awaken one. If they already have a martial soul, it can evolve once. Hiss. The ability to awaken a martial soul is precisely what I need. Lin Xiao inhaled sharply, a wave of elation washing over him. If he could awaken a martial soul, the 8 upgrade scrolls he had previously acquired would finally find their purpose. Moreover, he noted the martial soul evolution capability. This meant the awakening scroll was akin to a divine herb. No, its value surpassed that of a divine herb, as it bore no limitations on usage, implying that as long as one could activate the scroll, they could infinitely evolve their martial soul. In the original narrative, aside from the protagonist, others could only consume a single divine herb. Even the protagonist could not indulge indefinitely, as excess consumption would lead to dire consequences. Lin Xiao swiftly discerned the value of the awakening scroll. Regardless of its worth, it would ultimately be consumed. Contemplating this, he tore the scroll apart. A burst of golden light erupted from it, enveloping Lin Xiao in its brilliance. In the next moment, he felt as though he were submerged in a hot spring, the warmth and comfort almost compelling him to exclaim in delight. Detected that the host is an outsider and cannot awaken a martial soul. This system will integrate the characteristics of the dungeon, transforming a random profession from the 5 available in the Dungeon Fighter game into the host's martial soul. Do you accept? What on earth is happening? Do they look down on traversers? Lin Xiao sensed a profound malice emanating from the Douluo Continent. Simultaneously, memories of the classifications of professions within the Dungeon Fighter resurfaced in his mind. The 5 professions of the Dungeon Fighter are Sword Soul, Berserker, Azura, Sword Shadow, and Phantom Blade. As for the strength of these professions, aside from the Berserker, who is renowned across generations, the remaining classes are relatively comparable, each having reached the T0 mythical level. Since I am in the Douluo Continent, I must seize the opportunity to explore. How can I remain powerless? Without powerful strength, how can I navigate this world? Here I am in Spirit City, a place teeming with soul masters. While I may be invincible within the shop, what if conflict arises outside? Therefore, I have no choice but to accept. But please do not let it be Azura. Lin Xiao silently prayed, inwardly affirming, accept. The reason for avoiding Azura is simple. He is blind. Commencing random selection of profession for the host. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial soul, sword soul. Innate soul power, level 1. The White Prince is also acceptable. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Xiao secretly exhaled in relief. Although missing out on the Berserker was somewhat disappointing, avoiding the blind Azura was a stroke of fortune. Moreover, the Sword Soul. In comparison to the explosive damage of the Berserker, the chaotic control of the blind Heavenly Emperor and the versatile Phantom Blade certainly possesses its own advantages. Namely, it is stylish. Lin Xiao recalled a phrase often uttered by the whimsical Sword Soul players in the Dungeon Fighter. Who needs damage when you can just look good? As the system's announcement faded, Lin Xiao opened his palm. A radiant longsword, glowing with brilliance, materialized in his grasp, an emblem of his sword's soul identity. Not bad. Having a martial soul is already commendable. At the very least, the upgrade scrolls now hold purpose. With this thought, Lin Xiao retrieved the 8 upgrade scrolls he had previously obtained and began tearing them one by one. A series of radiant flashes ensued, and within mere moments, Lin Xiao ascended from level 1 soul power to level 9. Such an astonishing rate of progress would surely leave any soul master astounded. A level 9 sword soul. I wonder if I need to hunt soul rings for the level 10 upgrade, or if, like in the game, I can simply break through once I have enough experience. Currently, there are still 11 jars left unopened, 2 of which are double rewards. Based on previous probabilities, acquiring 3, 5, or even 7 upgrade scrolls seems plausible. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Xiao grasped the hammer and struck the 10th jar. Crack. A burst of purple light flickered. When Lin Xiao discerned the two items that had fallen from the jar, he could not help but pause. They were not scrolls, but rather two figurines. Setting down the hammer, he picked up the two figurines. Item: Sadros figurine. Level: rare. Type: non-tradable. Description: upon usage can summon Sadros. Effect: summon Sadros for 1 day. Obedient to the user's commands. Note: the figurine will also vanish once HP is depleted, and only one figurine can exist at a time. Holy smokes! I actually summoned Lord Sadros. Lin Xiao was taken aback as thoughts of Sadros flooded his mind. Sadros, the progenitor of the Sword Soul, possesses a unique talent to resonate with surrounding weapons and is proficient in thousands of weapon types. This special talent enables him to unleash formidable power in battle. He is one of the known peak human powerhouses of the Douluo Continent, having co-founded the Path of the Sword Deity alongside the divine sword Liangyu. I wonder how this Sadros differs from the one in my game. Lin Xiao pondered as he tossed one of the Sadros figurines onto the ground. Boom. A burst of light erupted. A figure emerged from the radiance, clad in simple yet efficient swordsman attire, carrying an array of swords of varying shapes and lengths upon his back. However, his aura was not intimidating. This must be the pinnacle of swordsmanship, returning to simplicity. Lin Xiao mused. Sadros approached Lin Xiao, kneeling respectfully as he declared, "Sadros pays respects to the master. What a turn of events! You once tormented me countless times, and now you kneel before me?" Delight surged within Lin Xiao, a sense of vengeance fulfilled. "Sadros, what is your current strength?" he inquired, curious about the power of the peak figures from the dungeon fighter within the context of Douluo. To answer my master's question, my current strength is approximately equivalent to a level 95 title Douluo, Sadros replied. Lin Xiao understood this. After all, where did Soderos' rank lie? For a rare level figurine to grant Sadros a level 95 strength was already impressive. Moreover, Lin Xiao speculated that to summon a peak Sadros, the figurine would need to be of at least legendary or epic caliber. So, at level 95, how does your true combat power compare to a title Douluo? Who is stronger? Lin Xiao asked, his curiosity piqued. Sadros pondered for a moment before responding. To answer my master, one must engage in combat to discern the truth. Chapter 22. The arrival of the Serpent Spear Douluo. Indeed, without truly engaging in battle, one cannot comprehend the level of incompetence prevalent among the inhabitants of the Douluo Continent. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, instructing, "Please rest aside. I shall continue to open the jars." With that, Soderos, his sword slung across his back, stepped aside. Despite his hair and beard having turned completely white, giving him an appearance of great age, his posture remained impeccably straight, akin to a javelin. This time, surely I shall receive an upgrade scroll, Lin Xiao mused, as he brandished the lucky magic hammer and struck the 11th jar. Crack! The jar shattered, emitting a flickering violet glow. However, what emerged this time left Lin Xiao utterly speechless. Internally cursing, he thought, so the backpack detection function has activated again? Item: teleportation potion. Rarity: rare. Type: non-tradable. Description: with it, one can traverse to any location. Effect: upon use, one may designate any location for teleportation. Under normal circumstances, such an item would indeed be considered a valuable treasure, essential for evasion or escape. Yet, Lin Xiao felt that the appearance of this item was a squandered opportunity for an upgrade scroll. Opening another jar yielded yet another teleportation potion. After a series of 9 teleportation potions, Lin Xiao felt utterly disheartened. Curse that dog of a system, how can it be so ruthless? I refuse to believe the final 1-1T yields something worthwhile. The allure of opening jars was undeniable. Even when he was infuriated, he could not restrain himself from proceeding. What was the saying? The jars torment me 1,000 times, yet I treat the jars as my first love. Crack! The final jar also radiated a violet glow. At last, Lin Xiao beheld something that aligned with his desires. Upgrade scrolls, 2 of them. After much difficulty, they had finally appeared. Eagerly, Lin Xiao seized the upgrade scrolls and tore one open, only to face an unexpected turn of events. One was successfully torn, but the other remained intact. This meant that I must also hunt for soul rings to advance? Lin Xiao's thoughts crystallized into understanding. He could not help but sigh in disappointment, thinking he could ascend to godhood with the mere use of 99 upgrade scrolls. Now, it seemed prudent to rest and seek a location to hunt soul rings after the store closed tomorrow. Conveniently, the teleportation potions would serve a purpose, and with old Soderos accompanying him, danger should be minimal. As dawn broke, a new day emerged. Lin Xiao opened the store door, welcoming the warm morning light. Embracing the sunlight, he unconsciously remarked, Today is yet another day brimming with hope. Liena and Xiao must have informed the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall regarding yesterday's events. Such a miraculous occurrence should incite considerable stirrings. He pondered what the Spirit Hall's reaction would be, and who might come. Would it be the Chrysanthemum Douluo, the Ghost Douluo, or perhaps the Pope BBDong? The anticipation was palpable. As a lover of novels, Lin Xiao was eager to encounter these characters from the original story. Moreover, these individuals possessed wealth and power, undoubtedly making them prime candidates for jar openings. The store was now open. Just yesterday, someone had opened a soul bone here, and even a potion that fetched several tens of thousands of gold soul coins. What? One potion sold for tens of thousands of gold soul coins. How much had they spent? 100,000. Looking at it this way, it seemed like a loss. As the store opened, a crowd gathered, buzzing with excitement. Are you here to open jars? Please come in. Lin Xiao beckoned to those outside. We're just here to watch the excitement. The crowd outside wore somewhat sheepish expressions. Truth be told, they too wished to open jars. But the price of 100,000 gold soul coins was beyond the reach of most. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and a figure clad in battle armor entered the scene. The formidable aura emanating from him instilled fear, causing many to instinctively retreat. Some recognized the figure and could not help but exclaim, "That's the Serpent Spear Douluo. Your Excellency, it is an honor." The small shop must have gained quite the reputation to attract the title Douluo in person. The crowd was left in awe. Meanwhile, the Serpent Spear Douluo wore a solemn expression as he walked through the throng. In truth, he too was quite excited. After learning about the Lucky Jar Store's exploits the previous day, he had arranged matters overnight, even requesting the Ghost Leopard Douluo to cover for him. The jar shop was indeed as unremarkable as Liena and Xiao had described. The Serpent Spear Douluo reflected as he entered the store. The shop was modest, consisting solely of a counter, rocking chairs, and shelves. Behind the counter stood a young man, smiling as he regarded him. This must be the mysterious Lin, the proprietor. Not far from Lin, a peculiar figure with several swords strapped to his back caught his attention. How amusing! Not only does he sell jars, but he also sells swords, he quipped. Yet, as his words fell, a terrifying murderous intent surged from the emaciated elder. In an instant, the Serpent Spear Douluo felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Step by step, he retreated several paces under the overwhelming pressure, finally managing to steady himself. What a formidable sword intent! This is undoubtedly a powerful being. The Serpent Spear Douluo was left utterly astonished. A true expert reveals their prowess immediately. In an instant, he discerned that the frail-looking elder surpassed him in strength. Even more alarming was the sharpness of that aura, reminiscent of the Sword Douluo from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower school. However, he had met the Sword Douluo before, and this elderly figure was evidently not him. Was there another individual in the world as fearsome as the Sword Douluo? Friend, please don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. The Serpent Spear Douluo spoke with a dry voice. Old Soderos, do not be so intimidating. You might frighten our guest, Lin Xiao interjected with a cheerful demeanor. Attempting to diffuse the tension, Sadros complied, abruptly retracting his aura and reverting to the guise of an unassuming old man. However, the Serpent Spear Douluo was left nearly speechless. Such a terrifying powerhouse referred to this young man as his master? What was his true identity? The oversight lay in Liena and the others neglecting to inform the Serpent Spear Douluo about BBDong's instructions. Otherwise, he would not have dared to act so recklessly. After all, they were advised to treat the Pope's directives with utmost caution. The Serpent Spear Douluo had no reason to underestimate him. Nonetheless, in that moment, the Serpent Spear Douluo set aside all traces of disdain, regarding Lin Xiao with newfound reverence. After suppressing his astonishment, he stated, "Boss, I am here to open jars. However, I wish to know if there are items within that can enhance a martial soul's power." Of course, Lin Xiao replied with unwavering certainty. Not to mention, he had just opened an awakening scroll yesterday, an item capable of directly evolving a martial soul, perfectly aligning with the Serpent Spear Douluo's desires. Lin Xiao also understood the underlying reasons for the Serpent Spear Douluo's request. As a 92-rank title Douluo, the Serpent Spear's strength was not particularly formidable. In fact, later in the original narrative, he was even defeated by Yang Wudi of the Soul Douluo level, shattering the perception of title Douluo's battle capabilities. A true disgrace among title Douluos. Thus, his visit to the store was driven by a desire to alter his fate. Chapter 23. Your face is quite dark. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. The Snake Spear Douluo's face radiated with joy and anticipation. However, I must remind you that what appears in the jar is entirely a matter of luck. If fortune does not favor you, you may end up with nothing more than worthless scrap metal. Lin Xiao felt that the other party was overly optimistic and deemed it necessary to inform him of the potential outcomes. It would be unfortunate if he were to suffer a sudden spike in blood pressure upon receiving some subpar items. Rest assured, boss. I have a general understanding of the rules. Life and death are predestined, and wealth is in the hands of fate. I comprehend all of that. Let me give it a try, said the snake spear Douluo, producing a bag of gold soul coins and placing it on the counter. Seeing this, Lin Xiao ceased to refuse. After all, he was in the business of selling jars. It would not be prudent to jeopardize his own livelihood. After receiving the payment, Lin Xiao turned to the snake spear Douluo and inquired, "Have you chosen which jar you wish to open?" "I have. The 6th row, 6th jar. 6 is my lucky number. It will surely yield something good." The snake spear Douluo clearly had his own insights regarding jar openings. "Very well," Lin Xiao replied, retrieving the jar and placing it on the counter. "Simply use the hammer at your side to shatter the jar." "Understood." The snake spear Douluo nodded and brought the hammer down with a resounding thud. Crack! A flash of white light flickered, and a somewhat heavy object fell to the ground. "What is this?" Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. It was the first time someone had opened such a substantial item. In the midst of his confusion, the snake spear Douluo had already bent down to retrieve the object. With an expectant expression, he looked at Lin Xiao and exclaimed, "Boss, this appears to be a sword. What do you think? Is it powerful?" Lin Xiao redirected his gaze, only to be taken aback. It was a katana, covered in yellow rust. Item: rusty katana, level, ordinary, type, tradable, description, worthless scrap metal, nothing more to say. Effect: none. The katana's value was even less than that of a sky fruit. At least the latter could explode and make some noise. This was merely scrap iron, worth a single copper soul coin per pound. Lin Xiao mused silently. "Boss, what is wrong? Are you in shock? Does this sword perhaps hold some antique value? Is it worth something?" The snake spear Douluo was visibly excited. Among the aristocracy of the Tiando and Xinglua empires, there were indeed many collectors of antiquities. Some items, if they had aged, could fetch prices in the tens or even hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. However, that was not the case here. This sword is merely a rusted iron blade. You might as well take it to a blacksmith for polishing to keep it as a memento. If you can pass it down for 10 or 8 generations, it could be considered an antique. The reality was harsh, but Lin Xiao conveyed the truth. "What?" The snake spear Douluo's face expressed disbelief. "I spent 100,000 gold soul coins for a piece of worthless scrap metal? This script seems off. Wasn't it said that the jar's contents are guaranteed to be high quality? Shouldn't I easily receive enhancers, soul bones, or transformation outfits?" The snake spear Douluo stared blankly at the rusty katana in his hand, utterly speechless. Did he truly need to treat this sword as a family heirloom to recoup his losses? Do not be disheartened. This katana is currently the worst item to have been opened in my shop. It is unlikely that anything worse could appear. I believe that opening another jar will yield something of better quality, Lin Xiao gently reassured him. As a dedicated shopkeeper, he could not allow his client to lose confidence. "You are absolutely right, boss. Is it even possible for something worse to emerge?" "Absolutely not." The snake spear Douluo regained his composure and retrieved another 100,000 gold soul coins, stating, "Let me try again, this time the 8th row, 8th jar." 8 is an auspicious number. After accepting the payment, Lin Xiao silently placed the jar in front of the snake spear Douluo. Crack! The jar shattered, and once more, a flash of white light illuminated the space. A heavy object fell to the ground. Lin Xiao instantly noticed that the snake spear Douluo's breathing had quickened. When the snake spear Douluo picked up the fallen item, Lin Xiao's heart sank. He had underestimated the situation. What transpired was even worse than opening a rusty katana. He had opened 2 rusty katanas. Was this truly a case of double the misfortune? One could not deny that the snake spear Douluo's expression had turned quite grim. Could it be that Xiaoyu and Yin are playing a trick? The snake spear Douluo's countenance darkened further. Even as a titled Douluo with considerable standing and resources, it was still painful to watch 100,000 gold soul coins go to waste. Besides, 1 family heirloom was sufficient. Was there truly a need for 2? Would he then require a 3rd to reverse his fate? Lin Xiao's voice echoed ominously in the snake spear Douluo's ears. Yet this time, the snake spear Douluo hesitated. "Boss, we're back again." Just then, a commotion arose outside the shop. Following the sound, the snake spear Douluo saw Liena enter first, followed closely by Xiaoyu and Yin. "Oh, Elder, you're here too. Aren't you on duty today?" Liena queried with a puzzled expression. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd take a look. I also wanted to open a couple of jars. The snake spear Douluo replied in a relatively calm tone. The elder is opening jars too. I wonder what he has received? Yin asked curiously. This. The snake spear Douluo's expression shifted, inwardly cursing Yin for bringing up such an unfortunate subject. Surely it was those two swords? Liena's keen eyes immediately spotted the rusty long swords on the table. Indeed, the snake spear Douluo nodded stiffly. 200,000 gold soul coins had been spent on 2 pieces of scrap iron. And word of this might lead to ridicule from the likes of the porcupine Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo. This is simply too tragic. Liena and the others could clearly see how ordinary the swords were and instinctively distanced themselves from the snake spear Douluo. After all, having a dark face could be contagious. Meanwhile, the snake spear Douluo, observing their retreat, felt his face darken even further. Are you all here to open jars? Or just to spectate? At that moment, Lin Xiao stepped in to alleviate the awkwardness. Are you opening jars? Yesterday my brother opened 6. Today, if we open 4 more. That makes a perfect 10. As Liena spoke, she gestured for Xiao to step forward and neatly placed 4 boxes on the counter. I borrowed these from BBDong this morning. Wishing you all good fortune, Lin Xiao said as he accepted the payment. Following Xiao's lead and placing 4 jars on the counter, did they just go ahead and open them? The sight left the snake spear Douluo feeling anxious, his eyelids twitching. This was not a matter of 4,000 gold soul coins, or even 40,000. This was 400,000 gold soul coins. Were they truly so unbothered by the potential for loss? Chapter 24. The Battle of the Evil Moon and the Serpent Spear Douluo Elder. Might I borrow that hammer of yours for a moment? The Evil Moon gazed at the hammer held by the Serpent Spear Douluo. Ah, very well. The Serpent Spear Douluo, regaining his senses, willingly handed over the lucky magic hammer and stepped aside, eager to witness what the Evil Moon could conjure. With a series of crisp sounds, crack, 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 the 4 jars were shattered in an instant, each releasing a radiant white light. Yes, quite right, the Serpent Spear Douluo thought. Feeling a sense of balance restored within him. How comforting this sight is, the probability feels just right. However, his composure wavered as he took stock of the items. Why? None of them were rusted katanas? It seemed that the items conjured by the Evil Moon were all superior to his own. The Serpent Spear Douluo felt a sudden sense of imbalance. The first 3 containers yielded items well known to the Evil Moon, Liena and Yin. Each contained the little blue bottle of magical juice. Yet, the 4th jar, the double jar, revealed 2 capsules strikingly reminiscent of experience capsules. Oh, experience capsules? The Evil Moon and Yin wondered, puzzled. Liena, unable to grasp the situation, turned her gaze towards Lin Xiao, blinking her large eyes in inquiry. Boss, what are these? They seem different from experience capsules. Item, character proficiency capsule, level, common, type, non-tradable description. Transforms character proficiency experience into an increase in soul skill proficiency. Effect, upon use, grants profound insights into the application of soul skills. To think such a thing could be conjured. Lin Xiao recalled that in the dungeon game, character proficiency was tiered. Once reaching the maximum level, proficiency became akin to an experience bar, only increasing through defeating monsters. A higher level indirectly indicated a deeper understanding of the chosen profession. The character proficiency capsule, when used, functions similarly to experience capsules, enhancing the proficiency experience bar. In the game, such an item was seen as trivial. However, upon integrating with the unique elements of Douluo, this capsule appeared to possess considerable significance. After all, in this world, the ability to create unique soul skills existed. Only through profound comprehension of one's soul skills could alterations be made. Lin Xiao remembered that in the original story, Tang San's blue-silver spike was an example of such modifications. These 2 capsules, termed proficiency capsules, differed from experience capsules in that they enhanced one's understanding of soul skills. The extent of this enhancement would depend on one's innate comprehension. And Lin Xiao hesitated to speak too confidently, recalling the Serpent Spear Douluo's previous luck in conjuring 2 rusted katanas, an example that could easily lead to embarrassment. Should the Evil Moon's aptitude fall short, or if the efficacy of the proficiency capsules proved insufficient, he could be left with nothing to show for it, tarnishing his reputation. Hiss, the effect seems rather potent. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts racing. Enhancing soul skill proficiency? The Evil Moon was momentarily taken aback, yet his eyes soon sparkled with excitement. Without a hint of hesitation, he eagerly consumed both character proficiency capsules. Boom. In that instant, it felt as though a mysterious door had swung open within him. A wealth of concepts regarding the application of soul skills flooded his mind, continuously simulating and refining his soul skills. With each iteration 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, his understanding of the soul skills deepened further. Before long, the evil moon became utterly absorbed in this process, closing his eyes as if entranced by some profound revelation. Could it truly be so mystical? Who among them had ever enhanced their soul skills and insights without rigorous practice? How could the evil moon, standing still, elevate his understanding of his martial spirit? Such a notion was hard to believe. Only Liena and the others seemed willing to accept it. I suspect the evil moon has ingested some hallucinogenic substance. The serpent spear Douluo believed he had uncovered the truth. Though it felt like an eternity, only a few seconds had passed. The evil moon opened his eyes again, a flicker of brilliance flashing within them. He stood there transformed. The difference between his closed-eyed state and the moment he opened them was stark. Perhaps he had been so enraptured by the environment that he hadn't fully emerged from it. The serpent spear Douluo observed the evil moon closely, detecting a change in his demeanor. "Brother, how do you feel? Are you well?" Liena sensed a shift in her brother, though she couldn't articulate what was different. It was familiar yet tinged with something strange. "Boss, I feel as if my mind has been flooded with insights regarding soul skills. Are these revelations genuine? Or merely figments of my imagination?" The evil moon, brimming with excitement and uncertainty, turned to Lin Xiao, seeking validation. If these insights were real, the implications would be staggering. In mere seconds, he felt he had traversed years in understanding. His grasp of soul skills had undergone a dramatic transformation. The difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. Yet, the true delight lay in his newfound comprehension of his self-created soul skill, Round Moon, which had undergone a metamorphosis. Reflecting on it now, what had Round Moon been before? Merely a flashy gimmick. I have never experienced it. How could I know what insights it entailed? Lin Xiao mused inwardly, maintaining an air of calm as he advised. Remember this. Practice yields truth. Whether the insights are genuine or mere illusions will be revealed through testing. Test it? The evil moon glanced left and right, feeling somewhat troubled. If his insights were indeed authentic, neither Liena nor Yin could withstand his strike. It might even harm them. Moreover, this was a small establishment, not a training ground. Should he inadvertently damage something, it would surely displease the owner. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo recognized the evil moon's dilemma. How about this? I too wish to see what you've comprehended. Why not direct your efforts towards me? Rest assured, I will control my strength, even if I strike you. Nothing in this shop will be damaged. The serpent spear Douluo felt confident facing a level 50 soul master, eager to ascertain whether the evil moon's claims held any merit. "Boss, is that all right?" The evil moon turned to Lin Xiao with a questioning gaze. Lin Xiao shrugged, indifferent, stating that any damage would simply be compensated at market value. Very well. The evil moon stepped back 2 paces. Seriousness etched on his face as he addressed the serpent spear Douluo. "Elder, you should unleash your martial spirit." "Unleash my martial spirit? Given my strength, even a typical soul king would merely be crushed by my pure soul power and physique," the serpent spear Douluo replied confidently. "Even you. Should you wish for me to unleash my martial spirit in response, ought to wait until you become a soul king before making such requests." Chapter 25. The improved self-created soul skill. Be cautious. "I shall unleash my full strength now," Xiao declared, his soul power surging as the moon blade materialized in his hand, his expression grave and intense, radiating a sharp brilliance. In the next moment, without employing a soul ring, he uttered a sharp command. "Crescent moon." "Crescent moon? What sort of skill is that? Shouldn't it be full moon instead?" Not only the onlookers, but even his younger sister, Liena, had never heard of such a soul skill. However, in the following instant, they bore witness to the true essence of the crescent moon. Before their eyes, Xiao's figure vanished completely. Even the sunlight seemed to fade away. The interior of the shop plunged into darkness. Yet, as confusion gripped the crowd, a sudden flash of silver light erupted. They soon discerned a silver crescent moon, slicing through the air with astonishing ferocity towards the serpent spear Douluo. Swift, formidable, and indomitable, these were the sentiments shared by all regarding this crescent. Even Liena and Yin contemplated how they might respond if faced with such a relentless strike. It was too rapid and too fierce. Even if they summoned all their strength, it would be arduous to withstand. The allure of their powers hadn't even manifested yet, and they might be cleaved in two. Liena sighed inwardly. Was this truly the might of their leader? If the previous transformation into the blazing phoenix had unleashed such a devastating blow, she feared she would find it nearly impossible to defend herself. Unless one were a defense-type soul sage, it would be wise to evade its edge. Yin was equally astounded. However, the one most taken aback was the serpent spear Douluo, who experienced it firsthand. How can this young man be so extraordinary? Such offensive power? Can a soul master truly exhibit this? Even a soul emperor would struggle to match it. It appeared he had underestimated this youth. Without employing his martial soul, it was indeed challenging to counter. Break from me. With a cold snort, the serpent spear Douluo summoned a lance, gripping it firmly with both hands as he thrust it toward Xiao. There was no question, he had misspoken. Yet, facing Xiao's strike, he had no alternative but to meet it head-on. Boom! The crescent moon collided with the lance, emitting a blinding flash and a potent surge of soul power. The overwhelming force forced both Liena and Xiao to stagger back several steps. Humph! Nearby, Soderos let out a cold grunt. An invisible sword energy erupted from him, containing the soul power fluctuations, compressing all force between Xiao and the serpent spear Douluo. The pressure suddenly diminished, prompting Liena and Yin to notice the presence of this powerful elder. Merely the aura he exuded could suppress the residual battle energies from both her brother and the serpent spear Douluo, indicating that this elder was likely a title Douluo-level figure. Having seen the world, Liena could roughly discern the elder's strength. Do not be alarmed. This is old Suo, my servant, Lin Xiao explained upon noticing their apprehension. Soderos made no move to refute this. A servant? Such a powerful being willingly serves? The clarification only deepened Liena and Yan's astonishment. It confirmed the Pope's conjecture. This enigmatic proprietor's strength surpassed everyone's imagination. Bang! At that moment, the fluctuations of soul power dissipated entirely. Xiao and the serpent spear Douluo reappeared before the crowd. Xiao appeared pale, evidently drained, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly satisfied with the power he had unleashed from the newly comprehended crescent moon. Meanwhile, the serpent spear Douluo stood in the center with a grim expression, his countenance shifting from dark to ashen. Brother, how shall we determine the victor here? Liena inquired curiously, her large eyes wide with wonder. Clearly, the one clad in armor has lost. He summoned his martial soul. Had this youth not shown mercy, you would have been cleaved in twain, came a chilling voice. Soderos spoke. What? Surely not, Yin exclaimed, unable to believe it. The serpent spear Douluo had summoned his martial soul and still failed to defend himself? See for yourselves. As Soderos' words fell, a peculiar sound echoed through the air. Crack! The crowd turned to find a fissure suddenly appearing on the cold iron armor worn by the serpent spear Douluo. Did the boss truly create that crack? Yin gasped in disbelief. Indeed, I have lost. I underestimated you. Xiao, you are truly one of the most exceptional talents within our spirit hall generation, the serpent spear Douluo admitted, his expression shifting as he ultimately expressed admiration. The acknowledgement of defeat from the serpent spear Douluo left Liena astonished and curious. Brother, when did you master such a formidable soul skill without telling me? She had never guessed that Xiao harbored such a powerful technique after spending so many years together. I have not concealed anything from you, Xiao replied. This is a soul skill I created after consuming those 2 proficiency capsules. Recently comprehended? The crowd was taken aback. Was self-created soul skill comprehension truly that effortless? To be precise, I modified the full moon. I had once fallen into a trap, striving for perfection in my full moon, pursuing a balance of offense, defense, and speed. Looking back, that notion was naive, one might even say foolish. To consider self-created soul skills as foolishness, where should I hide my old face? The serpent spear Douluo thought grumpily. Then, Xiao continued, even soul masters are categorized into offense, support, and control. As an offense-type soul master, what perfection should I pursue? Offense is paramount, hence I relinquished the defensive capabilities inherent in the full moon. Thus, the full moon transformed into the crescent moon, but its offensive power doubled. I owe my ability to reach this stage to Boss Lin, who provided me with this opportunity. Without the profound insights from those 2 proficiency capsules, I would not have achieved this. When Xiao looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes brimmed with gratitude. Do not thank me, if anyone deserves thanks. It is your good fortune, Lin Xiao replied humbly. I do not produce opportunities, I merely transport them. Boss Lin, you are truly modest. In everyone's hearts. The jars were crafted by Lin Xiao. What abilities they possessed were bestowed by him. Truly a miraculous occurrence. The serpent spear Douluo couldn't help but silently admire. He now believed wholeheartedly and felt a strong yearning for the proficiency capsules. If he could attain a powerful soul skill akin to Xiaoyu's, he could shed the reputation of being the least accomplished among the titled Douluo. So, do any of you wish to open another 2 jars? Lin Xiao inquired. Turning to Liena and Yin. Liena bit her lip. Thank you for your kindness, but we must take our leave for now. Oh, you are leaving so soon? Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that either Yin or Liena would choose to open jars. Yes, my brother has reached level 50 in soul power. We are off to hunt for soul rings and to complete a task assigned by our teacher, which also serves as a form of training. Upon completing this training, the teacher will reward each of us with 1,000,000 gold soul coins. At that point, I shall return to open jars. I see. Upon hearing Liena's words, Lin Xiao understood, thinking to himself, this is a good thing. 20 jars are reserved. After seeing Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin exit the shop, Lin Xiao turned his attention back to the serpent spear Douluo. Will you be opening jars as well? Chapter 26. The Soul Amplifier. Is there still a chance to open the jars? The answer is an emphatic yes. The serpent spear Douluo gritted his teeth and placed 3 boxes on the counter. Open them, and bring me 3 more jars. As the evil moon activated the capsule for character proficiency, he instantly gained profound insights into the application of soul skills, igniting a flicker of hope within him. If he could also create such powerful soul skills, even if his martial spirit could not grow stronger, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Suddenly, he felt as if the path ahead had widened. Collecting the money, Lin Xiao placed the jars favored by the serpent spear Douluo on the table. With a decisive clink, the serpent spear Douluo wasted no time and shattered all 3 jars at once. As the jars broke open, 3 items clattered to the ground. No way. This is so bleak, Lin Xiao exclaimed inwardly. The serpent spear Douluo appeared struck by lightning, his expression blank. The 3 rusted katanas lying on the ground were painfully conspicuous, as if mocking him. Brother, with such luck, perhaps you should reconsider opening jars? Boss, I suspect you once ran a blacksmith shop, selling me all your unsold blades. The serpent spear Douluo's gaze was filled with resentment. 200,000 plus 300,000. In an instant, 500,000 gold soul coins exchanged for 5 rusted katanas. What a bloodbath. Humph. Soderos snorted, one hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. A powerful aura erupting immediately. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intensely on the serpent spear Douluo. I warn you. Be mindful of your tone when addressing the master. Don't misunderstand. The serpent spear Douluo was startled. Hastily waving his hands in self-defense, I meant no disrespect to the boss. He sensed the formidable power of the frail elder before him. The strength was beyond his capacity to contend with. In fact, he felt that even the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo alone would not stand a chance against this elder. All right, old Soderos, no need to be so fierce. Lin Xiao patted Soderos' shoulder, signaling him to relax, then turned to the serpent spear Douluo and said, your situation is one I have never encountered before. You must have seen how Evil Moon fared here. It's not to say the items obtained were spectacular, but at least they served some purpose. Yet, in your case, it has truly hit rock bottom. 5 jars, 5 katanas, what an outrageous stroke of bad luck. Don't look at me with such innocence. I am already contemplating whether to sell you any more jars. Such circumstances could tarnish the reputation of my humble shop. What? Because of my bad luck, you don't want to sell me jars anymore? Does that leave me with no hope for redemption? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the serpent spear Douluo immediately panicked. All grievances vanished, replaced by a hopeful smile. Boss, please don't abandon me. I believe we can still salvage this. Lin Xiao shook his head. No. I feel you are beyond saving. ISNT, there is saying displayed outside your shop. Create joy with money. My luck has been poor, but I can make up for it with money. Surely, quantity can lead to quality. As he spoke, the serpent spear Douluo retrieved a spatial soul guiding device from his robe, waving his hand to reveal 5 boxes on the counter. Boss, here are 500,000 gold soul coins. Please give me another chance. Sell me 5 more jars, and I am confident I can turn my fortunes around. Lin Xiao regarded the serpent spear Douluo thoughtfully, and finally conceded. All right, since you are so earnest, I shall sell you 5 more jars. Thank you, boss. You are truly a kind-hearted person. The serpent spear Douluo expressed his gratitude fervently. Now, you better make it count and open something worthwhile. Lin Xiao replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. This scene oddly resembled a father hoping for his son to achieve greatness. Yes, yes. The serpent spear Douluo nodded earnestly. Determination etched on his face. With a series of cracks, the 5 jars were smashed in one go. Perhaps it was the courage born from desperation. Or perhaps fortune was finally smiling upon him. The serpent spear Douluo managed to unveil something extraordinary this time. Magical fruit juice, magical fruit juice, magical fruit juice. The contents of the first few jars barely caught Lin Xiao's attention. However, the 5th jar emitted a radiant purple glow, revealing 2 items strikingly similar to amplifiers. The only difference was that while the amplifiers were blue, these were purple. Item: amplifier, grade, rare, type, non-tradable, description, enhancements to strength, stamina, spirit, and intellect attributes are transformed into amplifications for the martial spirit. Effect: upon use, it enhances the martial spirit. The higher the amplification level, the greater the enhancement multiplier. Note: as the amplification level increases, the success rate decreases. After reaching 3, there is a risk of losing amplification levels. After 10, there is a danger of the martial spirit shattering. Boss, how about this? ISNT the purple glow remarkable? I haven't lost out this time, right? The serpent spear Douluo gazed at Lin Xiao with eager anticipation. Truth be told, he felt quite anxious. He had seen the previous jars. They either contained capsules used by Evil Moon or were of little interest. After such a string of disappointments, he could only hope that the product from the jar glowing purple would turn his fortunes around. What was the first question you asked me when you entered the shop? Lin Xiao suddenly inquired. I asked if there was a possibility of finding treasures within the jars that could strengthen martial spirits. Wait, didn't you just say this item is exactly that? The serpent spear Douluo exclaimed, shocked, as he held the 2 amplifiers, his hands trembling. Congratulations. You have finally struck lucky this time. You can now have your wishes fulfilled. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. The items in your hands are called amplifiers. They share effects similar to the enhancers. While enhancers strengthen soul rings, extending their lifespan, amplifiers enhance the martial spirit, making it more formidable, amplifying the martial spirit, making it stronger. A divine artifact. Truly worth it. This 1 million gold soul coins is incredibly worthwhile. The serpent spear Douluo's eyes gleamed with fervor, overwhelmed with excitement. At this moment, Lin Xiao added with a hint of caution, however, I must remind you of one thing. After reaching amplification 3, signs of failure may arise, causing a drop in martial spirit amplification levels. Should you exceed amplification 10, there is a risk of the martial spirit exploding, leading to its complete disappearance. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the serpent spear Douluo calmed down significantly, only to break into a wry smile. Boss, do you believe that with my luck, I could ever hope to reach amplification 10? If I could truly amplify to 10, I would never touch amplification again. However, Lin Xiao shook his head and replied slowly, don't be so lacking in confidence. Achieving amplification 10 is merely a matter of acquiring 10 amplifiers. Furthermore, if you can unveil amplifiers, it's also possible to discover amplification scrolls. A single 10 amplification scroll could instantly fulfill your aspirations. Amplification scroll? Such treasures exist? Lin Xiao's words were irresistibly enticing, igniting a fervor in the heart of the serpent spear Douluo. Moreover, in addition to amplifying martial spirits, if one desires to strengthen their martial spirit, the jars also contain awakening scrolls that can facilitate martial spirit evolution. Hiss. Martial spirit awakening evolution. The serpent spear Douluo was once again astounded, for Lin Xiao's words were increasingly more astonishing. Chapter 27. The transformation of the serpent spear. Do you not wish to experience the effects of the amplifier? Lin Xiao's voice roused the serpent spear Douluo from his astonishment. While Lin Xiao had often dealt with amplifying weapons, witnessing the augmentation of a martial spirit was a first for him. Unambiguously, he was eager to observe the outcome. Indeed. Let us give it a try. The serpent spear Douluo contemplated, extending his right hand, wherein a miniature version of the serpent spear levitated. As the amplifier drew near the martial spirit, something extraordinary transpired. Under Lin Xiao's watchful gaze, the diminutive serpent spear was absorbed into the amplifier. The center of the amplifier swirled with a black vortex, producing a series of metallic clinks that resonated throughout the shop. It was truly marvelous, Lin Xiao mused silently. Was the amplification commencing? The serpent spear Douluo was equally shaken. Though only a fleeting moment had passed, merely 2 to 3 seconds, an announcement echoed within his mind. Congratulations, amplification successful. Amplification successful? From initiation to conclusion, the serpent spear Douluo felt no peculiar sensation. Instinctively, doubts began to cloud his mind. Was this amplifier genuinely effective? Could it be that this enigmatic shopkeeper was deceiving him? Retrieving his martial spirit, a miraculous scene unfolded. The miniature serpent spear floated back from the amplifier, landing once more in the serpent spear Douluo's hand. Meanwhile, the enhanced amplifier dissipated into a radiant glow. Yet, the serpent spear Douluo paid little heed to this. The bewilderment in his eyes gradually transformed into sheer astonishment. Though he had yet to wield the serpent spear, his profound understanding of martial spirits allowed him to instantly recognize that his martial spirit had indeed changed. Power, speed, intensity, and penetration had all seen remarkable enhancements, approximately a 10% increase. Good heavens! It was utterly incredible. Upon arriving at this conclusion, the serpent spear Douluo was exhilarated, not due to the modesty of the enhancement, but rather the magnitude of the improvement. One must not underestimate that 10%. It is essential to note that below level 95, the disparity in soul power between each rank is merely around 20%. This 10% could sufficiently bridge the gap created by the lesser age of the serpent spear Douluo's soul rings, making him competitive with his peers among the title Douluo. This 10% could elevate the serpent spear Douluo to the same echelon as the likes of ghost leopard Douluo, spiny porcupine, and demon bear. Beyond the enhancement of power, he sensed a rise in his upper limits. The serpent spear Douluo discovered yet another astonishing revelation. Indeed, this was the case. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters are fundamentally reliant on their martial spirits. The might of one's martial spirit dictates the heights one can reach. The notion of a worthless martial spirit is but a fallacy. Only a lackluster soul master can be deemed ineffectual. True high-ranking soul masters are well aware that the theories espoused by Yu Xiaojiang are little more than a jest. One must ask, among the world's foremost soul masters, whose martial spirit is feeble, only a powerful martial spirit can determine the limits of cultivation. Should one doubt this, a glimpse at the Haotian sect will suffice. The title of the world's foremost weapon martial spirit is not awarded without merit, as every sect boasts its own cadre of title Douluo. Onward. There must be more. Glancing at another amplifier in his possession, the serpent spear Douluo, now tasting the sweetness of success, could hardly restrain his eagerness. Once more, he initiated the amplification, and predictably, "Congratulations, amplification successful," resonated in his mind again. The serpent spear Douluo was filled with anticipation for the extent of this enhancement. Upon grasping the serpent spear, he could no longer contain his excitement. This time, is it another 20% increase? That would mean an overall amplification of 30%. Good heavens! Surely, I cannot be dreaming. The serpent spear Douluo was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had initially thought that a further 10% increase would be the limit. Who could have anticipated such a doubling effect? With a 30% increase in martial spirit strength, the soul rings and soul skills would only serve to magnify this enhancement further. According to the serpent spear Douluo's estimations, the actual boost to his combat power would lie somewhere between 40 to 50%. What does this signify? It implies that he could now contend with title Douluo of level 93, and perhaps even engage a level 94 title Douluo. The disparity was truly staggering. The serpent spear Douluo had never envisioned reaching such heights. How do you feel? Lin Xiao inquired with a smile. Observing the look of astonishment on the serpent spear Douluo's face, it was evident that he had gained considerable benefits. Excellent, truly splendid. Since becoming a title Douluo, I have finally realized my long-held aspirations. Unbeknownst to him, the serpent spear Douluo's eyes glimmered with unshed tears of joy. Yet, he looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude and asked, "Boss, may I open 10 more jars?" As he spoke, the serpent spear Douluo produced 2 more spatial soul guide devices from his bosom. Undoubtedly, the jars contained at least 1,000,000 gold soul coins. That is not permissible, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head slowly. Each customer is limited to purchasing 10 jars per week. This is the policy of our establishment. Boss, please do not be so heartless. I can pay more. 20,000 gold soul coins per jar. What do you say? The serpent spear Douluo, having tasted the thrill of enhancement, was unwilling to conclude matters so simply. The exhilaration of power elevation rendered him insatiable. Not even for you, nor for the Pope of the Spirit Hall, can this rule be bent. You have exhausted your weekly quota and must await the next week, Lin Xiao stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Alas, I have been greedy, the serpent spear Douluo lamented, as though doused with cold water, awakening to reality. Boss, I must express my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would never have fulfilled my aspirations. His voice brimmed with appreciation. Lin Xiao, however, was modest, reiterating, "There is no need for thanks. This is merely your fortune. Shall I return next week?" "Always welcome," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, bidding farewell to the serpent spear Douluo. As the serpent spear Douluo stepped outside the shop, he attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Ordinarily, when someone finishes opening jars, inquiries about their gains would follow immediately. However, in the face of the serpent spear Douluo, the crowd instinctively hesitated, even silencing their voices. There was no other reason. Those unfamiliar with the serpent spear Douluo feared his aura, while those who recognized him dreaded his status and strength. The presence of a title Douluo is not one that anyone can approach. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a graceful figure lingered at the back of the crowd. Tall and slender, her attire was simple yet perfectly fitted, exuding an air of elegance. Her features could not be deemed exceptionally beautiful, but rather possessed a certain charm. At first glance, she appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding grace and intellect, while a closer inspection revealed the vitality of an 18-year-old. Upon further contemplation, one might even discern the allure of a 38-year-old. At this moment, her autumn-like eyes followed the departing silhouette of the serpent spear Douluo. A hint of a smile gracing her lips. She murmured softly, although she long remains the same, his demeanor has undergone a remarkable transformation. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has been reborn. His strength must have significantly increased as well. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Lucky magic jar shop. I hope you do not disappoint this empress. Chapter 28. BBDong. I wish to open 10. If anyone were to overhear this self-reference from a woman, they would undoubtedly be struck with astonishment. In the entire Douluo Continent, it is likely that only the Pope residing in the Hall of Spirits in Wuhuan City would dare to claim such a title. Indeed, this woman is none other than BBDong in disguise. Her status is exceedingly unique, providing her with ample reasons to avoid appearing openly in the jar shop. However, after witnessing the results of the jars opened by Xiao and others, her curiosity was piqued, and she yearned to experience it for herself. Thus, she had to adopt this particular guise for the time being. Welcome. Upon noticing someone entering the shop, Lin Xiao displayed a courteous yet graceful smile. To his surprise, the small shop had finally welcomed a female customer. She possessed a tall stature and donned a fitting dress that exuded both sensuality and elegance. Her exquisite features were lightly adorned with makeup, which added a certain charm. Conversely, when BBDong beheld Lin Xiao, she could not help but pause momentarily. In terms of appearance, Lin Xiao was not overly handsome but rather appealing in a subtle manner. Yet, his demeanor imparted an aura of profound mystery to BBDong. As he was inscrutable to her, few individuals on the Douluo Continent could evoke such a feeling of enigma, and this mysterious shopkeeper undoubtedly belonged to that rare category. If her intuition were correct, he might be akin to figures such as Qin Daolu or Poseidon. At this moment, BBDong reaffirmed her previous speculation and returned a polite smile to Lin Xiao, saying, "Hello." As she spoke, her gaze began to survey the shop's modest arrangements. Quite impressive. It was just as Xiao and who Liena had described, simple yet charming. However, what they had failed to mention was the presence of an elderly man beside the enigmatic owner. Unconsciously, BBDong's eyes lingered a bit longer on Sadros, who bore several long swords on his back. Sadros, sensing her gaze, glanced back at her. Accompanying that exchange was an overwhelmingly fierce and sharp aura. It was the essence of swordsmanship. It was known that Sadros was renowned as the sword god within the underground city's gaming realm, possessing a remarkably high level of skill. A mere gesture, a fleeting glance, or a thought infused with sword intent was trivial for him. Moreover, another legendary swordsman, Liang Yu, had left behind branches imbued with his sword energy, transforming them into powerful epic artifacts. Such formidable sword intent. Was there anyone else on the Douluo Continent, apart from sword Douluo Xin, with such piercing prowess? BBDong's heart trembled. Yet, she quickly dismissed her thoughts. No, sword Douluo Xin could only barely be compared. Indeed, just a single glance was enough for her to conclude that this oddly dressed elder possessed combat strength that surpassed even sword Douluo Xin. Might I inquire if you wish to open a jar? Lin Xiao's voice resonated once more, shattering the tranquility of the moment. BBDong redirected her gaze to Lin Xiao and nodded earnestly. Indeed, I have come to open jars. Before arriving, I familiarized myself with the rules to some extent. So I shall begin with the first one in the first row and open 10 jars in total. Of course, she did not forget the shop's regulations. Payment was to be made prior to opening the jars. Lin Xiao watched as the woman retrieved 1 million gold soul coins from 2 spatial soul guide devices. In that instant, he realized that this woman's identity was likely quite extraordinary. Please hold on. After collecting the payment, a smile graced Lin Xiao's face. He relished the feeling of a straightforward transaction. Soon, 10 jars were neatly arranged on the counter. Without hesitation, BBDong extended her delicate, snow-white hand, grasping the lucky magic hammer at the edge of the counter, and began striking the jars one by one. Magic fruit juice. Magic fruit juice. Magic fruit juice. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao inwardly mused, "What a coincidence. Just now I sent away a person burdened with a rusty warrior's sword curse. Is another customer here to open magic fruit juice?" However, it must be said that despite this, the woman did not exhibit any signs of dissatisfaction. Her demeanor and composure left Lin Xiao genuinely impressed. Who says women are inferior to men? This lady before him was proving that she was every bit as capable on the path of jar opening. Finally, as she reached the sixth jar, something different emerged, a blue hue. She had unlocked a high-grade item. Lin Xiao's curiosity was piqued as he observed a shell, the size of an infant's fist, tumble from the jar. Simultaneously, information regarding the item materialized. Item: sleep shell meat. Level: high grade. Type: tradable. Description: delicious shell meat that induces immediate sleep upon consumption. Effect: upon use, the individual will instantly enter a state of slumber, restoring soul power and healing injuries. What is this? BBDong could not contain her intrigue upon finally uncovering something unique. Sleep shell meat. Its flavor should be delightful, and it can restore one's soul power, heal wounds, and grant a pleasant dream. Not even external attacks would rouse you, Lin Xiao explained. Hee, are you jesting, boss? BBDong chuckled, genuinely amused. Who can possibly sleep through an attack? Wouldn't that be akin to sleeping one's life away? Believe it or not, you will find out when you try it for yourself. Lin Xiao confidently replied. He recalled that in the game, using sleep shell meat would induce an instant slumber far more rapid than simply laying one's head down, with a sleep quality surpassing even the most carefree of souls. Additionally, beyond restoring energy and health, it possessed a hidden attribute, invincibility. Those in a state of sleep would remain undisturbed by external factors, awakening only when they chose to do so. Could it truly be that miraculous? If what you say is true, I shall return weekly to open 10 jars. BBDong was taken aback, her belief strengthening. She spoke no empty words. For many, 100,000 gold soul coins might seem astronomical, but for BBDong it was not. If 100,000 or even 1,000,000 gold soul coins could procure a peaceful slumber, she deemed it worthwhile. After all, she could scarcely remember the last time she had enjoyed a restful sleep. Each night, as sleep beckoned, terrifying memories would surge forth from the depths of her mind. Qian Xuanji, Yu Xiaojiang, even the Rakshasa god, transforming into nightmares that tormented her. After all these years, she was truly weary. She desperately longed for a good night's sleep to unwind. Lin Xiao smiled. Then let us await the outcome. It seems my little shop shall gain a steady customer. BBDong's lips curled into a slight smile as she lifted the lucky magic hammer once more, shattering the remaining 4 jars in succession. This time, fortune appeared to be on her side. The first 2 jars gleamed with white light, while the last 2 radiated purple brilliance, one of which was a double jar. Lin Xiao remarked to BBDong, 2 rare items and 2 ordinary ones. This seems a significant improvement over the previous results. Chapter 29. A broken blade worth 10,000 soul coins? Indeed, fortune has smiled upon me. Boss, could you assist me in examining what has been unearthed? At this moment, BBDong's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this scene were to be witnessed by Liena, Xiaoyu, Zhu, and Ghost Douluo, it would undoubtedly leave them utterly astounded. Is this truly our aloof pope? Her facade has crumbled. Of course, every individual possesses multiple facets. At this moment, BBDong reveals a side she has long concealed from others. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao began inspecting the items that had fallen from the jars. Item slot expansion scroll. Grade: rare. Type: non-transferable. Description: transforms the item slot expansion into a spatial soul guide spatial enhancement. Effect: upon use, it increases the designated spatial soul guide's capacity by 50%. Item: Skytree fruit. Grade: common. Type: non-transferable. Description: fruits abundantly produced by the Skytree. Beware, they may explode. Effect: upon use, the fruit detonates, incapacitating targets within its vicinity. Item: skill proficiency capsule. Grade: common. Type: non-transferable. Description: converts character proficiency experience into soul skill proficiency enhancement. Effect: upon use, one gains profound insights into the application of soul skills. Item: teleportation potion. Grade: rare. Type: non-transferable. Description: with this, one can travel anywhere. Effect: upon use, it allows for teleportation to any specified location. Noticing BBDong's curious expression, Lin Xiao gestured towards the scroll. First, let us discuss this scroll. Known as the item slot expansion scroll. Upon use, it can augment the space of your designated spatial soul guide by 50%. The capacity of the soul guide expands by 50%? Such a thing can be obtained? BBDong was momentarily taken aback. For the spatial soul guide she carried was among the most elite in Douluo Continent. It was undoubtedly among the largest in capacity, valued at no less than 1,000,000 soul coins. An increase of even 10% in such a soul guide would significantly elevate its worth. Thus, the value of this item slot expansion scroll alone could cover her expenses for this venture, and then some. A considerable profit indeed. No wonder Xiao and the others claim that opening jars is addictive. This is truly exhilarating. BBDong mused internally, maintaining a composed demeanor as she nodded. Quite impressive. And what of this fruit? Is it also edible? As she spoke, BBDong picked up the sky tree fruit, scrutinizing it closely. It appeared rather unattractive, lacking in roundness, and had an awkward charm. This fruit is explosive. Consuming it could be fatal, dear lady. Lin Xiao sighed in exasperation, shaking his head. What you hold is known as the sky tree fruit. The sky tree? BBDong's curiosity piqued further. In her recollections, there were no records of any sky trees. Yet the name sounded rather poetic, didn't it? You need not concern yourself with the nature of the sky tree. Just know that this fruit is not for consumption and is, in fact, explosive. Explosive fruit. Indeed. Explosive fruit sounds intriguing. I shall experiment with it when I return. BBDong tucked the sky tree fruit away and turned her attention to another item, her brow slightly furrowing. This capsule resembles the experience capsules that circulate outside, yet seems somewhat different. Upon seeing the capsule, she felt a surge of excitement. An increase of 10% in the current soul power level cap would be immensely enticing for her, even though she was a prodigy blessed with dual martial souls. Her soul power growth had notably slowed after reaching level 90. After level 95, the pace of enhancement had diminished drastically. Gaining a single level now took years. Thus, the experience capsules and enhancers were her true objectives for this journey. However, she soon noticed subtle differences in the colors of the two capsules, prompting her to inquire. Indeed, they differ. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, explaining, the capsule you have discovered is called the proficiency capsule. Upon consumption, it will grant you profound insights into the application of soul skills. What? Insights into soul skill application can be acquired through a capsule? BBDong's face registered shock. This was indeed contrary to common understanding. One must realize that the mastery and comprehension of soul skills differ from mere enhancement of soul power. While soul power can be augmented by external means, the understanding and application of soul skills can only be refined through countless battles and experiences. This process is undeniably lengthy. Some individuals may go their entire lives without fully mastering their soul skills. Yet now, someone claims that such mastery can be achieved through this small capsule. May I give it a try? BBDong hesitated before deciding to personally experience whether this item was as miraculous as the shopkeeper claimed. Of course, feel free. The items are yours to utilize as you see fit. Lin Xiao gestured invitingly. Without further ado, BBDong opened her lips, took the proficiency capsule, and placed it in her mouth. Within mere seconds, astonishment flickered in her eyes. The effects of the potion must be kicking in. Lin Xiao had witnessed Xiao consume it before, and the expression on this woman's face mirrored that of Xiao's. He chose not to interrupt. He eagerly anticipated the changes that would manifest once she regained consciousness. Meanwhile, the snake spear Douluo had returned to the spirit hall. However, rather than retreating to his quarters, he made his way to the headquarters of the Holy Hall's guard. After all, it was his duty today, and the ghost leopard Douluo was still on duty. Finally back. Did you acquire what you desired from that mysterious jar shop? From a distance, upon seeing the snake spear Douluo return clad in black, the cold-faced ghost leopard could not suppress his disdainful tone. To him, spending 100,000 soul coins on a jar was an act of folly. He could scarcely believe that one could obtain power-enhancing items from such jars. Throughout the history of Douluo Continent, he had never heard of such occurrences. There were a few minor complications, but the outcome was quite satisfactory. The snake spear Douluo recalled the gains from this journey, his face beaming with delight. Just imagining the enhancement of his power made him wonder how astonished ghost leopard Douluo would be upon learning of it. What did you obtain? Well, these are the items I could bring back. As he spoke, the snake spear Douluo dropped several rusted swords onto the ground, producing a clattering sound. Ghost leopard Douluo was taken aback. What do these swords signify? Did you rob a blacksmith shop? He said, picking up one of the long swords with suspicion. Then, Gripping the hilt with one hand and pinching the blade with the other, he applied slight pressure. Snap! It broke. Ghost Leopard was dumbfounded. The quality of this sword was inferior to those sold at 5 copper soul coins each. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Shilong wouldn't he be attempting to use these broken blades to frame me? Would he? P.S. For those who have not voted, please do so. For those who have, a favorable review would be greatly appreciated. I shall continue writing another chapter. Thank you. Chapter 30. The Serpent Spear challenges the Ghost Leopard. Scaring off BBDong Ghost Leopard, how could you possibly break that knife? Exclaimed the Serpent Spear Douluo in astonishment. The commemorative item worth 100,000 gold soul coins. Gone. Hearing this, Ghost Leopard Douluo retorted irritably. What are you yelling about? How was I to know this knife was so fragile? Besides, it's not a valuable item. I'll compensate you for it. Not valuable? I spent 100,000 gold soul coins to retrieve this knife from a jar. The face of Serpent Spear Douluo darkened. How much? 100,000 gold soul coins? Why don't you just go and rob someone instead? 100,000 gold soul coins could buy you a mine, let alone this broken knife. Ghost Leopard Douluo was certain that this fellow was not merely trying to provoke him. Rather, he seemed to be foolish. Who in their right mind would spend 100,000 gold soul coins on a knife that could be snapped with a mere flick? No. It wasn't just one knife. It was many knives. This meant that several 100,000 gold soul coins had been wasted. I assure you. It was indeed 100,000 gold soul coins. I am not deceiving you. Serpent Spear Douluo insisted vehemently. However, he suddenly noticed a change in Ghost Leopard Douluo's expression, as if he were regarding a simpleton with pity. Although I am unaware of your experiences, I can responsibly inform you that you have been deceived. Deceived? After hearing Ghost Leopard Douluo's words, Serpent Spear Douluo was taken aback. He then recalled his interactions with Lin Xiao. He could confidently assert that without Lin Xiao's encouragement and positive guidance, he would likely have abandoned the endeavor of opening jars long ago. Consequently, he would not have obtained 2 amplifiers to enhance his martial soul, thus achieving his long-held aspirations. Boss Lin is undoubtedly a truly good person, Serpent Spear Douluo solemnly declared. Is it a good deed to sell you this broken knife for 100,000 gold soul coins? Ghost Leopard Douluo scoffed further. These swords are merely a fraction of what you can see. The rest of the benefits have already been fused by me. Fused? Ghost Leopard Douluo was taken aback and cautiously inquired, did you manage to open a soul bone? It is not a soul bone. Yet its value is not inferior to that of a soul bone. A treasure that is neither a soul bone nor lesser in value? Surely you jest. Ghost Leopard Douluo was naturally skeptical. After pondering briefly, Serpent Spear Douluo suggested, words alone cannot convey the truth. Follow me to the training ground. And after exchanging a few moves, you will understand everything. You wish to spar with me? Ghost Leopard Douluo laughed. Is it you, Serpent Spear, who has grown bold? Or is it I, Ghost Leopard, who cannot wield my blade? It seems you have forgotten the pain I inflicted upon you, leaving you bedridden for 3 days last time. I am eager to see what you have fused that grants you such courage. His words dripped with mockery, yet internally he was perplexed. It should be noted that Serpent Spear Douluo, being the least esteemed among the elders, had never dared to propose a sparring match. In fact, he had always avoided it. Yet today he had taken the initiative. Who had given him such audacity? You are awake. In the small shop. Lin Xiao smiled. The woman across from him blinked slightly, as if emerging from deep contemplation. Yes. BBDong replied, her eyes filled with astonishment, exclaiming, it is truly marvelous. I have gained a wealth of insights regarding the application of soul techniques. In an instant, I have saved myself 3 to 5 years of research time. BBDong was not exaggerating. Thanks to the proficiency capsule, her soul techniques had become far more adept. Her battle prowess had increased by at least 10%. An enhancement of 10% was indeed a monumental advancement for a powerful individual. Now, let us discuss the final item. Lin Xiao pointed to the last jar, which contained 2 green vials, and said, these 2 vials are called instant teleportation potions. Upon consumption, they will endow you with extraordinary power, allowing you to travel to any location stored in your memory. Instant teleportation potions? So I can go anywhere I wish? BBDong's heart stirred. Is it akin to teleportation without distance restrictions? Lin Xiao nodded. You can interpret it that way. Another remarkable item. BBDong silently marveled, then, somewhat reluctantly, inquired. Boss, may I open 10 more jars? The store's policy allows each person to open 10 jars per week. Remember to come early next week. Lin Xiao stated with unwavering authority. Ah, very well. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, BBDong ceased her insistence, sighing in disappointment. However, as she gathered her items, a smile crept back onto her face. It seems my luck is still quite good. Do you harbor any misconceptions regarding your luck? Lin Xiao mused inwardly. In his view, while this woman's luck was not entirely unfortunate, it hardly bordered on fortunate. Without mentioning Xiaoyu, who was practically the reigning champion of jar openings, each round yielding rare finds, Serpent Spear Douluo had initially faced difficulties but ultimately acquired 2 amplifiers, a remarkable turnaround. Yet this woman had only opened a proficiency capsule. As for the extent of her improvement, Lin Xiao is uncertain. As for the sleep shell meat, could it be that someone truly spent 100,000 gold soul coins, believing they had struck a bargain? Of course, Lin Xiao would not directly refute this. Instead, he ambiguously remarked, as long as you are happy. Seeing Lin Xiao fall silent, BBDong suddenly asked, aren't you curious about my name and identity? Why must we know each other as pasts? Your name holds little significance for me. Lin Xiao gently shook his head, his tone soft. At the same time, he added in his heart, what matters is not the name, but the act of opening jars. Why must we know each other as pasts? Upon hearing this, BBDong's gaze flickered, softly repeating the phrase, her eyes reflecting a deeper complexity as they turned to Lin Xiao. She could not fathom what experiences this young man had gone through to articulate such thoughts. Then, farewell, stranger. BBDong replied with decisiveness. Turning to leave the shop, suddenly, Lin Xiao called out, wait, what is it? Regretting your decision? BBDong glanced sideways, a half-smile playing on her lips as she regarded Lin Xiao. Not at all. I merely wish to inquire if you possess a map of Douluo Continent. I require one. Of course, I am willing to pay. Lin Xiao awkwardly rubbed his hands together, recalling that he was now a level 10 powerhouse and needed to hunt souls to break through his current realm. However, as an outsider, his knowledge of Douluo Continent was limited. Even if he intended to use the instant teleportation potion to venture into the soul-hunting forest, he needed a precise landing point. A map was thus essential for him. Humph. BBDong's expression darkened at his words, and she promptly tossed a scroll toward Lin Xiao. Consider it a gift. She then turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Ah, she has emerged. She is not a titled Douluo. Shall we inquire about her gains? Indeed, I am quite curious. Outside the shop, many people approached the woman, eager to ask about her results. However, BBDong paid them no heed, instead taking out a vial of instant teleportation potion and consuming it in one gulp. The next moment, a silvery light enveloped her, and she vanished from sight. Where did she go? Did she just disappear? But we did not witness her using any soul technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Some keen observers noted an anomaly. Did you all notice? She vanished only after consuming something. I suspect this might be another product from the jar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 31. The resentment of BBDong inside the shop. After witnessing the woman leave, Lin Xiao inquired of Suo Douluo, old Suo. What do you think of that woman? Suo Douluo furrowed his brow and replied, very formidable. At least in my current state, I am not her match. Really? So strong? Lin Xiao was taken aback. He was aware that Suo Douluo was at level 95, with actual combat prowess potentially even greater. In the vast realm of Douluo Continent, aside from Poseidon from Sea God Island, the only female powerhouse who could surpass him would likely be BBDong of the Spirit Hall. Wait a moment, BBDong. Lin Xiao's heart trembled. In the palace of the Spirit Hall, without any forewarning, a silvery radiance emerged. Accompanied by this silver light, a figure gradually solidified. It was indeed BBDong. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with wonder. This teleportation potion is truly as marvelous as that enigmatic Lin boss described, capable of long-distance transportation. And I can distinctly sense that this is far from its limit. Could it truly be unlimited in distance? That would be rather terrifying. If it genuinely allows for infinite distance, its value would exceed all imagination. In an instant, she envisioned numerous possibilities. Just think, with the aid of the teleportation potion, the powerhouses of the Spirit Hall could appear anywhere on Douluo Continent at will. What a frightening scenario that would be. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Clan could be effortlessly overwhelmed. The so-called chasm of the Haotian sect would be but a joke. However, she couldn't help but find her own thoughts amusing. Ha, BBDong, your ideas are rather impressive. Yet, acquiring merely 2 teleportation potions for 1,000,000 gold soul coins is just the beginning. To equip every powerhouse of the Spirit Hall with several potions would require a substantial investment. Perhaps this plan should be set aside for now. Contemplating. BBDong removed the bracelet from her wrist. Let me test the item slot expansion scroll. If it truly can unlock 50% of the space of any spatial soul guide, its worth would be incalculable. Undoubtedly, this bracelet is no ordinary item, but rather one of the largest spatial soul guides on Douluo Continent. She then tore the item slot expansion scroll apart. With a thought, a dazzling golden light erupted from the scroll, cascading onto the bracelet. A mysterious aura rippled within the palace. BBDong squinted slightly. What is this power? How intriguing. Congratulations, the expansion of the spatial soul guide is complete. What? The sudden bizarre prompt caught BBDong off guard. Picking up the bracelet with suspicion, she infused a trace of soul power into it and was taken aback. The original space of 60 cubic meters had now expanded to at least 90 cubic meters. Indeed, it had grown by 50%. This space could easily accommodate hundreds, even millions of gold soul coins. BBDong marveled. Wait, why would I need to store money? Suddenly, she realized something was amiss. This isn't a hint from that boss, is it? The thought is clever. But how could I let my words slip? If the sleep clam meat fails to produce the sleep effects he claimed, I will never open another can. BBDong snorted softly, retrieving the sleep clam meat. The pristine, white shell appeared pure and beautiful, while she believed this item could aid sleep. She was skeptical about its promise of instant slumber, impervious to any external disturbances. Who can sleep without being awakened? Unless they are merely pretending. Wait. Before using it, I should prepare for sleep. What if it is true? After freshening up, BBDong donned a golden spaghetti strap nightgown and brought the sleep clam meat to her bed. Gently prying open the shell revealed the delicate, snow-white meat inside. An enticing aroma wafted forth, instantly tantalizing her senses. From the soul guide space, she retrieved a finely crafted silver fork and pierced the clam meat. Bringing it to her mouth, the exquisite flavor surged through her taste buds. However, before she could savor it, the clam meat dissipated into a mysterious energy. What? BBDong was stunned. Nothing seemed to happen. It must be a trick. Yet, before she could finish her thought, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep slumber. At that moment, the snake spear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo had arrived at the training ground. Normally, this space was occupied by the Holy Temple's warriors for training, but with everyone attending to their duties, it was now deserted. Fortunately, since you lost today, no one will witness it, so you need not feel embarrassed, Ghost Leopard Douluo remarked with a smile after surveying the area. Who lost and who won is still uncertain, Snake Spear Douluo thought coldly. He chose not to argue and walked to a distance. Standing face to face with Ghost Leopard Douluo, are you truly resolute in facing me? I am level 93, while you are only level 92. You are bound to suffer a significant setback. Moreover, your spirit ring configuration is not perfect. Winning will be quite challenging. Indeed, Snake Spear Douluo couldn't help but sneer. You still believe I will lose, do you? Were this a previous encounter? Ghost Leopard Douluo's words would have shattered Snake Spear Douluo's defenses, but this time, he remained unfazed. He believed that the dual enhancement of his martial spirit would certainly astonish everyone. He grinned. I hope you can still utter such words later. Why not? Not just later, but even in the future, I shall continue to say this. Ghost Leopard Douluo replied with an air of inevitability. Suddenly, without further debate, Snake Spear Douluo brandished his spear, pointing it toward Ghost Leopard Douluo. Something felt different. Ghost Leopard Douluo's gaze flickered slightly, sensing a change. Yet, he was more inclined to dismiss it as an illusion. Martial spirit possession. In the next moment, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from him. Dark lines appearing on his fair cheeks. Claws burst forth from his hands, and he hunched slightly, resembling a poised predator. His cold, ruthless gaze sent chills down one's spine. Be cautious. If you cannot endure, concede promptly. It is merely a spar. Injuring you would be regrettable, Ghost Leopard Douluo's voice echoed as he vanished from sight. Snake Spear Douluo frowned slightly, knowing this was not mere teleportation, but rather an astonishing speed. Ghost Leopard Douluo was undoubtedly one of the top assassins on Douluo Continent. In the past, Snake Spear Douluo's strategy would invariably involve wide-ranging attacks to force Ghost Leopard Douluo into the open. However, this time he remained still, patiently awaiting Ghost Leopard Douluo's approach. Snake Spear, have you been fooled into foolishness? Have you forgotten how to engage me in battle? To allow me to close the distance. I never expected this match to conclude so swiftly. It is truly dull. Standing firm, Snake Spear Douluo heard sounds from all directions. His inaction led Ghost Leopard Douluo to believe victory was assured. Chapter 32. The shocking encounter with the bear spirit humph. No matter how arrogant you are, as long as I wield my serpent spear, you wouldn't dare to launch a reckless assault, would you? The serpent spear Douluo scoffed lightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. An inch longer, an inch stronger, an inch shorter, an inch more perilous. This treacherous distance was mutual. He was acutely aware that the ghost leopard Douluo was biding his time, waiting to strike first with an unexpected move. Nonetheless, the serpent spear Douluo decided to make his move. Once he discerned the position of the ghost leopard, the spear shot forth with the swiftness of a serpent emerging from its lair. How can it be so fast? This speed is at least 30% quicker than before. Truly astonishing. Suddenly, a strange cry echoed from the void, followed swiftly by a muffled thud. Bang! A shadow plummeted from the emptiness, rolling upon landing and swiftly darting 10 meters away. It was indeed the ghost leopard Douluo. Casting a glance at his tattered black attire, the ghost leopard's eyes glinted with a hint of wariness. How did you achieve this? Your speed has increased significantly. The ghost leopard Douluo was genuinely taken aback. He had planned to strike first for safety, yet the serpent spear Douluo's velocity left him no room for reaction. What if I told you this is the advantage I gained from spending 1,000,000 gold soul coins? Do you still think I am at a loss? The serpent spear Douluo grinned widely. Witnessing his longtime rival struggle was a source of immense satisfaction. Benefits from 1,000,000 gold soul coins? Surely, you haven't resorted to drugs? The ghost leopard Douluo's initial shock quickly morphed into a sardonic chuckle. Indeed, only drugs could allow such a fusion. However, I advise you to recognize reality. While the thrill of drugs may be momentary, they will undoubtedly leave lasting harm to your body. Old she, I never imagined you would go to such lengths to defeat me. Why bother? What? The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback. You think I have taken drugs? Do you take me for a fool? Without drugs, could I possibly unleash such power? The ghost leopard Douluo was convinced in his assumption that the serpent spear Douluo had consumed a substance that tapped into his latent potential. Yet, that was not the case. You need not hide it. I am certain of my deduction, the ghost leopard Douluo insisted vehemently. The serpent spear Douluo was left speechless, shocked that the situation had devolved into such a misunderstanding. In the next moment, he brandished his serpent spear and charged at the ghost leopard Douluo. A fleeting high from drugs is of no use unless you continue to indulge. Otherwise, you stand no chance against me. Phantom shadows. As he spoke, the fifth spirit ring on the ghost leopard Douluo illuminated. Instantly, he transformed into several shadowy figures, evading in all directions. This was a dual-purpose spirit skill encompassing both offense and defense. The numerous shadows, after dodging, launched an assault from all angles. Thunderous explosive kill. The serpent spear Douluo was no less resolute, his fifth spirit ring erupting with intense radiance. Golden arcs of electricity shot forth. You need not rely on your seventh spirit skill to transform into your spirit beast to withstand my attack. Attempting to counter my 10,000-year spirit skill with your millennium spirit skill? Have you lost your mind? Each of my shadow clones could withstand your thunder without perishing. The voices of the ghost leopard Douluo's shadow clones echoed, and several shadows fearlessly plunged into the tempest of lightning. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, not a single shadow managed to breach the electrical barrier, all obliterated by the onslaught of thunder. Abo! Even the true form of the ghost leopard Douluo let out a wail, sent reeling backwards. What sorcery is this? How has your spirit skill's power increased so dramatically? A millennium spirit ring skill can rival that of a 10,000-year spirit skill. The ghost leopard Douluo was left stunned, unable to contain his shock. Haha. There is even more to astonish you. Did you not wish to see my spirit beast transformation? Allow me to oblige. In stark contrast to the ghost leopard Douluo's dismay, the serpent spear Douluo was in high spirits. With his words, his seventh spirit ring flared to life. Spirit beast transformation. This was an exclusive ability of the serpent spear Douluo. As he hurled the spear, it morphed into a colossal double-headed serpent. Gulp. The ghost leopard Douluo swallowed hard. Goodness. The aura of this double-headed serpent is at least 30% stronger than before. He was utterly shocked. However, he couldn't help but feel curious about what kind of substance she long had consumed. It piqued his interest. Meanwhile, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, was approaching the scene. His rugged visage and dark skin resembled a walking iron tower. Yet, anyone he encountered along the way respectfully referred to him as Elder Bear. Without a doubt, this individual was of the same caliber as the serpent spear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo within the spirit hall. Hey, there seems to be some commotion in the distance. Is it possible that the serpent spear Douluo is engaged in battle? A flicker of fervor ignited in the bear Douluo's eyes. He was inherently combative, feeling restless if 2 days passed without a confrontation. Yet, he knew he could not contend with the likes of the chrysanthemum Douluo or the ghost Douluo. The porcupine was particularly troublesome with his thorns and poisons. Engaging him was akin to inviting discomfort. The ghost leopard was remarkably swift, employing hit-and-run tactics that only served to aggravate him. Thus, he typically sparred with the serpent spear Douluo under the guise of enhancing camaraderie. Today marked the 3rd day of their practice, or rather, the day to strengthen their bond. I must hurry to intervene. If I arrive too late and the serpent spear is injured, I will have no one to spar with. The bear Douluo thought to himself. Strategizing. Boom, boom, boom. He dashed forward, his steps reverberating as if an earthquake had struck. Finally, he neared the training ground. However, upon witnessing the scene, he was left in utter disbelief. Was this truly the serpent spear Douluo? His prowess was astounding. The serpent transformed in its beast form had grown at least 1/3 larger than before. Its speed was akin to a tempest, and its attacks were so fierce that even the ghost leopard Douluo struggled to evade. Each time the ghost leopard was struck, he could not help but voice his grievances. Even in his true form as the ghost pattern black leopard, he could not withstand the onslaught. Is this real? This is beyond terrifying. The bear Douluo hastily rubbed his eyes, resembling a copper bell, ensuring he was not mistaken. It was indeed true. The ghost leopard Douluo was being thoroughly dominated by the serpent spear Douluo. At that moment, the bear Douluo could only feel shock upon shock. Good heavens! What transpired that allowed the serpent spear Douluo, once considered the underdog, to overpower the ghost leopard Douluo so decisively? He was completely baffled. Just then, the battle in the arena was nearing its conclusion. Shilong, yield. I concede. The ghost leopard Douluo was utterly exhausted, unable to resist any longer. Hiki, very well. The serpent spear Douluo smiled slightly. Seeing his old rival subdued at his feet brought him immense satisfaction. In the distance, the bear Douluo was even more astonished. The ghost leopard had surrendered? It was worth noting that even he could not achieve such a feat. Had the serpent spear truly consumed drugs? Suddenly, his might had surged. Chapter 33. The reluctant moment of the demon bear. With the defeat of the ghost leopard Douluo, the battle had come to a definitive close. The demon bear Douluo exclaimed. Incredible! Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He would never have believed that the serpent spear Douluo had triumphed over the ghost leopard Douluo with such overwhelming ease. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo retracted his martial spirit and, glancing at his old rival, the ghost leopard Douluo, couldn't help but chuckle. So, ghost leopard, shall I give you another chance to articulate whether my investment of 1 million gold soul coins was worth it? The fallen ghost pattern black leopard Douluo could only scoff inwardly. He too dispelled his martial spirit, returning to his original form, albeit with his dark attire severely tattered from enduring the 5th soul technique of the serpent spear Douluo. The exhaustion from depleting his soul power rendered his face pale. However, he was not one to shy away from defeat. Indeed, I was mistaken. My perspective was overly narrow. I acknowledge that you were not deceived. For no potion can enhance the inherent strength of one's martial spirit. The ghost leopard Douluo understood deeply that external forces could only augment speed, strength, or even the intensity of soul power, but the essence of a martial spirit remains immutable. Throughout the decades, he had encountered no record in the lore of soul masters that suggested otherwise. If there truly existed a means to enhance martial spirits, it would undoubtedly attract the fervent attention of countless soul masters. That is precisely it. How could such a fine individual as Boss Lin ever mislead anyone? The serpent spear Douluo laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the ghost leopard Douluo's response. Can you take me to open this canister? Suddenly, the ghost leopard Douluo spoke with fervor in his eyes. If the serpent spear Douluo could attain such formidable power with his 1,000,000 gold soul coins, why could he not do the same? Was he lacking in funds? Not at all. He would invest even 2,000,000 gold soul coins for a 10% increase. No, he would deem a mere 5% enhancement worthwhile. What canister? Before the serpent spear Douluo could respond, the demon bear Douluo had approached and overheard part of their conversation. His keen intuition suggested that there was significant information concealed within their words. It seemed that the serpent spear Douluo's newfound strength was somehow linked to this canister, and it involved sums exceeding 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Curious, are we? That is a secret. The serpent spear Douluo turned his gaze toward the demon bear Douluo with a smile. Demon bear, it has been 2 days since our last spar. I presume you intend to provide me with some guidance today? Let us set aside other matters and engage in a discussion. As he spoke, The serpent spear Douluo was eager to take action. Today, it was time to settle old scores. Discuss. The demon bear Douluo's expression stiffened. As a battle enthusiast, he hesitated. In the past, even if the serpent spear Douluo did not suggest a contest, he would have proactively proposed a match. Had the serpent spear Douluo dared to utter such words, he would have accepted without hesitation, relishing the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yet, a battle enthusiast is not a masochist. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the serpent spear Douluo utterly dominate the ghost leopard Douluo. The power exhibited by that twin-headed serpent was formidable indeed. The demon bear Douluo estimated that the serpent spear Douluo's combat prowess could rival that of a level 94 title Douluo. Thus, he knew he was not his match. He had indeed faltered. He had truly become hesitant. Moreover, he silently admonished himself to postpone any entertainment until he understood what had transpired with the serpent spear Douluo. There was even a possibility of permanently canceling such activities. Serpent spear, do not become too arrogant. The ghost leopard Douluo could no longer restrain himself and began to expose the serpent spear Douluo's secret. Humph. It's nothing but this old fellow stumbling upon a stroke of luck in a mysterious shop, acquiring a wondrous treasure that has enhanced his martial spirit. As for how much stronger he has become, you have seen it with your own eyes. The strength of his martial spirit has increased by at least 30%. And his overall power has surged by approximately 50%. Upon hearing this, the demon bear Douluo was taken aback. Has it truly increased by so much? Of course. With such a significant enhancement to his martial spirit, your fifth soul technique was easily countered by his 1,000-year fifth soul technique. Do you now understand? The ghost leopard Douluo replied, exasperated. Does that imply that the strength of the serpent spear's martial spirit is now among the very best of high-level martial spirits? What transpired to cause such a transformation in his power? The demon bear Douluo stared in shock at the serpent spear Douluo as if seeing him for the first time. You should inquire of him. I am merely the one who has been defeated. The ghost leopard Douluo said with a hint of annoyance. He harbored significant resentment towards the serpent spear Douluo, suspecting that perhaps this fellow had deliberately provoked him for the sake of tormenting him. Haha. The demon bear Douluo laughed heartily. Serpent spear, after all these years as good brothers, how could you withhold such good fortune from us? Very well. The serpent spear Douluo had not intended to keep it a secret. He slowly began, to be honest, the mysterious item I acquired is called an amplifier, which significantly enhances the strength of one's martial spirit. As for how much it can elevate your power, you have all witnessed it, have you not? Indeed. We have seen it. It is formidable. The ghost leopard and demon bear nodded vigorously. However, this is merely a twofold amplification. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the amplification. The serpent spear Douluo concluded, eagerly awaiting their astonished reactions. As anticipated, he was not disappointed. Gasp. The ghost leopard Douluo drew in a sharp breath. If just 2 amplifications yield such power, what could an even greater amplification achieve? This is unimaginable. The demon bear Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this a bit excessive? And the fact that this enhancement has no limit. If one could amplify it 100 or 80 times, would there be any opponents left in the Douluo Continent? He began to envision himself as a towering demon bear, effortlessly shattering the Douluo Continent with a single swipe. Excellent, excellent. I relish your ignorance. The serpent spear Douluo secretly chuckled at their reaction. Do you truly believe that the canister shop is your private establishment, capable of amplifying 100 or 80 times? Even with 100 or 80 amplifiers, you might not be able to procure them all with your life savings. However, at that moment, a voice rang out behind the serpent spear Douluo. Since this canister is so miraculous, where can one purchase it? Who is it? The serpent spear Douluo felt a jolt of surprise and turned to look behind him. Simultaneously, the ghost leopard and demon bear Douluo trembled upon recognizing the newcomer. 7 worship. Updates, my brothers. Without further ado, I seek your support. Thank you. Chapter 34. Boss, this is unacceptable. The depths of the spirit hall are unfathomable. Yet, only the upper echelons of the spirit hall truly comprehend how profound they are. To outsiders, it appears as though the papal hall and the elder hall wield authority over the spirit hall. However, that is merely a fade. In reality, all the elders are aware that the true power lies with the exalted hall of offerings. The elderly figure who has suddenly appeared before everyone is one of the 7 offerings within the hall of offerings, specifically the 7th-ranked demon slayer Douluo. Despite being ranked 7th, he is significantly more powerful than the 3 of them, being a bona fide level 96 title Douluo. No need for formalities, simply answer my question, he commands. The demon slayer Douluo remains composed outwardly, yet internally, he is astounded. Although the Hall of Offerings seemingly ignores the affairs of the Spirit Hall, they are, in fact, intimately familiar with its inner workings, including the strengths of the individuals present. The strength of the serpent spear Douluo is widely recognized as the weakest among the elders. In the eyes of these offerings, he is hardly worth mentioning. They regard the formidable soul Douluos from the Haotian Sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family as superior to him. He is likely on par with the Poison Douluo, though the latter excels in group battles, whereas the Serpent Spear Douluo struggles both in solo and group confrontations. Nevertheless, having observed the recent battle from the shadows, he was taken aback by the impressive outcome, which exceeded his expectations. Is this truly the Serpent Spear Douluo I know? His strength is astonishing. He is perplexed by what could have transformed a previously weak title Douluo into one capable of overcoming the strong. Subsequently, he overhears discussions among the crowd, attributing this turn of events to a mysterious shop. Unable to contain his curiosity, he steps forward to inquire further. The 7 offerings are beyond doubt. What I say is the truth. If you remain skeptical, you may visit that small shop to verify for yourself. It is located on the most bustling street in Spirit City, named the Lucky Magic Jar Shop, and is quite conspicuous. The Serpent Spear Douluo does not conceal his information. Despite his disdain for the lofty offerings, he understands that if they choose not to speak, the other party will likely find traces of the shop if they are determined. Offending an offering without cause is not wise. Very well, I understand. The Demon Slayer Douluo responds after listening, passing by the others with a sense of joy swelling within him. If what the Serpent Spear Douluo claims is true, the potential rewards are immense. Surely, even his brother would be astonished. Perhaps, our stagnant cultivation over the years might finally see some progress? With this thought, the Demon Slayer Douluo eagerly anticipates sharing this news with his brother. After the Demon Slayer Douluo departs, the Ghost Leopard Douluo and the Magic Bear Douluo exchange glances. Nodding slightly, the Magic Bear Douluo remarks, Shilong, we won't disturb your watch any longer. Farewell. The Serpent Spear Douluo is taken aback. So, you plan to abandon me? Not even a word of thanks? Thank you. The Ghost Leopard Douluo responds with a cold smirk. Of course, I must thank you. However, it will be after I open my jars. I assure you, I will return to express my gratitude in a most memorable manner. His words carry a heavy weight of resentment. You two are conspiring against me. Be cautious, for karma will surely come back around. The Serpent Spear Douluo shouts as he watches the Magic Bear and Ghost Leopard Douluo depart together. Boom. As he finishes speaking, a thunderclap reverberates. Is heaven truly watching? The Serpent Spear Douluo is startled, glancing up to see the once clear sky now shrouded in dark clouds, heralding an impending downpour. The thunder continues to rumble ominously. Before long, torrential rain begins to fall. The sudden storm sends the onlookers and hesitant patrons outside the shop scattering in disarray. It seems no one else will be visiting today. Lin Xiao inside the shop lets out a soft sigh. The Serpent Spear Douluo opened 10 jars, the Evil Moon opened 4. And there was even a woman resembling BBDong who opened 10. All in all, selling 24 jars today is quite satisfactory. With this thought, Lin Xiao finds it acceptable. He also feels a sense of anticipation. With 24 jars opened, he wonders what treasures await him. Impulsively, he decides to close the shop early. After opening the jars, he plans to use a teleportation potion to venture into the Star Doe Forest to hunt for soul rings. At this moment, Lin Xiao has formulated a plan. While it is true that any soul-hunting forest can provide a first soul ring, he feels it would be a pity not to visit the iconic Star Doe Forest while on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, with Soderos by his side, as long as he refrains from provoking the powerful beings deep within the forest, there is little to fear. With this in mind, Lin Xiao approaches the shop's entrance to close the door. Wait, boss, we have come to open jars. A voice calls out, causing Lin Xiao to pause. He turns to see 2 figures approaching side by side. One is as robust as a towering iron fortress, while the other is slender with a somewhat cold demeanor. However, despite being caught in the rain, they seem untouched, with not a single strand of hair dampened by the downpour. This indicates that both are formidable soul masters. Please come in, esteemed guests, Lin Xiao gestures, allowing them entry into the shop. You can simply call me Magic Bear, and I am Ghost Leopard, the other adds. Upon entering the shop, the 2 renowned titled Douluo elders from the Spirit Hall appear somewhat reserved in Lin Xiao's presence. After all, they have come seeking his assistance. More crucially, they find Lin Xiao inscrutable. Ghost Leopard Douluo and Magic Bear Douluo? Goodness, with the addition of the Serpent Spear Douluo, Half of the title Douluo from the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall have arrived. Lin Xiao muses quietly, observing Ghost Leopard Douluo's torn garments. He begins to piece together the situation, feeling a slight tremor within while maintaining a composed exterior. Follow me, he instructs. As they follow Lin Xiao into the shop, Ghost Leopard and Magic Bear immediately spot the items they covet, the jars. Their eyes gleam with fervor at the sight of the matte black magic jars, which they find even more alluring than a stunning beauty. May I also discover a means to grow stronger within these jars? Ghost Leopard Douluo expresses fervently, almost in prayer. I have modest expectations for this trip. Magic Bear Douluo declares boldly, I hope to open 10 jars and obtain 10 amplifiers. Is that too much to ask? Such modest expectations? Lin Xiao's expression turns peculiar upon hearing Magic Bear Douluo's words. Is this fellow naive or simply oblivious? Does he truly believe that amplifiers can be casually acquired like cabbages at a market? Being a title Douluo, Magic Bear Douluo is perceptive. He quickly notices Lin Xiao's odd expression and cannot help but inquire, Boss, is it difficult to obtain 10 amplifiers? Lin Xiao replies slowly, it's hard to say. What you can obtain from the jars is entirely based on luck. If fortune favors you, 10 jars could yield 11 amplifiers. Upon hearing this, Magic Bear Douluo's expression shifts dramatically. 11? More than expected? This is unacceptable. What? I hear you intend to vote for me, to give me a good review? This is unacceptable. Brothers, today we have a bonus chapter. I seek your votes. Chapter 35. The artifact emerges. Let us not delve into explanations any further. Only through personal experience can one grasp the essence of true cruelty. Lin Xiao disregarded the Magic Bear Douluo and commenced his introduction, as this is your first visit. Allow me to elucidate the rules of this establishment. Each jar is priced at 100,000 gold soul coins. Payment must precede the opening of the jars. Furthermore, upon opening 9 jars, the 10th will yield double rewards, meaning you shall receive 2 identical items. The contents of the jars can be categorized into ordinary, advanced, rare, artifact, legendary, epic, and mythical items. Typically, when opening jars, one may encounter colors such as white, blue, purple, pink, orange, gold, and rainbow. Having finished his explanation, Lin Xiao turned to the Ghost Leopard and the Magic Bear, inquiring, Do you have any questions? Boss, may I ask what level the amplifier is? Purple rare. Any other questions? None, they replied in unison. Then who shall go first? I will. They echoed once more. Clearly, both were eager to open jars. Ghost Leopard. As we are newcomers, let me take the plunge for you. After all, you recently battled Shi Long and have yet to recuperate. Consider this a moment of rest. I do not require it. The Ghost Leopard Douluo's pallid complexion darkened instantly, visibly irked. How could the Magic Bear be so tactless as to bring up his recent narrow defeat against the Spear Douluo? No, you do need it. The Magic Bear Douluo retorted, swiftly producing 2 large coin bags from his spatial soul guide. Boss, here's 200,000 gold soul coins. I would like 2 jars, starting from the 3rd row. He then cast a smug glance at the Ghost Leopard Douluo, exuding an air of triumph. Upon receiving the coins, Lin Xiao placed the specified jar on the counter. Without hesitation, the Magic Bear Douluo shattered the jar. With a sharp crack, a brilliant white light flashed, followed by a heavy thud as an object fell to the ground. Could it be? This scene struck Lin Xiao as eerily familiar. His heart raced as the corresponding item information materialized before him. Item: Rusty Samurai Sword, level, ordinary type. Tradable description: nothing noteworthy, mere scrap metal. Effect: none. The historical parallels were astonishingly identical. Truly, there was nothing to say. Is misfortune contagious? Lin Xiao was left speechless. This was not the amplifier? What then was this sword? The expression on the Magic Bear Douluo's face morphed dramatically from expectation to confusion, and eventually to shock. 100,000 gold soul coins for this sword? As he held the rusty blade, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was nothing but trash. This sword is aptly named the Rusty Samurai Sword. It's an antiquated relic. Handle it with care. It could break at the slightest touch. Without needing Lin Xiao's explanation, the Ghost Leopard Douluo interjected, grinning at the bewildered Magic Bear Douluo. So, the Rusty Samurai Sword means this is scrap metal? Such items can appear in jars? Indeed. The Spear Douluo previously spent 1 million gold soul coins and ended up with a heap of them. Our disagreement arose after I broke one of those rusty swords. This feels like being swindled. The Magic Bear Douluo muttered instinctively. 100,000 gold soul coins for such a trinket was truly not worth it. Simultaneously, he realized that opening jars might not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. However, just as he completed his thought, A piercing aura erupted from a corner of the shop, causing his brow to throb painfully. His entire being trembled as if caught in a snowstorm. Cold sweat cascading down his back. I am being targeted. Should I dare to make a rash move, I would surely face a thunderous backlash. The magic bear Douluo was filled with dread, refraining from any movement. He became acutely aware of his earlier negligence. This was no place for recklessness. Every word and action demanded utmost caution. The proprietor had previously mentioned that what one obtains relies entirely on fortune. If one acquires items that do not meet expectations, it is merely a matter of poor luck, and one should not blame others. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. Indeed. The ghost leopard Douluo was equally astonished, casting a glance toward the figure in the corner. His heart raced. He was an expert in the art of assassination. Yet upon entering the shop, he had failed to detect anyone besides the owner. What terrifying stealth! Had this been an enemy, I might have already perished. Who is this enigmatic proprietor, and how does he command such a formidable servant? The ghost leopard Douluo marveled at Soderos' prowess, growing increasingly curious about Lin Xiao's true identity. Haha, please do not misunderstand. I did not intend to offend. The magic bear Douluo quickly composed himself, offering a nervous smile. Boss, I did not mean to target you. I just find it a bit hard to accept. Lin Xiao smiled gently. Having opened many jars himself, he understood the sentiment. When one approaches with hope, only to find their desires unfulfilled, it can indeed be mentally taxing. Yet, such is the nature of jar opening, the more one desires an item, the less likely they are to obtain it, creating an insatiable urge to continue. It may sound convoluted, but it is the truth. Now, let us proceed. You still have one jar left. You must at least finish it before calling it quits. Yes, I cannot simply give up now, the magic bear Douluo declared. Shattering the jar. A dazzling pink light seized everyone's attention. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Lin Xiao could distinctly hear the heavy breathing and rapid heartbeat of those around him. The magic bear Douluo leaped with excitement. Pink light. An artifact. This is even more remarkable than the amplifier. He beamed with joy. Could the magic bear truly be a hidden child of fortune? Lin Xiao mused internally, turning his gaze toward the contents of the jar. To his astonishment, it was a peculiar pink stick. The shape seemed oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. However, upon viewing the item information, Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, and he inwardly cursed. This audacious thing exists? Item. Second brother's inflatable companion. Level. Artifact. Type. Non-tradable. Description. A marvelous piece of equipment from the dungeon world, beloved by certain individuals. Effect. When attacking, there is a 2 chance to induce a state of dizziness in the enemy and a 3 chance to poison them. Should we truly be bringing such distasteful contraptions into the mix? This item can only be described as the cruel whimsy of its creator. Lin Xiao felt utterly drained of sarcasm. What do you think, boss? Is this treasure not formidable? The magic bear Douluo asked eagerly, gazing at Lin Xiao with anticipation. Beside him, the ghost leopard Douluo leaned in, eager to catch every morsel of useful information. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao replied, Congratulations. P.S. 3 chapters completed. Thank you to all who voted, whether you did or did not. I appreciate your votes for tomorrow. Chapter 36. You speak. I listened to your argument. Congratulations. You are the first person to unveil a divine item from the jar in our shop. A professional smile, albeit forced, crept across Lin Xiao's face. Internally, he felt a pang of resentment towards the system. Was it merely to toy with human emotions? In the realm of dungeons, divine equipment was abundant, powerful, average, and subpar items numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Yet, instead of a formidable artifact like the bone ring of the undead, why was it the inflatable companion of the second brother? Furthermore, this world has no female streamers. Wait, did a divine item truly emerge? As the words fell, the ghost leopard Douluo, who had been listening intently, gasped in disbelief. The term divine item was jarring in the world of Douluo Continent's soul masters. It was merely a legend. Many soul masters were unaware that such artifacts even existed. But now, this fellow, the magic bear, had actually unearthed one? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Goodness. Am I dreaming? The magic bear Douluo was utterly dazed. Just moments ago, he had lamented the shop's unscrupulous nature, and now fortune had suddenly smiled upon him. Life is indeed a roller coaster. Boss, I was wrong. I sincerely repent my previous offenses. Can you ever forgive me? He genuinely felt he had misjudged Lin Xiao. How could anyone willing to place a divine item in a jar possibly be a scoundrel? He, the magic bear Douluo, had never encountered anyone as generous as Lin Xiao in his lifetime. No, he doubted he ever would in his next life either. He even resolved that merely opening a jar was insufficient. He should also encourage his descendants to do the same. Well, provided he had descendants. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao reassured him that it was of no consequence. From the first day he acquired this troublesome jar opening system, he had mentally prepared for the myriad of events that could unfold. Fortunately, he felt invincible within the confines of his shop, which brought him a sense of solace. At that moment, the magic bear Douluo had grasped the pink wooden stick, his face a mask of confusion. Pray tell, what powers does this divine item possess? Powers? Lin Xiao could not help but clear his throat. Ahem, this divine item is known as the inflatable companion of the second brother. It has a certain probability of causing enemies to enter a state of dizziness and poisoning upon attack. The inflatable companion of the second brother. How? Unique a name. However, just as the magic bear Douluo was momentarily stunned, Lin Xiao had already concluded his explanation. That's it? That's it. Could this divine item be a sham? The magic bear Douluo found himself at a loss. In his understanding, the might of divine items was cataclysmic. He had never heard of one that merely induced dizziness and poisoning, and more critically, it was probabilistic. I detest probabilities, the magic bear Douluo thought bitterly. In truth, the actual power of this divine item was difficult to ascertain. Observing the magic bear Douluo's dejection, the ghost leopard Douluo hesitated, prompting Lin Xiao to speak up. Was there perhaps more to discuss? The ghost leopard Douluo's gaze sharpened. The magic bear Douluo turned towards Lin Xiao, eager to hear his defense. You are all soul masters. You must understand that a soul master's control skills are often diminished when faced with opponents of higher soul power and strength, reducing both the duration and efficacy of control. However, the inflatable companion of the second brother does not suffer from this limitation. This means that if you trigger the dizziness effect during use, even if your opponent possesses far superior strength, the dizziness will not be weakened. Furthermore, is a 2% chance of inducing dizziness truly low? Not at all. 50 attacks guarantee at least one instance of dizziness, regardless of level disparities. What more could one desire? This already grants you the ability to challenge opponents above your level. As long as your attack speed is sufficiently rapid, what difference does it make whether the chance is 2% or 100%? With a 100% chance of dizziness, compounded by the immunity to level differences and an additional poison effect, is that not formidable? Lin Xiao was not speaking idly. This was how the game mechanics operated. Having already welcomed customers into his establishment, he could not simply watch them leave empty-handed. One must invest in order to reap rewards. And Lin Xiao knew that to open jars, he first needed them to partake. With this in mind, the ghost leopard Douluo gazed longingly at the pink wooden stick in the magic bear Douluo's hand. Instantly, he envisioned executing 50 rapid strikes. For a speed-oriented title Douluo like him, it would be a breeze. And once his opponent was dizzy, would they not be utterly at his mercy? The boss's words rang true. He had been too short-sighted. If what the proprietor claimed was accurate, then spending 100,000 gold soul coins would be a worthwhile investment. Perhaps even a lucrative one. The magic bear Douluo sighed inwardly. He had been too impulsive earlier. Executing 50 rapid strikes was not a daunting task, even for someone like him, who was not particularly adept at speed. Moreover, he still had ample room for improvement. Pondering this, the magic bear Douluo glanced at his right hand, contemplating how to enhance his speed. So, shall we continue opening jars? The magic bear Douluo hesitated in response to Lin Xiao's inquiry. He preferred to test the divine item's capabilities before making a decision. The ghost leopard Douluo furrowed his brow, stepping back behind the magic bear Douluo. Though he coveted the divine item, he recognized its inherent randomness. I have a suggestion. Since you have already opened 2 jars, why not continue? For if you open 7 more jars, you will earn an additional double reward jar. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a stroke of good fortune, the benefits could be immense. Noticing their indecision, Lin Xiao dropped the bombshell. By the way, do you know the serpent spear Douluo? Previously, when he opened jars, he only acquired worthless rusty weapons. Yet, from his final double jar, he obtained 2 amplifiers. Gasp. So that's how Shilong acquired his 2 amplifiers. Upon hearing this, both the magic bear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo inhaled sharply. So Shilong had endured this ordeal too. 1 million gold soul coins was indeed a substantial sum. But for individuals of their stature, acquiring such wealth should not pose a significant challenge. After toiling for a year or 2, opening a few jars could yield lifelong benefits. Was that not worth it? Reflecting on it, money merely represented a collection of precious metals until truly spent for one's benefit, allowing them to realize their true potential. Do you still fail to grasp the meaning of deriving joy from expenditure? Lin Xiao concluded his monologue, observing the two in silence. He had said all that needed to be said, offered all the persuasion he could muster. Surely, this would alleviate their concerns about opening jars. While the price of enhancing one's power may seem excessively high for many, including soul masters, it was a trivial matter for the ghost leopard and magic bear. Both esteemed elders of the spirit hall. Money was not a significant obstacle for them. If luck was lacking, then let wealth compensate. The magic bear Douluo gritted his teeth. Boss, no more words. I shall open. I shall indeed open. Thanks to the readers who enjoy this story. Special thanks to those who also vote. Chapter 37. The Nemesis of Control Systems. The armor potion. The magic bear Douluo was indeed intrigued. Lin Xiao's words were not without merit. Compared to others, it was not difficult for him to produce 1,000,000 gold soul coins. After all the toil and effort he invested in amassing such wealth, was it not for personal comfort and the smooth progression of his cultivation? Now that an opportunity had arisen to enhance his strength through expenditure, what was there to hesitate about? With the serpent spear Douluo's example before him, even if he returned to the spirit hall for contemplation, he would ultimately find his way back here. Ultimately, this jar must be opened. Even the magic bear Douluo would not be satisfied with inaction. Boss, please retrieve 8 more jars from the same location, he commanded. Since I can only open 10 jars a week, it would be more efficient to complete it all at once. With a wave of his hand, the magic bear Douluo produced 2 spatial soul guides and presented 80,000 gold soul coins. The young man was quite astute. Accepting the magic bear Douluo's coins, Lin Xiao swiftly placed the 8 jars requested on the counter. I hope these 8 jars do not disappoint me, he thought. The magic bear Douluo clasped his hands together in a slight bow before seizing the lucky magic hammer to open the jar. Well, it seems we are delving into the realm of mysticism, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think to himself. With a crack, a flash of blue light erupted, revealing a red fruit within the jar. Item: mutated strawberry, level high, type tradable, description: restores HP and alleviates bleeding status, transforming into self-healing. Effect: heals all surface wounds and restores a certain amount of stamina. Boss, is this wild fruit even superior to a rusty sword? The magic bear Douluo inquired with a frown. Be honest, I can handle it. He genuinely believed that this small wild fruit did not merit the classification of a high-level item. 100,000 gold soul coins, a significant loss. It is not as you presume. Lin Xiao gently shook his head. This red fruit is known as a mutated strawberry. Upon consumption, it grants a remarkable healing ability. Even the most grievous of wounds, visible to the bone, can heal instantaneously, restoring a portion of your stamina and allowing you to regain your combat prowess. Is this tiny fruit truly so miraculous? The magic bear Douluo's eyes lit up, his regard for the red wild fruit shifting significantly. And a smile of delight graced his face. Undoubtedly, this was a lifesaver in critical moments. 100,000 gold soul coins were indeed a worthwhile investment. It surpassed the rusty sword by a considerable margin. Moreover, I must remind you that this mutated strawberry is tradable, meaning you can gift it to anyone or sell it to those in need, Lin Xiao added. This revelation only heightened its value. The magic bear Douluo was even more elated. Let us proceed. With renewed spirits, he set aside the mutated strawberry and opened the second jar. A flash of white light appeared. Lin Xiao recognized the contents, a familiar blue vial. Item: magic juice. Before the magic bear Douluo could inquire, Lin Xiao promptly explained. The liquid within this blue vial is magic juice, which restores 30% of your soul power limit. If used in conjunction with the previously opened mutated strawberry, the results could be unexpectedly beneficial. Combining effects, is it? The magic bear Douluo was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. These 2 items are a perfect match, giving me the equivalent of an extra life. At that moment, the previously silent ghost leopard Douluo finally spoke, recognizing the value of these 2 items. When used together, they are essential for both daily life and perilous endeavors. This is a worthwhile acquisition for soul masters who frequently dance on the edge of life and death. Is fortune finally smiling upon us? The magic bear Douluo felt his spirits lift considerably. Continuing, he opened 3 jars in succession. 2 bursts of white light flashed, followed by a flickering blue light, prompting the magic bear Douluo to pause, gazing expectantly at Lin Xiao. He hoped to hear that this was indeed a fruitful endeavor. Item: magic juice. Item: magic juice. The first 2 jars merely contained blue vials, which Lin Xiao swiftly bypassed. He focused on the third item, which was yet another potion. This was not unexpected. The underground city was renowned for its diverse array of potions. As a professional player in the underground city, it was almost shameful not to have a full set of buffs. Most of these came from various potions. Now, the remaining potion in the jar was contained within a bottle of gold and red. Item: armor potion level, high, type, non-tradable, description, just charge in. Effect: upon use, enter an armored state for 10 seconds, during which you are immune to all control effects. As for the two previous magic juices, their effects were well known, so Lin Xiao refrained from elaborating. Regarding this high-level item, he pointed to the armor potion and stated, "It is yet another potion." Another potion? I wonder what this one restores, the magic bear Douluo mused, curiosity evident on his face, mirrored by the ghost leopard Douluo beside him. No. This potion does not restore anything, Lin Xiao slowly explained. This potion is known as the armor potion. Upon consumption, you will enter an armored state for 10 seconds, during which you are immune to all control effects. As long as you can remain standing, you may unleash your attacks without restraint. An armored state, and for a full 10 seconds. The magic bear Douluo's breath quickened at this revelation. He despised agility-focused soul masters, but he loathed control-type soul masters even more. Engaging with those who only kite around would leave him feeling helpless. However, with the armor potion, dealing with them would become significantly easier. With control effects nullified, they would be at his mercy, vulnerable to his relentless output. 10 seconds was ample time to accomplish much. With the divine artifact in hand, the situation appeared increasingly favorable. Beside him, the ghost leopard Douluo was equally astonished. The armored state can be granted through a potion? This is incredibly outrageous. Let us continue. The magic bear Douluo collected the items and shattered the last two jars. The 9th jar emitted blue light, while the 10th jar also revealed a flicker of blue light. Regrettably, within the double jar, he only found 2 armor potions. The magic bear Douluo felt a tinge of disappointment. The miraculous event surrounding the serpent spear Douluo had not played out in his favor. "Boss, what is this high-level item?" he asked, already lifting the contents from the jar. It was a transparent crystal ball, within which was sealed a creature with a pointed nose and ears, sporting green skin. "It looks rather unsightly." The magic bear Douluo muttered to himself. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, noting the resemblance to a goblin. The browser's brother has gone too far. Over 2,000 words for a single chapter is excessive. There is no justification for a 1-star rating. Furthermore, I implore you to cast your votes. Chapter 38, The Misfortunate Ghost Leopard Douluo. At this moment, Lin Xiao received feedback on the item information. Item: Goblin Cosplay Outfit. Level: Advanced. Type: Non-tradable. Description: Modified according to the characteristics of Douluo Continent. Effect: After use, one can transform into a goblin for 15 minutes. Combat strength is related to one's own abilities. How absurd. Transforming into a goblin for 15 minutes? What purpose does that serve? Is it merely to be a sacrifice? Lin Xiao recalled that in the dungeon, an ordinary goblin was merely a weakling, primarily meant for novice training. Its combat power was undeniably pathetic. Who would choose to don a goblin outfit for battle? Only someone lacking sense would. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. The goblin cosplay outfit allows you to transform into a goblin for a duration of 15 minutes. However, I advise you to use it with caution. What exactly is a goblin? Asked the bear spirit Douluo, perplexed. You may understand the goblin as a type of soul beast. Soul beast? The bear spirit Douluo frowned in contemplation, unable to recall such a soul beast in the Douluo Continent. Yet, considering the vastness of the Douluo Continent, who could claim to have explored it entirely, or assert knowledge of all soul beasts? At that moment, he felt someone nudging his elbow. The bear spirit Douluo turned, puzzled, to the ghost leopard Douluo. What is it? In response, the ghost leopard Douluo mysteriously remarked, I just remembered. Shilong mentioned that Yin had previously used a certain cosplay outfit, transforming into a peculiar creature. In the end, even Xiaoyu and Liena, when combining their martial souls, were defeated. Shilong's reason for coming here to open jars was indeed due to the shock he experienced from witnessing that event. What? The bear spirit Douluo was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard about the origins of the incident. He was well aware of Yan's abilities. Under normal circumstances, both Xiaoyu and Liena could easily overpower him. Yet, after merely using a cosplay outfit, he managed to defeat their combined form. Excitement surged within him. So, the cosplay outfit could enhance one's strength to such an extent? This was truly a delightful surprise. An unexpected boon that could serve as a trump card. Well then, have you finished your discussion? Are you going to open the jar? Lin Xiao inquired. Observing the two's hushed conversation come to an end. Of course I will. The ghost leopard Douluo perked up, unable to contain his eagerness. He had awaited this moment for a long time. Then, as per usual, Payment first before opening the jar. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, feeling particularly pleased. Initially, he thought he would sell 24 jars today, but now it seemed he would sell 44, nearly doubling his revenue. He looked forward to discovering what treasures awaited him after closing the shop. However, after waiting for a while, he noticed that the ghost leopard Douluo had yet to produce any money. He observed the latter rummaging through his belongings. Finally, after scratching his head, the ghost leopard Douluo appeared somewhat embarrassed. Boss, could I open the jar first and owe you the money? I assure you, I will bring the payment tomorrow morning. The ghost leopard Douluo had been so caught up in his excitement that he had just realized he had no money on him. In fact, he seldom carried money. Being part of the spirit hall system, he had no need to spend money on food or drink, so why would he bring any? Our shop's rule is strict, no credit. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Rules were rules, and none could be broken. Ghost leopard. Now you know the consequences of always mooching off others, the bear spirit Douluo said with a booming voice. Could you lend me some money? The ghost leopard Douluo turned his gaze to the bear spirit Douluo. Sorry, I have no money. The bear spirit Douluo spoke the truth. Carrying 1,000,000 gold soul coins was already a stretch, and he had used it all to open jars, leaving him with nothing now. It seemed that today the sale of 44 jars would not come to fruition. Lin Xiao, observing the ghost leopard Douluo's predicament, couldn't help but say, regardless. Each person can open 10 jars a week, and with 5 days until next week, if you don't want to miss out. You can come any day within these 5 days to open your jars. That's all I can do. The ghost leopard Douluo reluctantly nodded. However, his gaze lingered longingly on the shelves behind the counter, as if he had finally found a beloved maiden but lacked the means to pay. His eyes were filled with reluctance. The bear spirit Douluo patted his shoulder. Fear not. What's yours will always be yours. No one can take it from you. If only you could suppress that gleeful expression of schadenfreude while saying that, I might actually believe you and be touched. The ghost leopard Douluo retorted, his expression souring. He then bid farewell to Lin Xiao and exited the shop. Boss, I will return next week. The bear spirit Douluo did not forget to greet Lin Xiao as well. He calculated his savings, concluding that opening 10 more jars wouldn't pose a problem. You're always welcome. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, watching the two depart. After confirming that no one else would come, Lin Xiao closed the store. He initially planned to open jars before hunting soul beasts for soul rings, but decided to hunt for soul rings first. Lin Xiao said, glancing at Soderos, after all, in a couple of hours, Soderos' time in the Douluo Continent will be up. For now, I don't wish to use the next Soderos puppet, so I'll have to hunt souls. In truth, it made little difference. Returning after the soul hunt to open jars would not be too late. After all, the jars wouldn't run away. Perhaps a different timing might yield a higher rate of treasures. Lin Xiao mused to himself. Such was the nature of those who had traversed dungeons. They tended to dabble in a bit of mysticism. Approaching the counter, Lin Xiao spread out the map gifted by a woman seemingly connected to BBDong. He then beckoned Soderos over. Old Soderos, come here. I shall take you to a place. Upon hearing this, Soderos silently approached Lin Xiao and stood beside him. Lin Xiao had already clarified that as someone he summoned, Soderos would not consume any teleportation potions. The 2 teleportation potions in his possession were just enough for a round trip. After consuming 1 potion, Lin Xiao placed his index finger on the map, marking a spot labeled with 5 large characters, Stardew Forest. After contemplating, he shifted his fingers slightly along the edge of the marked area. Confirming that he wouldn't be teleported to the core zone, he focused his thoughts and silently uttered the word, teleport. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the small shop. A silvery light enveloped both him and Soderos, and in the next instant, they vanished without a trace. As the storm began to settle, the bear spirit Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo had just stepped into the spirit hall when they encountered a figure striding toward them with great vigor. Clad in magnificent armor, the person exuded an air of authority. She long had a keen nose. Recognizing the newcomer, the ghost leopard Douluo snorted in annoyance. At that moment, the snake spear Douluo also approached, curiosity etched on his face. Bear, leopard, you're back. How is it? Did you find anything good? Come on. Don't keep it to yourselves. Let your brothers have a look. P.S. An overnight update. Please bear with any typos and corrections. An update has been made. I hope I have your votes. Chapter 39. The path of the 1,000 Douluo grows narrow upon hearing the sound. The bear Douluo furrowed his brow. Glancing at the surrounding knights of the holy temple, and spoke in a deep voice, let us relocate to another place for discussion. This is not suitable for conversation. There was an air of mystery about it, suggesting that your journey has yielded considerable gains. The serpent spear Douluo's gaze shifted between the ghost leopard and the bear Douluo as he remarked. Then let us proceed to the headquarters of the Knights of the Holy Temple to witness your treasures. With that, he took the lead. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Offerings, before the training ground exclusive to the Thousand Jin Douluo, the demon suppression Douluo paced anxiously. I've been here for quite some time. Why has my elder brother appeared yet? I truly hope that the mysterious jars at that little shop Haven Tea sold out. He murmured to himself, occasionally glancing at the tightly shut doors of the hall. After parting ways with the Serpent Spear Douluo and the others, he had eagerly come to seek the Thousand Jin Douluo. However, to his dismay, the Thousand Jin Douluo was currently in seclusion. Creak. At that moment, the closed doors of the hall swung open, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache. Brother, you have finally concluded your training. The demon suppression Douluo exclaimed joyfully as he beheld the figure emerging from the training ground. Each time he looked at him, he felt an uncanny sense of reflection. This individual was none other than the Thousand Jin Douluo, the elder brother of the demon suppression Douluo. In one of the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall, you have broken through to the 97th level? He inquired solemnly. In response, the demon suppression Douluo's expression turned slightly awkward. Not yet, since you have not achieved a breakthrough. Why are you here instead of diligently training in your own grounds? The Thousand Jin Douluo huffed impatiently. It is often said that the personalities of twins are opposites, and indeed, this was the case. He favored tranquility while the demon suppression Douluo relished activity. Were it not for his persistent encouragement, the latter might still be an elder in the Spirit Hall. Brother, it's not that I'm avoiding training. I was merely hoping to find inspiration by stepping outside, the demon suppression Douluo replied. Appearing as timid as a child before his elder brother, lacking the solemnity he exhibited in front of the Bear Douluo and others. And have you found it? The Thousand Jin Douluo pressed further. While I have not uncovered any inspiration, I inadvertently obtained a piece of information that may serve as our opportunity to break through to the 97th level, the demon suppression Douluo declared, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He was well aware of his brother's obsession with reaching that level. For once they attained that realm, they would be on par with the 98th level title Douluo. One must understand, the 98th level is regarded as the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. In the absence of the grand offering of the Spirit Hall and the grand offering of Sea God Island, who could stand against them? Furthermore, their status would soar, requiring respect only from the grand offering and the Pope within the Hall of Offerings. This would be the epitome of glory. Not to mention, the Thousand Jin Douluo aspired to this. The demon suppression Douluo yearned for it as well. Reaching the summit of soul masters and standing at the pinnacle of power, what a delight that would be. In life, what do we chase if not these desires? However, reality often proves harsh and unforgiving. Given their qualifications, the 97th level seemed an unattainable dream. Really? Pray, tell me how we might achieve this breakthrough. The Thousand Jin Douluo, upon hearing the demon suppression Douluo's words, became animated, gripping his brother's shoulders tightly. There is a mysterious jar shop that has appeared in Spirit City. These jars can yield treasures that enhance our strength. This is what I speak of as our opportunity for breakthrough, the demon suppression Douluo explained succinctly. The jar shop? The Thousand Jin Douluo's excitement waned as he processed this information. Instead of joy, a frown appeared on his face. He spoke gravely, demon suppression. You are treading a perilous path. You must understand that after reaching the 95th level, cultivating soul power alone will no longer grant us breakthroughs in realm. Otherwise, why do you think the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo have remained stagnant at the 95th level for so many years? At our current standing, no external force from the Douluo Continent can aid us. Only by comprehending the true essence of our martial souls and grasping the principles of heaven and earth can we hope to break through. Brother, I comprehend your words. The demon suppression Douluo acknowledged. Good. For the time being, refrain from training and take a moment to relax, the Thousand Jin Douluo advised. After a brief silence, the demon suppression Douluo posed another question. Brother, I have one more inquiry. If our martial souls were to enhance by 30%, could we reach the 97th level? An enhancement of 30%? Do you grasp the implications of that? If we could achieve such a feat, our Panlong-stick martial soul would transcend the shackles of high-level martial souls, entering the realm of top-tier martial souls. This would drastically elevate our potential, making the comprehension of the secrets of the 97th level a trivial matter for us, the Thousand Jin Douluo asserted with unwavering confidence. But, is that even possible? He had lived for decades without ever hearing of anyone's martial soul evolving or enhancing. Not even in the ancient texts of the Spirit Hall was there any mention of such a phenomenon. The demon suppression Douluo noticed the yearning in his brother's eyes and gently said, Brother, The jars sold at that shop can accomplish this. What? The Thousand Jean Douluo was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly shook his head. No, that cannot be. Brother, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. To be honest, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it myself. By the way, do you know the serpent spear Douluo? Hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. The demon suppression Douluo intended to let the Thousand Jean Douluo witness everything firsthand. The serpent spear Douluo? Of course, I am aware of him. He is nothing but a disgrace to the Elder Hall, though he possesses the strength of a title Douluo. I would argue that he is inferior to those top-tier soul masters of the Haotian sect. The Thousand Jean Douluo scoffed disdainfully. Brother, that is all in the past. The serpent spear Douluo has since risen, and his strength is advancing rapidly. It won't be long before he reaches the 93rd level. Even with his current 92nd level strength, he can contend with the 93rd level ghost leopard Douluo. Even the battle-crazed bear Douluo dares not diminish his brilliance. This should not be. Although it was difficult for him to comprehend, this was the reality. The serpent spear Douluo's achievements stemmed from at least a 30% enhancement of his martial soul-less quality. 30%. The Thousand Jean Douluo's pupils dilated in realization. He understood why his younger brother had posed such inquiries. Facts speak louder than words. If you still doubt, come with me. That fellow, she longed, is on duty at the headquarters of the Knights of the Holy Temple today. The truth will be evident. Without further ado, the demon suppression Douluo seized the Thousand Jean Douluo and led him away. The distance from the Hall of Offerings to the headquarters of the Knights of the Holy Temple may seem far to others, but for a title Douluo, it was trivial. Before long, the Thousand Jean Douluo found himself at the entrance of the Grand Hall of the Knights of the Holy Temple, escorted by the demon suppression Douluo. Inside the hall, the serpent spear Douluo, ghost leopard Douluo, and bear Douluo were all present. However, the behavior of these individuals left the brothers, Thousand Jean and demon suppression, in a state of shock. They beheld the serpent spear Douluo caressing the pink wooden staff held by the bear Douluo, his face awash with obsession. The bear Douluos, in turn, wore an expression of utter enjoyment, while the ghost leopard Douluo looked on with envy. Chapter 40. Do you misunderstand the divine artifact? What a peculiar atmosphere. It's somewhat difficult to behold. Ahem. What are you all doing? Although it feels inappropriate to interrupt the strange ambience among the three, the demon slayer Douluo believes that matters of importance must take precedence. Which fool is making such a racket? Do they not see we are engaged in serious business? Unconsciously, the demon bear Douluo expressed his dissatisfaction. It should be noted that when the serpent spear Douluo discovered that second brother's inflatable companion was a divine artifact, he exclaimed in disbelief and insisted on reverently worshipping the artifact up close. The way he looked at the demon bear Douluo shifted, akin to seeing the king of can openers, with a hint of admiration. This made the demon bear Douluo feel rather pleased. Are you insulting me? Upon hearing the words of the demon bear Douluo, the demon slayer Douluo's expression darkened, and he coldly uttered a few words. You think I am not worthy of respect, do you? The demon bear Douluo turned to see who was so audacious. Upon seeing, he was momentarily stunned. The Thousand Jean Douluo, the demon slayer Douluo. If you have objections, feel free to voice them. I will do my best to amend. He instantly altered his tone. Never mind. The matter at hand is of greater importance. The Thousand Jean Douluo reassured the demon slayer Douluo. Indeed, the demon slayer Douluo replied affirmatively, directing his gaze toward the serpent spear Douluo. Slowly, he spoke. I came here to ascertain whether the enhancement of your martial spirit is indeed related to the jars sold in that little shop. It is as you say. I obtained 2 amplifiers at the Lucky Jar shop, and after using them, my martial spirit became stronger. The serpent spear Douluo replied nonchalantly. There is no need to conceal this matter. Moreover, the demon slayer Douluo had witnessed his battle with the ghost leopard Douluo firsthand. The correlation between his enhanced strength and the little shop's offerings could not be obscured. Furthermore, the reputation of the Lucky Magic Jar shop would eventually echo throughout Spirit City and perhaps even across the Douluo Continent. Rather than shrouded in secrecy, it is better to be forthright. Receiving an affirmative response, the demon slayer Douluo turned once more to the Thousand Jean Douluo. Brother, did you hear that? I did not deceive you. Is this truly the case? The Thousand Jean Douluo genuinely believed it this time, and his emotions began to surge. He strode forward to the serpent spear Douluo, his gaze filled with eagerness. Show me your martial spirit. Very well. The serpent spear Douluo did not hesitate. His right hand grasping the air, and with a flash of brilliance, the serpent spear appeared in his grasp, accompanied by a potent wave of soul power. Indeed, it has grown stronger, and this intensity is not at all inferior to the dragon-bladed staff. Upon witnessing this, the Thousand Jun Douluo was astounded. As a fellow weapons martial spirit user, he could distinctly sense that the aura of the serpent spear was on par with that of the dragon-bladed staff. More importantly, there was an inexplicable sharpness that seemed to emanate from the serpent spear. This additional ability stemmed from the enhancement of the martial spirit's quality. This implies that, with this edge, the potency of the serpent spear Douluo's soul skills would significantly increase. If the ghost leopard Douluo were aware of the Thousand Jun Douluo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly come to an epiphany. This was also why the serpent spear Douluo could rely on his fifth soul skill to break through the ghost leopard Douluo's fifth soul skill. The enigmatic jar shop. It seems I truly must pay a visit. The Thousand Jun Douluo mused. Apologies for the interruption. The Thousand Jun Douluo cast a deeply meaningful glance at the others and then addressed the Demon Slayer Douluo. Let us depart. Wait. Just as the two were about to leave, the Demon Bear Douluo called out to them. What is it? The Demon Slayer Douluo inquired, puzzled. I must remind you. The jars in that shop are random. You cannot predict what you will get. Moreover, each jar costs 100,000 gold soul coins. So bring enough money before you go. Oh, is that so? Both the Thousand Jun and Demon Slayer Douluo were quite taken aback. The Demon Slayer Douluo looked once again at the Demon Bear Douluo, a dawning realization in his eyes, if I am not mistaken. That wooden stick in your hand was also obtained from the jars sold in the little shop, correct? Now he understood why a mere wooden stick could draw the attention of several titled Douluos. It appears it is not just an ordinary item. Indeed. Seeing the Demon Bear Douluo nod, the Demon Slayer Douluo curiously asked, what is this wooden stick, and what purpose does it serve? Not only him, but even the composed Thousand Jun Douluo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This is not merely an object. It is an artifact of divine caliber. The Demon Bear Douluo could only muster the courage to explain. A true artifact. Is there any that does not possess unparalleled might? This wooden stick is worthy of being called an artifact? Surely, you have not been deceived? The Demon Slayer Douluo could not help but laugh. It was quite amusing. Not to mention divine power, he even felt he could easily break the stick with a little force. Indeed, while this artifact may not possess world-ending power, it is not without merit. It possesses formidable abilities. The Demon Bear Douluo grew serious, his tone becoming more resolute. Do you have a misunderstanding about what constitutes strength? The Demon Slayer Douluo detected the displeasure in the Demon Bear Douluo's words, his expression turning frosty. These fools, do they not realize they have been deceived? He could not believe that this wooden stick held any formidable power. Come, strike me with your so-called artifact. I have lived many years and have yet to experience the might of an artifact. This. At those words, the Demon Bear Douluo hesitated. What are you afraid of? Do you fear I will harm you? Let us do this. We will not use soul skills. We will merely engage in combat using our martial spirits, soul power, and fighting techniques. That should put your mind at ease, yes? The Demon Slayer Douluo waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I hope you can accept your defeat. The Demon Bear Douluo glared with wide eyes. This place is too small. Come with me to the training ground. The clay figure still has some spirit left. The Demon Slayer Douluo's aggressive demeanor cannot be blamed for the Demon Bear Douluo's ruthlessness. Today, someone will bleed beneath his mighty stick. Outside the training ground, the ghost leopard Douluo returned to familiar territory, his emotions quite complex. The difference this time was that it was the Demon Bear and Demon Slayer Douluo who were set to duel. In truth, had he not witnessed the wonders of the jar shop firsthand, the ghost leopard would have deemed himself no better than the Demon Slayer Douluo. After all, such a phenomenon that defies the logic of Douluo Continent undeniably invites skepticism. On the other side of the training ground, the Serpent Spear and Thousand Jun Douluo watched attentively. In the arena, the Demon Slayer Douluo summoned his martial spirit, the dragon-bladed staff. The aura exclusive to a 96th level title Douluo dominated the scene, suppressing all others. The heavy presence of the dragon-bladed staff nearly rendered the spectators breathless. Oppressive. Incredibly oppressive. Only by completing the martial spirit's embodiment and transforming into a half-human, half-bear form could the Demon Bear Douluo withstand this pressure. Come forth. Attack me with all your might. The Demon Slayer Douluo displayed immense confidence. And he indeed had the grounds for his certainty. It is worth noting that there exists a 3-level soul power disparity between him and the Demon Bear Douluo. Do not underestimate this 3-level gap. There exists a significant difference between 95 and 96 levels, akin to an insurmountable chasm, comparable to the gap between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo. Furthermore, as fellow assault-type martial spirit users, The quality of the Demon Slayer Douluo's martial spirit surpasses that of the Demon Bear Douluo. In such a scenario, it would be difficult to face defeat. In such a situation, the need for votes is not pressing. Thank you to all the readers for your support and votes. Special thanks to the reader who rewarded me with the tale number 1514, becoming my first fan. I am truly thrilled. I also appreciate the browser and the readers for their enthusiastic positive reviews. I watched it today. It wasn't as excessive as I had anticipated. The brevity of the piece warranted a mere 1-star rating. Chapter 41, The Bewildered Demon Bear. Have I misplaced my fortune? Thud, thud, thud. The Demon Bear Douluo stirred with explosive force. His imposing frame shook the entire training ground with every step he took, despite being a power-type soul master. Once he reached the title of Douluo, how much slower could he possibly become? The distance between the two narrowed with just a few strides. In the hands of the Demon Bear Douluo, the originally long staff now resembled a mere short rod, aimed directly at the head of the demon-subduing Douluo. What a splendid encounter this is. Let us see whether your artifact is sturdier or my panlong staff is more formidable. The demon-subduing Douluo scoffed, convinced that the clash would result in his panlong staff shattering the pink wooden rod into pieces. Boom. The inflatable companion of the second brother collided with the panlong staff, producing a deafening sound. Both the demon bear and the demon-subduing were titled Douluo, even without using soul power. They could distinctly perceive a ripple of soul power surging forth. Crack, crack, crack. The blue stone tiles beneath the demon-subduing Douluo's feet exhibited a series of spiderweb-like fractures. In contrast, the demon bear Douluo gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, yet he could not advance an inch. His power was simply insufficient. The demon-subduing Douluo shook his head with a relaxed demeanor, then suddenly barked, "Retreat." With that command, the demon bear Douluo felt an overwhelming force erupt from the lean figure of the demon-subduing Douluo, causing his robust body to stagger backwards several steps. A level 96 titled Douluo, so terrifying. In the distance, the serpent spear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. The disparity between level 96 and level 95 titled Douluo was indeed monumental. It could be said that even the level 93 demon bear Douluo could be easily crushed. Gasping, panting, the demon bear Douluo finally halted his retreat a dozen meters away. His chest heaved like a bellows, emitting heavy breaths. Is this the artifact? Its sturdiness is somewhat beyond my expectations. The demon-subduing Douluo, surprised, retorted. Yet, besides its solidity, it appears to be utterly useless. It seems that the so-called artifact is merely a gimmick. The Thousand Genes Douluo shook his head slightly, having anticipated that this so-called artifact would yield some unexpected delight. Yet, it seemed to be nothing but a deceptive ploy. However, just then, the demon-subduing Douluo suddenly let out a peculiar cry, capturing everyone's attention. What? What have you done to me? He gazed at the demon bear Douluo in confusion, his body swaying. Clang. The panlong staff, resembling a walking cane, was propped against the ground to stabilize him. Yet, his complexion was far from pleasant, alternating between shades of green and white, akin to a flickering lantern. What is wrong with you? The Thousand Genes Douluo immediately noticed his brother's oddity, his voice laced with urgency. I don't know what happened, but I feel utterly weak. Even my soul power seems to be diminishing. It feels as though I have been poisoned. The demon-subduing Douluo gritted his teeth. Poisoned? The others exchanged glances, expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. This toxicity, is it truly that potent? The ghost leopard Douluo and serpent spear Douluo wore expressions not of astonishment, but rather of peculiar intrigue. One strike was enough to plunge the demon-subduing Douluo into a poisoned state. It appears my luck has been misapplied. Nevertheless, this poison is truly fierce. The demon bear Douluo stood stunned, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Had I had this fortune when opening the canister, would it not have been a direct hit? Upon hearing this, the Thousand Genes Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in astonishment, "What kind of poison is this? So ruthless that it can instantly weaken a level 96 titled Douluo?" He was genuinely alarmed. This poison must be excessively terrifying. It is well known that the poison Douluo of Douluo Continent does not possess such formidable toxins. Even the Douluo in the Spirit Hall cannot achieve this level. In the arena, the demon-subduing Douluo fixed a piercing gaze on the demon bear Douluo, demanding, "How did you do this? When did you apply the poison?" "It was not I who poisoned you. It is one of the inherent abilities of this artifact." "An artifact with poison?" The demon-subduing Douluo was momentarily taken aback. "I told you long ago, this is an artifact, and even if it cannot bring about cataclysmic destruction, it is indeed formidable. Yet you refuse to believe it. The demon bear Douluo shrugged, his demeanor comically bear-like. He had not anticipated that a single attack would trigger a poison state, let alone one that could incapacitate a titled Douluo. In this moment, he was finally convinced that the investment of 100,000 gold soul coins was not in vain. In fact, it was quite the bargain. To whom was the mockery directed? Do not be arrogant. Do not underestimate me just because my strength has diminished by 3 or 4/10. Even in this condition, I could easily crush you, the demon-subduing Douluo declared, biting his tongue to rouse himself, launching an attack against the demon bear Douluo. Still formidable, the demon bear Douluo felt a surge of alarm. Indeed, a level 96 titled Douluo was not to be underestimated. Even weakened, confronting him was no trivial matter. Thus, he could only swing the wooden staff once more in defense. Boom! Their clash reverberated again. However, to everyone's astonishment, this time it was the demon-subduing Douluo who was sent reeling backward, as if propelled by a powerful kick. Demon-subduing, what happened to you? The Thousand Genes Douluo was frantic. He could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else and unleashed his soul power to catch his brother. Upon sensing that the demon-subduing Douluo's breath had stabilized, he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the demon bear Douluo did not strike too hard. At this moment, the demon-subduing Douluo also regained his senses. Brother, what happened to me? I too wish to know what happened. Just now, when I collided with him, everything went white before my eyes, and I felt dizzy, losing control of my body in an instant. Recalling the earlier events sent a chill down the demon-subduing Douluo's spine. This was utterly inexplicable. What on earth transpired? Upon hearing this, the Thousand Genes Douluo was equally perplexed, turning to the demon bear Douluo for clarification. Could you explain what transpired? It is a state of dizziness. The inflatable companion of the second brother is capable not only of inflicting poison but also of inducing dizziness. The demon bear Douluo had already transformed back into his human form, gently caressing the wooden staff in his hand, his eyes shimmering with delight. He had never imagined his luck would be so extraordinary. The first attack resulted in poisoning, and the second in dizziness. Is this truly a stroke of fate? Poisoned, dizzied. Such anomalous states that even titled Douluo cannot withstand. The demon-subduing Douluo was genuinely alarmed. After living for decades, he had never encountered such a miraculous artifact. However, the name the inflatable companion of the second brother seemed rather peculiar. Yet, that was inconsequential, as long as it was powerful enough, even if it were named wealth. No one would dare to underestimate it. He trembled slightly and inquired, does it possess any other abilities? There are no other special abilities. But what? The Thousand Genes Douluo's eyes glimmered with curiosity. He was eager to uncover what other powers this artifact might hold. P.S. A loud call. Bring forth the votes. Chapter 42. Has the demon bear Douluo transformed into a goblin? Is there still an effect? Is this never-ending? The demon slayer Douluo is exhausted. This is truly defying the heavens. Could it be that the 100,000 gold soul coins have indeed granted the demon bear Douluo an invincible treasure? What a profitable venture. At that moment, the demon bear Douluo slowly remarked, it's not that impressive, really. It merely allows one to ignore the level of poison and dizziness, unlike control-type soul masters, whose effects diminish as their opponent's soul power increases or due to spirit restraint. Furthermore, when using second brother's inflatable companion, it does not consume any soul power. Hiss. Ignoring levels? Not consuming soul power? This is becoming increasingly outrageous. While the destructive capability may not be astonishing, in a one-on-one confrontation, it is undeniably terrifying. To call it a true divine artifact would not be an exaggeration. The demon slayer Douluo gasped, instinctively exclaiming, I envy you. If I possess such a divine artifact, I wouldn't need to break through to the 97th level. I could easily take on the 3 offerings, 4 offerings, or 5 offerings at will. Upon uttering these words, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Ahem. The Thousand Gene Douluo cleared his throat, speaking with irritation. Don't speak carelessly. Brother. Let us go open the jar now. I can hardly wait. The demon slayer Douluo felt his gold soul coins were burning with desire. The Thousand Gene Douluo, upon hearing this, surprisingly did not refuse. Given the circumstances, he too wished to witness the wonders of that store. Who knows? Perhaps he could turn his fate around as well? However, the demon bear Douluo interrupted their conversation. When we returned, it seemed the shopkeeper had closed the shop. I suggest you go tomorrow instead. I understand. Thank you for your advice. The Thousand Gene Douluo nodded, casting a deep glance at the demon bear Douluo before departing with the demon slayer Douluo. A divine artifact. How extraordinary. Watching the Thousand Gene and the demon slayer depart, the demon bear Douluo expressed with envy. In truth, it isn't that formidable. This divine artifact does have its drawbacks. The demon bear Douluo felt no need to conceal anything from his old comrade. What drawbacks? The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback. He had just witnessed the powerful demon slayer Douluo, a level 96 titled Douluo, being swiftly overwhelmed. First, it requires close combat to trigger its abnormal effects. Secondly, the effects are probabilistic, with a poisoning chance of 3% and a dizziness chance of 2%. The serpent spear Douluo gasped in astonishment. Such low probabilities? Were you not wagering your lifespan to trigger the effects just now? Get lost. The demon bear Douluo's face darkened instantly. Indeed. I also thought the demon bear had an absurd stroke of luck. I just wonder if the divine artifact can be inherited after his death. The ghost leopard Douluo jested. None of you are good people. The demon bear Douluo felt exasperated. By the way, aside from this divine artifact, did you obtain any other treasures? The demon bear Douluo inquired once more. If you wish to know, no problem. Win a match against me, and I'll tell you. The demon bear Douluo could not resist cracking his knuckles. However, the serpent spear Douluo glanced at the wooden stick in his hand and shook his head. Rest assured, I want to use that divine artifact. The demon bear Douluo said as he stored away second brother's inflatable companion. He felt this item required thorough research. It surely possessed more potential applications. So confident? Have you unlocked a soul ring enhancer? The serpent spear Douluo questioned. No. As he spoke, the demon bear Douluo unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, summoning 9 soul rings beneath him, colored yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The serpent spear Douluo hurriedly identified them, confirming there were no alterations in their ages. The ages are correct, and your martial soul strength is normal. So who gave you the audacity to act recklessly? With that, he laughed. Come on, let us have a duel. But this time, I might just guide you. As his voice fell, he stepped onto the training ground. Witnessing this, the ghost leopard Douluo secretly chuckled. Hee hee, the demon bear is likely to don the goblin transformation. This will be entertaining. I truly look forward to seeing how Shilong reacts upon witnessing the transformed demon bear. Will he be rendered speechless? Contemplating this scene filled him with anticipation. Meanwhile, the actions of the demon bear Douluo mirrored the ghost leopard Douluo's speculation. He had secretly prepared the goblin cosplay outfit. In the arena, the serpent spear Douluo held his spear in his right hand, beckoning with his left hand towards the demon bear. Come here. Hee hee. The enhancement of your strength has indeed made you quite arrogant. The demon bear Douluo smiled slightly. Even without activating his martial soul, he displayed great confidence. At this moment, the serpent spear Douluo noticed the item in the demon bear Douluo's hand, and his heart jolted in surprise. Wait, we can't fight. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to. The serpent spear Douluo, with a flash of insight, attempted to withdraw. He recognized the item in the demon bear Douluo's hand, resembling the transformation outfit previously mentioned by Yin. He recalled that after Yin transformed, neither Liena nor the evil moon martial soul could match him, and his combat power soared several levels. Even when he attacked, he was sent flying in a single blow. Truly formidable. If the demon bear Douluo transformed, even a slight increase in combat power or a few levels in soul power would be beyond his capacity to withstand. He had no divine artifact at his side, and in such a battle, he would likely be the one suffering. Want to leave? It's too late. Seeing this, the demon bear Douluo smirked coldly and suddenly crushed the crystal in his hand. In the next moment, a blinding green light erupted, enveloping him. The serpent spear Douluo and the ghost leopard Douluo were both dumbfounded. Instinctively, they gazed toward the green light, awaiting the transformation of the demon bear Douluo. Bang! In a moment, the light dispersed. A figure appeared in the arena, leaving both astonished. Soon after, their expressions turned to bewilderment. Before their eyes, the towering 2-meter demon bear Douluo had vanished. In its place stood a creature about 1.5 meters tall, with a long nose, pointed ears, a large mouth, and extremely mismatched features. Its emaciated body dragged a disproportionately large head, resembling a malnourished individual. This is far too weak, right? The ghost leopard Douluo was stunned. This was the appearance of the transformed demon bear Douluo. It seemed better off not transforming at all. Haha. Is this a deliberate offering of your head? The serpent spear Douluo felt the aura of the opponent and laughed. In this state, the demon bear Douluo seemed to be at a disadvantage. Even activating his martial soul would feel like bullying him. What is happening? My soul power is not even at level 10. The ghost leopard Douluo felt betrayed. He distinctly remembered being told that transformation would result in greater strength. The demon bear Douluo, now aware of his peculiar condition, cried out in despair. The contrast was too great. He had anticipated a surge in power, expecting to sweep through the serpent spear Douluo with overwhelming might. Now, he feared he was in grave danger. Is it possible you misheard? The ghost leopard Douluo shook his head, feeling somewhat guilty. I'll settle the score with you later. The demon bear Douluo shot a fierce glare at the ghost leopard Douluo, then turned to the serpent spear Douluo, saying, Brother, I heard you mention having things to attend to. You may go, priorities must be addressed. The serpent spear Douluo mocked. I suddenly remembered I must have been mistaken. It's nothing. Let us engage in a friendly spar. With that, he stepped forward, one step at a time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 43. The astonishing discovery of the sword duelist. The anguished cries of the bear spirit Douluo echoed incessantly. No. Stop. In the distance, the ghost leopard Douluo's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he watched the snake spear Douluo mercilessly torment the bear spirit Douluo, now transformed into a goblin, for a grueling 15 minutes. Once the battle concluded, the snake spear adjusted his armor, a look of sheer delight adorning his face as he uttered a single word, refreshing. In stark contrast, the bear spirit Douluo lay powerless on the ground, his eyes devoid of any spark, as if all vitality had been drained from him. He had underestimated the goblin transformation. It wasn't the puppet's fault, but rather that enigmatic master behind it all. Achoo! Achoo! Outside the Stardow forest, Lin Xiao sneezed twice, puzzled as to who might be thinking of him at this moment. Master, I sense a certain danger ahead. You must exercise caution as we proceed, came the voice of Soderos, pulling Lin Xiao back to reality. I understand, Lin Xiao replied, glancing at Soderos. Rest assured, I won't venture too deep. I'm merely seeking soul beasts that are over 400 years old. Despite being restricted in power, Sadros, the sword god, retained his keen perception. Allow me to guide you in your search, he said, leading Lin Xiao into the depths of the forest. At this time, dusk enveloped the Stardow forest in an unusual tranquility. Nightfall marked the most perilous moments within its depths. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao traversed the terrain with ease, as if meandering through his own backyard. Soon enough, Soderos halted. Master, the wolf-shaped soul beast ahead aligns perfectly with your requirements. Estimated to be between 400 and 410 years old. Having arrived in this world, Soderos had acquired additional knowledge regarding soul beasts, making it easy to ascertain the age of this particular creature. Lin Xiao observed a large white wolf, roughly the size of a cow. This will do, he decided. For Lin Xiao, the type of soul beast was inconsequential. What mattered was its age. Upon obtaining his martial soul, Lin Xiao had also acquired a skill tree. As long as he reached the requisite soul power level, he could unlock the skills of the sword soul. With Soderos's assistance, Lin Xiao effortlessly dispatched the white wolf. Ignoring the mess on the ground, he settled into a cross-legged position and began absorbing the soul ring. In that instant, a brilliant white sword intent shot into the sky, only to vanish almost immediately. Meanwhile, 3 figures emerged from the Stardow forest, illuminated by the evening glow. In the center stood a handsome, refined middle-aged man. To his left was an elderly man with white hair and beard, clad entirely in white, exuding a cold and forbidding aura. The last was a slightly shorter elder, who hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Had it not been for the Sect master and His Excellency Chun Xian's intervention, I might not have secured such a satisfactory 8th ring. He was visibly exhilarated, for both the refined middle-aged man, Ning Rongrong, and the formidable sword duelist Chun Xian were titans within the spirit master realm. You are too kind, Ning Rongrong replied with a slight smile. Having served as a guest elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower School for many years, your contributions merit my assistance in your quest for a soul ring. His voice was persuasive, and his smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. The guest elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower School felt deeply moved. However, just as he was about to speak again, the sword duelist suddenly shifted his gaze, catching a fleeting glimpse of brilliance in the distance. Shock, confusion, and curiosity flickered across the sword duelist's face. Sword uncle, what troubles you? Ning Rongrong inquired, sensing the sword duelist's unusual demeanor. He was well aware that the sword duelist was engrossed in his swordsmanship, rarely paying attention to other matters. And it had been years since he had witnessed such a complex expression on his face. Sect master, I sensed an aura of sharpness in that direction. The sword duelist mused, adding, it is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. Ning Rongrong's expression also reflected intrigue upon hearing this. I wish to investigate, he declared. Very well. I shall accompany you. Ning Rongrong then turned to the guest elder beside him. Sword uncle and I have matters to attend to. You may return to the sect. Of course, the guest elder replied without objection, watching as the sword duelist summoned the 7 killing sword, taking to the skies alongside Ning Rongrong. At the same time, Lin Xiao had successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring, the process going smoothly. He opened his eyes, his expression brimming with astonishment. What a thrill it is to wield such power. The ancients do not deceive me. While others could only possess a single skill from 100-year soul ring, Lin Xiao was different. He had 4. He then glanced at the first skill on his skill tree, weapon mastery. The martial soul is no longer confined to the form of a lightsaber. It can transform freely into forms such as a great sword, short sword, or katana. Short sword form. Attacks inflict additional sword chi. Great sword form. Attacks grant a body enhancement. Katana form. Attacks cause the target to bleed. Blunt weapon form. Attacks unleash shockwaves. Lightsaber form. Attacks induce an electrifying state, increasing attack speed and reducing skill cooldown. Note: different weapon forms yield varying skill effects. It appears that the skills of the sword soul have indeed been tailored to align with the characteristics of this world, Lin Xiao mused. A look of surprise crossing his face after reviewing the first skill's description. Yet, it was understandable. The rules of this world differed from those in the dungeon realm, and certain aspects might not apply here. Let us experiment with the transformations, Lin Xiao thought, and with a flick of his right hand, a lightsaber formed from radiant light materialized in his grasp. Greatsword. He willed, and the lightsaber instantly contorted, transforming into a massive sword. Its length towering over him, and its width akin to that of a door. Surprisingly heavy. Although composed of light, Lin Xiao felt an astonishing weight in his hands. Katana. With another thought, the light shifted once more, morphing into a long, slender blade. Short sword. Blunt weapon. With each mental command, the lightsaber transformed accordingly. And Lin Xiao reveled in the experience. After some time, he suddenly shook his head and sighed. Regrettably, the forms the lightsaber can assume are limited to the great sword, katana, and similar shapes. It cannot transform into the form I desire. What a pity. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao turned his attention to his second skill. Demon Sword Technique, a unique swordsmanship of the sword soul, with varying effects based on the type of weapon used. Lin Xiao recognized this skill as the ultimate basic attack of the sword soul. Suddenly, an old memory surfaced in his mind. I wonder if I might one day unearth the demon war shoulder from the jar, reviving the legend of achieving divinity through a single shoulder? The thought brought him a wave of excitement. Chapter 44. The duel between Sword Douluo and Soderos. Lin Xiao. Do you not remember the pain of the 4th rank battle? What are you lost in thought about? Just as a fleeting thought crossed his mind, Lin Xiao recalled the trials of his past, choosing not to dwell further. He turned his attention to the next skill. 5-segment slash, a gliding attack in any direction. A commendable escape skill. Lin Xiao was exceedingly familiar with this ability. Undoubtedly, it was a displacement skill. The damage was negligible, but it was swift and stylish. A must-have in any game. As he approached the final skill, he noted the description, back jump slash, attack while executing a backward leap, generating a wave of sword energy. Nothing particularly noteworthy, just a minor technique. At this point, Lin Xiao felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Perhaps it was time to return home and seek some excitement. With that thought, he opened his system space to retrieve the teleportation potion, simultaneously producing the remaining upgrade scroll to use. In the next moment, his soul power level ascended from 11, following the acquisition of his soul ring, to 12. Old Sadros, come, it's time to head home. After consuming the teleportation potion, Lin Xiao called out. However, Sadros remained motionless. What's wrong? Lin Xiao inquired softly. Master, someone approaches from that direction, Sadros replied, gesturing with his gaze. Following Soderos' line of sight, Lin Xiao discerned a glimmer on the horizon, which gradually brightened. Someone is drawing near. Indeed, this piqued Lin Xiao's interest, and he gazed curiously at the luminous figure, momentarily postponing his departure. Before long, the figure became clearer in Lin Xiao's view. He observed that 2 individuals were soaring through the air on swords, exuding an ethereal presence reminiscent of celestial sword immortals from fantasy novels. However, Lin Xiao was acutely aware that this was no mere fantasy. They were in the Douluo Continent. The identities of the sword-flying individuals became evident. Sword Douluo. The cultured middle-aged man accompanying Sword Douluo must undoubtedly be Ning Rongrong. Lin Xiao contemplated this unexpected encounter in the Stardow Forest. Sword Uncle, Are you certain the sword energy emanates from here? Ning Fengji inquired softly behind Sword Douluo. Absolutely, Sword Douluo affirmed with a nod. Sect Master, they are indeed the ones. Particularly that elder, who possesses an aura of sharpness that cannot be overlooked, even by me. Very well, let us descend, Ning Fengji proposed. In the blink of an eye, Sword Douluo had guided his 7-kill sword to the ground. Ning Fengji stepped forward to stand alongside Sword Douluo. He clasped his hands and said, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Ning Fengji, the Sect Master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower School. This is Elder Sword Douluo, Chen Xin. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao replied with a slight smile. As for Soderos, he paid no heed to Ning Fengji. Indeed, such is his character, Lin Xiao mused. Lin Xiao? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow upon hearing the surname. To his knowledge, there were no soul master families by the name of Lin in the Douluo Continent. Yet, for an elder who commanded the respect of Sword Douluo, he must at least be a title Douluo. Where could they possibly hail from? A wave of confusion enveloped him. Sect Master Ning, I must inquire about your purpose in coming here, Lin Xiao stated candidly, lacking the inclination for pleasantries. Ning Fengji was taken aback by Lin Xiao's straightforwardness. Yet, he genuinely had no idea of their purpose for being there, merely following Sword Douluo's intent. His gaze flickered towards Sword Douluo. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo's eyes were fixed upon Soderos, his expression intense. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss. I would like to challenge you to a duel. If you would be so kind. He had sensed the formidable aura that had erupted earlier and believed that the elder, burdened with multiple swords, would make for a worthy opponent. You wish to duel old Soderos? Lin Xiao's expression turned peculiar. He understood that Sword Douluo was powerful, but his strength was more brute force than finesse. In terms of skill and understanding of the sword, he lacked in comparison to Soderos. This issue was not unique to Sword Douluo. All soul masters in the Douluo Continent tended to rely too heavily on their soul rings and soul bones, neglecting the development of their own techniques. This was why Tang Sen could thrive even with a low-level martial arts set. However, to challenge a sword master who had yet to achieve divinity to a duel was akin to courting defeat. Lin Xiao glanced at Soderos. Old Soderos, do you have any objections? Not at all, Master, Soderos replied solemnly, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of battle. He could sense that Sword Douluo and Xin traversed a completely different path in the sword arts. Their duel might yield unexpected insights. However, upon hearing Soderos' address, both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were taken aback. Did this seemingly titled Douluo-level expert just call this youth master? Who exactly was Lin Xiao? Both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo realized that the young man, named Lin Xiao, might hold a status far beyond their initial assumptions. Yet, now was not the time for speculation. Sword Douluo summoned the 7-kill sword to his hand, while 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, rose from beneath his feet. Chen Xin, martial soul, 7-kill sword, level 96 attack type title Douluo, I seek your guidance. Soderos, consider me a level 95 soul master. As for my martial soul, you may regard the sword upon my back as my martial soul, Soderos responded gravely. What does that mean? Ning Fengji was momentarily stunned, not fully grasping Soderos' words. Since you are level 95, I will not utilize soul power exceeding that level, Sword Douluo stated earnestly. That is unnecessary, Soderos replied, already drawing the first of his swords. It was a massive blade with a dragon-shaped guard. Lin Xiao recognized the sword and felt a surge of excitement as he thought, here it comes, he has arrived. The 4 axes of old Soderos are about to be displayed on the Douluo Continent. Normally, the sequence would be blunt weapon, dwarven mighty golden hammer, light sword, heavenly spine bone prison breath, and the great sword, demon slave. He vividly remembered the exhilarating sensation of being defeated in an instant by Soderos' previous display of power. This sword is extraordinary, Sword Douluo remarked, his gaze flickering as he sensed that the sword, while not a martial soul, possessed an imposing aura that rivaled that of a martial soul. However, when compared to a top-tier martial soul like the 7-kill sword, it seemed somewhat lacking. After a moment of contemplation, Sword Douluo focused intently on Soderos and spoke again. You are quite powerful. Among sword masters in the Douluo Continent, you are second only to myself in terms of swordsmanship. You may strike first, for I fear that if I initiate, you may lose the opportunity and courage to respond. With that, he positioned the 7-kill sword horizontally before him, adopting an attitude of gracious acceptance, as if to say, you are strong, proceed as you wish. P.S. Here it comes. I will strive to write another chapter, though I am uncertain if I will make it in time. If not, I shall post it first thing tomorrow. Please reserve your votes for tomorrow. Chapter 45, Sword Douluo. No one understands the return of 1,000 swords better than I do. Let Sadros strike first. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Clearly, he had never witnessed the terrifying combination of infinite fierce dragon and sword dance. However, this was not entirely Sword Douluo's fault. After all, he was already one of the pinnacle soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Apart from the exceptional existences like Qian Daolu, Tang Chun, and Poseidon, he had scarcely any rivals. A little confidence was not excessive. If you can withstand 3 minutes under my hand, then you win. With that, Sadros was not courteous. He slightly bent his body while holding the Elong sword and, in the next moment, unleashed a powerful slash. Flowing heart leap. Lin Xiao recognized this skill and noticed a faint golden glow flickering around Sadros. This was an effect exclusive to the sword soul when wielding the great sword, signifying dominance. Boom. The Elong sword collided with the 7-kill sword, producing a deafening sound. Immediately, Sword Douluo took a step back. Do not underestimate this step. It indicated the immense power behind Soderos' strike, one that even his formidable level 95 soul power could scarcely withstand. Impressive. To wield such power without a soul ring? Sword Douluo was taken aback. After witnessing the extraordinary sword technique, this strike possessed the might of level 96. Careless. Sword Douluo admonished himself. Yet, before he could contemplate further, a dragon-shaped sword aura surged toward him. Fierce Dragon Slash. This strike was exponentially stronger than the last. Sword Douluo's pupils constricted, and he quickly activated his soul skill to defend. His 5th soul ring illuminated as his long sword was imbued with an unyielding spirit, clashing against the fierce dragon slash. The first sword he blocked. However, in quick succession, another dragon-shaped sword aura coalesced, forcing him to retreat. Were all soul skills instantaneous? Sword Douluo's composure began to crumble as he was forced to fall back. After the fierce dragon slash, Sadros maintained his relentless assault. In fact, it became impossible to discern Soderos' figure. All that remained was a fleeting shadow, continuously swinging the great sword and unleashing waves of sword energy. Phantom Sword Dance. At this moment, Sword Douluo was thoroughly suppressed. Even if he wished to retaliate with a soul skill, it was futile. After all, Sadros possessed the dominant body. Unless he faced a lethal threat, he paid no heed to any resistance. Boom, boom, boom. Sword Douluo gradually found himself at a disadvantage, desperately holding on. Fortunately, after Sadros completed a series of strikes, he provided Sword Douluo with an opportunity for counterattack. Return of 1,000 swords. Sword Douluo's 6th soul ring illuminated, unleashing a torrential downpour of sword energy aimed at Sadros. Excellent. A glimmer of delight flashed in Soderos' eyes, finally recognizing something unique. Breaking the void slash, he swung the Elong sword with blinding speed. A colossal, ever-expanding sword energy surged toward the myriad of sword energies unleashed by Sword Douluo. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sword energies collided, producing crisp sounds. Surrounding trees toppled, and before they could touch the ground, they were shredded to pieces by the sword energy. Fortunately, both Sadros and Sword Douluo, as masters of the sword, skillfully controlled the situation, ensuring that no sword energy harmed Lin Xiao and Ning Rongrong. Ultimately, the myriad of sword shadows and the immense sword energy dissipated together. How can this be? What skill are you employing to nullify my return of 1,000 swords? Sword Douluo's voice brimmed with astonishment. Huh? The return of 1,000 swords? Sadros chuckled. Your soul skill may boast 1,000 swords, but I see no sign of returning. If there truly existed a sword of return, then my strike would likely be insufficient to withstand it. Are you attempting to instruct me? Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow. Sadros shook his head. Not instruction. Coincidentally, I also possess the return of 1,000 swords. Return of 1,000 swords. Here it comes. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Was the man carrying 5 swords about to appear? However, Sword Douluo shook his head slightly. No one understands the return of 1,000 swords better than I do. His conviction was unwavering. After all, his return of 1,000 swords was a skill bestowed by his soul ring, unique and unparalleled. Yet, 5 sword energies began to manifest around Sadros. Could 5 sword energies truly be deemed 1,000 swords? Sword Douluo grew increasingly dismissive, but in the next moment, he suddenly noticed that the 5 sword energies had vanished without a trace. Oh no, a crisis. He became acutely aware. Just as he attempted to shift his position, it was already too late. The five-sword energies split into countless sword shadows, enveloping him and launching a fierce assault. Sword Douluo's defenses became chaotic. The power is commendable, but the technique is lacking. The limitations of the so-called soul skill are far too great. As Sadros fought, he made this evaluation. To be frank, only the initial soul skill demonstrated by Sword Douluo had intrigued him. Now it appeared rather rigid. Indeed, battles among soul masters on the Douluo Continent resembled turn-based encounters. Lin Xiao shared this sentiment. It was entirely a matter of you unleashing a skill while I counter with one. The performance time exceeded the actual combat time. Am I lacking in swordsmanship? Sword Douluo felt a mix of surprise and anger. Was he weak? No, he was not weak. In the realm of soul masters on the Douluo Continent, who did not refer to him as the Sword Heart of Dust? What is the sword path? He was the sword path itself. To be looked down upon by someone? Yet, in the next moment, he dismissed such thoughts, suddenly aware of an impending strike brewing. If he wished to defend, it would likely come at a cost. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. But just as he pondered how to withstand it, all sword energies vanished, as though everything that transpired was merely an illusion. What is happening? Sword Douluo looked at Sadros in confusion. You must have sensed it. There remains a strike yet to be delivered. That strike embodies the essence of return. Should it be unleashed, you would undoubtedly be injured, Sadros remarked nonchalantly. Return. Sword Douluo murmured these two words, furrowing his brow, as an elusive understanding began to dawn within him. Sadros was indeed formidable in his comprehension of the sword path, regrettably. His soul power level constrained his capabilities. Lin Xiao mused, without diligent effort in youth, one may fall behind in strength. It seemed he would need to work harder to sell more jars to elevate his power. However, to achieve the second awakening and become a sword god. Besides a multitude of upgrade scrolls, he required 2 awakening scrolls, a task of considerable magnitude. At that moment, Sadros turned to Lin Xiao and said, Master, let us depart. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Wait. Suddenly, Sword Douluo called out to them. Is there something you wish to convey? Lin Xiao inquired. This time, I have lost. Yet I have not exerted my full strength. Sword Douluo cast a serious gaze at Sadros, asking, If I wish to spar with you again, where might I find you? Sadros remained composed, as if he had heard nothing. Wuhuan City, Lin Xiao replied on behalf of Sadros. I have opened a small shop there called Lucky Magic Jar. P.S. I have also developed 2 additional clients. Conducting business is quite challenging. A little encouragement in the form of votes would be appreciated. Chapter 46. The Adoration of Liena Wuhuan City? Could they be affiliated with the Wuhuan Palace? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, both Ning Fingxi and the Sword Douluo's expressions shifted dramatically. A myriad of thoughts instantly flooded their minds, and despite their attempts to conceal their reactions, an air of unease lingered on their faces. It appears there was a misunderstanding. Observing the altered demeanor of the two, Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Do not misconstrue, esteemed sirs. While we hail from Wuhuan City, we have not allied ourselves with the Wuhuan Palace. I merely operate a modest shop there. A shop? Ning Fingxi and the Sword Douluo were even more perplexed. Ah, it refers to the Lucky Jar store I mentioned earlier. If you are interested, perhaps you might try your luck with a couple of jars. You may unearth unexpected treasures. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to promote his little establishment. Youthful diligence is essential. To avoid future setbacks, I must endeavor to sell my jars diligently. Very well, Ning Fingxi and the Sword Douluo replied, still somewhat bewildered. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of the lucky jars, they nodded in acknowledgement. Farewell. I shall await your esteemed presence at my shop. With nothing more to discuss. Lin Xiao's thoughts shifted, and silver light enveloped him. He had already consumed a teleportation potion, and leaving was merely a matter of intent. What does this mean? Ning Fingxi queried, confusion evident on his face. The Sword Douluo furrowed his brow, sensing a spatial power at play. However, before they could seek clarification, Lin Xiao and Soderos had vanished without a trace. It was abrupt, as if they had never existed at all. They're gone? Ning Fingxi instinctively stepped forward, reaching out to where the two had just stood. It was empty. He confirmed it was not an illusion. The Sword Douluo widened his eyes and expanded his soul power perception, yet he still could not detect Lin Xiao and Soderos. They had truly vanished. And it appeared he had not been mistaken. The youth named Lin Xiao had indeed exhibited spatial prowess. But where could they have been transported to? With no sign of them within 100 meters? Ning Fingxi pondered uncertainly, is it possible that they have already returned to Wuhuan City? Returned to Wuhuan City? Is that feasible? The Sword Douluo shook his head slightly, struggling to believe it. The higher one's power, the more one could ascertain the implausibility of such an event. After all, they were several hundred kilometers away from Wuhuan City. Even someone with spatial abilities could not achieve such a feat. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to endure the soul power expenditure required, though I too find it hard to believe. Considering the power demonstrated by that elder and the mystery surrounding the youth, I think there is a strong possibility this is indeed the case, Ning Rongrong insisted. The truth? If that is the case, just how formidable is Lin Xiao? The sword Douluo's heart raced with astonishment. Ning Rongrong was momentarily at a loss for words. Finally shaking his head with a wry smile, Uncle Jian, I cannot say. Yet, if asked to describe Lin Xiao's impression at that moment, Ning Rongrong could succinctly express it in 4 words. Unfathomably profound. After a brief silence, the sword Douluo resigned himself to accept this seemingly impossible reality. Master, what shall we do now? Shall we return to the sect? He inquired softly. Do you recall Lin Xiao's words before he departed? He invited us to Wuhuan City to try our luck with a couple of jars. Who knows what unexpected treasures await us? Ning Rongrong nodded. Since he has extended an invitation, we must certainly accept. To Wuhuan City. The sword Douluo's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he nodded. He too was curious to discover what these jars were purported to contain. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Stardow forest, a battle had just concluded. With a thunderous roar, a massive saber-toothed tiger, boasting over 10,000 years of cultivation, collapsed heavily to the ground. Its eyes, larger than bronze bells, glared at the enigmatic figure before it, filled with resentment and confusion. It could not comprehend how 2 soul masters, one of over level 40 and the other at level 50, could be so overwhelmingly powerful when fused together. How could it? A being capable of contending with a soul emperor be so gravely wounded by a single blow? To be vanquished by my newly comprehended technique, Crescent Moon, you may now rest in peace, spoke the ethereal figure before the saber-toothed tiger. As the words fell, a burst of pink mist erupted, and the figure split into 2, Liena and Xiao. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Liena gazed at Xiao, her eyes reflecting admiration. It was evident that Xiao had dominated their combined form during the battle. With Liena's charm abilities going unused as Xiao had severely injured the 10,000-year-old saber-toothed tiger with his newly realized soul skill, Crescent Moon, had he not been merciful to absorb the soul ring. This beast, which could rival a soul emperor, would have been obliterated in an instant. I too am quite surprised. When I previously practiced with Elder Shimiao, I felt little. Only now do I realize how powerful this soul skill truly is. The investment of 100,000 gold soul coins has proven worthwhile. Xiao replied with a smile, his eyes brimming with excitement. Once, they could only contend with soul emperors. Now, they could slay soul beasts of comparable strength, a staggering leap in power. Once this mission is complete and I receive the teacher's reward, I shall also open 10 jars. Liena's eyes sparkled with desire. Aware that her brother's achievements were closely tied to the treasures acquired from the shop. If her brother could grow so powerful, why could she not? At this moment, Yin secretly clenched his fists. If I could open a few more proficiency capsules, might I also grasp such a formidable soul skill? He had witnessed Xiao's prowess and felt a pang of envy. He resolved, once this mission concludes and I receive my reward, I too shall open several jars until I gather 10. In the shadows, not far from their location, Douluo and Douluo concealed themselves among the branches of an ancient tree. Having witnessed Xiao's clean and decisive kill, Douluo expressed his admiration. Xiao's performance is astonishing. His newly comprehended soul skill, Crescent Moon, has directly slain a 10,000-year soul beast. Douluo spoke in a soft, melodious tone. Did you not hear their prior conversation? This opportunity arose from the shop. They mentioned consuming 2 proficiency capsules, which vastly accelerated their understanding of soul skills, transforming Full Moon into Crescent Moon. While it may lack defensive capabilities, its attacking power has more than doubled. Honestly, such fortune is enviable even to a titled Douluo. Juhua, do you think if we were not assigned by His Majesty to secretly protect them, we might have opened jars to enhance our strength as well? Douluo's voice brimmed with longing. Huh, why the haste? Douluo replied with a soft laugh. Once Xiao absorbs the soul ring, we can embark on the mission His Majesty entrusted us with, to eliminate that vile soul emperor. I was previously somewhat concerned, but it seems my worries were unfounded. From now, we should be able to return to Wuhuan City within 4 days at the latest. We shall have time to open jars before the purchase limit refreshes. Really? Douluo questioned, skeptical. Of course. If you cannot manage it, I shall accompany you in abstaining from opening, Douluo vowed earnestly. Douluo retorted with irritation. I can't even open it. So what can you possibly do? At that moment, in the Soul Master City, A flash of silver light illuminated a small shop, where Lin Xiao Luo's figure suddenly appeared. I have finally returned. Now, I am already a level 12 powerhouse. On such an important day, I should open dozens of jars to celebrate. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and made a humble wish. I do not ask for much. No need for epic or mythical items. Just a few upgrade scrolls will suffice, as there is still some distance to awakening. Chapter 47. Lin Xiao's mystical can opening. However, Lin Xiao believed that such an important task as opening a can should not be taken lightly. He hurried to the backyard of the shop and fetched a basin of clear water. Master, what are you planning to do? Soderos inquired, puzzled. To wash my face. Of course. A clean face is a fair face. Surely you must know that? Lin Xiao replied earnestly, promoting his mystical philosophy. Master, I see that your complexion is not dark either. Soderos was still confused. Am I discussing complexion with you? Lin Xiao explained. Somewhat exasperated, the so-called dark or fair complexion is not about the actual appearance. You can understand it as an intangible buff. Don't tell me you've never purchased a pot from the Earth Merchant? The Earth Merchant, one of the unscrupulous traders in the dungeon, sold pots that were not cheap and yielded nothing substantial. In the version that prioritized inheritance, Lin Xiao had spent quite a bit of money on the Earth Merchant for the sake of obtaining equipment. No, Sadros affirmed. Then you truly have no enjoyment in life. Lin Xiao opined. In the world of the dungeon, where everything could be opened, a life without an opening was certainly not a fulfilling one. Then I shall seek out the Earth Merchant, or perhaps the Reaper, to procure a few pots for experimentation, Soderos decided after a brief silence. Are you leaving? Lin Xiao asked, a bit surprised. However, considering the time, it was indeed nearing the summoning deadline. Yes, Master, I will not be by your side. Please exercise caution in all matters. I look forward to your next summoning, Soderos said, gradually becoming more ethereal. Then I wish you safe travels, Lin Xiao waved. Feeling no particular sorrow at the parting. It was not that he was heartless, but rather he was confident that with the increasing number of pots being opened, the opportunity to summon Soderos again would be plentiful. With many figurines, naturally, the chances of reunion would multiply. Let us commence the can opening. Yes. I shall first claim 10 pots to test the waters. After Soderos had completely vanished, Lin Xiao focused his thoughts, and 10 pots appeared neatly on the counter. It is worth noting that his can opening was distinct from that of the customers. Customers received 10 pots weekly with a cumulative double reward, while Lin Xiao's double reward refreshed daily. For instance, today, he had obtained 34 pots and could open 3 double pots. If tomorrow he acquired 16 pots, he could only open 1 double pot. The 4 pots from today would not accumulate. A double reward would neither impoverish nor enrich him. Lin Xiao was indifferent to this. After a simple splash of water on his face, he approached the counter, grasped the lucky magic hammer, and murmured, My demands are modest. All I seek is an upgrade scroll. With a sharp crack, Lin Xiao felt a flash of white light before his eyes. Wait, something seems amiss. Why is it white light? He pondered. Shouldn't the tenfold pot yield rare items? Perplexed, he realized this was quite typical. Anyone familiar with the dungeon would understand that the so-called tenfold drop rate was merely a jest. After all, 0.000001 multiplied by 10 hardly made a significant difference. Let it be white light, if only an experienced capsule would suffice. Although the gain is minimal, accumulating more could compensate for quality issues, he thought, directing his gaze forward. At once, he was petrified. What is this? How can I obtain magical juice? Lin Xiao was bewildered, questioning the authenticity of this tenfold drop rate pot. Regrettably, no one could provide him with an answer. To the heavens with the pots. May their magic be boundless. Well, this is merely the beginning. I shall regard the first pot as a tribute to the heavens. Lin Xiao reluctantly reassured himself and proceeded to open the second pot. Item, magical juice. Next. Item, magical juice. Once more. Item, magical juice. Enough, I shan't look anymore. Lin Xiao closed his eyes in anguish. Blindly, he continued. Crack, crack, crack. In swift succession. The 9 pots had been opened. Upon opening his eyes and assessing the situation, Lin Xiao felt a wave of numbness wash over him. 9 pots yielded 9 magical juices, silently mocking him. Of course, if Snakespeare Douluo were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim with satisfaction, How delightful! Is this not infinitely better than 9 rusty swords? However, these were tenfold drop rate pots. The magical juice bounty was something he found difficult to accept. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anger. Yet, once the fury subsided, reality reasserted itself, affirming the adage, the pots have tormented me 1,000 times, yet I treat them as my first love. There was no choice but to continue opening pots. Lin Xiao reminded himself, stay calm. I must remain composed. After such an extensive build-up, surely something good awaits. With that thought, he forced a smile, gritted his teeth, and smashed the 10th pot. Crack! A flash of purple light. Could this be the turning point? Lin Xiao felt exhilarated. After 9 pots of magical juice, do you know how I arrived here? However, when he glanced at the item within the pot, he could not help but exclaim softly, Heavens, do you truly deserve to rest in a double pot? P.S. Dear readers, starting tomorrow, chapters on Qidian may begin to incur charges as it transitions to paid content. For those with the means, please support generously through subscriptions. For those less fortunate, after subscribing, you may visit QQ Reading or QQ Browser to read this book for free, merely viewing a few advertisements to support the author. Thank you. Chapter 48. Divine Items. 7 enhancement scroll within the shattered vessel lay 2 small green vials. Item. Teleportation potion. Effect. Upon use, one can teleport to any designated location. Ordinarily, Lin Xiao would not be averse to acquiring a teleportation potion. Its utility is indeed vast. An essential item for home travel, hunting soul rings, and making a hasty escape. However, the current situation felt rather abnormal. The first 9 jars contained magical fruit juice, and the introduction of these 2 items was the reason Lin Xiao was on the brink of a breakdown. Calm down. One must remain composed. There are still 24 jars left. According to the law of good things come next, I refuse to believe there aren't any treasures waiting in the subsequent jars. Lin Xiao made a concerted effort to steady himself and, with a flicker of thought, retrieved 10 more jars. If luck is insufficient, let quantity make up for it. I refuse to believe that another tin 1T yields something worthwhile. Crack, crack, crack. 3 jars, 3 beams of white light. With the previous results in mind, Lin Xiao maintained a stoic expression, shattering the 4th jar without a tremor. Finally, a different glimmer emerged. Purple. Lin Xiao's heart surged, and he quickly glanced over. Item. Enhancement device. Level. Rare. Type. Non-tradable. Description. Equipment level enhancement, transforming into enhancement for soul rings. Effect. One can designate any soul ring for enhancement upon successful enhancement. It can increase the soul ring's maximum age based on its foundational years. The higher the enhancement level, the greater the amplification factor. The enhancement device can elevate one's power. This is not a loss. Lin Xiao's spirits lifted considerably. Fortune was turning. Was this not the arrival of good fortune? Onward. Unsurprisingly, the next 2 jars yielded more magical fruit juice. Yet again, the 7th and 8th jars reversed expectations. 2 more enhancement devices. If I cannot obtain an upgrade scroll, so be it. This is merely a different means of augmenting strength. I am quite eager to test whether enhancing the first soul ring to level 10 can achieve a millennium. Lin Xiao accepted this outcome with equanimity. He continued. With 2 sharp cracks, the remaining 2 jars were smashed open. The 9th jar revealed the unremarkable magical fruit juice. However, the 10th jar brought a sparkle to Lin Xiao's eyes. Item. Upgrade scroll. Level. Rare. Type. Non-tradable. Description. Character level elevation has transformed into soul power elevation. Effect. Upon use, one can elevate their soul power by 1 level. It seems things are indeed improving. The double jars unexpectedly contained 2 upgrade scrolls. A bountiful harvest brought a smile to Lin Xiao's face. 3 enhancement devices and 2 upgrade scrolls. This was a profitable venture. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao tore apart the 2 upgrade scrolls, elevating his soul power level from 12 to 14. Were there a soul master present at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded. To elevate 2 levels of soul power in the blink of an eye is a staggering feat. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao decided to open the remaining jars while the luck was still upon him. With another flick of thought, the remaining 14 jars appeared on the counter. This time, his expectations were modest. He merely sought a set akin to the last batch. With that in mind, Lin Xiao began shattering the jars one by one. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, 9 jars were opened. White, white, purple, white, white, purple, purple, white, purple. This indicated that, out of 9 jars, 5 were common items and 4 were rare. Not bad. Lin Xiao collected the items, feeling relatively satisfied with the outcome. The 9 items consisted of 5 magical fruit juices, 3 teleportation potions, and 1 enhancement device. The 10th jar only needed to yield something rare. This time, Lin Xiao felt much more at ease. With a crack, as he wished, a flash of purple light flickered. Looking at the items inside, Lin Xiao smiled. 2 soul puppet figurines, not a loss at all. In the blink of an eye, of the 34 jars, only 4 remained on the counter. Time to open them casually and retire for the night. Lin Xiao felt quite fatigued from this endeavor. With a nonchalant attitude, he opened the next jar. The radiance was somewhat blinding. Pink. Could it be a divine artifact? Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a delightful discovery. He quickly looked closer and was immediately unsettled. Item: 7 Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Level: Divine Artifact. Type: Non-tradable. Description: Equipment level enhancement, transforming into enhancement for soul rings. Effect: Upon use, it will enhance the designated soul ring to level 7 with a 100 success rate. Note: if the soul ring has prior enhancement levels, the effect will override, not stack. An enhancement scroll? It truly exists. And with a guaranteed success rate. Lin Xiao was both surprised and delighted. In the underground realm, enhancement scrolls are classified into 2 types. Probabilistic enhancement scrolls categorized as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, and diamond, with respective success rates of 1, 5, 10, 30, 50, 70, and 90. This type is for those who are fortunate. After all, even a 90 success diamond scroll can fail, and not just once. Lin Xiao had the misfortune of experiencing this firsthand. It was a bitter experience that nearly drove him away from the game, but fortunately, he smashed his computer beforehand, preventing the loss of this brave warrior from the underground realm. The second type guarantees 100 success, designed specifically for the less fortunate. The value of such items goes without saying. Under the same enhancement level, the guaranteed success variant is undoubtedly of greater worth. As I surmised, they have been saving the best for me. Lin Xiao beamed with joy. Let us see how much the soul ring's age increases with a level 7 enhancement, he thought, gathering a light sword in his right hand as a yellow soul ring rose beneath his feet. Then, with a silent incantation in his heart, he commanded, use. In the next moment, the 7 enhancement scroll, glowing with a pink aura, transformed into a stream of light and descended upon the first soul ring. Lin Xiao observed as the color of the soul ring deepened, a clear sign of an increase in age. Moreover, he could distinctly feel the surge of soul power within him. In the blink of an eye, the soul ring's age surpassed 500 years. 600 years. Finally, it halted after breaching 700 years. Approximately around 750 or 60 years. Lin Xiao calculated in his mind, which meant that enhancing it to level 7 resulted in nearly a 90% increase. If this continues, wouldn't enhancing it to level 8 double the increase? At most, reaching level 9 would grant me a Millennium Soul Ring. Impressive, to be honest. The success rate of this enhancement exceeded Lin Xiao's expectations. Considering he still had 4 enhancement devices in hand, he felt compelled to attempt to push towards level 10. However, without an enhancement protection scroll, he would refrain from contemplating level 11 for now. With these thoughts in mind, he felt a growing impatience to complete the remaining jars and experiment with the enhancement devices. Chapter 49. BBDong surprised. The next 2 jars contained rather ordinary magical fruit juice. However, the final jar brought Lin Xiao a delightful surprise. Another artifact? Item: Enhancement Protection Scroll. Level: Artifact. Type: Non-tradable. Description: Transforms protective equipment into a protective soul ring. Effect: After use, it ensures that the soul ring will not disappear upon failing above 10, but the enhancement level resets to 0. Enhancement Protection Scroll. Hiss. Could it be fate's design, allowing me to strive for an 11 today? When great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure trials. Lin Xiao began to understand that his streak of good fortune was just beginning. After collecting the scattered items from the counter, Lin Xiao held an enhancer in his left hand. Before attempting to reach 11, he needed to enhance the soul ring to 10 to qualify. Perhaps the 4 enhancers would return to 3, he pondered, mentally preparing himself. After all, the path of enhancement was fraught with obstacles, and failures above 3 were common. He clenched his right hand, and his martial soul manifested as a luminous sword. Beneath him, a soul ring began to ascend. Enhancement. As the sound echoed, the soul ring detached from Lin Xiao, shrinking and entering the enhancer. It was truly magical. Witnessing the enhancement process for the first time, Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with wonder. He observed as the black dots on the enhancer began to spin. Moments later, a voice whispered in his ear, "Congratulations, enhancement successful. Is it already 8? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, finding it easier than anticipated. At that moment, the soul ring soared back onto him. Lin Xiao noticed that its color had deepened, surpassing the 900-year threshold. Simultaneously, a surge of soul power erupted within him. He remained calm, recognizing this as a soul power feedback resulting from the soul ring's enhanced age. With 9, it would surely break the 1,000-year barrier. Lin Xiao affirmed his speculation and retrieved another enhancer for further enhancement. The result was gratifying. Congratulations, enhancement successful. It had succeeded again. Lin Xiao was surprised by the smoothness of the process. When the soul ring emerged from the enhancer once more, everything had changed. No longer did it symbolize a century with its yellow hue. Instead, it transformed into the purple of a 1,000-year soul ring. 1,000 years, just as I imagined. After 9 enhancements, the soul ring's age finally crossed the millennium mark. In the next moment, an even stronger surge of soul power emerged, causing Lin Xiao's own soul power to increase. Level 15. It seemed this was indeed a shortcut to enhancing soul power. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Considering he still had 2 enhancers left, he decided to try again. Perhaps he could achieve 10 in one go. He would stop immediately after reaching 10 and discard the remaining enhancers. With a firm resolve, he activated the 3rd enhancer. Lin Xiao anxiously focused on it, his heart racing. At that moment, time felt like it was stretching infinitely. Congratulations, enhancement successful. It was 10. Only when the soul ring returned to him did Lin Xiao awaken from his reverie. With 10, the first soul ring's age had reached approximately 1,200 years, meaning that enhancing from 1 to 10 had increased its age by 800 years. If this first soul ring were to be revealed to the outside world, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir in the realm of soul masters. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he took out the final enhancer. Friendly reminder, discarded items cannot be retrieved. Do you wish to discard the enhancer? This. Lin Xiao hesitated. It felt as though 2 sides of himself were at war. One urged him to continue enhancing, as this was a sure bet. The other cautioned that failure would result in losing everything, making it wiser to discard it, to take a gamble. Perhaps this was my chance to reach 11? If I fail, I can simply pretend nothing happened. Ultimately, Lin Xiao made up his mind. Enhancement, as the command was given. He once more heard the prompt. Current enhancement carries certain risks. Do you wish to continue? Continue. Detected enhancement protection scroll. Would you like to use it? Note, successful enhancements do not consume the scroll. If enhancement fails, the scroll is lost and the item resets. Use. Lin Xiao declared firmly. Enhancement failed. Lin Xiao was taken aback. It happened too quickly. Crack. At that moment, the enhancer shattered, and a yellow soul ring slowly floated out. Its yellow hue was jarring, seemingly filled with silent mockery. Damn, is this it? Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched. Yet it was not over. The next moment, he felt the soul power brought by the soul ring's enhancement dissipating within him. His true cultivation level plummeted back to level 14. Was it really this harsh? Lin Xiao regretted it. He had neither gained the motorcycle nor retained the bicycle. Perhaps next time. It was uncertain when he would have another chance to challenge 11. In the end, Lin Xiao could only console himself in this way. Sleep. Let this be a dream where nothing ever happened. The morning sunlight poured in serene and elegant, illuminating the Pope's chamber. Gently gracing the sleeping face of BBDong, she seemed to sense the warmth of the sun, and a faint smile graced her beautiful features. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly awakened. Stretching languorously, she felt an unprecedented lightness, finally opening her eyes with a look of contentment. However, in the next moment, upon realizing her surroundings, she was astonished. Heavens, it's bright? Did I truly sleep through the entire night? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Reflecting on it, she couldn't remember the last time she had such a sweet slumber. 10 years? 8 years? Or perhaps even longer. It was indeed dawn. Without pausing to tidy up, she leapt from her bed and pushed open the chamber door, allowing more sunlight to flood in. The air was slightly humid, carrying the earthy fragrance. There were even water stains on the stone path outside. BBDong confirmed that a heavy rain must have fallen yesterday. Your Majesty, you have awakened. Outside the chamber, a maid had been waiting, her voice tinged with undeniable surprise. It was known that since she became a maid, she had never seen the Empress rise so late, nor had she ever witnessed her sleeping so soundly. It rained yesterday, BBDong remarked softly. The thunderstorm yesterday was one of the most significant in recent years, the maid replied truthfully. Thunderstorm? BBDong was taken aback. She had heard no thunder at all. In fact, she hadn't even dreamt. It must have been that sleep-inducing pearl working its magic, just as Lin had described. It appears I have lost. BBDong murmured to herself, a smile creeping onto her lips. It seems I am destined to open the jars in the future. Today is another day filled with hope. After a restless night, Lin Xiao yawned as he opened the shop door. However, to his surprise, someone was already waiting outside. Seeing the customer, Lin Xiao smiled. Ghost Leopard, you arrived quite early. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Leopard Douluo felt somewhat embarrassed. In truth, I arrived late last night and have been waiting ever since. As for the issue regarding the enhancement scroll, some astute individuals have questioned why one wouldn't enhance first and then utilize the scroll. Is the author misguided? I must admit that I did not clarify this adequately. The enhancement scroll is an overlay, not an accumulation. For instance, if you have previously enhanced to level 6, using the scroll will elevate it to level 7. It does not stack. Amendments have already been made in the preceding text. Should there be any concerns, I welcome everyone to point them out. Chapter 50, The Ghost Leopard Douluo, Can I Also Fight Beyond My Level? Welcome. Lin Xiao revealed a professional smile. However, for some inexplicable reason, the Ghost Leopard Douluo felt an unsettling flutter upon seeing that smile. As Lin Xiao entered the small shop, the Ghost Leopard Douluo halted outside the counter. Lin Xiao approached the shelves. You were present when the demon bear opened the jars yesterday, so you should be familiar with the rules. I won't elaborate further. Yes. I understand. The Ghost Leopard Douluo nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation for the thrilling moment of opening the jars. Have you forgotten something? Lin Xiao noticed that the other party merely nodded without producing any money, and he could not help but whisper a reminder. All my memory fails me. The Ghost Leopard Douluo slapped his forehead and hastily retrieved 500,000 gold soul coins from his spatial soul guide, handing them to Lin Xiao. Boss, please open these 5 jars first. After handing over the money, he pointed to a few jars at the edge of the shelf. Certainly, with a wave of his hand. 5 boxes filled with gold soul coins vanished from sight. With another gesture, the 5 jars flew over and landed neatly on the counter. This was nothing for Lin Xiao. Within the confines of the small shop, he was an invincible presence, capable of performing any feat, even suppressing a tidal Douluo with but a flick of his finger. As for his motives, the reason was simple. After a sleepless night, Lin Xiao was feeling somewhat weary and reluctant to exert himself. The Ghost Leopard Douluo, witnessing the spectacle, felt a shiver of astonishment. Without any fluctuation of soul power, Lin Xiao was able to manipulate objects from a distance. This mysterious shopkeeper was indeed no ordinary person. He thought to himself, what's wrong? Am I more captivating than the jars, or do I possess what you seek? Lin Xiao chuckled upon noticing the Ghost Leopard Douluo's unwavering gaze. No, it's nothing. I just find the strength of the shopkeeper to be quite astonishing. The Ghost Leopard Douluo managed a forced smile, speaking candidly. Astonishing? A level 14 soul master indeed, rather remarkable. Lin Xiao internally chuckled. At that moment, the Ghost Leopard Douluo had already picked up the lucky magic hammer to open the first jar. With a crack, the jar shattered, and a burst of blue light flickered. From within, a small vial filled with red liquid tumbled out. What is this? The Ghost Leopard Douluo picked up the vial, puzzled. It radiated warmth, providing a comforting sensation in his hand. He turned to Lin Xiao and inquired, Boss Lin, what is this item? Having never encountered such an item among the treasures opened by the Snake Spear Douluo and the Demon Bear Douluo, he couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities present in the shop. Item: Fire Lizard Potion. Level: Advanced. Type: Tradable. Description: Weapon adds fire attribute damage upon attack. Effect: After use, attacks will add 10% fire elemental damage for 10 minutes. Perhaps I should stop calling it a jar merchant and rename it to a pharmacy tomorrow, Lin Xiao thought, his expression reflecting a mix of peculiarity as he pondered the item's information. However, this was quite normal. The underground city was abundant with various potions. Strength, spirit, speed, invulnerability. The variety of elixirs was vast. There were even divine blessing potions that could bring the dead back to life and invisible potions that rendered one invincible. The potions currently opened were merely the tip of the iceberg. Enough pondering. I am merely a transporter of potions, not a producer. He gently shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Yet, this scene startled the Ghost Leopard Douluo. Summoning his courage, he asked, Boss, is this potion not very good? Although he had prepared himself for a rusty samurai sword, that was still an ordinary item. If this high-level item were inferior to a rusty sword, he would find it hard to accept. Haha, not at all. Do not overthink it, Lin Xiao clarified, understanding that the Ghost Leopard Douluo had misinterpreted him. As you can see, this is a potion called Fire Lizard Potion. After use, all your attacks will add fire elemental damage for 10 minutes. As for how powerful it is, well, it can at least enhance your strength by 10%. Fire Lizard? Is that the name of a certain soul beast? The ghost leopard Douluo pondered, instinctively reminded of goblins. Even if my martial spirit is not of the elemental type, I can still harness fire elements, correct? He asked again. Indeed. Even an ice element soul master will add fire elemental damage to their attacks after consuming the fire lizard potion. Lin Xiao explained patiently. Elemental damage enhancement is considered a significant attribute in the underground city. While it states 10%, the actual enhancement is undoubtedly greater than that. The extent of the enhancement depends on one's elemental affinity. Unfortunately, the ghost leopard Douluo was not a fire element soul master. If a soul master with fire attributes, like Yin, or Wu, or Wuxuang were to use it, the enhancement would exceed 20%. In simple terms, the stronger the inherent attribute, the greater the elemental damage enhancement. After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, the ghost leopard Douluo finally felt reassured, gripping the potion even tighter. With this fire lizard potion, he could not declare victory against a level 94 soul master, but he could certainly put up a formidable fight. This was a worthwhile investment. It was an auspicious sign that the first jar yielded such a delightful surprise. Waiting outside all night was truly not in vain. As he reflected on the rewards from the first jar, the ghost leopard Douluo felt that everything had been worth it. Of course, he completely forgot his previous disdainful expression when he had accused the snake spear Douluo of using drugs. Strengthening one's power, there was no shame in that. With a crack, the second jar was opened. A flash of white light flickered. Upon seeing the item within the jar, the ghost leopard Douluo couldn't help but be taken aback. Another unfamiliar item? Inside the shattered jar lay a coin, silver and gold intertwined, adorned with a peculiar smile. Item: fate coin, level, common, type, tradable, description, great death or insignificant life. Fate has long been arranged. Upon use, there is a 50% chance of divine punishment or restoration. Effect: divine punishment state, instant death. Restoration state: restores all personal injuries. The fate coin has reappeared. Lin Xiao sighed softly. He then recalled the first person to have opened a fate coin. Wondering how they were faring now had they used that coin? Chapter 51. The Pocket Jar of the Great Mimi Boss. What is the purpose of this coin? The ghost leopard Douluo, filled with suspicion, held the fate coin in his hand, examining it closely from every angle. After some idle fiddling, he could not discern its significance. Casually, he placed it on his thumb, ready to flick it. Are you courting death? Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched at the sight, and he exclaimed, Do not flick it. As his words fell, an invisible force enveloped the ghost leopard Douluo, rendering him immobile as if petrified. What's wrong? Although the ghost leopard Douluo could not voice his concern, the look in his eyes conveyed his confusion. Prompting Lin Xiao to elucidate, the coin in your hand is called the fate coin. If thrown into the sky, it will unleash miraculous powers. If fortune smiles upon you, it can restore all your injuries, allowing your body to return to its peak state in an instant. Conversely, should luck forsake you, you may invoke divine retribution and be struck dead by lightning. Now do you understand why I stopped you? With that, Lin Xiao released his hold on the ghost leopard Douluo. Thank you, boss. Had you not intervened, I cannot fathom what might have transpired. The ghost leopard Douluo gasped for air, his back drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Just a moment more, and his life would have been forfeit. Gazing once more at the coin in his hand, he instinctively wished to discard it. Undoubtedly, this was a death warrant. Perhaps I should keep it. Should I ever find myself in a dire predicament, it may yield unexpected salvation. Lin Xiao perceived the ghost leopard Douluo's thoughts and spoke gently. Understandable. The ghost leopard Douluo regarded the fate coin with a complex expression. This item was likely unnecessary, thus rendering his 10,000 gold coins a wasted investment. Boss, are you there? Thank you, truly, thank you. At that moment, a figure rushed into the shop, brimming with gratitude. Is it you? Lin Xiao felt a peculiar sensation, as if thoughts of someone would inevitably bring them forth. The newcomer was none other than the soul master who had first drawn the fate coin and experienced capsule from a jar. You wish to thank me? Lin Xiao inquired. Somewhat perplexed. Indeed, I came specifically to express my gratitude. The soul master's face flushed with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Boss, you may not know, but after consuming the experience capsule in your shop that day, I reached the pinnacle of Soul King and ventured to hunt souls. However, during my quest for a soul ring, an accident befell me, and I was gravely injured. In a moment of desperation, I was compelled to use the fate coin, which astonishingly healed my wounds instantly, allowing me to turn the tables and defeat the soul beast. His words grew more impassioned, and tears glistened in his eyes, revealing his profound gratitude towards Lin Xiao. One cannot truly comprehend the elation of surviving a brush with death without having experienced the depths of despair. Oh, I see. Lin Xiao's gaze drifted downward, finally noticing that while the Soul Master's face was relatively clean, his garments bore various degrees of damage, with dried bloodstains visible in certain areas. It seemed he had rushed to thank Lin Xiao without even changing clothes after returning to Wuhuan City. Lin Xiao smiled, ultimately. It was your good fortune. You saved yourself. No, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to turn the tide. The Soul Master insisted firmly, Boss, I've come today with all my savings, intending to open 2 more jars here. Whatever I obtain is secondary. I merely wish to convey my appreciation. Suit yourself, but you will need to wait. I have another customer for the time being. After Lin Xiao spoke, the Soul Master realized there was indeed another person present, holding a fate coin. Ah, you've also drawn a fate coin. This item should be used with caution. If fortune favors you, it may indeed save your life. An invaluable treasure that cannot be purchased with any amount of gold soul coins. The Soul Master remarked quietly to the ghost leopard Douluo, unaware of his identity. After all, while there were many titled Douluos in Wuhuan City, they were not animals in a zoo, constantly on display for public admiration. It was impossible for everyone to recognize them. Thus, drawing the fate coin was indeed fortunate for me. The ghost leopard Douluo chuckled, yet he held the fate coin in higher regard now, discreetly stowing it away. Please, continue. I shall patiently wait. The Soul Master stepped aside, his eyes alight with curiosity, eager to see what the other would draw next. Very well. Lin Xiao replied with a slight smile. Observing that there was indeed a queue forming, the ghost leopard Douluo no longer hesitated and proceeded to open the next jar. A flash of white light illuminated the room. It was a bottle of magical fruit juice. This required no explanation from Lin Xiao. The ghost leopard Douluo was already aware of the item's purpose. Next, the 4th jar was opened. As white light flickered, a loud crash echoed as a heavy object fell to the ground. Lin Xiao recognized it immediately. It was none other than a rusted samurai sword. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape fate. What is destined to come will arrive. The ghost leopard Douluo's eyelids twitched, but he had mentally prepared himself, accepting the outcome with composure. I hope this jar yields something good, he silently prayed as he shattered the 5th jar. With a crack, the jar shattered, releasing a burst of purple light. Rare. The ghost leopard Douluo's eyes widened, his spirits soaring. He quickly made a wish for enhancers and amplifiers. However, as the light dissipated, he was left in stunned silence. What is this? He beheld a jar, roughly the size of a fist, emerging from the remnants of the lucky magic jar. A nesting doll, perhaps? Item: Cloudme's pocket jar, gold coins, rarity, rare, type, non-tradable, description. Coins produced within the jar are converted into gold soul coins. Effect: upon opening, a random amount between 100,000 and 1,000,000 gold soul coins is obtained. The appearance of the Great Mimi's jar took Lin Xiao back to a significant event. In the underground city, opening Cloudme's pocket jar required a substantial amount of gold coins, initially designed to deceive players and reclaim their gold. It had inadvertently transformed into a boon for players due to a bug, leading to vast fortunes amassed by many. Some players even boasted earnings of 170,000 are in just 3 days. Ultimately, the game was rolled back. Boss, what is the nature of this jar, and what can it yield? After studying it for a while without understanding its essence, the ghost leopard Douluo could no longer contain his curiosity. Moreover, having witnessed the earlier incident with the fate coin, he was hesitant to experiment recklessly. Lin Xiao explained, unlike the lucky magic jar, this jar can only yield gold coins. Gold coins. How many can such a small jar contain? It could barely hold a few hundred gold soul coins. The ghost leopard Douluo lamented the apparent waste of a rare jar. However, it was not as it seemed. Lin Xiao said as he extended a finger, waving it before the ghost leopard Douluo's eyes. P.S. Thank you to numerous readers for your questions and comments. I am attentive to them. Your concerns have been duly considered, but I cannot address everything at once. Take your time reading. It will all come together. Chapter 52. The arrival of Ning Fingji Boss Lin means 100,000 gold soul coins? Indeed. Within the quaint shop, the jar could hardly be an ordinary container. If it could hold a rusted katana, it certainly could accommodate a considerable amount of gold coins. The ghost leopard Douluo grasped the implication. Never mind, don't speculate any further. Lin Xiao sensed that poverty had constrained the imagination of the ghost leopard Douluo. He directly stated, the jar in your hand can yield a minimum of 100,000 gold soul coins, and at most, It could reach a modest goal. That is, 100 million gold soul coins. How much? 100 million? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the ghost leopard Douluo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. This revelation was utterly staggering. So overwhelming was the shock that he nearly dropped the jar from his trembling hands, only narrowly catching it in time. Yet, his mind felt somewhat muddled. What does 100 million gold soul coins even signify? Apologies, the figure was simply too vast. Even as a titled Douluo and an elder of the Spirit Hall, the ghost leopard Douluo had never dared to dream of possessing such wealth. Heaven forbid. Even dreaming of possessing a few million was the utmost limit for him. Beside him, a soul master, who was merely an observer, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Is there a misunderstanding regarding the claim of the maximum yield being 100 million? Observing the two in a daze, Lin Xiao couldn't help but inquire. The ghost leopard Douluo's reaction suggested he was on the verge of acquiring 100 million. Was that a bit far-fetched? Normally, a guaranteed yield of 100,000 gold soul coins would be considered standard, wouldn't it? Overwhelmed by emotions, the ghost leopard Douluo wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and redirected the conversation. Boss, can I open this jar now? Of course, replied Lin Xiao. He too was eager to discover the potential yield of gold soul coins. As soon as he spoke, the ghost leopard Douluo wasted no time and smashed the jar to pieces. Instantly, a cascade of gold soul coins erupted forth, resembling popcorn bursting from a machine. The golden coins dazzled the onlookers, their clinking sounds echoing melodiously in the air, both crisp and enchanting. This spectacle continued for a brief moment before it ceased. At that moment, the floor and counters of the shop were strewn with gold soul coins, creating a striking visual impact. Goodness, how many gold soul coins could this possibly be? The nearby soul master was left in a daze, having never encountered such an abundance of wealth in his lifetime. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the scattered coins gracefully soared into the air, arranging themselves neatly before the ghost leopard Douluo. Congratulations, you have accumulated 2,500,000 gold soul coins. 2,500,000? This is a tremendous profit. Not only did I get this week's jar for free, but I also have enough for next week's. The ghost leopard Douluo's heart raced with excitement, watching him gather the gold soul coins. The onlooking soul master remarked enviously, "Brother, you hit the jackpot. You could easily snag 25 jars from the boss for free. If luck is on your side, you might even unearth another jar of gold coins. What a perpetual cycle." He jested, uncertain if he would still find humor in the situation when he realized his companion was a titled Douluo. "I must say, you have a point. I should certainly open a few more jars. You've been waiting for quite a while. Why not let you go first?" The ghost leopard Douluo was in high spirits. "All right. I will not be polite then." The soul master, eager and determined, stepped forward. After paying, he obtained a jar of his preference and promptly opened it. A flash of purple light erupted. The soul master stood in shock, incredulous that he had hit the jackpot in one go. Once Lin Xiao disowned the contents, he announced, "Congratulations, you have received an amplifier. Upon use, your martial soul will become significantly stronger. However, do bear in mind that after reaching a 3 enhancement, there is a chance of failure, and after 10, there's a risk of your martial soul shattering." I understand. Thank you, boss." The soul master was overjoyed, trembling as he held the amplifier. Goodness, an amplifier. He actually obtained one? The ghost leopard Douluo was left speechless. "Brother, thank you. You're truly a good person. If you hadn't given me the chance to open the jar, I might not have been able to acquire such a treasure with my luck. I hope we can open jars together again next time. Farewell." The soul master sincerely expressed his gratitude. However, the ghost leopard Douluo found his words somewhat jarring. Watching the departing figure, he felt a twinge of regret. If only he had continued to open jars, would that amplifier not have belonged to him? What is meant to be will eventually come. What is not meant to be cannot be forced. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. "Congratulations. You have sold a total of 60 jars. A new jar has been unlocked, the Lucky Wish jar, rare." At that moment, the abrupt voice of the system caught Lin Xiao off guard. With a mere thought, a magical jar materialized in his hand. Unlike other lucky jars, this one bore intricate purple patterns on its surface, exuding an air of opulence. Shortly thereafter, relevant information flooded Lin Xiao's mind. Lucky Wish jar, rare upon use. You can specify one rare item from all available rare items. Note, the Lucky Wish jar does not yield double rewards. You may purchase a Lucky Wish jar after every 30 purchases of the Lucky Magic jar. This serves as a safety net for jar openers. Lin Xiao mused. He then placed this jar prominently on the shelf. The ghost leopard Douluo's gaze was fixated on Lin Xiao. After witnessing Lin Xiao place the special jar down, he immediately inquired, "Boss, is that jar for sale?" "Absolutely. This jar is unlike the others. It is called the Lucky Wish Jar. Upon opening, you can acquire a rare item of your choosing. However, the prerequisite is that you must have made 30 purchases from the shop, and each 30 purchases of the Lucky Magic Jar grants you the opportunity to purchase the Lucky Wish Jar," Lin Xiao explained calmly. Well, upon hearing this, the ghost leopard Douluo inhaled sharply, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Did this mean that even with poor luck, as long as one accumulated enough purchases, they could obtain their desired treasures? This truly was a boon for the luckless. Immediately, filled with determination, he waved his hand, placing 500,000 gold soul coins on the counter. "Boss, give me 5 more jars." Meanwhile, not far from the shop, Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo arrived. Weary from their travels, "Master, we must be close. That must be Lin Xiao's shop ahead. I didn't expect this little shop to be somewhat renowned in the Spirit City, as I've heard many discussing it. I'm curious to see if the items sold here truly possess such miraculous qualities," the sword Douluo remarked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Haha. Sword uncle, don't put too much faith in rumors. One person spreads a tale, and it multiplies tenfold. Perhaps the items are merely modestly effective and have been mythologized. Hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing. Now that we have arrived, we shall discern the truth," Ning Fingji chuckled softly, recalling the various rumors he had encountered, claiming that there were amplifiers that extended the lifespan of spirit rings and capsules that enhanced cultivation breakthroughs. He found such claims rather far-fetched. Chapter 53, The Amplifier Jar. Someone has emerged. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo simultaneously spotted an individual exiting the shop, their face alight with excitement. Could it be that they had stumbled upon a treasure? Curiosity piqued. Both men observed as a throng of people gathered, their intrigue palpable. "What wonders have you uncovered? Let us behold." The crowd clamored, voices overlapping in a cacophony of anticipation. "I have procured an amplifier, a remarkable artifact that can enhance one's martial spirit," the Soul Master declared, raising the item in triumph. His intention was to express gratitude to Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao had stated that the fortune of acquiring such items was merely luck, the Soul Master understood that the proprietor acted out of kindness, expecting nothing in return. Moved by this realization, he sought to bolster the shop's popularity in his own modest way. Moreover, most of the items produced by the shop were of a nature that could not be utilized by others, alleviating any concerns about envy or covetousness from his peers. An amplifier? A newly emerged item? Could it possibly possess effects akin to a strengthener? The crowd pondered, astonished and unable to contain their speculation. An amplifier that can enhance martial spirits. Is this true or merely a fantasy? Both Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo were equally captivated. The sword Douluo observed that just moments ago, Ning Fingji had been skeptical, dismissing rumors, yet upon hearing of the amplifier's potential, his breath quickened with anticipation. Though Fengji may not voice it, he is undoubtedly fixated on transcending the limitations of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. The sword Douluo sighed inwardly. "Do you doubt? Allow me to demonstrate," the Soul Master proclaimed, summoning his martial spirit, a miniature axe. With a thought, the axe was engulfed by the amplifier, and the swirling black vortex began to spin. Is this truly sufficient? Can it genuinely become stronger? The onlookers remained skeptical, their disbelief lingering until they witnessed the outcome firsthand. Before long, the black points of light on the amplifier ceased their motion, and the small axe floated forth, revealing a notable transformation. It appeared indeed to have strengthened. The crowd scrutinized the item closely. On the periphery, the sword Douluo's hand suddenly rested on Ning Fengji's shoulder. "Sect Master, it has truly become stronger. I sense that the potency of this martial spirit has increased by at least 10%. He took a moment to further assess, confirming his observation before speaking again. The diminutive axe had undeniably gained in strength. Strengthened by 10%? Ning Fengji's eyes shimmered with disbelief. Meanwhile, within the shop, the ghost leopard Douluo gazed at the shattered jar and sighed. This was the last jar, and it contained merely magical fruit juice. "It seems my good fortune has run dry. I shall return next week, boss." He collected the contents of the other 4 jars, 5 jars yielding 6 bottles of magical fruit juice. Was that satisfactory? Though somewhat disheartened, he reflected on his previous haul of 250,000 gold soul coins and the 15 jars he had obtained for free. What more could one desire? In contemplating the prospect of gathering 30 jars to unlock the fortunate wish jar for a specific rare item, his heart brimmed with hope. He yearned for that day to arrive swiftly. Looking forward to your next visit. Lin Xiao's face bore his signature, albeit feigned. Smile as he bid farewell to the departing soul master. On the other side, Sword Uncle, is this truly the case? Ning Fengji's voice had taken on a raspy quality. My 7 Treasures Glazed Tower pagoda has reached its limit. If I could enhance its quality by just one more tier. Might I break the shackles of my martial spirit and ascend to an 80-level soul Douluo? With this thought, Ning Fengji's emotions surged uncontrollably. Though the difference between 79 and 80 levels was but a single rank, it represented an insurmountable chasm. It had been his obsession for decades. If the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower pagoda could gain an additional spirit ring, the potential for its auxiliary capabilities was beyond his imagination. Sect Master, this is not mere hearsay. I have witnessed it with my own eyes, and I can assure you of its veracity. Perhaps the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower pagoda truly has the possibility of transcending the 79-level limitation. Even the experienced sword Douluo could not help but marvel. Remarkable. Simply remarkable. And who is this proprietor Lin Xiao, and from whence does he derive such extraordinary abilities? His curiosity was insatiable, and he longed to enter the shop immediately to inquire further. However, many shared similar sentiments, eager to rush into the shop themselves. I must enter and open 2 jars. No matter what, 100,000 gold soul coins for a substantial enhancement in strength is a bargain. The emergence of the amplifier had once again sent the soul masters outside the shop into a frenzy. At that moment, another individual stepped out from the shop. As the crowd sensed the imposing aura surrounding the newcomer, they instinctively halted their movements. The ghost leopard Douluo recognized the soul master who had successfully amplified their spirit and inquired, was the amplification successful? He could sense that the individual's martial spirit was exceptional among intermediate martial spirits. Yes, indeed, it was successful. My strength has increased. And I owe much of that to you. The soul master responded, visibly elated. Ah, if only I had been allowed to open that jar. Would the amplifier not have become mine? Each time he pondered this, the ghost leopard Douluo couldn't help but lament inwardly. What a missed opportunity. Noticing the ghost leopard Douluo's somber expression, the soul master asked, Brother, it seems the last few jars did not yield favorable results. Indeed, the latter 5 jars proved disappointing. I only opened 6 bottles of soul power recovery magical fruit juice. 50,000 gold soul coins for 6 bottles of recovery potions? How dismal. With that amount, I could hire a supporting soul master for an entire year. The crowd gradually regained their composure, many losing their fervor for opening jars in light of the ghost leopard Douluo's remarks. Let us go, Sword Uncle. It appears no one will contest our positions this time. Ning Fengji said as he and the sword Douluo entered the shop in succession. Inside, the decor was rather sparse, just a counter, a table, a shelf, and a rocking chair. Ning Fengji noted the simplicity of the shop's aesthetic. The shelves were filled with jars, the most prominent being one adorned with purple patterns, akin to the sun surrounded by stars. You have arrived, Lin Xiao greeted with a gentle smile as he observed Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo stepping through the door. Greetings, Boss Lin. We have come as invited, Ning Fengji replied, returning the smile warmly. Furthermore, which type of jar yielded the amplifier? I desire it all. Chapter 54. The magnificence of Ning Fengji. Truly, he is the wealthiest person in the realm, speaking with such grandeur. Lin Xiao secretly smiled and explained, You may not know, but each of these jars has the potential to yield an amplifier, though it is equally possible that it will not. The fortune derived from these jars entirely depends on luck. Oh, I see, Ning Fengji replied, his expression brightening with understanding. In that case, I shall take them all. He quickly calculated, with a total of 100 jars on the shelf, each priced at 100,000 gold soul coins. Acquiring them all would merely cost 10 million gold soul coins. While 10 million gold soul coins is indeed a considerable sum, the prospect of acquiring treasures that could enhance one's martial spirit rendered it worthwhile. He couldn't fathom why the individuals from the spirit hall had not completely cleared out the shop upon discovering its wonders. Shouldn't they have seized every jar at once? Or perhaps there are restrictions on purchases. Regardless, he mused, how could one ascertain the limitations without attempting? Ning Fengji's presence was undeniably that of someone unperturbed by financial constraints. He exuded an air of grandeur. He was the first customer to express an immediate desire to purchase all the jars upon entering. However, rules are rules. Lin Xiao resolutely declined, apologizing, I'm afraid the shop has regulations. Each person may only purchase 10 jars per week. Indeed, it seems so. Ning Fengji's bright eyes dimmed slightly. The failure to spend 10 million gold soul coins left him feeling rather disheartened. Is this what it means to be affluent? The inability to find joy without expenditure perplexed Lin Xiao, who had never experienced such wealth himself. Before arriving in Douluo Continent, he was merely a fan fiction writer producing 3,000 to 5,000 words daily. At this moment, Ning Fengji spoke again. Then I and Sword Uncle shall each open 10 jars for now. With that, he waved his hand, presenting 2 million gold soul coins neatly upon the counter. Who shall proceed first? Upon receiving the payment, Lin Xiao's gaze swept over Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo, feeling a sense of strangeness. Typically, he would promote the items to new customers, yet now it felt as if Ning Fengji was apprehensive about Lin Xiao refusing to sell him jars. I shall go first, Ning Fengji said, exchanging glances with Sword Douluo before stepping up to the counter. He pointed to the jar in the center of the shelf labeled Lucky Wish Jar and declared, I will select this jar. Despite being a first-time visitor, Ning Fengji instantly recognized the jar's uniqueness compared to the others. It was evident that if given the choice, he would undoubtedly select this one first. Indeed, the Sect Master possesses keen insight, but you currently do not meet the purchasing criteria for this jar. Please choose another, Lin Xiao replied, retracting his gaze and shaking his head. Thus it is. Ning Fengji's heart stirred. Sword Douluo, curious, asked, Boss, is there something special about this jar? There is indeed, Lin Xiao affirmed with a gentle nod, explaining, this jar is known as the Lucky Wish Jar. Upon opening, one may receive a designated rare item. Moreover, the amplifier you mentioned upon entering is a rare item that can be obtained from this jar. The prospect of directly selecting an amplifier heightened the jar's value immensely. A flicker of excitement crossed Ning Fengji's face as he could not help but inquire, what must one do to qualify for purchasing this jar? In this shop, for every 30 jars purchased, one earns an additional opportunity to acquire the Lucky Wish Jar, Lin Xiao elucidated. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with delight. So, if I purchase 30 jars, I am guaranteed to open an amplifier? This was splendid news. Previously, he had been concerned about the jar's random nature, fearing he might not obtain the treasured items he desired. However, Lin Xiao's words dispelled all his worries. Besides, 3 million was a far lesser sum compared to the previous 10 million. To Ning Fengji, as long as he could procure what he desired, the sum of money was inconsequential. Spending money that brought him joy rendered everything worthwhile. Given the wealth of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower school, money was merely a figure in his eyes. The most joyous moments for him were when he earned tens or hundreds of gold soul coins each month. There was hope. Boss, let us not complicate matters. Let us start opening jars from the first row, Ning Fengji casually suggested, undeterred by the fact that the special jar could not be opened. Once 10 jars were placed on the counter, Lin Xiao slowly remarked, You may take the hammer on the counter to open the jars. Understood, Ning Fengji replied. And without hesitation, he struck the first jar open. With a crack, a flash of white light revealed a small blue vial. Ning Fengji looked at Lin Xiao and inquired, What is this? Magic fruit juice. Upon use, it restores 30% of your consumed soul power. Not bad, Ning Fengji nodded lightly. Having witnessed the wonders of Lin Xiao in the shop, he felt assured that Lin Xiao would not deceive him in this matter. Continue. Magic fruit juice. Proceed. Still magic fruit juice. In the blink of an eye, Ning Fengji had opened 7 jars, all yielding magic fruit juice. Sect Master, should we pause for a moment and switch our luck? Sword Douluo interjected, unable to contain himself. Was it not stated that this jar could produce various items? Why has it only yielded magic fruit juice? Ning Fengji's trust in Lin Xiao remained steadfast. In truth, it matters not what I open. My primary goal is to reach the 30 jars for the wish jar, he replied with a calm smile, striking the hammer down again. Throughout, he maintained an expression devoid of dissatisfaction, as if partaking in a necessary routine akin to eating or drinking. Such a mindset is indeed commendable, Lin Xiao thought. Of course, this all hinged on the foundation of affluence, the freedom to act as one pleases. With a crack, the 8th jar shattered. As Ning Fengji instinctively reached for the 9th jar, he suddenly froze. Ah, is that a purple glow? His voice carried a hint of surprise. Lin Xiao, hearing this, glanced over, secretly thinking, could it be a new product? Within the jar, a flickering red flame danced, but it was, in fact, a crystalline object radiating a distinct aura. Item, dimensional sacred aura, red, level, rare, type, non-tradable description, enhances the skills of brave equipment, transforming into an enhancement for soul ring skills. Effect, upon use, can enhance the effects of specified soul ring skills. The appearance of the dimensional aura was indeed unexpected for Lin Xiao. He recalled that dimensional auras came in 3 colors, red increased skill power, blue reduced skill cooldowns, and green conferred special attributes to skills. Each color was further categorized into ordinary and sacred tiers. While their effects were similar, ordinary auras imposed penalties upon failure, such as equipment shattering. Lin Xiao speculated that the same cruel penalties would apply to soul rings. However, the sacred aura differed, boasting a success rate of 100%. Chapter 55, An Unexpected Surprise for Ning Fengji Boss. What is this? After Lin Xiao obtained the information, Ning Fengji spoke up. I sense it may hold some value. At that moment, he delicately held the holy aura of the other dimension in his hand. Your intuition is correct. This is an item of the same caliber as enhancers. It is called the holy aura of the other dimension and can amplify the effects of your designated soul ring, Lin Xiao explained. Enhancing soul rings, augmenting soul skills? Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo exchanged looks of both understanding and confusion. For instance, if the first soul ring of Sect Master Ning increases strength by 10, after employing the aura enhancement, it may rise to 11. Of course, this is subject to practical verification. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's elucidation, Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo were suddenly enlightened. It seemed they had indeed stumbled upon a treasure, even though Ning Fengji was well-versed and knowledgeable. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It is worth noting that Ning Fengji had already achieved level 79, reaching the pinnacle of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower sect. He had contemplated numerous methods, yet his strength had not progressed even a fraction. If this mysterious aura proved to be as extraordinary as Lin Xiao claimed, it would undoubtedly be a serendipitous boon for him. Even a mere 10th of an enhancement, no, even a 100th, would be worth the expenditure in his eyes. After all, what soul master would not yearn to become more powerful? Especially someone like Ning Fengji, who was not short on resources. With his wealth secured, and his status as the richest sect master and a mentor to the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire firmly established, the only thing lacking was strength, a persistent source of concern for Ning Fengji. Sect master, do you truly believe this? The sword Douluo could not help but inquire once he regained his composure. It was not that he intended to challenge Lin Xiao, but rather that Ning Fengji's identity was too unique to allow any missteps. Believe it or not, it is your choice. I do not impose, Lin Xiao shrugged, indifferent. After all, Ning Fengji had already spent his money, the jar was opened, and he had received his reward. The rest was not his concern. I believe, Ning Fengji declared firmly, his 4 words resonating with conviction, leaving no room for doubt. Even the sword Douluo dared not press further. In the next moment, Lin Xiao watched as Ning Fengji opened his right palm, a dazzling display of colorful light shimmering forth, revealing a small tower glowing with 7 hues, reminiscent of glazed tiles. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, a manifestation of his martial spirit, Lin Xiao silently admired. Just then, 7 soul rings appeared sequentially beneath Ning Fengji. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 a standard top-tier configuration. Sect Master. The sword Douluo called out again, unable to contain himself. Do not worry, I trust Boss Lin will not deceive me. Ning Fengji replied, his demeanor calm. With that, he crushed the aura held in his palm. A stream of crimson energy swirled between his fingers. In that instant, a revelation flashed through Ning Fengji's mind, and he directed it towards the first soul ring. With a flick of his left hand, the red energy descended upon the soul ring, vanishing without a trace. Is that it? The sword Douluo watched in bewilderment, unable to restrain his curiosity. Sect Master, how do you feel? To be honest, he was genuinely concerned for Ning Fengji's well-being. Ning Rongrong was still young, and aside from cultivation, he and the Bone Douluo had little else to rely on. The entire 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was essentially upheld by Ning Fengji alone. Quite well, Ning Fengji replied. As if awakened, his voice betraying an unmistakable joy. What does quite well mean? The sword Douluo questioned, uncertain. You will understand once you feel it for yourself, Ning Fengji said. Just as the first soul ring illuminated, the 7 treasures transforming into glazed tiles, echoing the chant of power. As the words fell, a streak of light surged from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, merging into the sword Douluo's body. The sword Douluo's eyes widened in shock. Having been nurtured countless times by Ning Fengji, he was acutely aware of the potency of this soul skill. Yet, this instance was different. The enhancement effect had indeed intensified. Previously, the first soul ring could augment his strength by 80%. Now, it had soared to 90. Sect Master, have you transcended the limitations of your martial spirit? The sword Douluo was astounded. Do not underestimate this 10%. For someone of the sword Douluo's caliber, an extra 10% could allow him to challenge another title Douluo below level 95. For Ning Fengxi, this bore even greater significance. I have not broken the constraints of my martial spirit. Merely the first soul ring has seen a substantial enhancement. Yet, even so, this is sufficient to astonish me. As Ning Fengxi spoke, his gaze brightened with increasing fervor. Originally, he had sought the enhancer. But now he considered that if he could acquire more of this mysterious aura from the other dimension, it would indeed be a splendid option. Even if his soul power remained at level 79, he could still exhibit the prowess of a tidal Douluo. If he could truly become a tidal Douluo, would he not then rival the might of a tidal Douluo? The future appeared promising. Ning Fengxi had even resolved that once he left the shop, he would immediately bring Ning Rongrong to open a jar. Boss Lin, I apologize for my earlier impertinence. May I inquire whether this mysterious aura also benefits attack-type Soul Master soul rings? The Sword Douluo suddenly asked, also expressing his regret for his earlier impulsiveness. Indeed. It applies to attack-type martial spirits as well. However, the extent of enhancement will depend on the results of the fusion, Lin Xiao replied succinctly, choosing not to elaborate further. As long as it proved effective, that was sufficient. The Sword Douluo's eyes instantly gleamed with enthusiasm. Now, he could comprehend why so many soul masters congregated outside the shop. They say Martial Soul City is a holy ground. And this little shop is undoubtedly the sanctum within the sanctum. Yet, not everyone possesses the privilege to cross that threshold. Lin Xiao disregarded the Sword Douluo and turned his attention back to Ning Fengxi. Sect Master Ning, please proceed. Very well, Ning Fengxi affirmed, once more opening a jar. However, his streak of good fortune did not persist. To put it simply, the 9th jar yielded a single fruit from the sky tree. The 10th jar produced a double result, yet contained only 2 vials of elixir. What is this? Ning Fengxi inquired, lifting the 2 vials. Teleportation elixir. Lin Xiao briefly explained, then asked in return, do you recall the first time in the Stardow Forest when I suddenly vanished? That was due to the use of a teleportation elixir. With this elixir, as long as the destination is a real location, one can arrive in the blink of an eye, no matter how distant. Intriguing, truly fascinating, Ning Fengxi said with satisfaction, stowing away the teleportation elixirs before turning to the Sword Douluo. Your turn, Sword Uncle. All right, the Sword Douluo replied as he approached the counter. However, he did not rush to open a jar. Instead, he asked, Boss, why isn't Soderos here today? He has gone to a certain place and is temporarily absent from the shop. Lin Xiao smiled and inquired, are you hoping to spar with him again? At the mention, the Sword Douluo's expression turned somewhat awkward. Not at the moment. Although he had not fully unleashed his soul skills in their last encounter, he sensed that Soderos had also withheld his full capabilities. He now realized he was not yet equipped to decipher Soderos's sword skills. Even if they were to battle again, he could not guarantee victory. Have you decided which jar to open? Lin Xiao asked again. The Sword Douluo pondered for a moment before responding. I will take what the Sect Master chose. Chapter 56. The combination attack of the Sword Douluo. The Sword Douluo silently wished for a divine aura from another dimension to emerge. His desires were not overly ambitious. It was a common occurrence when one observed others acquiring splendid treasures, leading to feelings of envy, often referred to as green-eyed monster syndrome. At that moment, Lin Xiao had already placed 10 jars upon the counter. Without further ado, the Sword Douluo quietly grasped the lucky magic hammer and proceeded to open 3 jars in quick succession. Crack, crack, crack. 3 beams of white light flashed and vanished in an instant. Upon discerning the contents of the jars, Lin Xiao smiled. 3 bottles of magic fruit juice, no explanation required. However, it seemed rather disappointing. The Sword Douluo furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards Ning Fengxi. It's all right. Ning Fengxi noticed the Sword Douluo's look and immediately flashed a warm smile. Uncle Jian, do not feel pressured. Whatever items you unveil, do not dwell too much on them. Just remember that our objective is the Lucky Wish jar. Opening these jars is merely a procedure. Acquiring good items is ideal, but if not, it is of little consequence. Such words were incredibly audacious. Yet, Ning Fengxi genuinely held this sentiment. A mere few million gold soul coins was trivial, as long as it contributed to enhancing their strength. Very well, I shall try again, the Sword Douluo contemplated, attempting another triplet. 2 white and 1 purple. He felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that fortune was turning in his favor. Item: Character Proficiency Capsule. Level: Common. Type: Non-tradable. Description: Transforms character proficiency experience into enhanced soul skill proficiency. Effect: Upon use, one will gain profound insights into the utilization of soul skills. Item: Experience Capsule. Level: Common. Type: Non-tradable. Description: Experience enhancement transforms into soul power enhancement. Effect. Upon use, the current soul power level cap increases by 10%. Item. Ancient Elf Secret Medicine. Level. Rare. Type. Non-tradable. Description. Grants double the experience for completion, transforming it into double soul power and soul skill insights. Effect. Upon use, the effects of training soul skills and soul power are doubled for 1 day. The effects of the experience capsule and character proficiency capsule are similarly applicable. Oh, the sword Douluo found this intriguing. Normally, a day of double training time was inconsequential. However, with the presence of the experience capsule and character proficiency capsule, the situation transformed entirely. After reviewing the items, Lin Xiao found it quite fascinating. At that moment, the sword Douluo, holding the item produced from the rare jar, inquired, "Boss, is this small green and gold interwoven bottle a treasure?" His excitement was palpable. Just moments ago, when Ning Fengji had obtained the divine aura from another dimension, the jar had also emitted a purple glow upon shattering. Certainly a treasure. Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. Once you utilize the potion, your training of soul power will yield double the effectiveness, and when practicing soul skills, you will also gain double the insights. What? Ning Fengji could not suppress his astonishment. Double effects? This is truly extraordinary. The sword Douluo was equally taken aback. Does this mean there is hope to ascend to even greater realms? Cough, cough. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, adding, however, this state can only be sustained for 1 day. 1 day? Ning Fengji appeared petrified, while the sword Douluo's shock also froze on his face. What could be achieved in just a day? Was this a jest? Do not lose heart. You may attempt to use the 2 capsules in conjunction, which may yield unexpected results, Lin Xiao suggested. What is this? The sword Douluo, skeptical, lifted one of the capsules and inquired. The proficiency capsule, upon use, grants you extensive insights regarding skills. Lin Xiao elaborated, then shifted his gaze to the other capsule, adding, as for the experience capsule, it enhances your current soul power cap by 10%. Both capsules' actual effects are influenced by the ancient elf secret medicine, enhancing soul power and enriching soul skill insights. The sword Douluo recognized the exceptional nature of these 2 capsules. After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, he suddenly felt that this rare item was not as frivolous as he had initially presumed. Nevertheless, the true efficacy could only be determined through experimentation. With this thought in mind, the sword Douluo wasted no time and consumed the ancient elf's secret medicine. In the next moment, his eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "It is indeed effective. I feel the speed of my soul power's operation has significantly increased. It truly is at double the training speed of usual. Alas, the duration is too brief. If only it lasted 3 to 5 years. At this point he paused. Such lofty aspirations. Lin Xiao could not help but silently scoff. 3 years would amount to over 1,000 days. Even if he were to bankrupt the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, achieving such expectations would be impossible. Oh, this is rather interesting. Ning Fengji, observing with keen interest, remarked, Uncle Jian, why not try the 2 experience capsules to see if they possess such marvels? As his words fell, the sword Douluo nodded and first consumed the proficiency capsule. In an instant, he felt a multitude of figures flood his mind. Upon closer inspection, these figures were none other than his own soul skills being practiced. For a moment, the sword Douluo was entranced. Is Uncle Jian experiencing enlightenment? This was simply astonishing. Ning Fengji, witnessing the growing daze in the sword Douluo's eyes, was momentarily taken aback. This was his chance for fortune. Lin Xiao wore a cryptic smile, sensing a formidable aura emanating from the sword Douluo. Gradually, this aura coalesced into a profound sword intent. What could Uncle Jian be comprehending? The unintentional aura he exuded was astonishingly powerful. Ning Fengji found it difficult to endure this sharp sword intent and instinctively began to retreat. One could only imagine how formidable the sword Douluo had become. However, upon seeing this, Lin Xiao waved his hand, and an invisible force directly sealed off the space around the sword Douluo, preventing his sword intent from disturbing the outside world. Ning Fengji immediately felt the pressure lift. Boss Lin, such a skillful technique. Your prowess is likely unmatched in this world. He marveled, while his heart churned with tumultuous waves. What kind of strength was this? The aura emanating from the sword Douluo in his state of enlightenment was such that even a soul Douluo would dare not approach. Yet, Lin Xiao had effortlessly subdued it. Moreover, the sword Douluo was right before him, yet if Ning Fengji were to close his eyes, he would hardly sense his presence, as if they existed in disparate realms. This meant that Lin Xiao could divide space with a mere gesture? Such prowess could likely only be rivaled by a formidable figure from the spirit hall, He mused inwardly. A mere parlor trick, nothing to boast about. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, refusing to accept Ning Fengxi's praise. After all, he was well aware of his own capabilities. At the 14th level of strength, he hardly qualified as someone who could be deemed unmatched. Chapter 57. Soul Guide Device. Hand Cannon. I see. At this moment, Sword Douluo, in a moment of enlightenment, suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Lin Xiao and Ning Fengxi turned their gazes towards him. In the independent space, Sword Douluo's snow-white hair danced wildly. The sword energy erupted, vast as an ocean, creating ripples in the void. I have truly mastered this technique. Unity. Merging, the oneness of man and sword. I understand now, he declared, suddenly raising the 7-kill sword in his hand, condensing the sword energy. Such a powerful strike. I feel as though Uncle's sword has vanished, replaced by a sword brimming with sharpness. Ning Fengxi's eyes became dazed. At that moment, Sword Douluo swiftly slashed with his sword. Boom. Following a tremendous sound, the void remained undisturbed. What, do you intend to demolish my little shop? Lin Xiao frowned. Who dares to obstruct me? Sword Douluo, upon realizing the situation, was utterly astonished. Is it Lin Xiao who has blocked my strike? How is this possible? As the wielder, he was acutely aware of the power behind that blow. A tidal Douluo below level 96 would surely be annihilated by it. Even a tidal Douluo at level 97 would have to avoid its sharpness. Yet, it was thwarted by Lin Xiao. To what extent has Lin Xiao's strength ascended? He could scarcely fathom it. However, one thing was certain. Lin Xiao's cultivation was undoubtedly superior to his own. Uncle Sword, what was your experience after using that capsule? Ning Fengxi inquired, regaining his composure and curiosity peaked. After consuming it, countless versions of myself appeared in my mind, practicing all my soul skills. Even my self-created soul skills, which I had yet to fully comprehend, benefited from it. The deductions were complete. You may find it hard to believe, but in a mere instant, I felt as though I had experienced years, no, decades of understanding. Many previously perplexing questions suddenly became clear. That last strike was my self-created soul skill that I comprehended. Sword Douluo spoke, unable to conceal his excitement. With the aid of the experience capsule and the spirit potion, he had fulfilled a long-held aspiration. Oh, I see. Ning Fengxi nodded, grasping the sequence of events. At that moment, Sword Douluo continued, unfortunately, the capsules for proficiency are too few. If only there were more, my swordsmanship could reach an unimaginable realm. I could even challenge that person within the spirit hall without hesitation. There was an unmistakable sense of loss and regret in Sword Douluo's tone. Uncle Sword, do not be anxious. With this little shop, you have hope for the future to fulfill your aspiration and challenge that person to vindicate the 7-kill sword. Ning Fengxi reassured him, aware of Sword Douluo's past, particularly that his father had fallen at the hands of that very individual. Although Sword Douluo often spoke of it lightly, Ning Fengxi understood that Sword Douluo's heart was filled with an obsession to battle that person. You still have one experience capsule left. Why not try its effects? Lin Xiao suggested. Indeed, there's still a treasure unused. Sword Douluo pondered, contemplating the potential of the spirit potion to boost his soul power by 20%. Perhaps he could break through his current limits. He took the experience capsule and swallowed it, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground. Suddenly, an enigmatic aura emanated from Sword Douluo. Could it be that he was about to break through to level 97? Lin Xiao observed, somewhat surprised. In the original narrative, Sword Douluo reached this point only after the spirit hall ambushed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower sect. However, due to his disability, his highest achievement was merely this. Yet, now, before that main storyline had even commenced, Sword Douluo was on the verge of becoming a level 97 title Douluo. With Ning Fengxi's assistance, would the spirit hall still prevail? He was uncertain, but he wanted to witness it. 97. Here I come. Sword Douluo's voice brimmed with excitement. In the next moment, a formidable aura erupted, surpassing his previous strength significantly. The process was remarkably smooth. He had broken through. Uncle Sword has achieved level 97. Ning Fengxi's face shone with joy. It was known that Sword Douluo was one of the pillars of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower sect. The stronger he became, the greater the benefit to the sect. Indeed. Sect Master, I never dared to dream that this day would arrive so soon. Sword Douluo first spoke to Ning Fengxi and then turned to Lin Xiao, solemnly stating, if it weren't for you, I would not know how long it would take to reach this point. Perhaps I might not even have been able to become a level 97 title Douluo. Thank you, Boss Lin. His voice fell, and Sword Douluo stepped back, bowing deeply to Lin Xiao. Haha, there is no need for such formality. Lin Xiao chuckled, waving his hand. Before opening the jars, I mentioned that whatever emerges is merely your fortune. Bad luck may result in a complete loss as well. There are still several jars left. Let us open them all at once. All right. Sword Douluo, having heard Lin Xiao's words, quickly proceeded to open the remaining 4 jars in succession. 2 white and 2 purple. The first 3 were rather unremarkable. 2 bottles of magical fruit juice and a teleportation potion. However, the final jar produced a surprising double yield. On the counter appeared 2 pitch black cylinders, each about the length of a forearm, wide enough to fit an adult's arm. What is this? The purple glow this time seemed indeed extraordinary. Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo were both taken aback. This is the light of heritage. Hand cannon. Lin Xiao explained with an unusual expression. Item. Light of heritage. Hand cannon. Level 21. Rarity. Rare. Type. Tradable. Description. Power-driven transformed into soul power-driven. Effect. Consumes a certain amount of soul power to condense a cannonball for attack. Good heavens, once transformed, doesn't this become a soul guide device? With this item, does Ning Fengji still need to purchase Tang San's hidden weapons? Lin Xiao felt astonished. Boss, what is the purpose of this item? Ning Fengji inquired. You may understand this as a soul guide device, specifically an attack-type soul guide device. An attack-type soul guide device. Ning Fengji frowned at this revelation. Over the years, there had indeed been individuals researching such devices, but all efforts had ultimately failed. Yet, here, such an item had appeared. Could it truly bring about surprises? Ning Fengji felt uncertain. Only by trying will we know. Sword Douluo said, picking up one of the hand cannons. Wait, what is it? Sword Douluo looked at Lin Xiao, puzzled. Both hand cannons are tradable items, meaning you can give them to anyone for use. However, after one use, they will bind to the user. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Uncertain. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Sword Douluo turned to Ning Fengji and said, Sect Master, perhaps you should try it. If it possesses any significant offensive power, it would be perfect for you. All right. Without hesitation, Ning Fengji stepped forward, taking a hand cannon and strapping it to his arm, facing Sword Douluo. Uncle Sword, be careful. Rest assured, I am ready. Unleash your full strength upon me. Sword Douluo calmly extended his palm, forming an invisible shield with his soul power. P.S. Today, I moved out of the bridge tunnel. Tomorrow, I can add more chapters, so I kindly request some data. Anything will do. Chapter 58. Shrek, here comes my Sword Douluo, as Ning Fengji infused his soul power. A glimmer of light appeared within the dark barrel of the hand cannon. Boom. In the next moment, amidst the roar, flames erupted from the barrel, and soul power surged forth, striking heavily against the shield before Sword Douluo. Waves rippled across the shield. How was that, Sword Uncle? After the attack, Ning Fengji withdrew and looked at Sword Douluo with eager anticipation. The assault was formidable, equivalent to the full force of a typical 25th level assault-type Soul Master. However, the unexpected nature of the attack could catch even a Soul King off guard, potentially inflicting severe injuries. Sword Douluo pondered for a moment before responding, Indeed. This attack is not weak. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Fengji's face, quickly followed by a sigh. Unfortunately, this item is of little use to me. Sword Douluo nodded in agreement. Given Ning Fengji's status, power, and identity, his opponents would need to be at least Soul Douluo or even titled Douluo. While the hand cannon was remarkable, its offensive capability fell short against such formidable adversaries. Do not lose heart. Fine treasures are always found in the next jar. At this moment, Lin Xiao interjected, and both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo turned their gazes towards him, seemingly inquiring about the truth of his statement. Without further ado, he explained, the hand cannon you possess is merely of the 21st level. What if it were at the 30th, 40th, 50th, or even higher levels? Moreover, rarity is just one aspect. There are artifacts, legends, and epics beyond that. Such weaponry would undoubtedly surpass the power of your hand cannon. Do you still believe it to be useless? Having said this, he ceased to elaborate further. However, Ning Fengji's breath became increasingly rapid. Indeed, if one could produce items of that caliber, it would imply that he could stand toe-to-toe with Soul Saints, Soul Douluos, and even titled Douluos alone. He mused inwardly. Master, please remain calm. Sword Douluo, still composed, offered a quiet reminder. He recognized that after so many years of acquaintance, it was the first time he had seen the usually calculating Ning Fengji lose his composure so dramatically. If possible, I would truly like to purchase every jar here. Regaining some semblance of calm, Ning Fengji sighed. Lin Xiao merely smiled in silence, noting that Ning Fengji was clearly carried away by the prospect. It was understandable. First, he glimpsed hope for a breakthrough in martial spirits, then the enhancement of soul skills. And now he saw that auxiliary soul masters could wield power comparable to assault-type soul masters. All of these were precisely what Ning Fengji had long desired. Alas, the randomness of the items within the jars is too high. Otherwise, if each member of our sect could possess a light of inheritance, hand cannon, even a 21st level one, it would at least provide some degree of self-protection. Imagine the scenario where the opponent is unaware that an auxiliary soul master can unleash such combat prowess. Even a soul king would not fare well if ambushed. You need not worry about the safety of our disciples anymore, Sword Douluo lamented. That is indeed the case. Ning Fengji nodded sadly, gazing longingly at the hand cannon. He understood that securing one or two was plausible, but acquiring more would be a considerable challenge. If every auxiliary soul master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower school were to possess one, the difficulty would increase exponentially. Allow me to interject. Just then, Lin Xiao spoke again. Perhaps this is not an insurmountable issue, since you can unlock complete items. It may not be out of the question to also obtain blueprints. It is even possible that blueprints for weapons more powerful than the inheritance hand cannon could exist. Lin Xiao was not speaking whimsically. In the underground city, the acquisition of standard equipment was divided into modes such as drops and crafting. The acquisition of epic equipment presented a rather unfortunate fragment collection method for the unlucky ones. With the presence of interdimensional energies, Lin Xiao believed that the emergence of equipment blueprints within the underground city was entirely feasible. There might even be alterations, perhaps even lifting the restriction that one blueprint could only create a single piece of equipment. Blueprints. Just the thought of it sent Ning Fengji's heart racing. He could envision that obtaining such blueprints would allow for the mass production and replication of powerful equipment. If they could amass such formidable weapons, the strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower school would experience a terrifying surge. There can be no delay. Ning Fengji suddenly resolved, Sword Uncle. Please use the teleportation potion to retrieve Rongrong from Shrek Academy to Spirit City. I shall return to the sect and summon Uncle Long to open the jars. While Uncle Gu Long is certainly capable of opening jars, what about Rongrong? She is currently studying at Shrek. Is it truly wise? Sword Douluo frowned. Did you not mention that she has just begun to integrate into that environment and is getting along quite well with her new friends? Wouldn't she be unhappy if we suddenly took her away? At this, Ning Fengji displayed a rare hint of embarrassment. Sword Uncle, I must apologize. I have concealed some information regarding Rongrong. In truth, she has not been happy at Shrek. I had her stay there to temper her character. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo erupted. What did you say? Rongrong is unhappy there? Fengji, why did you not inform me sooner? His anger was palpable, and he no longer addressed Ning Fengji with the respect due to a sect leader. I was merely concerned that you and Uncle Long would dismantle Shrek upon learning the truth. Ning Fengji offered a rueful smile. It was widely acknowledged that Ning Rongrong was his most cherished daughter, and rightly so. However, unbeknownst to others, the two who doted upon her the most were none other than the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower school. Sword Douluo's voice trembled with concern. His mind conjured up a pitiful image of Ning Rongrong, starving, shivering, and emaciated. Ning Fengji shook his head gently. It cannot be explained in a few words. You will understand once you see her for yourself. Rest assured, whoever bullies our little princess will undoubtedly pay the price. Boss Lin, until we meet again, Sword Douluo declared, producing a vial of teleportation potion and downing it in one gulp. To Shrek Academy. With a thought, he vanished in a flash, a storm of killing intent trailing behind him. After Sword Douluo's departure, Ning Fengji turned to Lin Xiao and said, Boss, it will take Sword Uncle 2 to 3 days to return. I will advance 1 million gold soul coins as a fee for my daughter's jar opening. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 gold soul coins materialized in the shop. After accepting the payment, Lin Xiao nodded, no problem. Thank you. Ning Fengji responded and, after consuming a vial of teleportation potion, disappeared as well. In the shop, Lin Xiao found himself alone. This situation was intriguing. In the original story, Xiao Wu was the original companion, while in reality, Ning Rongrong was Tang San's exclusive support. He pondered how Sword Douluo's interference might affect Tang San's access to the powerful aid that was Ning Rongrong. Lin Xiao was filled with anticipation. The unfolding events seemed to grow ever more interesting. Chapter 59. The Joke of Shrek on the Other Side. The esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flander, stood in the grand playground, gazing at the 7 students before him. Daimubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and the composed and cold Zhu Zhuqing. However, Flanders' attention was not on them, but rather on the last student, Ning Rongrong. At this moment, loneliness, helplessness, disappointment, and pain surged within the 12-year-old Ning Rongrong, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She had never been treated this way in her life. You, Ning Rongrong, are indeed a genius. But which student of Shrek Academy is not your superior? Flanders spoke coldly. The onlookers regarded the scene with detached indifference. Impossible. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower martial soul is renowned as the world's foremost support spirit. How could I fall short among my peers? Ning Rongrong refused to believe it. Still in disbelief? Flanders retorted, pointing to Daimubai. He is 15 years old and already at level 37, having achieved the rank of Soul Master at 13. Upon hearing this, Daimubai proudly puffed out his chest, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him. Tang San and Xiao Wu, at merely 12 years of age, had already reached the rank of 29, potentially surpassing Daimubai's record to become the youngest Soul Master of Shrek. Ning Rongrong, I ask you, do you believe you can break through the 30-level barrier by the age of 13? Flanders' gaze bore down on her, causing her complexion to pale further. Achieving the rank of Soul Master before 13, it seemed insurmountable. Despite the flaws in Ma Hongjuan's martial soul, his attack power was still considered top tier, unmatched by many across the continent. Zhu Zhuqing had a soul power comparable to hers. However, Flanders hesitated before continuing, but she possesses a steadfast and dedicated heart, unlike you. The most astonishing among them was Oscar, an unprecedented innate full soul power support spirit master. His future achievements were boundless, and he might even replace the status of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower School among support spirit masters. What? Ning Rongrong gazed at Oscar in disbelief. Among everyone, he was the only one she found somewhat credible, despite his somewhat dubious demeanor. Ning Rongrong, accept reality. Here, you are already the weakest. I dare say that in 20 years, each of their accomplishments will far surpass yours. Flanders' words struck at the very core of her spirit. Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze, each of Flanders' remarks piercing her heart like a blade, shattering her most cherished pride. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In stark contrast to Ning Rongrong's despair, Daimubai, Tang San, and Oscar felt a swell of pride. So we are all so remarkable. I say, Flanders, enough already. If what you say is true, then your students at Shrek Academy will dominate the entire Douluo Continent. At that moment, a voice interjected. Who? Flanders' expression shifted abruptly as he instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. A figure clad in white, with white hair, approached with deliberate grace. I am Chen Xian. From the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower School. The newcomer introduced himself, his presence emanating an aura that even soul saints would tremble before. Chen Xian. Flanders' countenance fell, turning ashen. He was taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt. His earlier words, meant to intimidate Ning Rongrong, had inadvertently belittled her in the presence of someone of Chen Xian's caliber. The arrival of the sword Douluo sent a ripple of anxiety through Daimubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others, who were well aware of Chen Xian's formidable reputation as a guardian of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower School. This was the aura of a titled Douluo, rivaling even the most powerful elders of the Tang Sect. This was Tang San's first encounter with a top-tier soul master from Douluo Continent, and he involuntarily donned a serious expression, feeling the weight of the moment. Little San, I'm frightened. Xiao Wu, like a startled rabbit, instinctively hid behind him. Chen Xian, there might have been some misunderstandings. Flanders stammered, rubbing his hands awkwardly as the sword Douluo approached. Misunderstanding? Though Chen Xian smiled. His voice was as frigid as ice. What audacity, Flanders. One might mistake you for believing that Shrek Academy rivals the great sects of the continent. He then turned his attention to Oscar. So, you believe this young lad will someday replace the standing of my Seven Treasures Glazed Tower School? As his words hung in the air, Oscar felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, as if he bore the weight of a mountain. He trembled uncontrollably, struggling to maintain his stance, before finally collapsing to the ground. I merely exuded the aura of a soul king. To be unable to withstand it even for a moment is a testament to such weak will, Chen Xian remarked, shifting his gaze toward Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing. This pairing of the white tiger and the spectral cat is indeed impressive, but neither clan has produced a title Douluo. Even at their peak, they would barely match an average title Douluo. Moreover, given their current standings, it is uncertain whether they will survive in 3 to 5 years. As these words fell, both Daimubai and Zhu Zhuqing drained of color, and Zhu Zhuqing cast a resentful glance at Daimubai. At this juncture, Shen Xian's gaze fell upon Ma Hongjun, a smile gracing his lips. And you, with your flawed martial soul. Flander, do you comprehend that even those with flawless, top-tier martial souls find it arduous to attain the rank of title Douluo? How much more challenging it must be for someone with a disability. There was no denying the sword Douluo's domineering presence. He effortlessly retaliated against Flander's earlier disparagement of Ning Rongrong. As his gaze swept over Xiaowu and Tang San, it returned to Flander. You do not expect them to replace my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school, do you? Do you harbor some misapprehension regarding our strength? Moreover, do you believe that in 10 or 20 years, I, Shen Xian, and the Bone Douluo will no longer be here? As he spoke, his piercing gaze struck Flander, forcing him to retreat several steps in shock. My lord, please, calm your wrath. Flander stammered, panic rising within him. What was he to do in the face of the fury of a title Douluo? Awaiting a response, he felt a sense of urgency. P.S. I will add another chapter later. Additionally, I find Flander rather amusing. How did he manage to utter such boastful words in the first place? Chapter 60, Grandmaster Flander. I am losing blood. In the arena, the overwhelming presence of Sword Douluo caused the expressions of Dai Mubai, Zhu Qing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar to turn ashen. Not much better than Ning Rongrong's. The words of Sword Douluo pierced their hearts, shattering the sense of superiority that Flander had instilled in them. Indeed, if one could not even attain the rank of title Douluo, what grounds were there for pride? For those possessing the 7 treasures, glazed tile martial soul. Reaching the rank of soul sage marked the pinnacle, placing them on an esteemed level not inferior to that of a title Douluo. A chilling intent emanated from the elder. Tang San felt his heart race, sensing a subtle yet palpable aura of death swirling around Sword Douluo. Underneath that ominous pressure, he felt like a fragile boat adrift on a vast ocean, at risk of capsizing at any given moment. All he could do was accumulate strength in silence, ensuring that if Sword Douluo were to launch a sudden attack, he could release Blue Silverbind to momentarily hold him back. Then strike with hidden weapons in a desperate bid for survival. Grandpa Jin. At that moment, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her emotions and threw herself at Sword Douluo, weeping uncontrollably. All her pent-up grievances erupted at once. Her cries shattering the oppressive silence of the arena, alleviating the tension in the air. Rongrong, do not cry. Grandpa Jian is here to take you away. Sword Douluo gently comforted, patting the girl's back. He had arrived long ago and witnessed how the Shrek team treated Ning Rongrong. He had seen the warmth and coldness of human nature, achieving his purpose of training. He believed that after this incident, the girl would undoubtedly experience some growth. Your Excellency, are you truly taking Miss Ning away? Flander suddenly mustered the courage to ask. Otherwise, should I allow you to continue berating and bullying her? Sword Douluo replied coldly. He felt that refraining from drawing his sword was already a sign of restraint. How dare they continue to speak? That was truly a misunderstanding. Flander awkwardly rubbed his hands together, feeling a pang of bitterness. It must be understood that the possessor of the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul is an absolute core member wherever they go. Ning Rongrong's presence in Shrek would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. In fact, among the current students, aside from Tang San, he valued Ning Rongrong the most. Oscar paled in comparison. The words he had spoken earlier were merely an attempt to tame Ning Rongrong. He was not foolish enough to push away a prodigy that had come to him. Unexpectedly, he failed to tame her and ended up offending the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. It was indeed a case of catching a fox, but getting into a heap of trouble. Flander fell silent, but another voice broke through. Wait, Ning Rongrong, do you truly wish to leave like this? You must realize that once you depart, it will be challenging to find suitable companions again. Oscar genuinely did not want Ning Rongrong to leave and sought a reason to retain her. Grandpa Jian. Ning Rongrong hesitated. The word companion was one she had never truly possessed, making her yearn to experience it. How laughable, how utterly laughable. Were you also self-righteous? Always questioning whether Rongrong could integrate with you, yet never asking yourselves if you were worthy to be her companions? Sword Douluo saw through it all and turned to Ning Rongrong, speaking with gravity. Rongrong, remember, the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul has never lacked for companions. Once you raise your hand, countless powerful soul masters will flock to you. Moreover, do you find it somewhat ridiculous that they wish to be your companions? True companionship is reciprocal. With your assistance, their combat prowess will soar. Yet what do you gain? A group of burdensome teammates? To you, they are merely vampires, endlessly demanding from you. If they wish to be your companions, they must at least attain the rank of Soul Douluo, or even title Douluo, before they can qualify for such a title. The only one sword Douluo truly valued was that rabbit. He considered providing a soul ring for Rongrong. However, that rabbit seemed to have become someone else's prey, who might be lurking in the shadows. There was a sense of familiarity. Sword Douluo sensed something amiss but refrained from acting recklessly. Upon hearing Sword Douluo's words, the crowd appeared quite awkward. Oscar looked as if struck by lightning, his expression blank. Come, Rongrong. Your father previously arranged for us to visit the martial soul city, Sword Douluo said calmly, summoning the 7-killing sword. With a flash, he vanished, leaving no trace. Even if he had the means, he could only ride the sword and take Ning Rongrong to the martial soul city. However, Sword Douluo noticed that Ning Rongrong remained unmoved. What is the matter? Do you wish to stay here? Sword Douluo assumed that Ning Rongrong's stubborn nature had resurfaced. No, there is nothing here that I long for. Ning Rongrong gently shook her head, pointing at Tang San. It is just that Tang San possesses a type of weapon known as a hidden weapon, which is incredibly useful to our 7 Treasures Glazed Tower sect and could resolve some of the burdens in my father's heart. Oh, that sounds somewhat intriguing. Sword Douluo raised an eyebrow, well aware of what Ning Rongrong was referring to. Grandpa Jin, I have witnessed the power of the hidden weapon firsthand. Even Tang San has admitted that even an ordinary person could defeat a soul master or even a great soul master with it. Ning Rongrong recalled how Tang San had showcased the hidden weapon against Zhao Wujin, and each memory sent a thrill through her. Quite interesting indeed. Sword Douluo turned to Tang San and said, Rongrong mentioned that hidden weapon. Do you still have it? Demonstrate it for me. If it is truly as potent as you say, our 7 Treasures Glazed Tower sect might consider acquiring it. The hidden weapon is a tool for killing, not a prop for display, Tang San replied, shaking his head in refusal. In truth, he felt somewhat tempted. Creating powerful hidden weapons required substantial funds, and he was in need of money. Yet, encountering such a significant buyer as the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower sect made him more aware of the value of holding out for a better offer. Ning Rongrong felt speechless, unable to fathom Tang San's rejection. At that moment, Sword Douluo added, if you are unwilling, then so be it. Rongrong, you must understand that we recently acquired a treasure that can achieve the effects you described, and may even be more powerful. The only drawback is that it cannot be used by ordinary people, but we 7 Treasures Glazed Tower sect do not have ordinary people. Really? Ning Rongrong was skeptical. Has Grandpa Jin ever deceived you? Sword Douluo, feeling helpless, took out the hand cannon he had obtained and handed it to Ning Rongrong. What is this? It looks terrible. Ning Rongrong grumbled in dissatisfaction. Could this also be a type of hidden weapon? Tang San's pupils suddenly constricted, guessing inwardly. Although it may appear unappealing, its power is remarkable. You may regard it as a powerful soul-guiding device that can unleash great combat strength, Sword Douluo explained. Really? Can I also possess immense combat strength? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Of course, Sword Douluo replied, turning to Dai Mubai, the youngest soul emperor of Shrek. Step forward and demonstrate your strongest defense. Chapter 61. Dai Mubai spits blood. Whom is this referring to? Dai Mubai glanced left and right, and upon confirming that no one else was around, he suddenly realized that the Sword Douluo was speaking of him. Senior, please do not jest. The youngest genius soul master of Shrek Academy is merely a casual remark made by Dean Flinder and should not be taken seriously. After all, Shrek Academy has not produced many students. Moreover, there are quite a few individuals with talents like mine outside. Dai Mubai felt a twinge of guilt from being addressed by the Sword Douluo. If he were truly a top-tier genius, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. What a blow to my pride. Am I to endure this? After hearing Dai Mubai's words, Flinder's eyelids twitched. Yet he mustered the courage to say, Your Excellency Chen Xin, Dai Mubai is still just a child. It may not be wise to be so hard on him. Are you intending to replace him? A faint smirk appeared on the corner of the Sword Douluo's mouth. That is not out of the question. However, Dai Mubai came here thanks to Rongrong's initiative, and if you wish to take his place, you must withstand my sword. As he spoke, the 7-kill sword seemed to resonate with its master's intent, emitting a sharp cry as it landed in the Sword Douluo's hand. To be honest, seeing Ning Rongrong suffer such indignity, he did not dismantle this place, even if Shrek benefited from it. Wait, I suddenly find Your Excellency's words quite reasonable. Children must grow. Dai Mubai has reached an age where certain matters must be faced on his own. Flinder remarked, turning to Dai Mubai, Go on, I have faith in you. Is this how you abandon me? Dai Mubai was taken aback. Subsequently, he dared not hesitate any longer, stepping forward as if walking toward his execution. Grandpa's sword. Do I just put this on my hand? On the other side, Ning Rongrong inquired, Yes, Then inject your soul power and aim it at him, replied the sword Douluo. Not good. There is danger. As Ning Rongrong pointed the dark cannon towards Dai Mubai, he was suddenly filled with dread. Remembering the sword Douluo's instructions, he hurriedly summoned his martial soul and soul rings. Martial soul manifestation. White tiger shield. White tiger transformation. In a seamless sequence, the next moment, Dai Mubai resembled a human-shaped white tiger, exuding a formidable aura. It should be fine. After sensing his explosive power, Dai Mubai felt considerably more at ease. Grandpa's sword. I cannot control it. Ning Rongrong exclaimed sweetly. As her voice fell, the power accumulated within the hand cannon erupted instantaneously. Boom. A violent explosion resounded in everyone's ears, and a blinding light struck Dai Mubai with tremendous force. Yet, Dai Mubai was sent flying like a heavy sandbag. How could this happen? Dai Mubai was knocked away by Ning Rongrong? Oscar and Ma Hongjun could hardly believe their eyes. How could a support soul master unleash such destructive power? Flender was equally astonished. What he witnessed shattered his understanding. Instinctively, he looked towards Tang San. In his opinion, only Tang San could possess such strength. However, at that moment, Tang San also bore a look of shock. Although Dai Mubai was not a defensive soul master, after activating his first and third soul abilities, his strength was formidable enough. Ordinary blades and swords would struggle to inflict harm. Yet, Ning Rongrong's strike could send him flying, indicating an attack power comparable to that of a high-level assault soul master at full strength. What a tyrannical hidden weapon! If used for a surprise attack, it might surpass the power of Zhuge's crossbow. The more he observed, the more alarmed he became. Well, at that instant, the fallen Dai Mubai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful! Ning Rongrong's attack was at least equivalent to a full-force strike from a level 25 or 26 assault soul master. Standing still and enduring such a blow would be unbearable even for a soul master of the rank of soul sovereign. Unless one were a defensive soul master like the Xianbing turtle, who could claim to emerge unscathed. Little San, why does this feel even fiercer than your hidden weapons? Xiao mused behind Tang San. No, my Tang Sect hidden weapons have only demonstrated a fraction of their might thus far. I am yet unable to craft truly formidable hidden weapons, Tang San retorted defiantly, believing firmly in the superiority of Tang's Sect hidden weapons. Xiao rolled her eyes, choosing not to speak further. She understood that while Tang San appeared strong, he was, in fact, quite vulnerable inside, unable to tolerate any doubts cast upon him. Young man, my intention in letting you experience this strike was not to target you. It serves as a warning. Keep your eyes to yourself and refrain from harboring improper intentions towards Rongrong. The sword Douluo snorted coldly, noting that Dai Mubai's gaze towards any girl lacked purity. Of course, apart from him, the chubby fellow and the scruffy auxiliary soul master also had similar tendencies, albeit more restrained. A nest of ill-breeds. This was the sword Douluo's assessment of the group. Grandpa's sword, is this true? Did I actually hit Dai Mubai? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face filled with pride as she added, Humph, from now on, who isn't a strong assault soul master? She even shook her little fist at the Shrek crowd. Ha ha. Now you know Grandpa's sword was not deceiving you. Come, we must head to the Spirit City. There are important matters to attend to. After hearing the sword Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong still felt perplexed about why they must go to the Spirit City. Because there lies the potential for you to become a soul sovereign before the age of 13, the sword Douluo replied, ruffling Ning Rongrong's little head. What? Grandpa's sword is not merely trying to please me, is he? Ning Rongrong pouted. Of course not. When have I ever lied to you? The sword Douluo smiled and shook his head. Instantly, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with anticipation. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. By the way, Dean Flender, when I become a soul sovereign, I will return to see you. Actually, that won't be necessary. Flender's face twitched. He could sense the deep resentment in Ning Rongrong's words. However, the sword Douluo had already taken Ning Rongrong away on his sword. Flender inwardly lamented, what a calamity. Teacher, do not sigh so heavily. Even without Ning Rongrong, we still have little Ao, right? Did you not say that little Ao has the potential to replace the 7 treasures glazed tile in the realm of support soul masters? Ma Hongjun stepped forward to comfort him. Indeed. Dean, rest assured, I will not let you down. Oscar added excitedly. He had not anticipated that the usually sharp-tongued and cunning Dean would place such importance on him. Enough. Do not bring up old grievances, Flender retorted irritably, only to notice Oscar's expression stiffen, prompting him to clarify, Little Ao, do not misunderstand me, I do not look down on you. But it will be quite challenging for you to surpass the support abilities of the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul in the early stages. What you say is true. Oscar's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment upon hearing Flinder's words. He understood the implications. Indeed, his first and second soul abilities, recovery and detoxification, were adequate in evenly matched battles, but when facing opponents of greater strength, they were far inferior to Ning Rongrong's sheer power and brute force. Little Ao, do not lose heart. My teacher once said, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Tang San spoke up at that moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 62. The aspirations of Qianjun and the Demon Slayer while others may be oblivious to you Xiaojiang. How could Flander be unaware? His cultivation was lacking, merely producing a stream of toxic platitudes each day. Flander found himself perplexed by Tanghao's decision to allow Tang San to take Yu Xiaojiang as his mentor to study theoretical knowledge. It seemed utterly irrational. Why not guide him himself? In contrast, upon hearing Flander's words, Tang San's expression froze. He had intended to offer more comforting words to Oscar and Dai Mubai, but found himself at a loss for words. Teacher, Dai Mubai has fainted, suddenly remarked Ma Hongjun. Do not panic. This is rather normal. Dai Mubai is not a defensive soul master. With Ning Rongrong's level of attack, enduring such a blow could indeed lead to problems. However, he will not perish. Let us take him back to the dormitory to rest, Flander replied, absent-mindedly waving his hand before turning to leave. He needed to contemplate how he would respond if Ning Rongrong were to return and confront him. Creating joy with money. This inscription is indeed accurate. Brother, just ahead lies that remarkable jar shop. On the bustling streets of Wuhuan City, not far from Lin Xiao's small store. The Demon Slayer Douluo's eyes sparkled with delight and anticipation as he read the sign at the shop's entrance. Beside him stood Qianjun Douluo, who bore a striking resemblance to him in both appearance and attire. According to Gue Bao, Xi Miao, and Mo Xiong, the proprietor of the shop had an enigmatic background and unfathomable strength. He cautioned his brother not to act recklessly. Brother, I understand even without your warning. I suspect that the shopkeeper might very well be a formidable figure, not weaker than the Grand Elder. Otherwise, he could not possibly create such extraordinary items. Qianjun Douluo nodded gravely. Recklessness does not equate to foolishness. After witnessing numerous wonders, he would not be foolish enough to challenge the mysterious shopkeeper's limits. That settles it. Qianjun Douluo nodded and led his brother towards the shop. At that moment, the voice of the Demon Slayer Douluo echoed once more, Brother. I also heard today that Gue Bao Douluo has unearthed a new product, a jar capable of producing vast quantities of gold coins. He extracted 2.5 million gold soul coins from it. 2.5 million gold soul coins? Such an astonishing sum. Qianjun Douluo was taken aback before frowning. Now they no longer desire money. I am increasingly curious about what this proprietor truly seeks. Once he assured himself that no one was around, the Demon Slayer Douluo discreetly transmitted his thoughts. Brother, do you think it possible that he seeks to cultivate followers? Followers? At this, Qianjun Douluo's expression shifted, for this matter touched upon taboos. He also transmitted, such implications are significant. It is best not to speak carelessly. Once we personally experience the wonders of this shop, we shall report back to the Grand Elder and let him decide how to proceed. Agreed. The Demon Slayer Douluo nodded gravely. It must be understood that if their suspicions held true, this shopkeeper could become an adversary of the Wuhuan Temple. Yet, a foe so powerful and mysterious could spell disaster for the temple. As they approached the entrance, they could distinctly hear voices emanating from within the shop. Hey, is this a black market? I put in 100,000 gold soul coins, and you dare to give me a piece of aquamarine? It is worth at most 300 or 400 gold soul coins. You are far too unscrupulous. Return my money. I'm done here. Clearly, someone within the shop had erupted in frustration over their jar opening experience. However, as the words faded, both Qianjun and the Demon Slayer Douluo sensed a fluctuation of soul power within the shop. The aura was not strong, merely that of a soul zone. Goodness. Not only does that person shout, but they also dare to cause a ruckus within the shop? Are they courting death? Both men were astonished and intrigued. Get lost. The next moment, a voice cold as ice rang out from within the shop, and then a figure was hurled outwards. Qianjun and the Demon Slayer Douluo turned their gazes toward the commotion. They beheld a youth resembling an iron tower crash heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose, and his chest bore visible dents, crimson staining his clothing. It was evident that his ribs had been broken. A series of footsteps approached from within the shop, and the two men turned their attention once more, seeing Lin Xiao standing at the entrance. his gaze icy as he regarded the iron tower-like youth. Silence ensued. Very well. I, Huyan Li of the Elephant Armor Sect, will remember this humiliation today. You will pay for it soon enough, the youth declared, struggling to rise before stumbling away in apparent disgrace. Only then did the onlookers outside comprehend the situation. That lad hails from the Elephant Armor Sect? That is a prestigious sect, renowned across the Douluo Continent. This is dire. Shopkeeper, I advise you to gather your belongings and flee while you still can. It may soon be too late. The sect master, Huyan Jun, is a powerful soul Douluo, and Huyan Li is his favorite grandson. What of the Elephant Armor Sect? The shopkeeper has done nothing wrong. Furthermore, in Wuhuan City, can the Elephant Armor Sect's reach extend this far? You do not comprehend. It is said that the sect master has close ties with the Wuhuan Temple and is particularly well acquainted with a certain platinum bishop. Do you think he will side with reason or kinship? The crowd buzzed with discussions. Who would have thought that fellow was Huyan Li from the Elephant Armor Sect? No wonder he was so arrogant. However, if he does not know how to behave, he should not blame me for lacking martial ethics. After all, I still possess several old puppets whose uses I have yet to determine. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, standing at the entrance and calling out. Is there anyone else wishing to open jars? If not, I shall close the shop. Wait, boss, my brother and I wish to open jars, the demon slayer Douluo interjected. Lin Xiao turned to regard him with mild surprise. He had not anticipated the arrival of two individuals, both appearing quite mature. Yet, as the old adage goes, ambition knows no age. Jar opening is not confined by years. A signature smile emerged on his face as he welcomed them. Welcome. Please, gentlemen, come inside. Upon entering the shop, the demon slayer Douluo introduced himself. Boss, my name is Demon Slayer, and this is my brother Qianjun. You need not stand on ceremony. Indeed. The two grand elders of the Wuhuan Temple, Lin Xiao acknowledged, adding, allow me to briefly explain, aside from the jar in the center adorned with purple patterns, which is the Lucky Wish jar and requires a purchase of 30 jars to be eligible for. The remaining jars are priced at 100,000 gold soul coins each and can be chosen freely. The Lucky Wish jar, what does it entail? The demon slayer Douluo inquired. Puzzled. Certainly, it holds significance. Within this jar, you can choose to obtain a rare item of your desire. Can it also yield amplifiers? Of course. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's affirmative response, the two brothers were instantly exhilarated. This meant that, with a maximum of 3 million gold soul coins, they held the potential to ascend to the level of a 97th ranked title Douluo. Almost there. It truly is just around the corner. The day when I can kick the fourth elder, punch the third elder, and collectively thrash the second elder is not far off. Chapter 63, The Bone Douluo's Shock. Is Ning Fingji planning to ally with the Spirit Hall? In the serene training room of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower School, a frail figure sat cross-legged on a mat. An overwhelming aura of soul power filled the space. Within the entire sect, the only individuals capable of such cultivation were undoubtedly the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, Gu Rong. Suddenly, the Bone Douluo opened his eyes, revealing a bitter smile on his withered face. Alas, it is still futile. No matter how hard I strive to comprehend, I cannot glimpse the threshold of level 97. Achieving level 97 is exceedingly difficult. I may never reach it. His voice was laden with regret and sighs, tinged with a hint of despair. At that moment, a voice echoed softly behind him. Do not lose heart. One day, there will be a breakthrough. Who is there? The unexpected voice startled the Bone Douluo, causing him to swiftly turn around, his soul power surging as if to summon his martial spirit and soul rings. However, upon recognizing the speaker, he froze. Sect Master? What brings you here? Uncle Long, do not be alarmed, Ning Fingji quickly explained. I have been here for some time and saw you in meditation, so I did not wish to disturb you. After consuming a teleportation potion at Lin Xiao's small shop, he had silently arrived at the Bone Douluo's training room. His purpose for coming was not difficult to discern. He sought protection. Although he possessed the strength of a soul sage, he was a veritable weakling without the company of strong allies. However, Ning Fingji had not anticipated that the Bone Douluo was engrossed in a certain state of enlightenment. In his desire not to disrupt the other, he had even controlled his breathing, inadvertently causing a misunderstanding. Sect Master, when did you return? I did not even notice. It felt as though you appeared out of thin air. The Bone Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation, confirming that no one had entered the training room. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. You guessed correctly. I truly did appear out of nowhere. Upon hearing this, the Bone Douluo chuckled. Sect Master, do not jest. How could the martial spirit of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower possess the ability to traverse space? Yet this was indeed the truth. Ning Fengji felt somewhat helpless. However, the Douluo's disbelief was beyond his control. It would be extravagantly wasteful to demonstrate the teleportation potion's effects. Come, Uncle Long. I have some matters for you to assist me with. Ning Fengji changed the subject and led the Douluo outside. Upon reaching the door, the Douluo inquired, "Where is Douluo? Why did I not see him? I parted ways with him in Spirit City. I returned to the Sect while he went to Shrek Academy to find Rongrong." "What? You returned alone?" The Douluo exclaimed in shock. Has Douluo lost his mind? How could he allow you to return alone? If anything were to happen. Nothing happened, Ning Fengji replied with a slight smile. In fact, it took me but a breath to travel from Spirit City back to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tower school. Sect Master, you jest again. The Douluo laughed. Even the most elite soul masters, adept at speed, could not cover that distance in a mere breath. 3 to 5 miles would be considerable. Multiplying that distance by 10 or even 100 would still render it impossible to traverse from Spirit City to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower school in one breath. Even with Gu Rong's powerful bone dragon martial spirit, it was unfeasible. Let us proceed. Ning Fengji observed the Douluo's expression, refraining from further explanation. Hearing is one thing. Seeing is believing. He was confident that once the Douluo opened the jar himself, everything would become clear. Silently, the Douluo followed Ning Fengji. Yet he grew increasingly apprehensive as they approached the Sect's treasury. "Sect Master, what brings you to the treasury?" he asked, puzzled. "Naturally, to procure funds," Ning Fengji replied as he triggered the mechanism to open the treasury door. A cascade of golden light spilled forth, illuminating the Douluo's gaze. Before him lay a mountain of gold soul coins, alongside jewels, antiques, and priceless works of art, an undeniable testament to the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower school. Though he had seen such wealth before, the sheer magnitude was still breathtaking. The sound of clinking coins jolted him back to reality. Observing Ning Fengji's unusual demeanor, he noted the excitement and joy in his eyes as he gazed upon the gold soul coins. In a frenzy, Ning Fengji produced several space soul guide devices to hastily collect them. The mountain of gold soul coins visibly diminished before the Douluo's eyes. "Sect Master, what is happening?" he exclaimed, astonished. Had it not been for the fact that only Ning Fengji could open the treasury, he might have thought the Sect Master was an imposter in disguise. His demeanor suggested he had never encountered wealth before. In contrast, Ning Fengji remained focused, intent on gathering coins. "Sect Master, is there an economic crisis in the Sect's external enterprises?" The Douluo speculated. "Nothing of the sort, Uncle Long. Please assist me, we must hurry." As he spoke, Ning Fengji tossed 2 space soul guide devices to the Douluo, urging him to help collect the coins. He was acutely aware that the opportunity to purchase jars would soon reset, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. The Douluo grew increasingly alarmed. "Is there a powerful enemy approaching? Are we fleeing with the money?" Ning Fengji's actions left him utterly bewildered. "No, nothing of the kind. I intend to take this money to Spirit City." "Spirit City?" The Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sect Master, you cannot be planning to ally with the Spirit Hall?" The thought truly shocked him. Uncle Long, please do not speculate. I meant to explain on the way." Ning Fengji paused before forcing a wry smile. "In truth, I discovered a remarkable jar shop in Spirit City, where one can open a jar for a mere 100,000 gold soul coins to obtain various treasures. I am gathering this money to purchase jars." "What? 100,000 gold soul coins for a jar?" The Douluo was astounded. "Is it adorned with gold edges?" "No, it is purely crafted from gold. It cannot possibly be that expensive. Uncle Long, you do not understand. 100,000 gold soul coins for a jar is truly not exorbitant. One might even say it is quite reasonable." Ning Fengji felt compelled to clarify upon sensing the Douluo's skepticism. "Not exorbitant? Sect Master, please reconsider. Even if our sect is wealthy, we will eventually squander it all." The Douluo believed Ning Fengji was merely seeking excitement. "It is really not expensive. You may not be aware, but Douluo has already benefited from it, achieving the status of a level 97 titled Douluo." Ning Fengji reiterated. "Douluo has broken through?" The Douluo could no longer maintain his composure. "Is what you say truly the case?" Upon arriving at Spirit Soul City and encountering Uncle Jian, it all became clear. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, he continued to feign wealth. "Master, do you have sufficient spirit guiding devices?" "I still possess 2 in my possession," Douluo remarked. revealing his cherished spirit-guiding devices as well. Ning Fengji, Chapter 64, The Demon Slayer Douluo. Allow me to guide you on the other side. In a quaint little shop within the Spirit City, the thousand-gene Douluo clutched the lucky magic hammer with both hands, trembling as he shattered the 10th jar. Amplifier, emerge. He roared inwardly, his countenance twisting with frustration. The optimistic demeanor he had before opening the jars had long since dissipated. Perhaps this is the allure of jar opening. With a crack, the jar shattered, a fleeting flash of white light appearing. Clang, the lucky magic hammer slipped from his grasp and fell onto the counter. The thousand-gene Douluo murmured despondently, white again. Without needing Lin Xiao to explain, he had already discerned the contents of the jar. It was all too familiar, two perfectly straight blue vials mana juice. Observing this, Lin Xiao turned to the thousand-gene Douluo and said, "It seems your luck is rather dismal. Perhaps you should try again next week." The 10 jars opened by the thousand-gene Douluo yielded nothing particularly remarkable, including the double yield from the last jar. The haul comprised 5 vials of mana juice, 2 fate coins, 3 sky tree fruits, and a rusted katana. To summarize, it could be distilled into 2 words, utterly disappointing. Brother, you must remain strong and not lose heart. A person cannot be down on their luck forever. It's merely a phase, the demon slayer Douluo consoled, noting his brother's troubled spirit. Besides, I have yet to open my jars, he continued. Lin Xiao had previously mentioned that items yielded from jars might be tradable, implying they could be shared with others. If I happen to uncover a tradable amplifier, I shall surely gift it to you. Thank you. The thousand-gene Douluo felt oddly worse after the consolation. He was certain the demon slayer Douluo was insincere, devoid of genuine sympathy. He retorted, "Stop daydreaming and quickly choose your jars to open. Given your luck, relying on you to find an amplifier for me is akin to hoping for a chosen jar from 30 others. Then let us wait and see. Hopefully, there will come a day when you do not request me," the demon slayer Douluo replied, glancing at Lin Xiao. "Boss, I would like 10 jars from the second row." They had already paid the 2 million gold soul coins. With a wave of his hand, the jars the demon slayer Douluo desired floated down onto the counter before him. "Brother, I am commencing now. Just watch," the demon slayer Douluo declared, seizing the lucky magic hammer to begin. "Humph, let us get this over with. The sooner it's finished, the less worry there will be about that rusted katana." The thousand-gene Douluo huffed discontentedly, realizing his brother was excessively boastful. Lin Xiao chuckled. He hadn't anticipated that the thousand-gene and demon slayer brothers would display such a playful side, bickering like other twins. Crack. Upon the shattering of the first jar, a burst of blue light flickered. Blue? High-quality item? The thousand-gene Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Haha, this beginning is certainly different." The demon slayer Douluo laughed. But his amusement faded upon discovering the item within. What was this long, serpentine thing? It had a rather pungent odor item, strange flavor snake meat, level, high, type, non-tradable, description, restores 30 HP and MP, converting to restore injuries and soul power. The strange flavor remains. Effect. Upon consumption, can restore some injuries and soul power, but the consumer will be inflicted with poisoning upon seeing the item's feedback. Lin Xiao fanned himself, explaining, "This is strange flavor snake meat. It has a peculiar taste, but consuming it can restore a portion of your soul power and heal some injuries. However, you will also suffer from poisoning." After reading Lin Xiao's words, the demon slayer Douluo's expression became odd. Consuming such a thing merely meant transitioning from one unfortunate state to another. I grasp it well. Quickly store your spoils. The scent is overwhelming," Lin Xiao urged, unable to contain himself. The demon slayer Douluo hastily tucked away the strange flavor snake meat, casting a triumphant glance at the thousand-gene Douluo. Surely, this was far superior to the rusted katana. What is so special about it? I wouldn't eat that strange meat even if you offered it to me, the thousand-gene Douluo huffed in annoyance. Next, as the demon slayer Douluo spoke, he shattered another jar. A flash of white light appeared. The thousand-gene Douluo felt a wave of comfort wash over him. This was more like it. Yet, he soon heard the demon slayer Douluo exclaim, "Hey, what is this? A capsule? Could it be the legendary experience capsule?" As he spoke, the demon slayer Douluo's breath quickened. Item. Character proficiency capsule. Gazing at the information that materialized, Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. This is not an experience capsule. It is a proficiency capsule. Consuming it will enhance your mastery of your soul skills. What? The thousand-gene Douluo was taken aback. He hadn't expected the demon slayer Douluo to be so fortunate. I must see if it truly holds such wonders. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, The demon slayer Douluo immediately consumed the proficiency capsule. In the next moment, a glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in his eyes. Epiphany. The 1000 Douluo couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This small capsule seemed even more extraordinary than the legends suggested. After the shock, envy washed over him. It seemed his brother's luck far surpassed his own. Before long, a myriad of emotions flickered in the demon slayer Douluo's eyes. Confusion, excitement, and an insatiable yearning. How does it feel? Are you all right? The 1000 Douluo inquired with curiosity. It was worth it. Truly worth it. The demon slayer Douluo's face radiated admiration. He then turned to his brother and proposed, "Brother, once we leave this place, let us engage in a duel." "What did you say?" The 1000 Douluo exclaimed in shock. He hadn't anticipated the demon slayer Douluo would boldly challenge him. "Who granted you the courage to speak such words?" he inquired coldly. It was known that throughout their lives, the 1000 Douluo had always held the upper hand over his brother. He viewed the current state of the demon slayer Douluo as indicative of a lack of self-awareness, as if he were getting carried away. "Why, it is the courage bestowed by Boss Lin." The demon slayer Douluo replied gratefully, glancing at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao is at a loss for words. How is this relevant to him? "Nonsense." The 1000 Douluo interjected, his brow furrowing. "Brother, it truly is different now. With the aid of the proficiency capsule, I have gained deeper insights into the mastery and application of my soul skills. Even issues you previously struggled with, I have now comprehended. I shall guide you upon our return." The audacity in the demon slayer Douluo's tone was nothing short of brazen, provoking the 1000 Douluo's irritation. "All right, hurry and open your jars. Just the thought of you instructing me has me a bit excited. I can hardly wait." Chapter 65. The 1000 Douluo. "You must be strong. Open the can. Open the can." Perceiving the veiled threat in the words of the 1000 Douluo, the demon-slaying Douluo forced a smile. However, his expression changed dramatically with the subsequent cans. It appeared rather ominous. He gazed at the 3 fruits from the sky tree before him, muttering to himself. Theoretically, the probability of consecutively opening the same item should be quite low. Yet, in reality, such occurrences are surprisingly frequent. Lin Xiao, standing to the side, elucidated with a hint of indifference, reflecting on the probabilities in the horse-riding game. He couldn't help but scoff. He remembered those days farming equipment in the abyss, where even a complete set of epic gear was 4 for 1, all in pursuit of that elusive missing piece. Ultimately, he ended up with several complete sets but still couldn't obtain the desired equipment. He still recalled the widely spoken phrase in the dungeon, for one is merely the beginning. "Brother, you must be strong. Do not lose heart. One cannot be perpetually unlucky. At most, it is a fleeting phase." The 1000 Douluo comforted himself with a well-rehearsed line. It was indeed a case of learned behavior. Observing the demon-slaying Douluo's expression of silent suffering, the 1000 Douluo felt a sense of vindication. Quite satisfying. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao found amusement in the turn of events, affirming that fortune truly fluctuates. With matters having reached this point, there was little left to say. They simply had to continue opening. Gritting his teeth, the demon-slaying Douluo, fearing any further provocation, closed his eyes and proceeded to open the cans. Crack, 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 crack. After shattering 4 cans in succession, the demon-slaying Douluo finally opened his eyes. 2 bottles of magical fruit juice and 2 sky tree fruits. Quite stable. Lin Xiao remarked with a subtle smile. It seemed, however, that luck had run its course. The demon-slaying Douluo sighed softly. His gaze then fell upon the final can, and he murmured a wish, a double amplifier. As his voice faded, the lucky magic hammer came crashing down. In the next moment, a burst of purple brilliance erupted. Heavens, is it a fatal blow? The demon-slaying Douluo was stunned, unable to believe what lay before him. Had the outcome truly reversed? No, it was not an amplifier. The 1000 Douluo, upon discerning the contents within the can, exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, how come there are 2 pieces of paper?" Paper? The demon-slaying Douluo felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the boss indulged in such cruel humor? Gritting his teeth, he reached into the can and pulled out the 2 pieces of paper. After scrutinizing them without any clear understanding, he had no choice but to seek Lin Xiao's assistance. "Boss, what is this? What do these 7 characters mean?" "Have you heard of enhancers?" Lin Xiao countered. The demon-slaying Douluo nodded. Having heard of them, they were indeed wondrous treasures capable of increasing the age of soul rings. Correct. The items you hold have a similar effect to enhancers. They are called 7 emerald enhancement scrolls. Upon use, there is a 70% chance of enhancing your soul ring to level 7. Lin Xiao explained, observing the scroll in the demon-slaying Douluo's hand. Item: 7 Emerald Enhancement Scroll. Level: Rare. Type: Tradable. Description: Equipment level enhancement, transforming into an enhancement for soul rings. Effect: Upon use, there is a 70% chance to enhance the designated soul ring to level 7. Note: if the soul ring has an existing enhancement level, the enhancement effect will overwrite, rather than stack. Could this be a treasure indeed? The demon-slaying Douluo trembled with excitement. Undoubtedly, anything that could elevate martial souls, soul power, soul skills, and soul rings was a coveted gem, a dream come true for any soul master. At that moment, the thousand-gene Douluo inquired, "Pray tell, if a soul ring is enhanced to level 7, how much will its age increase?" The demon-slaying Douluo remained silent, his gaze directed towards Lin Xiao, filled with curiosity. "Well, approximately 70 to 80%, Lin Xiao pondered before responding. He had experience with enhancements, otherwise, he would not have been able to provide such insight. However, the realization was rather painful. 70 to 80%? Does that imply the 9th ring could become a 100,000-year soul ring? The demon-slaying Douluo, after a brief mental calculation, turned to the thousand-gene Douluo with uncontainable joy. "Brother, although we did not obtain the amplifier, the 7 Emerald Enhancement Scroll is still a great catch. That pertains to you, not to me." The thousand-gene Douluo felt a twinge of envy. "Ha ha ha, brother. We are kin. Such remarks are unnecessary. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours." The demon-slaying Douluo laughed heartily, his pride unabashed. At that moment, Lin Xiao interjected, "A friendly reminder, these 2 scrolls you acquired are tradable, meaning you can use them for anyone or sell them for a profit." What? Tradable? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, the demon-slaying Douluo's laughter abruptly ceased. He felt as though he had been struck mute, a peculiar sensation washing over him. Turning with a sense of numbness, he found the thousand-gene Douluo regarding him with a half-smile, extending a hand. "Brother, please." The demon-slaying Douluo forced a stiff smile, handing one of the 7 Emerald Enhancement Scrolls to the thousand-gene Douluo. "Does it not pain you?" The thousand-gene Douluo inquired as he accepted the enhancement scroll. "How could it not? This is a treasure that money cannot buy. Yet what can I do when you are my brother?" The demon-slaying Douluo mused internally, though he maintained a serious facade, declaring, "I have already stated that what is mine is yours. How could I feel pain? Once we brothers each possess a 100,000-year soul ring, we shall join forces to take on the 2nd and 4th offerings, and with a punch. The 3rd offering shall not pose a problem, right? Heck, quite intriguing. These 2 brothers, the thousand-gene and the demon-slaying Douluo, seem somewhat different from their depictions in the original text." Lin Xiao observed merrily. He vowed that his reminders to the demon-slaying Douluo were purely out of professional ethics. "Brother, allow me to test the waters first." As the words of the demon-slaying Douluo fell, a surge of soul power coursed through the small shop, and his dragon-soaring staff martial soul manifested in his grasp. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 floated beneath him. Seeing this, Lin Xiao mused, such aura indeed surpassed that of the serpent spear Douluo. No wonder he was a revered offering of the martial soul hall. As for the demon-slaying Douluo, without a moment's hesitation, he directed the enhancement scroll at his 9th soul ring. The scroll transformed into a radiant orb of light that enveloped the soul ring. Visibly, the black soul ring deepened in hue. "Brother, it truly works. This sensation is extraordinarily pleasant. I can distinctly perceive the age of the soul ring increasing, and my soul power is surging." The demon-slaying Douluo exclaimed in awe. Was it possible that possessing a 100,000-year soul ring was no longer a mere dream? The thousand-gene Douluo, standing nearby, gaped in astonishment. He too felt the demon-slaying Douluo's aura intensifying. However, just as the momentum seemed poised to breach the threshold of 100,000 years, it abruptly halted. "What is happening?" He was filled with confusion. At that moment, the demon-slaying Douluo was equally dumbfounded. The voice echoing in his ears left him rooted in place. "Enhancement failed. The enhancement failed." As the words reverberated, the demon-slaying Douluo clearly felt the recently surged power dissipate, ebbing away like a receding tide. Finally, he wore a woeful expression and lamented, "Brother, it failed. I feel somewhat unwell. P.S. Brother, please give some votes and favorable reviews. By the way, regarding Ning Fengji's address to Bon Douluo as Uncle Gu and Dragon Uncle, you can find clarity in the original text, The Nature of the Witch, Chapter 67. Unlocking a New World Pirate. Failed? How could it be a failure? I have clearly witnessed the significant increase in your soul ring's age, indicating an impending transformation. The thousand-gene Douluo appeared equally perplexed. You ask me, and I ask whom? In contrast, the demon-slaying Douluo was even more bewildered. Ahem. At that moment, Lin Xiao lightly coughed, capturing the attention of both thousand-gene and demon-slaying. You need not take that process too seriously. It can be entirely regarded as an animated performance. Merely observe the outcome. Seeing the dazed expressions on the faces of the two brothers, Lin Xiao could not help but elaborate. Demonstration, animation. Although they did not comprehend the term animation, they understood the concept of a demonstration. Fate and destiny. The demon-slaying Douluo despondently shook his head, internally resigning himself to the situation. He then turned to the thousand-gene Douluo. Brother, why not give it a try? Perhaps you too may succeed by sheer luck. Can I truly succeed? The thousand-gene Douluo felt a surge of anxiety. Initially, he thought a 70% chance was rather high. But now he reflected that his previous thoughts had been excessively naive and optimistic. Do not be anxious. Lin Xiao reassured him. It is entirely normal for a 70% failure rate. Even a 90% failure rate is common. Probabilities are difficult to predict. As long as the success rate is not 100%, one must be prepared for the possibility of failure. I shall consider this as your encouragement. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the thousand-gene Douluo no longer harbored any hopes for success. However, he also ceased to dwell on his losses, gaining a newfound courage akin to burning one's boats. Let's do this. With that declaration, he activated his martial spirit, summoned his soul ring, and employed the enhancement scroll, executing each action with fluid grace. In a similar vein, he quickly obtained the results. Enhancement failed. Is that it? Even with mental preparation. The corners of the thousand-gene Douluo's mouth twitched involuntarily. It ended so quickly, brother. The demon-slaying Douluo could not help but exclaim. Indeed, it has concluded. The thousand-gene Douluo sighed as he reminisced about his recent experience. Just a moment more, and I would have possessed the coveted 10,000-year soul ring that countless soul masters dream of. Who isn't in the same boat? Upon hearing this, the demon-slaying Douluo also sighed deeply. Enough of such lamentations. Hope resides in the next jar. You are always welcome to return. Lin Xiao could no longer bear to witness their prolonged sighs. The proprietor is quite right. We shall return next week. With that, the thousand-gene and demon-slaying Douluo bid Lin Xiao farewell, leaving with lingering reluctance. They even turned back multiple times. However, Lin Xiao discerned that this reluctance was not directed towards him, but rather towards the jars on the counter. As he watched them depart, a sudden notification chimed in Lin Xiao's ear. Congratulations, host, conditions met, new functions unlocked. New functions? Lin Xiao was taken aback and promptly opened the system interface, discovering 2 unread messages. Could it be that 2 new functions have been unlocked? He hesitated briefly before selecting one message. Congratulations, host. Your transaction points have exceeded 10 million. Would you like to proceed to the next trading world? 10 million? Lin Xiao calculated. On the first day, he sold 20 jars. On the second day, 34 jars. Today was the third day, and thus far, he had sold 51 jars. A total of 105 jars, each priced at 100,000 gold soul coins, equating to 100,000 trading points. Upon reflection, it was indeed over 10 million. Since the increase in transaction points or quantity unlocks new functions, what else could be opened in the future? However, the immediate concern was to discover which new trading world awaited. Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao responded inwardly, proceed. As his voice faded, a series of images materialized before him. They displayed the names of various worlds along with corresponding posters. Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, and so forth. Suddenly, Lin Xiao realized that something seemed out of place. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was none other than Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. This world too? Lin Xiao felt as though he had stumbled upon a new continent. Nevertheless, upon further reflection on the plot lines within the animated series, he concluded that this world indeed deserved a place here. As the foremost inventor in the Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf universe, Big Wolf had developed numerous cutting-edge technological weapons in pursuit of lambs, some so powerful that describing them as a cataclysmic disaster would not be an exaggeration. In the Douluo Continent, such weaponry would certainly be devastating. 30 seconds of demonstration concluded. The next trading world will be randomly selected. Again with the randomness. Lin Xiao's expression darkened upon hearing the system's notification. Yet, he could only watch. Following the notification, the series of poster images spun like a revolving lantern. Shortly thereafter, the images came to a halt, revealing a poster depicting the Straw Hat Boy, the world of One Piece. Lin Xiao was instantly elated. The power and mystery of the devil fruits had long captivated him since he first watched the anime. He had even fantasized about acquiring one himself. However, just as Lin Xiao anticipated, words appeared on the screen. Current world is being activated. Yet, there was no further progress. Beneath the text, Lin Xiao noticed a progress bar. What is this? Selection does not equate to activation. Is this a play on words? In an instant, Lin Xiao grasped the system's intention and could not help but scoff. System notification: consuming transaction points is necessary to increase unlocking progress. Transaction points? Why did you not mention this earlier? Lin Xiao burst into laughter, for he was someone with over 10 million transaction points. Quite affluent. Surely that would suffice to unlock the trading rights for the One Piece world? However, it truly was not enough. In the blink of an eye, his millions of transaction points dwindled to nothing, and the gray progress bar merely displayed a sliver of golden light. Not even 1%, Lin Xiao estimated, exclaiming in disbelief. At this rate of advancement, it seemed he would never unlock it. It is essential to remember that resources in the Douluo Continent are limited. Gold soul coins are not infinitely generated. To unlock the One Piece world, it might take depleting the entire Douluo Continent. Oh well, let it be. Lin Xiao, feeling somewhat dejected, closed this interface and opened the second message. To his surprise, he encountered an unexpected delight. Congratulations, host, for accumulating sales of 100 jars. The restriction on trading currency has been lifted. From now on, jars sold will no longer be limited to transactions in gold soul coins. As long as the value of the item provided by the purchaser reaches 100,000 trading points, the transaction can be completed. Note: items produced from the jars cannot be directly converted into trading points. 100,000 trading points also equates to items valued at 100,000 gold soul coins. Lin Xiao understood the implications. The removal of this trading restriction was indeed a boon, granting hope to many who had previously despaired of opening jars. Otherwise, over time, even a titled Douluo could not continuously open jars without sufficient gold soul coins. Chapter 68. The Skytree Fruit sends the title flying on the other side. Qianjun and Jiang Ma had returned to the spirit hall. Brother, reflecting on our visit to the shop, I still feel as if I were dreaming. The 100,000-year soul ring has never been so close to me before. I was so close to possessing it. Jiangma Douluo expressed his regrets. His eyes filled with wistfulness. Forget it. There is no need to dwell on it. It's all fate. However, since we have glimpsed hope, there will surely come a day when our wishes are fulfilled, Qianjun Douluo stated solemnly. What is that saying? Where there is hope, there is no despair. Quite right. Jiangma Douluo nodded in agreement. Soon after, he recalled something and looked at Qianjun Douluo with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. The gaze made Qianjun Douluo uneasy, prompting him to ask irritably, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you remember the proficiency capsule I consumed earlier? It was truly remarkable. It enhanced my understanding of soul skills by several levels. Why don't we have a little spar?" Jiangma Douluo said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Today, he intended to turn the tables on his elder brother. Get lost, Qianjun Douluo replied curtly, then pulled out a fruit from the sky tree from his spatial storage and tossed it over. He recalled Lin, the shopkeeper, mentioning that this item could send someone flying. Brother, are you angry? Are you feeling insecure? Jiangma Douluo observed Qianjun Douluo's flustered expression and felt a surge of delight. He understood that Qianjun Douluo was intimidated and dared not spar with him. As for the sky tree fruit that had been thrown, he chose to ignore it, viewing it as a mere joke. Was a titled Douluo truly capable of sending someone flying? However, in the next moment, Jiangma Douluo's thoughts shifted dramatically. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated in his ears, and an unusual force struck him, causing him to fly uncontrollably backward. Ah, it really did send me flying? Witnessing this, Qianjun Douluo was equally astonished. Unexpected. Truly unexpected. Thud. Jiangma Douluo landed several meters away, his expression one of disbelief. Goodness! Is the sky tree fruit really that powerful? He was utterly bewildered. Brother, were you trying to murder me? His voice echoed as he stood up unsteadily. His breath steady yet his appearance disheveled. His once neatly arranged hair was now standing on end, and his face was covered in dust. The once pristine spirit hall attire was now tattered. He looked as if he could beg on the streets with a broken bowl. Why didn't you defend yourself? Qianjun Douluo inquired curiously. At first, I was paying attention. By the time I realized I needed to resist, it was already too late to regain control. This fruit is extraordinary. Although its damage isn't high, it has a forceful knockback effect. Unless one possesses a skill like the body of dominance, there's no way to withstand it. One can only retreat. Oh, this item is that formidable. Qianjun Douluo's excitement soared. He immediately envisioned how advantageous it would be if suddenly employed in a soul battle. Brother, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Jiangma Douluo remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Through their unique bond as brothers, he sensed that Qianjun Douluo had developed some rather mischievous thoughts. Nonsense. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Qianjun Douluo feigned seriousness and continued, by the way, I have another matter for you to handle. What is it? Jiangma Douluo asked, puzzled. Do you remember the young man we encountered outside the shop? The one who claimed to be Huyan Li of the Elephant Armor clan? Of course, but what of it? Brother, you seldom concern yourself with matters outside of cultivation. Jiangma Douluo replied, even more confused. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother. However, the Elephant Armor clan has always maintained a close relationship with the Spirit Hall and could potentially become an affiliated power. This is something we cannot ignore. If they act foolishly and anger Lin, the Spirit Hall could be implicated. Having said this, Qianjun Douluo cast a meaningful glance at Jiangma Douluo and added, as for the consequences of provoking Lin, I need not elaborate, right? Upon hearing this, Jiangma Douluo's expression turned serious. So what do you intend? Inform Shimiao, Guibao, and Ma Xiong of this matter. How they handle it is up to them. After all, the major affairs of the Spirit Hall are the responsibility of the Pope and the Elder Hall, Qianjun Douluo stated with a grave tone. Understood. I shall set off at once. Jiangma Douluo agreed and turned to leave. Not long after, he found Shimiao Douluo at the headquarters of the Holy Knights. Ma Xing Douluo and Guibao Douluo were also present. Unlike Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo, who had different responsibilities, their primary duty was to protect Spirit City, making it rare for them to leave. To what do we owe the visit of the 7 offerings? Shimiao Douluo inquired, somewhat puzzled. It was rare for the esteemed offerings of the Spirit Hall to visit them, often going months without a meeting. Now, Jiangma Douluo was almost irregular. There's a matter I need to inform you about, and it pertains to Lin, Jiangma Douluo said, proceeding to recount the events regarding Huyan Li. And that is the situation. By the way, I recall Huyan Li boasting about seeking out Lin for a reckoning. You all can decide how to handle it. With that, he turned to depart, leaving Ma Xiong, Guibao, and Shimiao Douluo exchanging glances. This Huyan Li is far too audacious. I haven't uttered a word despite being stuck with several rusty swords, yet he is dissatisfied with a gemstone worth several hundred gold soul coins? If he cannot play, he should not attempt it, Shimiao Douluo remarked with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Even more ridiculous, he dares to seek a reckoning. He truly does not know his limits. Including the entire Elephant Armor clan, they wouldn't stand a chance against Lin alone, Ma Xiong Douluo scoffed. A powerhouse like Lin commands respect. Even he must tread carefully. And Huyan Li seeks a reckoning? Who grants him such audacity? Enough. I shall go deal with him. We cannot allow Lin to form a negative impression of Spirit City, Guibao Douluo declared, a fleeting glimmer of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Wait. Shimiao Douluo called out to Guibao Douluo. The Elephant Armor clan has always been close to us, and even harbors intentions of joining the Spirit Hall. They are one of the lower 4 clans. Should they join, they would become an asset to His Holiness the Pope. The members of the Elephant Armor clan came to Spirit City a few days ago to procure supplies and are currently stationed outside Spirit City. I shall speak with Huyan Zhen and Salas to persuade them to apologize to Lin. If they remain obstinate, we can still employ stronger measures. Ultimately, we must not allow Lin to feel disheartened. Chapter 69, Salas. I suggest closing the shop outside the Soul Master City. A camp was bustling with activity. In the center of the camp stood a large flag emblazoned with the image of a diamond mammoth. Few in the entire Soul Master community were unfamiliar with this flag, for the diamond mammoth was the emblem of the Elephant Armor sect. Beneath the grand flag, 2 figures lingered. One figure towered at over 2.5 meters tall, with dark skin and eyes like copper bells. His silver-white hair stood upright like steel needles. The hurried disciples of the Elephant Armor sect dared not even breathe in his presence. Undoubtedly, such imposing stature could only belong to Huyan Zhen. Beside him stood a frail old man with white hair and beard, clad in a striking crimson robe of the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall. In comparison to Huyan Zhen, his stature seemed insignificant, yet his aura was equally formidable. Thanks to Hall Master Fu Zhao, they had managed to procure such a large quantity of supplies at a remarkably low price in the Spirit Hall. Huyan Zhen spoke to the old man with utmost reverence. It was known that this Hall Master Salas held considerable influence within the Spirit Hall, ranking only below the numerous elders and the Pope. Huyan Sect Master. After years of friendship, there is no need for such formality, Salus replied, forcing a grim smile onto his aged face. Haha, a great favor does not require thanks. Once we arrive at Tiando City, you shall present your offerings, and when Ali returns, we shall set forth. As Hu Yinjin laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the procurement of supplies that saved them 200,000 to 300,000 gold soul coins, a disciple of the Elephant Armor Sect suddenly burst into their view. Master, Ali has returned, the disciple announced, dressed as one of their own. Hu Yinjin feigned anger. This rascal knows to come back. Let him come over. I wish to inquire about the matters he was tasked with. However, the disciple hesitated, looking troubled. What is it? Speak quickly, Hu Yinjin urged, frowning. Master, Ali cannot walk back. He can only be carried. You see, the disciple stammered, trembling with fear. What do you mean? Hu Yinjin's expression turned to shock. Is Ali in trouble? With that, he seized the disciple by the collar and lifted him off the ground. At that moment, a group approached, bearing a stretcher. And on it lay a gravely injured Hu Yinli. Grandfather. Hu Yinli cried, tears streaming down his face upon seeing his family. Ali. Hu Yinjun's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. He discarded the disciple and rushed to Hu Yinli's side, asking, Did I not send you to procure supplies? Who has done this to you? Grandfather, the 100,000 gold soul coins you gave me were swindled away, and I was also harmed by that unscrupulous shopkeeper. Hu Yinli sobbed. Do not cry. Tell me everything that has happened, Hu Yinjin commanded sternly. I discovered a small shop selling jars in Spirit Hall City. People outside claimed that treasures could be found within, even soul bones. Unable to resist my curiosity, I entered. To my dismay, I opened a jar priced at 100,000 gold soul coins, only to find a sea blue gemstone worth a mere few hundred gold soul coins. Hu Yinli's voice trailed off. What did you say? You spent 100,000 gold soul coins on a jar? Hu Yinjin exclaimed, feeling that the punishment Ali received was far too lenient. The supplies in their camp were worth only 500,000 gold soul coins, sufficient for the entire Elephant Armor Sect for a year. The favor from Salus had saved them 200,000 to 300,000 gold soul coins. Yet this boy squandered such a fortune on a worthless jar? Grandfather, I understand my mistake. I never imagined I would be deceived. Those people outside were surely accomplices. Hu Yinli pleaded. Regardless, this matter cannot be dismissed lightly. I intend to find out who has the audacity to deceive the Elephant Armor Sect. Hu Yinjun's face darkened as he learned the location of the shop and instructed several disciples. Take Ali to find a healing-type soul master. Yes, the disciples complied, hastily escorting Hu Yinli away. Even as they distanced themselves, Hu Yinli's voice echoed back. Grandfather, you must avenge me. The child is in pain. Hall Master. What are your thoughts on this matter? Hu Yinjun turned to Salus, who remained. Sighing, Salus began, the world is in decline. I never expected that the so-called sacred ground of soul masters, Spirit Hall City, has also succumbed to such corruption. Such brazen acts of deceit go unchallenged. One must wonder what the guards and the holy knights are doing. Let us go together to see who possesses such audacity. I shall ensure you receive an explanation. Salus declared resolutely. As they stepped outside the camp, they unexpectedly encountered a figure clad in golden armor. Hu Yinjin's expression shifted, while Salus forced a strained smile. Realizing they had unexpectedly run into Elder Ximiao. Elder Ximiao slowly shook his head. This is not a coincidence. I have come specifically to find you. Come to find us? Hu Yinjin pondered, his eyes lighting up. Have you also heard of Ali's predicament? Indeed, Elder Ximiao confirmed with a nod. Surely the culprit has been brought to justice? Hu Yinjun inquired, a look of surprise in his eyes. Culprit? Brought to justice? Elder Ximiao was momentarily taken aback. I have come here to apprehend the troublemaker Hu Yinli and provide an explanation to Boss Lin. Hu Yinjun was taken aback. Boss Lin is the culprit? I thought Elder Ximiao had shut down that fraudulent shop? Salus, sensing something amiss, leaned in to ask quietly, Elder Ximiao, are you unaware of the black shop that has emerged in Spirit Hall City? A jar priced at 100,000 gold soul coins yields items worth only a few hundred. It is utterly immoral. Huyan Sect Master's grandson was gravely injured after confronting the shopkeeper. I propose that Elder Ximiao join us in reclaiming the 100,000 gold soul coins lost by the Elephant Armor Sect and shut down that shop to prevent further victimization and preserve the reputation of Spirit Hall City. Chapter 70. The Pet Capsule, Capturing Guyuna. Upon hearing Sarath's words, the serpent spear Douluo's eyelids twitched violently. Do you comprehend the strength of that shopkeeper? Yet you dare to threaten to shut down the shop? I foresee that before you can close it, Boss Lin's ashes will be scattered. Have you been drinking today? Suddenly, The serpent spear Douluo asked this question out of the blue. Just a little. Sarath was taken aback for a moment but answered truthfully. It was wine from 92 years ago. I had 2 glasses with the esteemed bishop. Your Highness might want to try some too. No need for that. The serpent spear Douluo declined outright, then advised, next time, don't just indulge in wine. Also have a couple of dishes. That way, you won't easily get drunk. What does this mean? Both Hu Yinzhen and Sarath were momentarily stunned. At that moment, the serpent spear Douluo continued, that little shop is beyond your reach. Moreover, before opening the jars, the shopkeeper will clarify all matters. There is no possibility of being deceived. If nothing of value emerges, it can only be said that Hu Yinli's luck is lacking. Oh, I understand now. Hu Yinzhen elongated his tone, his smile fading. It turns out your Highness is not oblivious to that little shop, but is pretending to be confused while acting as their advocate. You are mistaken. I am not an advocate. My urging you to remain calm is for your own good. The serpent spear Douluo shook his head slightly and said solemnly, take my advice. Let Hu Yinli come out now, and then you all go apologize to Boss Lin. He is kind-hearted, and this matter may very well pass without further repercussions. What? He won't pursue responsibility? That is truly laughable. Upon hearing this, Hu Yinzhen was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. He felt as if he might explode from rage, disregarding the fact that the person before him was a titled Douluo, and directly questioned, my grandson Hu Yinli has been severely injured, and I've lost 100,000 gold soul coins, and now I must apologize to others. Where is the justice in that? I also believe it is excessive. Sara spoke up at this moment, spending 100,000 gold soul coins to buy a stone worth a mere few hundred gold soul coins. Can the Elders' Council really accept this? What is there to accept? If a stone worth a few hundred gold soul coins can be opened, is that not satisfactory? I opened a rusted samurai sword, and I accepted it, did I not? The serpent spear Douluo felt as though the other party was subtly implying something about him. However, he could not voice these thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he reiterated, I must state again that that little shop is quite extraordinary. What is gained or lost from the jars depends solely on one's luck. Of course, if you insist on causing trouble for the little shop, then please sever your ties with the spirit hall to avoid implicating it due to your actions. This time, his voice was firm and resolute. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, even to the point of being confrontational. Suddenly, Hu Yinzhen looked enlightened. It seemed your Highness had some connection with the shopkeeper, as it was impossible for him to defend the other party without distinction. To swindle a person for 100,000 gold soul coins. This figure would indeed tempt even a titled Douluo. Serpent spear Douluo. So, I have become an accomplice? Alas, the world has declined. No wonder that shady shop can stand firm in the spirit city, for it has the protection of elders, making it impossible for anyone to offend. When the elders cannot monopolize power within the spirit hall, would you, Hu Yinzhongzhu, be willing to meet with His Holiness the Pope and discuss the truth? Sarath interjected at this moment. Hu Yinzhen hesitated. Sarath continued, Hu Yinzhongzhu, what is there to fear if you are in the right? Rest assured, even a titled Douluo has no authority to act recklessly within the spirit city. His Holiness the Pope is perceptive and will surely grant you justice. Very well. Hu Yinzhen gritted his teeth and finally nodded emphatically. At the same time, he constantly reassured himself that the serpent spear Douluo was the weakest titled Douluo and not much stronger than himself, so there was no need to be afraid. Huh, you wish to seek an audience with His Holiness? The serpent spear Douluo chuckled coldly, a wish that is hard to fulfill. On the other side, Lin Xiao observed the dwindling crowd outside the little shop and thought, it seems there will be no customers today. By the way, I wonder if that Hu Yinli will come seeking revenge. I can only hope he adds a bit of excitement to my mundane life. I just hope he doesn't let me down. In truth, Lin Xiao was quite eager to meet those well-known characters from the original story, such as Lu Erlong, Zhao Wujie, and Flander. After waiting for a while without any customers or enemies arriving, he concluded that giving them a chance was pointless. Whether it was opening jars or seeking revenge would have to wait until tomorrow. I might as well open the jars I earned today, he thought, waving his hand to close the shop door. He then proceeded to open 10 jars with a tenfold explosion rate. Not bad. Aside from some miscellaneous items, there were also 3 enhancement items and a leveling scroll. Lin Xiao did not rush to use the enhancers and leveling scrolls, but instead gathered all the items. Then opened a second set of 10 jars. White light, blue light, and purple light flickered, dazzling to behold. Not bad, quite similar to the first set. Lin Xiao waved his hand to collect all the items and, without hesitation, took out a third set of tin jars. This time, he was too lazy to examine them closely and immediately proceeded to open the fourth set of tin jars. However, it was during this group of jars that Lin Xiao suddenly discovered something unusual. After one jar shattered, a pink glow emerged. Another divine artifact? He was thrilled. If I could just get an enhancement scroll, I would definitely enhance it to 10 and then call it a day. Lin Xiao silently vowed. However, it was not an enhancement scroll. Item: pet capsule, level, divine artifact, type, non-transferable, description, transforms the function of sealing pets into sealing soul beasts. Effect: can be used on any soul beast, but only has a success rate of over 30%. If successful, the soul beast will remain absolutely loyal. Furthermore, the capsule will not disappear, serving as storage space for the pet. Heavens, this is remarkable. There are no restrictions on the grade or age of soul beasts, meaning that if successful, the heavenly azure bull python and the titan great ape could both become my pets. After reading the item description, Lin Xiao inwardly exclaimed, impressive. Of course, he did not overlook the 30% success rate, but that did not hinder his imagination. After all, in the Douluo Continent, humans and soul beasts are mortal enemies. Only low-ranking, low-intelligent soul beasts could be domesticated. 10,000 or even 100,000-year-old soul beasts would never submit, even in death. The emergence of the pet capsule would fundamentally alter the course of history in the Douluo Continent, provided one could succeed in capturing. Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought of Xiaowu. No, Xiaowu is too small. The heavenly azure bull python and the titan great ape are currently active in the Stardow forest, but capturing those two brutes would be meaningless. Summoning Old Su would be more advantageous in a fight. Ziji and Biji would be excellent, but provoking them, even with Old Su by my side, might not ensure a safe escape. As for the silver dragon King Guyu Na, hidden in the deepest recesses, it is even more out of the question. With this thought, Lin Xiao sighed. If only they would come to the shop, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. P.S. An additional update. Please support with some votes and good reviews. Chapter 71. Managing the little shop. Lin Xiao swiftly stored the pet capsules away. With determination, he opened the remaining 11 jars. The outcome was mediocre. After a brief assessment of his gains, he discovered he had opened a total of 51 jars, 5 of which were double jars, resulting in a total acquisition of 56 items. Among them were 1 divine grade item, a pet capsule, 5 rare items, upgrade scrolls, 10 enhancers, 8 teleportation potions, 2 Soderos dolls, for advanced items, mutated strawberries, and ordinary items including 20 bottles of magic juice, 2 fake coins, and 4 fruits from the sky tree. Given that he had obtained a divine-grade pet capsule, it could neither be deemed entirely fruitless nor wholly successful. Lin Xiao mused as he focused his thoughts, extracting 10 enhancers. After his previous failure with 11 enhancements, he felt a lingering obsession with the process. He set modest expectations, merely wishing to enhance the first soul ring to level 5. Yet, in his heart, he yearned for a level 7 enhancement, and he would not object to achieving level 10. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xiao anxiously gazed at the enhancers before him. Congratulations, enhancement successful. As the melodious announcement resonated in his mind, a smile finally graced Lin Xiao's lips. The results were unexpectedly favorable, surpassing his expectations. All 10 enhancers had reached level 8. At that moment, a purple soul ring gradually floated from the enhancer and settled upon Lin Xiao. The first Millennium Ring. Regrettably, without a soul ring lock. He lamented that he would inevitably mishandle it in the future. After expressing his thoughts, Lin Xiao retrieved a stack of upgrade scrolls. After tearing apart 4 scrolls, his soul power surged rapidly, reaching level 19 in mere breaths. Moreover, due to the age of the soul ring, he was not far from level 20. Quite pleased, he decided to treat himself to 4 small dishes. With that, he made his way to the kitchen in the backyard. Ahead lay the Hall of the Pope. Simultaneously, Salus gazed at the distant resplendent palace and remarked, Elder Serpent Spear. If you're not in agreement now to compensate Master Huyin and quietly close the shop, I can pretend that nothing has transpired. After all, if this matter escalates to His Holiness the Pope, it may not end well for you. Salus had regained some composure. Despite Elder Serpent Spear being dubbed the weakest elder in the Spirit Hall, he was still a titled Douluo. If possible, there was no need for things to become overly contentious. I, Shilong, am upright and fear not shadows. There is no need for underhanded dealings. Elder Serpent Spear resolutely declined. He believed that the existence of this little shop was already known to His Holiness and suspected that the Pope might have covertly acquired some understanding of it, implicitly allowing its existence. He was curious to see how Salas and Huyenjun would resolve the situation. Very well, remember that I afforded you this opportunity, Elder, Salas concluded, turning his composed gaze towards Huyenjun. Master Huyen, let us depart. Agreed, Huyenjun replied, inhaling deeply, fully aware that he had irrevocably offended this title Douluo. Outside the hall of the Pope, Salas respectfully announced, Your Holiness, Salas requests an audience. After a brief silence, a languid voice echoed from within the hall of the Pope. Enter. As the command was given, the hall's doors gradually opened. The three hesitated for a moment before stepping inside, almost simultaneously. On the imposing throne, BBDong's authoritative gaze swept over the trio as she inquired, What brings you here? Elder Serpent Spear remained silent, while Huyenjun, upon entering the grand hall, merely glanced at the Pope before bowing his head. After a moment's hesitation, Salas spoke earnestly, Your Holiness, I must report Elder Serpent Spear's dereliction of duty and self-serving behavior. He has established a shop in Spirit City, deceiving others. Oh, is this true? BBDong inquired with surprise. She was well aware of Shilong's character. Although his talent for cultivation was somewhat lacking, his strength was inferior, and his courage was timid, he was still commendable in other respects. At the very least, there should be no issues regarding loyalty. Your Holiness, you may be preoccupied with affairs in the hall of the Pope and unaware of the recent emergence of a little shop in Spirit City. This establishment purports to sell soul bones for 100,000 gold soul coins, deceiving many. Master Huyen's grandson incurred a loss of 100,000 gold soul coins and was subsequently gravely injured. After discussing with Master Huyen, I intended to eradicate this malignant entity. However, Elder Serpent Spear intervened. Not only did he fail to administer justice, but he also insisted that Master Huyen apologize to the perpetrator. Salas gestured towards Elder Serpent Spear, Your Holiness, I cannot believe that this matter has no connection to Elder Serpent Spear. I even suspect that the so-called boss Lin is colluding with him, emboldened by his protection to act so brazenly. Indeed, Your Holiness, I implore you to seek justice for my injured grandson, Huyenjun added, kneeling suddenly. He was confident that the sagacious and valiant Pope would support him. 100,000 gold soul coins? The unscrupulous boss Lin? BBDong maintained a composed exterior, though internally she was astonished. If I am not mistaken, they are referring to the jar shop? Although boss Lin's character may not be impeccable, he certainly embodies integrity in some regard. Nevertheless, BBDong refrained from making a hasty judgment, instead inquiring of Huyenjun, How do you wish to address this matter? Your Holiness, I believe Bishop Salas is correct. We must ensure that this little shop is shut down to prevent further harm. Simultaneously, we must reclaim our 100,000 gold soul coins. Of course, some compensation for my unfortunate grandson is also necessary. Huyenjun intended to suggest punishing the mastermind behind the shop, but considering Elder Serpent Spear's status, he swallowed his words. Salas, however, was resolute and declared, Your Holiness, the individual behind the shop must also be severely punished. After stating this, he shot a victorious glance at Elder Serpent Spear. Oh, BBDong elongated her tone. Turning to Elder Serpent Spear, Elder Shi, what is your perspective on this matter? As anticipated, the situation unfolded as he had surmised. Elder Serpent Spear felt a stir in his heart and solemnly stated, Certainly, Huyen Li must apologize to boss Lin. No. Even Master Huyen must express his stance to prevent any retaliation from boss Lin towards the Elephant Armor Sect or the Spirit Hall. Still stubbornly holding to your opinion? Quite audacious. Salas was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled coldly within. Why was Elder Serpent Spear not hastily admitting guilt? He had heard that the Pope was intolerant of insolence. If he refused to admit his mistakes, he would likely face severe repercussions. Yet, this was advantageous, for it alleviated concerns about Elder Serpent Spear seeking revenge against the Elephant Armor Sect. Seeing Elder Serpent Spear's unwavering stance, Huyenjun felt a sense of relief. At this moment, BBDong spoke, Then let us proceed according to Elder Shi's suggestion. Chapter 72. I beg you, do not praise me, thank you, Your Majesty. Both Salas and Huyenjun expressed their gratitude simultaneously. They believed they had achieved victory. However, as the conversation progressed, the two exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly questioning whether the Emperor had suggested handling matters according to Elder Shi's advice. Did I hear that correctly? Salas and Huyenjun spoke in unison. It is important to note that the Serpent Spear Douluo had instructed Huyenjun to bring his inept grandson, Huyen Li, to apologize. How could this be? Are you questioning my words? The coldness in BBDong's voice made it clear that explanations were unnecessary. She demanded absolute obedience. Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down the backs of Salis and Hu Yinjin. Despite their multitude of questions, they dared not voice them. Hu Yinjin immediately resolved to return and have his disappointing grandson apologize to Boss Lin. He pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, too intimidated to lift his head. He did not know who Boss Lin was, but he was certain that this was not someone he could provoke. Salis, do you have any objections? BBDong inquired again. And no. The esteemed platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, now flustered, hurriedly added, Your Majesty, I have just reflected upon my earlier statements and realized they were rather one-sided and lacking in rigor. I feel deeply ashamed. I must also extend my apologies to Elder Shi. Old age has made me somewhat confused. At this moment, Salis wore an expression of deep remorse. Humph, you old fox. The serpent spear Douluo shot him a disapproving glance. Meanwhile, Hu Yinjun inwardly scoffed, thinking how swiftly the man's demeanor had shifted. It was truly remarkable how one could bend and yield. One might mistakenly believe his martial spirit was the Xian turtle. Very well. Since there are no objections, we shall proceed as such. BBDong nodded lightly, satisfied. Her gaze shifted towards the serpent spear Douluo, instructing, Elder Shi, you shall oversee the subsequent matters. Understood. The serpent spear Douluo clasped his fist in acknowledgement. It is getting late. Everyone may withdraw. I am weary. After BBDong finished speaking, she leaned back against the throne, rubbing her temples. The others, not daring to hesitate, respectfully took their leave. Upon exiting the Spirit Hall, both Salis and Hu Yinjin remained silent. As they approached the city gates of Spirit City, the serpent spear Douluo finally spoke. It is late. Boss Lin has likely closed for the night. We shall go to apologize tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Hu Yinjin suddenly gritted his teeth and asked, Elder, do you know who that Boss Lin truly is? I want to understand, even if it costs me my life. The serpent spear Douluo cast a deep glance at Hu Yinjin, replying, all I can say is, he is someone you cannot afford to offend. From the Pope's attitude, you should be able to glean a hint, no? I shall say no more. In truth, he also knew little about Boss Lin. Understood. Hu Yinjin nodded absent-mindedly before stating, Elder, rest assured, I will return to the camp and bring that good-for-nothing Hu Yin out for a proper lesson. Tomorrow morning, we will go to apologize to Boss Lin. The mere mention of Hu Yin made Hu Yinjin grit his teeth in anger. That unfortunate lad had managed to create such a formidable enemy, nearly leading the elephant-armored sect to ruin. Elder Shi, I apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me. Salis chimed in, forcing a smile as he produced a bottle of wine. This is a vintage from 92 years ago. 92 years old? Spare me. The serpent spear Douluo chuckled, saying, there is no need for such formality, Bishop. You are not in the wrong. The Spirit Hall needs people of your integrity. Observing Hu Yinjin and Salis in their submissive states brought a sense of relief to the serpent spear Douluo. I am here to assist you. Yet you think I wish to harm you? Have you finally regained your composure? Meanwhile, Hu Yin was recovering well within the camp, thanks to the healing spirit masters. He could at least walk unaided now. I cannot tolerate this. I, Hu Yin, will surely smash that black-hearted shop. The thought of that detestable little store filled him with rage. Ali, do not be angry. We have allies in Spirit City. We will surely avenge this wrong. Two disciples from the elephant-armored sect comforted him. It is one thing to deceive others, but to target me, Hu Yin, they are merely asking for trouble. Hu Yin sneered, adding, I hope my grandfather will go easy on that detestable shopkeeper, leaving him alive for me to vent my frustrations. As for worrying about Hu Yinjin, that is not a concern. The elephant-armored sect is one of the 4 lower sects, and our strength is not to be underestimated. Although Hu Yinjin is a soul Douluo, he is among the strongest of them all, capable of holding his own against even some titled Douluos. While that unscrupulous shopkeeper possesses some strength, I firmly believe Hu Yinjin can easily crush him. At that moment, a voice boomed from outside the camp. Hu Yin, where are you? The voice carried an urgency. Grandfather is back. Hu Yin recognized the voice clearly and felt a surge of joy. The urgency in his grandfather's tone suggested they had achieved their objective. Following the voice, he rushed with his 2 fellow disciples to find Hu Yinjin. As expected, Hu Yinjin and Salis entered the camp together. Grandfather, where is that black-hearted shopkeeper? Hu Yin scanned the area, but did not see the detestable young man. Is it true that he was taken to the Spirit Hall for handling? The moment he uttered those words, both Salis and Hu Yinjin's expressions shifted dramatically. You brat. You nearly got your grandfather into trouble. I was almost dealt with by the Spirit Hall because of you. Hu Yinjin could not help but scold him. What? Hu Yinli was left dumbfounded, realizing the situation was not as he had imagined. You need to fetch the healing spirit master from the camp. Hu Yinjin, disinterested in explanations, pointed at one of the disciples beside Hu Yinli. Grandfather, I am already fine. There is no need to summon the spirit master. Hu Yinli instinctively responded. Do you think I am concerned about you? No, 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 you will soon have something to worry about, Hu Yinjin said, already rolling up his sleeves. The next morning, outside the little shop gathered the usual crowd. However, they did not dare to approach too closely, as several notable figures were present. The serpent spear Douluo, an elderly man clad in bishop's robes, and two massive figures, one large and one small. Hu Yinli, that is the one who was beaten yesterday, a voice exclaimed. Goodness. They truly came looking for trouble. I told you the elephant-armored sect and the spirit hall have a close relationship. I just did not expect Hu Yinli to be able to bring the bishop and elder from the spirit hall to reclaim his honor. That is quite impressive. A group of people whispered among themselves, yet even their hushed tones could not escape the ears of Hu Yinjun, Hu Yinli, Salas, and the serpent spear Douluo. Sadros engaged in battle with the serpent spear Douluo, yet Hu Yinli found himself burdened with unspoken grievances. Enough of this, he implored. We did not come seeking vengeance. Rather, we are here to offer our apologies. Hu Yinjun also felt a flush of warmth upon his cheeks, acutely aware of the scornful gazes surrounding him, amplifying his discomfort. Chapter 73. Hu Yinjun admits his mistake at this hour. Why has the enigmatic Lin boss yet to make an appearance? Hu Yinjun furrowed his brow. It must be intentional. With his prowess, he would not be oblivious to any commotion outside the shop. His prolonged absence must be a deliberate act to leave us in suspense, perhaps to mock us. Hu Yinli muttered in a tone only Hu Yinjun could hear. Could you please be quiet? If it weren't for you, would I be here, sharing this humiliation with you? Hu Yinjun chided him sharply, his voice barely above a whisper. However, if Lin Xiao were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly feel wronged. Despite his significant power boost yesterday, he was still merely at the 19th level. Can a mere 19th level expert truly discern every subtle movement in his surroundings? Moreover, the system is as it claims. He is invincible within the shop, and crossing the threshold by even a single centimeter is forbidden. Creak. At that moment, the shop door swung open. The crowd turned towards the sound, and there stood Lin Xiao, stretching lazily at the entrance. Hu Yinjun and Salas were taken aback. Is this the mysterious Lin boss? He appears even younger than Hu Yinli described. He seems no older than Hu Yinli. Yet, this very person had managed to kick several of Hu Yinli's ribs cleanly. Hu Yinjun couldn't shake the feeling that had the other party not held back, Hu Yinli might have been kicked to death. Surely, he must be an ancient being skilled in preserving his youth, he thought to himself. Considering that anyone who could command the respect of the Pope and the admiration of the serpent spear Douluo was not to be underestimated. What brings you here? Lin Xiao mused, his eyes lighting up. Come to seek revenge? He recognized Hu Yinli. A glance at the white-haired figure next to him confirmed his suspicion that it was Hu Yinjin. Could it be that the serpent spear Douluo's companion is Salas's bishop? He wondered with curiosity. At that moment, someone kindly interjected, Shop owner, knowing they are here for revenge, shouldn't you flee? You may not recognize him. But the tall elder beside Hu Yinli is Hu Yinjin, the sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect, who has been a sole Douluo for decades. The onlookers outside the shop clearly did not wish for Lin Xiao to come to harm. In fact, they seemed genuinely concerned for his safety. While the jars priced at 100,000 gold soul coins were indeed expensive, there were those who had truly found fortune within them. Some had fulfilled lifelong wishes, while others had preserved their lives due to the miraculous items unveiled from the jars. Great risks are invariably accompanied by great opportunities. However, one might ask, what endeavor is devoid of risk? Even eating could lead to choking, and drinking may result in inhalation. Yet, before Lin Xiao could respond, the murmurs around him caused Hu Yinjin's face to darken. Revenge? Do I dare? He coldly declared. Hu Yinli, what are you waiting for? Hu Yinli snapped back to reality, falling to his knees with a thud. Lin boss, I was wrong. I offended you yesterday. He pressed his large head firmly against the ground. Respected Lin boss, it is my failure as a grandfather to have not properly raised my grandson. Please do not hold it against me. Hu Yinjin followed suit, deeply bowing to Lin Xiao. An apology? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the Elephant Armor sect was rather brash? This was quite the contrast. However, glancing at the serpent spear Douluo beside him, he began to ponder. The crowd, however, erupted in astonishment. What a spectacle! They came to apologize? The disparity was almost too great to comprehend. Heavens, I've already disrobed. And you're showing me this? The elephant armor sect, though powerful, had its formidable figures, and it seemed the background of this small shop was even more extraordinary. The remarks pierced through the atmosphere. Even with the thick skin of a diamond mammoth, Hu Yanzhen felt a flush of embarrassment. What sin had he committed to deserve this? Hu Yanli wished he could burrow into the earth. Had he known this would occur today, he would never have acted so arrogantly. He longed to slap himself twice. Lin boss, may we enter the shop to continue our discussion? Hu Yanzhen, desperate to salvage his dignity, spoke with an air of supplication. Lin Xiao swept his gaze across the crowd. Come in. As Lin Xiao stepped into the quaint shop, Hu Yanzhen and Salas curiously examined their surroundings. The decor was simple, much as Hu Yanli had described. Their attention was naturally drawn to the neatly arranged jars on the shelves behind the counter. Grandfather, those are the jars that cost 100,000 gold soul coins each. The one in the middle is even more outrageous. It cannot be purchased directly unless one has opened 30 jars first, Hu Yanli whispered to Hu Yanzhen. 30 jars? That would require 3 million gold soul coins to buy. Converted to resources, that would sustain the elephant armor sect for several years. Truly outrageous. Hu Yanzhen's lips twitched involuntarily, inwardly lamenting. Surely, no one is foolish enough to spend millions of gold soul coins here on jars. Ahem. Salas cleared his throat lightly, reminding, Hu Yanzhen, have you forgotten something? Right. The matter at hand is urgent. Hu Yanzhen's eyes lit up in realization as he retrieved a small box from his spatial soul tool. Lin boss, this 100,000 gold soul coins is our compensation. Please accept it. 100,000 gold soul coins? How generous. Lin Xiao responded slowly. I will accept the money, but the apology is unnecessary. Consider it a purchase for a jar. As for these jars behind me, aside from the one in the center, feel free to choose any one you like. He glanced at Hu Yanli, the true victim in this scenario. However, the once boisterous individual now resembled a quail, no longer daring to meet Lin Xiao's gaze, which rendered Lin Xiao rather disinterested. It reflected the saying, the more one resists and struggles, the more exhilarating it becomes. When there is no resistance, it loses its charm. That cannot be. Hu Yanzhen hastily waved his hands. Just then, a middle-aged soul master entered the shop. Ah, Lin boss, I see you have guests. His voice carried a note of surprise. He had been lost in thought upon arrival and hadn't paid attention to the discussions outside. No worries, we were merely chatting. It's nothing, Lin Xiao reassured him. Are you here to open a jar? Not at all, the middle-aged soul master replied, his tone straightforward and unexpected. I am here to express my gratitude. Previously, I opened a sky tree fruit in your shop, which I thought to be of little use. However, it unexpectedly saved my companions and me at a critical moment. We were surrounded by a group of pink daughters, and in our despair, that single fruit created an opening for us to escape. As he spoke, the middle-aged soul master wore an expression of relief and gratitude. So, it is an expression of thanks? Can jars truly yield such useful items? Upon hearing this, Hu Yanzhen and the others were momentarily stunned. That was merely your own fortune, Lin Xiao smiled gently, not taking credit for it. However, the power of the sky tree fruit seems quite substantial. Boss, I have no money left. This is a family heirloom of mine, a token of gratitude. Please do not refuse it. I will open jars once I have money again, the middle-aged man earnestly stated, producing a beautiful vase from his pack and placing it on the counter. At this moment, information regarding an item appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. Antique vase, valued at 244 trade points. Lin Xiao called out to the soul master. Please wait a moment. Let us open a jar before you leave. Kindly leave a ticket and a favorable review before departing. Chapter 74. The right arm bone of the frost goblin boss. Did you just say I should open a jar? The middle-aged soul master, intending to leave, paused slightly, disbelief evident in his voice. Indeed, simply open a jar, Lin Xiao affirmed, gesturing towards the exquisite vase on the counter. This vase is meticulously crafted and has considerable age, making it highly collectible. A discerning collector would value it at no less than 100,000 gold soul coins. Such a lavish token of gratitude is beyond my means. Thus, you should open a jar instead. In truth, whether it be 100,000 or even 1 million gold soul coins, it held little significance for Lin Xiao. What value does excess currency hold if one cannot procure a jar for oneself? It would be far more advantageous to entice others into opening jars, as that would enable him to reap rewards of tenfold jars. Opening jars to enhance one's strength was Lin Xiao's paramount objective. The same rationale explained why he encouraged Hu Yanzhen to open a jar. Acquiring a jar with a tenfold drop rate was far more enticing than collecting a mere 100,000 gold soul coins from the other party. Moreover, should Hu Yinjin become overly enthusiastic, it would further benefit Lin Xiao. Is that true? The middle-aged soul master struggled to believe it. He had not anticipated that an ancient vase could carry such value. At that moment, Salus's eyes flickered with interest as he spoke. What Boss Lin says is correct. Antique vases are indeed favored by nobles and possess immense worth. Salus, wise and worldly, had long understood the trends among the aristocracy and could easily discern antiques. He was taken aback, however, by Lin Xiao's discerning eye. Thank you, boss. I shall choose the first jar from the third row. The middle-aged soul master exclaimed with palpable excitement as he selected his desired jar. Lin Xiao complied with his request, placing the jar upon the counter. Is it truly time to open a jar? I am curious to see what treasures a jar worth 100,000 gold soul coins may yield. Nearby, Salus, Hu Yinjin, and others watched intently, fearful of missing any moment. They dared not even breathe. With a crack, the middle-aged soul master shattered the jar, causing the onlookers to instinctively squint, dazzled by the brilliant purple light emanating from within. A spirit has been summoned. A rare item has emerged. The snake spear Douluo's heart raced. Regardless of what appeared from the jar, the middle-aged soul master had already made a tremendous profit. Wait, there's a fluctuation of soul power. Could it be a soul bone? Hu Yinjun's mind raced with speculation, unable to suppress a soft gasp. A soul bone? Could it be? The middle-aged soul master was now animated, eagerly peering into the jar as the light began to fade. Within lay a solitary ice-blue bone, roughly the size of a hand. This is. Not only the middle-aged soul master, but also those surrounding him widened their eyes, their breaths quickening. Item: right arm bone of the frost goblin, level, rare, type, tradable, description, originates from the frosty dark forest. Soul skill: Ice Spike, throws an ice spike to attack enemies, inflicting damage and potentially freezing them. Congratulations! This soul bone is known as the right arm bone of the frost goblin. It can unleash an ice spike to attack foes and has a chance to freeze them. Lin Xiao's eyes reflected admiration. One could not deny the presence of fortuitous luck in the world of soul masters. However, such luck also served to ensnare one into spending more money. As the saying goes, jars earn money and also consume money. No one can take them home. A soul bone? Truly? I never imagined a soul master like myself would have the chance to acquire one. The middle-aged soul master felt as if he were awakening from a dream. He was merely an ordinary soul master with no remarkable skills or family background. Under normal circumstances, he would spend a lifetime without affording a soul bone, not to mention that he might never even see one. Yet now, Lin Xiao claimed this soul bone belonged to him. After pinching his thigh to confirm it was not a dream, he realized the truth. Grandfather, there truly are people who can open soul bones. The tremor in Hu Yin Li's body mirrored the quiver in his voice. Do you need me to say more? I have witnessed it myself. We have indeed misjudged Boss Lin. Your grandson has unearthed a treasure, merely a matter of luck. Hu Yinjun's gaze transformed into one of fervor. While he was unaware of the frost goblin's classification as a soul beast, he recognized that the right arm bone appeared to be several thousand years old and exceedingly rare. In any auction house, it could fetch upwards of 1,000,000 gold soul coins. If used by a soul master of the ice attribute, its value could soar even higher. Salus took a few deep breaths to regain his composure. It was not that he had never seen a soul bone, but he had never witnessed anyone obtaining one in such a manner. Nor had he seen someone store such a precious soul bone within a jar, offering it for the price of 100,000 gold soul coins. What was the intent behind this? A charitable endeavor? Thank you, Boss Lin. You are the finest person I have ever encountered. Alas, I am but a man. The middle-aged soul master, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed repeatedly to Lin Xiao. At that moment, Lin Xiao also detected a fleeting hint of regret and frustration in the man's eyes. Could he possibly harbor improper thoughts? Lin Xiao glanced at the man's burly form. A shiver of discomfort coursed through him. He silently considered, even if you were a woman, you would be quite safe. No one would harbor any thoughts towards you. The last time he had spent 100,000 gold soul coins to acquire the fruit of the sky tree, and now he had obtained a soul bone. All was merely the result of luck, unrelated to Lin Xiao. However, he felt compelled to advise, wealth should not be flaunted. Find a secluded place to refine your martial spirit, or seek a reliable institution to handle the soul bone. I understand, the middle-aged soul master replied, tucking the soul bone into his clothing before hastily departing. Grandfather, why not open a few jars yourself? Perhaps you will have unexpected gains. Hu Yinli suggested softly. Open one? Hu Yinjin hesitated. The allure of a soul bone was indeed compelling. Just then, the snake spear Douluo inquired, "Boss Lin, I recall that your jars were previously only available for purchase with gold soul coins. To facilitate jar purchases, I have reconsidered and lifted the trading restrictions. You may inform the magic bear and the ghost leopard that any item valued at 100,000 gold soul coins, or a combination of items totaling that amount, can be exchanged here for jars. However, items obtained from the jars are not subject to trade," Lin Xiao explained slowly. "This is truly excellent news. The ghost leopard has already opened jars worth 2 million gold soul coins, so he is not currently troubled by finances. But the magic bear, upon hearing of the Lucky Wish jar, has been fervently searching for ways to acquire gold soul coins these past few days." The snake spear Douluo exclaimed with excitement. In response, Lin Xiao simply smiled and remained silent. However, this revelation struck Hu Yinjin and Hu Yanli differently. Did I hear correctly? Even the title Douluo is opening jars? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 75. Hu Yinjin, I cannot simply give up. Are you asking me to open a jar? After hearing Sarath's words, the serpent spear Douluo responded with unwavering certainty, of course. If it weren't for the weekly limit of 10 jars, I would spend all my savings on opening jars. Is the elder really willing to pay such a hefty price? Sarath expressed his disbelief. Opening a jar is one thing, but pouring everything into it is another matter altogether. He thought, even if a soul bone could be found within, is it worth such madness for a title Douluo? In comparison to enhancing one's strength, what does this amount of money signify? Not only myself, but even the magic bear and ghost leopard would make the same choice. The serpent spear Douluo solemnly declared. Sarath fell silent. He was at a loss for words. Was half of the Elder Hall truly comprised of diehard fans of this store? Boss, since the restrictions on trading items have been lifted, when will the limits on transaction quantities be lifted? The serpent spear Douluo inquired with curiosity. To this, Lin Xiao could not provide a definitive answer. Future matters will be addressed in due time. Of course, there is a possibility. In truth, he desired to lift this restriction more than anyone else. After all, wouldn't it be delightful to sell hundreds of jars in a single day? With a stroke of good fortune, reaching the maximum level in one day wouldn't be impossible. Epic sets and mythical equipment would not be far off. But for now, he thought it best to consider it later. Have you decided which jar to choose? Lin Xiao then asked Hu Yinjin. As previously stated, 100,000 gold soul coins are of little use. It is far more practical for the other party to open a jar and obtain a jar with a tenfold explosion rate. This money is intended as an apology. Hu Yinjin awkwardly smiled. He even seemed to have lost his usual loud demeanor. Beside him, Hu Yanli's eyes widened. Is this truly my grandfather? He had never seen Hu Yinjin appear so timid before. However, the serpent spear Douluo could no longer bear to watch and furrowed his brows. Hu Yinjin, since Boss Lin has allowed you to choose, you ought to make a selection. This. Hu Yinjin glanced once more at Sarath, who nodded slightly in agreement. Very well then. Boss Lin, please retrieve the first jar from the fourth row. Hu Yinjin gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xiao nodded, subsequently placing the jar beside Hu Yinjin. Whatever comes out, let it be. Hu Yinjin felt that once the jar was opened, he would finally be liberated. Crack. The lucky magic hammer struck down, shattering the jar. White light. Hu Yinjin was taken aback. Grandfather, that aquamarine was found in the jar that emitted white light. Hu Yanli weakly remarked. Surely not. They found a soul bone, and I end up with a stone? Though Hu Yinjin had mentally prepared himself, the stark contrast from the previous success still left him somewhat disheartened. Wait a moment. This item is extraordinary. It appears to be an experience capsule. Suddenly, the serpent spear Douluo spoke up, recognizing the item's uniqueness. Experience capsule? Hu Yinjin, Sarath, and the others turned their attention to the serpent spear Douluo. The Douluo then looked at Lin Xiao, who nodded in affirmation, before simply explaining, it is a treasure that, when consumed, can enhance your soul power. Consuming it can elevate my soul power? Is it truly that miraculous? With skepticism, Hu Yinjin picked up the experience capsule and inquired, how does one use this experience? Lin Xiao replied, just eat it. Upon hearing this, Hu Yinjin wasted no time and swallowed the experience capsule whole. Before long, a flicker of light seemed to shimmer in his eyes. Grandfather, how do you feel? Hu Yanli asked anxiously. I feel fantastic. This experience capsule is truly remarkable. My cultivation, which had stagnated for years, has experienced a significant increase. Hu Yinjin could not help but laugh heartily. His voice resonated with excitement and joy. It is noteworthy that he had been stuck at level 89 for many years, and no matter how diligently he trained, he made no progress. Yet just moments ago, the experience capsule had allowed his soul power progress to increase by 10%. Such advancement in cultivation was nothing short of astonishing for him. With a 10% increase in soul power progress. Grandfather, if you could consume a few more experience capsules, does that mean reaching level 90 is within reach? Hu Yanli remarked instinctively. Level 90. The Xiangjia sect has not seen a powerhouse of such caliber in many years. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may leave now. Lin Xiao interjected at that moment, issuing a dismissal. Leave. Hu Yinjin was taken aback. Previously, he had felt as though each second spent here was akin to sitting on needles, desperately wanting to leave. But now, he could not depart. I wish to open a few more jars. I kindly asked the boss to overlook past grievances and sell me some. Hu Yinjin implored. His voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Hee, is this what it means to get carried away? Lin Xiao chuckled inwardly but did not respond immediately. Boss, I beg you. Hu Yinjin pleaded once more, even bending at the waist. Grandfather, you. Hu Yanli opened his mouth, but before he could finish, he was silenced by Hu Yinjin. You, grandson, keep quiet. Don't ruin my good fortune. Hu Yinjin employed a whispering technique, unheard by others. Naturally, Lin Xiao was the exception. In this small shop, he was an invincible presence, with every nuance under his control. After a moment, Lin Xiao said casually, if you wish to open jars, I must forewarn you, the items within are entirely random. What you obtain depends solely on your luck. You might strike it rich or suffer a loss. Understood. Hu Yinjin replied solemnly. I swear, no matter what I obtain, I shall not complain. Very well, Lin Xiao nodded. Thank you for your generosity, boss. Hu Yinjin exclaimed, overjoyed. With a flourish, he produced 300,000 gold soul coins from his spatial soul guide. Let us begin with 3. The 3 jars were swiftly opened. Yet the results left Hu Yinjin's eyes reddened. As you can see, a rusty samurai sword, an aquamarine, and another being a ruby. None of them are of any use. They are all ordinary items. Lin Xiao explained slowly. Grandfather, we should leave. Everyone is waiting for us outside. Hu Yanli felt Hu Yinjin's expression was somewhat terrifying, yet he mustered the courage to speak. He feared Hu Yinjin would become further entrenched. Leave. We cannot simply walk away. Hu Yinjin protested. After investing a significant amount of resources, he had finally glimpsed the hope of breaking through his bottleneck. How could he be satisfied leaving now? It is important to note that for the vast majority of soul masters, the pursuit of a higher realm is more vital than life itself. I shall open another one, he said, producing another 100,000 gold soul coins. An ordinary item, a transparent stone. The last one. He gritted his teeth and took out another 100,000 gold soul coins. An ordinary item, a firefly stone. Good heavens. Is this a quest to gather 7 types of gemstones to summon a dragon? Lin Xiao could not help but marvel at Hu Yinjin's luck. Not to mention opening another one. Even opening millions may not fulfill his wish. Grandfather. Hu Yanli became anxious. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 gold soul coins had vanished, converted into resources that could sustain the Xiangjia sect for a year. Do not disturb me. I have a premonition that the next jar will surely bring me back my investment. Appeared to be entranced, murmuring, Boss, one more. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself unable to utter them. To his embarrassment, he realized he was out of money. Perhaps it was best to cease at this point. Saruth also urged him to stop. Hurriedly, Hu Yanli interjected, Indeed, we truly have no funds left. No money? That is not a concern. Hu Yinjin replied. Boss Lin previously mentioned that lacking gold soul coins is not an issue. As long as we possess items of equivalent value, we may still exchange for the jar. Today, a bonus chapter. Should you feel inclined, a vote would be appreciated. Any spontaneous generosity would be even more delightful. Chapter 76. The arrival of Ning Rongrong. Grandfather, you are not intending to exchange the sect's resources for that jar, are you? Hu Yanli's eyes widened in shock as he vaguely discerned Hu Yinjin's intentions. Indeed, Hu Yinjin nodded emphatically. Ali, return to the camp immediately and bring all the supplies. Those resources represent a year's worth of provisions for our Xiangjia sect, and they are worth quite a sum. Master Hu Yinjin, are you certain you want to trade resources for a jar? Sadros, unable to contain his dismay, interjected with a furrowed brow. Have you considered what our sect will eat and drink for the next year without these supplies? Of course, I have contemplated it. Even if I fail, it matters not. We are all capable individuals. We will not starve. However, should I acquire an artifact that allows me to break through, the situation would be entirely different. Once I become a titled Douluo, the status and prestige of Xiangjia Sect will soar. The resources available to us will be incomparable to what we possess now. Even if we later join the Spirit Hall, I could ascend directly to the rank of Elder, only subordinate to the Pope. As Hu Yinjin spoke, a fervent flame seemed to ignite in his eyes, a reflection of his ambition. No one is foolish enough to leap into a pit without thought. Though he appeared impulsive, Hu Yinjin possessed his own resolve. Today's sacrifice is an investment in the future. After a prolonged period of stagnation, Xiangjia Sect has finally glimpsed the hope of resurgence. Understanding Hu Yinjin's mindset, Hu Yanli ceased his doubts. Indeed, the benefits brought by a titled Douluo are immeasurable, far surpassing the worth of several 100,000 gold soul coins and supplies. Grandfather, please wait here. I shall return shortly, he said, hastily exiting the shop. Outside the shop, an elderly man with white hair and a graceful young lady appeared among the crowd. It was none other than Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong. Eager to reach Spirit City, Sword Douluo did not spare a moment. Had it not been for the support of magical fruit juice, he would have already exhausted his soul power. Indeed, they are from Xiangjia Sect, but why is a young disciple present? I heard that the man named Hu Yinjin is also inside the shop. Why has he not emerged? Sword Douluo pondered, perplexed. He will come out eventually, though it may take some time. Come, Grandfather Sword, take a seat and rest. Let Rongrong knead your shoulders and help you relax, Ning Rongrong said, deftly retrieving a folding chair from her spatial soul guide and placing it on the ground. Rongrong, you are not like this, Sword Douluo observed, his gaze flickering. He noted that after the events in Shrek, Ning Rongrong had changed. Whether for better or worse was difficult to ascertain. Nonetheless, what mattered most to him was her happiness. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's eyes glimmered. And after a brief pause, she replied, Grandfather Sword, did you know? When I was very young, my mother told me that girls should not be too sensible. The more sensible one is, the less one is cherished. Being overly considerate only harms oneself. One must remember that only the child who cries will receive candy. Perhaps it was this belief, combined with a measure of talent, that earned her father's indulgence. As she spoke, her tone grew increasingly melancholic. This is the sorrow of large sections. Sighing deeply, Sword Douluo recognized the truth in her words. Yet, Ning Rongrong's sudden maturity tugged at his heartstrings. Rongrong, just be yourself. Grandfather Sword will always support you. At his encouragement, Ning Rongrong beamed brightly. Before long, Hu Yanli returned, accompanied by a convoy of several horse-drawn carts laden with supplies purchased by Xiangjia Sect. Heavens, what is happening? It appears Hu Yinjin has lost his senses. With no funds to open the jar, he intends to exchange supplies instead. This is quite a gamble. Observing this scene, those outside the shop began to murmur. Hu Yanli approached the shop's entrance. Boss Lin, do you believe these supplies can be exchanged for the jar? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao walked to the door, his gaze assessing the boxes, containers, and bags atop the carts. One box of iron ore, valued at 500 trading points. One box of copper ore, valued at 1,500 trading points. Premium hardwood. As Lin Xiao scanned the items, he received feedback on each one. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and asked Hu Yinjin. The total value of these items is approximately 400,000. Are you truly willing to exchange? Only 400,000. Hu Yinjin's expression shifted. It was important to note that these resources were procured through Sadros' connections and had cost over 500,000 gold soul coins. To see such a drastic depreciation was disheartening. However, it is to be expected. What merchant does not seek profit? Are there any philanthropists among them? Grandfather, this is a significant loss. Hu Yanli's conviction wavered once more. Perhaps we should reconsider our options. What other options do we have? We have brought as much money as possible on this trip. Hu Yinjin glanced at Sadros, who showed no inclination to lend. Enough, we cannot afford to wait any longer. A loss is a loss. We will find a way to recoup the funds once we return to the sect. I have a feeling this gamble may not be in vain. Determined, Hu Yinjin resolved to proceed with the exchange. Lin Xiao nodded. Then let us have the supplies brought inside. Upon the command, the crowd sprang into action, quickly transferring the items from the carts. Hu Yanli's eyelids twitched with each movement, feeling the sting of loss. You may select 4 jars, aligning perfectly with the 10. The last jar will yield a double reward. Lin Xiao informed Hu Yinjin upon returning to the shop. Very well, Hu Yinjin replied, excitement coursing through him as he selected his desired jars. The results were Shadow Stone, Obsidian, Ice Crystal, and 2 diamonds. Perhaps selling these to a gem collector will yield several times their original worth, Lin Xiao remarked, astonished by the misfortune that had befallen Hu Yinjin. This outcome, I find it difficult to accept. Hu Yinjin's heart raced. Aside from the first jar, the remaining 9 yielded not even a single experience capsule. The disappointment was palpable. Simultaneously, he felt an unsettling chill envelop him. The path you tread is one of your own making, Sadros remarked solemnly, his meaning clear. Despite the discomfort, one must endure. Grandfather, Hu Yanli called softly. Fortune has not favored us. This cannot be blamed on anyone, Hu Yinjin replied, regaining his composure. Turning to Lin Xiao, he declared, Boss Lin, I shall return. Always welcome. Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. Return. Hu Yanli shuddered involuntarily. Outside the shop, a commotion erupted as onlookers caught sight of Hu Yinjin's emergence. However, upon glimpsing his countenance, the excitement quickly dissipated into silence. After all, Hu Yinjin's face was as dark as soot, and it was clear that his luck was as grim as his expression. In such a moment, who would dare provoke him? Your Grace, why do you not open the jar? Are you not tempted? Hu Yinjin suddenly inquired. Age has taken its toll. My heart is not as resilient. Sadros replied in a low voice. Hu Yinjin, I have come to believe your deceit. As he observed the crowd gradually disperse, the sword Douluo rose from his seat and turned to Ning Rongrong with a smile, saying, Rongrong, let us proceed. It is our turn now. An additional update has been made. Those who understand will comprehend. Chapter 77. Ning Rongrong opens the jar in the quaint little shop. Lin Xiao initially thought he was alone, but unexpectedly, 2 figures entered simultaneously. One was the sword Douluo, clad in white, whom he recognized without hesitation. However, the young girl beside him caught his eye with her striking presence. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown, her short hair framed her delicate features, and her skin was as radiant as a lychee. She exuded an ethereal charm that suggested she was none other than Ning Rongrong. After a brief moment of distraction, Lin Xiao deduced her identity. At that moment, it seemed that the girl had also noticed his gaze, and a gentle smile graced her lips, akin to a warm spring breeze that touched the heart. Lin Xiao then smiled in return, welcoming them warmly. Ha ha, Boss Lin, I've come to disturb you again. Sword Douluo exclaimed with a hearty laugh. This jovial demeanor was rare for him, only displayed in the presence of Lin Xiao. Boss Lin, you are the proprietor? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. On their journey to Wuhuan City, Sword Douluo had spoken highly of this Boss Lin. Not only was Lin Xiao's strength unfathomable, but even his servant was a formidable swordsman, unmatched even by Sword Douluo himself. According to Sword Douluo, despite Lin Xiao's youthful appearance, he was an ancient monster skilled in maintaining his youth. He had urged Ning Rongrong to proceed with caution and to uphold proper etiquette. Hello, Boss Lin. My name is Ning Rongrong, the girl said with a bright and melodic tone. I am Lin Xiao, the owner of this little shop, he replied succinctly before getting to the point. I am aware of the purpose of your visit, so let us not waste time. Are you familiar with the rules of this establishment? Ning Fengji had been clear when he left, even providing 1,000,000 gold soul coins as a fee for opening the jars. Thus, Lin Xiao did not assume they had come merely for casual conversation. I understand. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, slowly uttering the phrase, life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are in heaven. That sounds peculiar, yet it holds some truth, Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. Choose the jars you desire. This one, and that one, and also that. Ning Rongrong extended her slender fingers, selecting the jars she wished to open. Before long, 10 jars had been chosen. With a snap of his fingers, the jars levitated off the shelves and landed on the counter. What a marvelous display! Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with admiration. It was evident that Lin Xiao had not utilized any soul power for this feat, an ability that even Sword Douluo could not replicate without using his strength. Let us begin, Lin Xiao said, eager to witness the fortune of this little enchantress and discern whether it was merely Hu Yinjin's misfortune or an ill-fated day for jar opening. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, grasping the lucky magic hammer in her delicate hand, yet hesitated to bring it down. Her brows furrowed, and her face revealed signs of anxiety. It's all right, even if you don't uncover anything remarkable. Consider it a step towards accumulating your 30 attempts for the Lucky Wish jar, Sword Douluo reassured her with words of comfort. Undoubtedly, this was effective, as Ning Rongrong's tension eased considerably. Having received encouragement, she no longer hesitated. With a decisive swing, she struck the first jar. Crack! A flash of purple light erupted. Sword Douluo felt his heart race, silently exclaiming, I can't believe Rongrong's luck is so extraordinary. uncovering a rare item with the first jar. Purple? Rare? Sword Douluo recalled that rare items were typically valuable: soul bones, enhancers, amplifiers. Not to mention, her father had once acquired a rare item that amplified soul skills. Could it be that she had struck gold with this single jar, obtaining what both her father and Sword Douluo coveted? A smile blossomed on Ning Rongrong's face, but the next moment, as she glimpsed the item within the jar, her expression froze. Her smile faded gradually. What? It's a piece of paper. Is it really useless? She asked Lin Xiao hesitantly, uncertainty clouding her features. Item. Upgrade scroll. Level. Rare. Type. Non-tradable. Description. Character level advancement has transformed into soul power level advancement. Effect. Upon use, it can elevate soul power by 1 level. Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless. How could an upgrade scroll be deemed worthless? He had sold hundreds of jars, but this was the first time he had seen someone uncover an upgrade scroll. Usually, even obtaining an experience capsule was a cause for celebration. Initially, he believed upgrade scrolls were exclusive to jars with a tenfold drop rate. It seemed that was not the case. Do not underestimate that piece of paper in your hand. It is called an upgrade scroll and can elevate your soul power level by 1, Lin Xiao explained slowly. An elevation in soul power level. The room fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Such an item exists? Sword Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment, his thoughts racing. He had once been thrilled to uncover an experience capsule. But now, in comparison to the upgrade scroll, it seemed trivial. So, if I am currently at level 26, I will become level 27 upon using it? Ning Rongrong grasped the paper tightly, realizing she had indeed underestimated its value. Precisely, Lin Xiao affirmed with a nod. Yay. The girl's mood shifted dramatically. Moments before she had felt disheartened, but now her face radiated joy. She turned to Sword Douluo excitedly. Grandpa Jian, it seems my luck is quite good. Good? It's simply extraordinary. Sword Douluo genuinely rejoiced for Ning Rongrong. Haha, there is no need for you to feel any pressure now. This upgrade scroll is a boon and a good omen. You can confidently proceed with opening the jars. She nodded earnestly before smashing the second jar. Crack. Another flash of purple light illuminated the room. Another piece of paper? Could it be another upgrade scroll? If so, I could leap to level 28. Achieving the rank of Soul Master before turning 13. What a dream. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement as she retrieved the paper from the jar, only to be met with a look of surprise. To be precise, it was a blueprint, densely covered with fine script detailing various items. I can't believe you uncovered this item. Lin Xiao was equally astonished when he received the item information feedback. Is this considered precious? Ning Rongrong's heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 78. The 8 Treasure Glazed Tile in Rongrong's hand. The paper seemed to hold immense significance. At that moment, the gaze of Sword Douluo also fell upon the paper in Ning Rongrong's grasp, unable to shift away. The final form depicted on the blueprint bore an uncanny resemblance to the legacy light hand cannon I had provided to Fengji and Rongrong. Sword Douluo whispered to himself. You guessed correctly. It is indeed the design blueprint for the legacy light hand cannon, if crafted according to the specifications. The corresponding equipment can be obtained, Lin Xiao confirmed. To be honest, he had not anticipated that Ning Rongrong would possess such extraordinary luck. Just as Fengji had expressed a need, here was the solution. Item. Legacy Light. Hand Cannon Design Blueprint. Level. Rare. Type. Tradable. Description. Usage limitations have been removed to align with the characteristics of Douluo Continent. Effect. Crafting according to the specifications allows the creation of a level 21 Legacy Light Hand Cannon. I actually obtained a design blueprint? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of disbelief. For a powerful assault-type soul master, a hand cannon might not seem particularly remarkable. However, the significance of the design blueprint for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was monumental. At the very least, it provided some means of self-defense for the sect's disciples, who possessed almost no combat capability. Ning Rongrong was acutely aware of her father's, Ning Fengji's, deep concern over this matter, having struggled to find a suitable resolution. Initially, Ning Rongrong thought that Tang San's hidden weapons might be a viable option, but their power came with considerable limitations. The hand cannon, however, posed no such concerns. With the infusion of soul power, it could unleash its potential. Rongrong, you have truly accomplished a great feat for the sect this time. I am certain your father will reward you handsomely. Sword Douluo's voice held a note of joy. He could surmise that upon learning of the blueprint's existence from Lin Xiao, acquiring it must have become a lingering concern for Ning Fengji. Little did he expect that this concern would be resolved so swiftly by Ning Rongrong. With the emergence of the design blueprint, it would be difficult for Ning Fengji to remain unhappy. Grandpa's sword, such a precious hand cannon, must be quite challenging to produce, right? Although Ning Rongrong lacked knowledge in manufacturing, the intricate crafting process appeared daunting. Indeed, it is not simple. The materials alone are costly, and the crafting process requires a skilled artisan to execute. The final product would likely cost at least 1,000 gold soul coins. Sword Douluo estimated the value and quickly reassured himself. However, financial matters have never been a concern for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Keep the design blueprint safe for now, and we shall make arrangements once we meet the sect leader. After hearing Sword Douluo's instructions, Ning Rongrong solemnly stored the design blueprint away. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she turned her gaze to the remaining jars and softly murmured, "This haul has already been substantial. Anything from the remaining jars would be a bonus." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, was she attempting to console herself? It seemed unlikely that she would be so fortunate again. Sword Douluo shared this sentiment, knowing that luck has its limits. However, the next moment, a flicker of orange light caught his eye. Ning Rongrong had opened the 3rd jar. Heaven, an orange glow. Even Sword Douluo, with his profound composure, could not help but exclaim, a legendary item. Such a phenomenon had yet to be witnessed before. Ning Rongrong's luck is truly astonishing. Lin Xiao mused silently. Could she possibly be a legendary lucky charm? Boss, it seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. Please, could you help me identify it? Ning Rongrong's face flushed with excitement. She cradled the object from the jar, unable to contain her exhilaration. She sensed that this item would be crucial for her. Lin Xiao turned his gaze to see a piece of paper shimmering with a soft, orange light. This item, he was all too familiar with it. Item, Awakening Scroll, level, legendary, type, non-tradable description, can be used for soul awakening or evolution. Effect, upon use, if one possesses no soul, a soul will be awakened. If a soul already exists, it can evolve once. Not only was it legendary, but it was also tailor-made for Ning Rongrong. Could one believe it? Lin Xiao sighed inwardly and looked at Ning Rongrong's radiant face, saying gently, "Congratulations, you are the first customer to unearth a legendary item from my establishment. The object in your hands is called the Awakening Scroll. Its function is straightforward. Using it will allow your soul to undergo an evolution. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possesses a soul, so Lin Xiao felt no need to elaborate on the awakening function. Soul, evolution." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Ning Rongrong's mind went blank, her breath quickening uncontrollably. Beside her, Sword Douluo was also taken aback, unable to restrain himself. "Boss Lin, you are not jesting about the constraints of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower, are you?" It wasn't that Sword Douluo doubted Lin Xiao, but the significance of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower to the sect was immense, leaving no room for ambiguity. After all, Ning Fengji's lifelong aspiration hinged on this matter. The 8 treasures? Logically speaking, Ning Rongrong possessed the innate talent to evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower into the 8 Treasure Glazed Tower. Later, with the aid of the divine herb, she successfully advanced to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. While it appeared to be a significant leap, it was not so straightforward. The Awakening Scroll, being a legendary item, surely could not be inferior in effect to the divine herb, right? Lin Xiao speculated that it was highly likely she would directly attain the 9 treasures. Yet, he refrained from making absolute claims, wary of the possibility of being proven wrong. He smiled enigmatically. The specifics of the outcome will reveal themselves in due time. Boss Lin is quite right. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, immediately tearing the Awakening Scroll. In the next instant, a cascade of orange light enveloped her, accentuating her ethereal presence. With intuition guiding her, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes to deeply sense the changes brought about by the Awakening Scroll. Concurrently, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower was summoned, floating before her. Wait, it was not 7 colors, but 8. Sword Douluo quickly noticed the anomaly and instinctively began to assess the layers of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. The result was astonishing. 8 layers. This meant it had transformed into the 8 Treasure Glazed Tower. Fengji, do you see this? Rongrong's soul has evolved. She has achieved what no one has accomplished in countless years within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Sword Douluo was overcome with excitement. He and Bone Douluo had long regarded Ning Rongrong as their own granddaughter, and at this moment, he felt the joy of witnessing her soar to greatness. However, after rubbing his eyes vigorously, he realized that, in addition to the 8 hues, there seemed to be an additional color. 9 colors? Could it be? Daily life? Understood? Chapter 79, The Soul Hunting Expedition of Shrek Academy. Instinctively, Sword Douluo once again counted the layers of the 7-story small tower. To his astonishment, it had transformed into 9 stories. Sword Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. It was confirmed, not the 8 treasure, but the 9 treasure. A 9 treasure glazed tower, even more formidable than the 8 treasure glazed tower. Grandpa's sword, can you tell Rongrong if this is true? As the evolution of her martial soul concluded, Ning Rongrong gazed at the 9-story tower in her hand, shimmering with 9 colors, equally incredulous. She and Ning Fingji had believed that the 8 treasure glazed tower represented the pinnacle for 7 treasure glazed tower soul masters. Ning Fingji's greatest hope was for Ning Rongrong to become the 8 treasure tower. But now, what could be said about this 9 treasure glazed tower? Even Ning Fingji would be left speechless. Taking a deep breath, Sword Douluo slowly spoke. Rongrong, as you can see, there is no deception. Your martial soul has indeed evolved. And it is not the 8 treasure glazed tower as speculated by the sect leader, but the more powerful 9 treasure glazed tower. This signifies that you possess the potential to become a title Douluo. Ha! A 9 treasure glazed tower soul master at the title Douluo level. What an exhilarating prospect. By the way, Rongrong, have you noticed any changes in your strength? Sword Douluo looked at Ning Rongrong expectantly. Indeed, in the next moment, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with joy. Her martial soul evolution had also elevated her soul power by 2 levels. So, you are now at level 28? Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good, very good. Such a significant increase in strength. Beside them, Lin Xiao, who had witnessed everything, nodded silently, confirming once again that the 9 treasure glazed tower was indeed as he had surmised. At that moment, Lin Xiao noticed Ning Rongrong's gaze turn towards him. Her youthful face flushed with excitement, trembling all over, her legs unable to stay still. Boss, thank you. This kindness, Rongrong will always remember, Ning Rongrong said, deeply bowing to Lin Xiao. In truth, if it weren't for Lin Xiao's lofty status, making Ning Rongrong, a noble of the 7 treasure glazed sect, feel unapproachable and fearful of offending him, she would have loved to offer him a kiss. Of course, if she were to be a bit bolder, that wouldn't be out of the question. After all, in life, there are moments of impulsiveness that, no matter the cost, one would have no regrets. You are simply fortunate. Lin Xiao remarked thoughtfully, adding, indeed, it can be said that your luck is extraordinary. Rongrong quickly opened the remaining jars to see what treasures await. Sword Douluo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right, Ning Rongrong nodded, shattering each jar. Body armor potion, high-grade item. Upon use, it grants a 10-second state of invincibility, immune to all control effects. Upgrade scroll, rare-grade item. Upon use, it can elevate 1 level of soul power. The other 2 jars contain the same item, mutated strawberry. High-grade item. Consuming it heals all surface wounds and restores a certain amount of stamina. The next is a movement potion, rare-grade item. Upon use, you can travel to any real location. As Lin Xiao introduced the items that the girl had uncovered, he couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the product from the 9th jar. Oh, another movement potion? And it's tradable? This means you can allow anyone else to use it. Wow. The worst is only high-grade items. It seems my luck remains intact. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Sword Douluo was already numb to the unfolding fortune. Such luck was simply outrageous. Now, only the last double potion jar remains. Good luck. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Hee. Having received so many good items, I am already content. Even if nothing else appears, I can accept that. Ning Rongrong chuckled, smashing the final jar. As expected, a flash of white light appeared. Ordinary grade. She recalled what Sword Douluo had said about assessing the value of items based on the brilliance of the jar when it shattered. Ordinary grade items, apart from experience capsules and proficiency capsules, held little value. However, at that moment, Sword Douluo couldn't help but exclaim, 2 proficiency capsules? Really? Ning Rongrong asked eagerly, Grandpa Sword. Are you saying this is the capsule that grants significant insights into soul skills upon consumption? Could it be such good luck? The ordinary grade item turns out to be one of the few valuable items you mentioned? Indeed, it's that, Sword Douluo stated, amazed. With these 2 proficiency capsules, your mastery of our sect's secret technique, the 7 aperture Ling Long Heart, will at least advance a level. As Sword Douluo's words fell, Ning Rongrong was elated. To fully unleash the potential of the 7 treasure glazed tower, mastering the complementary secret technique was of utmost importance. Yet, She could only describe the training process as tedious and excruciatingly dull. This proficiency capsule was truly a boon for her, even more valuable than the upgrade scrolls. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth and swallowed the proficiency capsule whole. Moments later, a look of enlightenment appeared in her eyes, accompanied by an involuntary smile of understanding. How was it? Sword Douluo asked quietly once Ning Rongrong emerged from her state of realization. The improvement is tremendous. Ning Rongrong's joy was uncontainable. My understanding of the 7-aperture Linglong heart has reached the realm of the 4-aperture constant heart. For aperture constant heart. Sword Douluo's mouth opened in astonishment, at a loss for words. It was worth noting that Ning Fingxi had only grasped this realm after becoming a 4-ring soul master, while Ning Rongrong had surpassed him by such a margin. Indeed, it's exhilarating to have such fortuitous encounters. The thrill continues endlessly. Sword Douluo could find no other words to describe it. Grandpa's sword. Once I finish using these 2 upgrade scrolls, we can venture into the Stardo forest for soul hunting. At this point, Ning Rongrong gathered all the items except the upgrade scrolls, and without any hesitation, tore the 2 scrolls apart. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong's soul power level soared, 29, 30. Simultaneously, outside the Stardo forest, Flinder calmly surveyed Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun before speaking. Ahead lies the Stardo forest, fraught with danger. Even though our aim is to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts on the periphery to assist Oscar in acquiring a soul ring, we must remain cautious. Furthermore, this is a trial for you. I will not intervene unless faced with a life-threatening crisis. Do you understand? Understood. The 6 replied in unison. Good. Then let the trial commence. With Flinder's declaration, the group stepped into the Stardo forest. Unexpectedly, after Ning Rongrong departed, Oscar, seemingly spurred by some unknown stimulus, inexplicably broke through to level 30. The task of leading the soul ring hunt had always fallen to Zhao Wujie. However, with Ning Rongrong's absence, Flinder was in a foul mood and had come out for a change of pace. Chapter 80. The similar choice of Ning Rongrong and Oscar Haha. Who said that Rongrong couldn't become a soul master before the age of 13? Here we are. I am quite curious about that fellow, Flinder. If he were to witness your progress, would he be utterly astonished? In the little shop, Sword Douluo gazed at Ning Rongrong's advancement with a sense of deep satisfaction. Grandpa's sword, this strength was acquired through expenditure. Ning Rongrong said somewhat shyly. Haha, is using money to enhance one's power not considered an enhancement? What kind of rule is that? Wealth itself is a form of strength, Sword Douluo chuckled. Ah, the power of currency. Lin Xiao silently scoffed, thinking, truly, one tends to resemble their companions. After spending considerable time with Ning Fingxi, Sword Douluo inadvertently absorbed the essence of arrogance in his words. Hee. That does seem quite reasonable. Ning Rongrong tilted her head in thought and immediately beamed with joy, her heart agreeing with Sword Douluo's words. Rongrong. Bid farewell to Boss Lin. Sword Douluo turned to Ning Rongrong and said, time waits for no one. Since you have reached the threshold of a breakthrough, I shall take you to hunt for souls in the Stardo forest. I believe your father will be utterly shocked upon witnessing your transformation. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, then said to Lin Xiao, Boss, I will return to see you once I come back from the Stardo forest. Visiting me seems pointless. Opening a kin is far more practical. Lin Xiao mused inwardly, yet replied, all right, you are always welcome. He then watched as the 2 exited the shop. Outside, Ning Rongrong produced a vial of potion and handed it to Sword Douluo. Grandpa's sword. Let us use this to travel to the Stardo forest. Boss Lin mentioned that this is a tradable teleportation potion, which can be used by others. Isn't this a bit wasteful? The distance from Wuhuan City to the Stardo forest is such that I could fly you back and forth in just 2 days. Sword Douluo frowned. Grandpa's sword, relax. Since we have spent the money, shouldn't we indulge a little? We'll meet at the Sect's resting point outside the Stardo forest. With that, Ning Rongrong insisted on placing the teleportation potion into Sword Douluo's hands. She then consumed another vial of the potion, vanishing from sight. All right then. With this thought, Sword Douluo also consumed the teleportation potion, disappearing from the spot. Outside the Stardo forest, in a secluded location, Ning Rongrong materialized amidst a flash of silver light. Recognizing her surroundings, her eyes brimmed with awe. Incredible. We have arrived at the Stardo forest so swiftly. Who exactly is Boss Lin, capable of producing such miraculous items? Boss Lin is indeed enigmatic. No one knows his origins, Sword Douluo remarked as he appeared beside Ning Rongrong. He then inquired, "What do you wish to choose for your third soul ring?" "Perhaps an increase in soul power." Ning Rongrong pondered. "Strength, speed, and soul power are fundamental and practical abilities, hence they must be prioritized." "Good, it is settled then. I know of a location where you can find the soul beast you require." As his voice trailed off, a beam of sword light enveloped the two, and they vanished from the spot. Not far from their location, the Shrek team of 7 navigated through the dense forest. At this moment, Tang San had clearly become the core of the team. He turned to Oscar and asked, "Little Ao, what are your thoughts regarding your third soul ring?" Oscar contemplated for a moment and replied resolutely, "I seek to enhance my strength, speed, or soul power, abilities that can directly amplify my teammates' combat prowess. I am not interested in unconventional supports like recovery sausages or detox sausages." This was the result of Oscar's careful consideration. However, his answer elicited frowns from his companions. "Hey, little Ao, have you been influenced by Ning Rongrong's situation to pursue the auxiliary path of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower?" Daimubai remarked, focusing his gaze on Oscar, sighing. Oscar pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Indeed, Daimubai was not wrong. Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower offered a straightforward and powerful auxiliary effect, enabling teammates to fight beyond their usual capabilities. Its significance to a team was self-evident. Such formidable power was incomparable to his own sausages. He felt envious. "Oscar, what suits you is of utmost importance. I advise you not to choose such abilities at this stage. Even if your third soul skill grants a 30% increase in soul power to your teammates, what of it? In the early stages, it may seem impressive, yet it cannot compare to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. After all, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower also possesses the characteristic of enhancing previous soul ring skills with each additional soul ring obtained, while your martial soul evidently lacks such capability. Thus, choosing to enhance soul power and strength in the later stages is the best option," Flender offered his counsel. Indeed, Oscar's talent was remarkable, but the essence of a sausage martial soul was fundamentally different from that of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. If Oscar truly wished to surpass the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, he could not simply follow its path. Achieving victory through unconventional means was the way to go. Of course, this was still contingent upon the existence of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. Should an 8 Treasures Glazed Tower emerge, all discussions would be moot. A terrifying increase of 90%. No auxiliary soul master could compare. Yet, is that even possible? Flender, having lived for decades, had never heard of the appearance of an 8 Treasures Glazed Tower. This was also why he dared to boast about Oscar before Ning Rongrong. "Dean, this is my decision. After all, you know that becoming a soul sage is a long journey for me. I desire to gain powerful abilities now. Future growth seems too distant," Oscar asserted firmly. This, Flender pondered for a long while before sighing. "Very well, you have convinced me. Follow me. I know a place where you might acquire a soul ring that can increase your soul power." However, the group had not traveled far when the ground suddenly trembled. "Is this an earthquake?" Dai Mubai exclaimed in disbelief. "No, it is not," Flender interjected, positioning himself in front of the others, his tone grave. The cat-eagle martial soul granted him exceptional vision. In his line of sight, a massive black figure resembling a small mountain was rapidly approaching. At that moment, a purple glimmer flickered in Tang San's eyes as he activated his purple extreme demon eye. "Dean, that is, the Titan giant ape?" he exclaimed in shock. Normally, such a dominant soul beast should not appear on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. He was genuinely alarmed, faced with such a sovereign. They as a group were insufficient to even serve as a snack. "Everyone, refrain from speaking recklessly," Flender commanded, turning his back to the group, then boldly stepped forward, proclaiming, "Esteemed sovereign, we mean no offense." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a single slap. Chapter 81. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tower? No, it must be an illusion. The director, Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and others were astonished. A soul sage at the 78th level was unexpectedly not a match for their opponent. The ruler of the Douluo forest was terrifying indeed. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell once more upon the Titan giant ape. Upon seeing this colossal creature, it felt as though all breath had ceased. It was utterly shocking. It resembled both a monkey and a gorilla, yet stood as towering as a mountain. Each part of its body was covered in muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Its eyes, as large as lanterns, glimmered with a yellow crystalline light, sending chills down one's spine with just a glance. However, while all were awestruck by the terrifying soul beast before them, Tang Sen furrowed his brow and pulled Xiao behind him. Unfortunately, their attempts to evade were futile. The Titan giant ape had a clear target. It reached out with a massive hand, aiming to seize Xiao. First, I'll use blue-silver to entangle it and buy some time. Tang Sen thought, activating his soul skill. The result was that the blue-silver grass failed to impede the Titan giant ape even slightly. Its enormous hand descended with unparalleled smoothness. Xiao, run, he shouted, attempting to launch an attack with the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Yet that gigantic palm loomed over Xiao Wu like a shadow. It felt utterly powerless. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's gaze became complex, thinking, little San, some things you cannot know just yet. She had already prepared herself to be captured, but at that moment, a brilliant sword light tore through the void, descending with unmatched sharpness and striking the giant hand. A terrifying surge of soul power swept outward, raising clouds of dust. Roar. The Titan giant ape howled in pain, retracting its hand. What just happened? The sudden turn of events astonished everyone. Xiao was particularly bewildered. This was not part of the plan. Who had intervened to stop the beast from capturing her? In the next moment, as the dust settled, they all saw who had come to their aid. It was a figure clad in white, with white hair. The sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower School. Qingxin, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others exclaimed in unison. Was this the might of the sword Douluo? With a single strike, he had forced back such a terrifying soul beast leader. He was far stronger than some of the elders within the Tang sect. Tang Sen reassessed the sword Douluo's strength, realizing that his blue-silver entanglement would likely be ineffective against such a formidable opponent. Upon recognizing the sword Douluo, Xiao Wu panicked. Why was he here? Could it be that he intended to capture her? Xiao Wu believed the sword Douluo had discovered her identity, but had yet to find an opportune moment to act. Grandpa's sword, please be careful. At that moment, a shout came from behind the group, drawing their attention. A girl in a white dress emerged from the dense forest. It was Ning Rongrong. Just moments ago, she had successfully advanced to the rank of Soul Master after completing her soul hunt. The sword Douluo had sensed the anomaly occurring here. Normally, given the sword Douluo's composure, he would not concern himself with the rampage of a soul beast leader. Yet, having recently enhanced his own strength, he had been eager to find a worthy opponent to test his capabilities. Thus, the Titan giant ape was merely unfortunate. Who would have thought that it would be Shrek's group encountering peril? What a twist of fate. Ning Rongrong's mood suddenly lifted. I can't believe I ran into you here, Tang Sen remarked with a glimmer in his eye. In contrast, upon seeing the figure he had longed for, Oscar's eyes filled with surprise as he bluntly voiced his thoughts. Rongrong, have you reconsidered and decided to return to Shrek? In truth, everyone had a heart of gold beneath their sharp tongues. If only she would amend her temperament, they could all begrudgingly accept her. He said this without a care. However, there were many in the group who shared Oscar's sentiments. Ma Hongjin, Dai Mubai, even Zhu Shiqing were thinking similarly. It was clear that Miss Ning had exhausted her temper and now recognized the significance of her companions at Shrek. Yet, the abrupt question nearly left Ning Rongrong dumbfounded. Return to Shrek? Did I mishear? Are they truly saying that? And that I should change my character to be accepted? Am I so desperate for their acceptance? Feeling perplexed, she retorted, have you all misunderstood something? Why would I want to return to Shrek? What is there for me to miss? As she spoke, memories of cold faces from her past flashed through her mind, leaving her heart chilled. Ning Rongrong, I understand that as a girl. It may be hard for you to admit. How about this? I'll apologize to you, and perhaps you could consider coming back? At that moment, Flender walked back, rubbing his chest. The Titan giant ape was truly overwhelming. Even a casual strike from it was not something he could easily endure. Moreover, he sensed something strange. The Titan giant ape seemed devoid of killing intent. You all have misunderstood. I did not come to join you, Ning Rongrong weakly defended herself. But the truth was indeed as such. It was merely a coincidence. Then what are you here for? Surely you aren't just hunting for a soul ring? Or passing through? Dai Mubai couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, Ning Rongrong's reply astonished him. She maintained a serious expression, saying, you guessed correctly. I truly came to hunt for a soul ring. And I just happened to pass through here. Hunting for a soul ring? Everyone was taken aback. What soul ring can you hunt at level 26? Even if you were looking for an excuse, you should choose a more plausible one. At that moment, the sword Douluo's voice rang out. Rongrong, help me quickly. We must force back the Titan giant ape. I sense a powerful aura approaching from deep within the Stardow forest. All right, Ning Rongrong responded with a bright voice, as the shimmering treasure tower appeared in her palm. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and yellow emerged beneath her feet. Wait, 3 soul rings. Ning Rongrong has already become a soul master? The crowd was astonished. Now they believed that she had indeed come to hunt for a soul ring. But how had she advanced from level 26 to 30 in just a few days? However, at that moment, they heard Ning Rongrong recite the soul incantation with conviction. The 9 treasures are glazed. The 9 treasures are named. The first is strength. 3 beams of light fell upon the sword Douluo, causing his aura to surge dramatically. A series of fierce sword energies slashed out, forcing the Titan giant ape to retreat step by step. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. The sword Douluo laughed with abandon. Xiao Wu, however, wore an expression of deep resentment. The others were all entranced, gazing at Ning Rongrong. More precisely, at the small tower in her hand. 9 colors. A 9-story treasure tower. This could indeed be called the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. They were all utterly shocked. Even Flender instinctively began rubbing his eyes, thinking it impossible. Surely, the brilliance of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower had dazzled him, creating an illusion. Thank you for the generous rewards received yesterday and for the many monthly votes. I appreciate everyone for reading my book and for the recommendations. An update has been added today. Chapter 82. The Misunderstood Victim, the man-faced demon spider Dean Flandra. Is this truly happening? A voice reached Flandra's ears, and upon turning, he discovered it was Oscar. What has happened to your face? Flandra immediately noticed the peculiar condition of Oscar's left cheek, which was both swollen and crimson. I could hardly believe my eyes just now, and then that hefty fellow slapped me. It was that slap that jolted me awake, confirming this is no dream. Oscar replied solemnly. Does this mean Ning Rongrong has genuinely ascended to the Soul Emperor rank, and her martial spirit has evolved? Flandra's expression transformed into one of astonishment. After all, just 2 days prior, he had asserted that Ning Rongrong would become a Soul Emperor at the age of 13. Yet here she was, having achieved the title at merely 12, a remarkable feat. He had also claimed that Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tower could not compare to Oscar's sausage martial spirit. However, she had now evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. What on earth has transpired with Ning Rongrong? Flandra lamented internally. Suddenly, a shrill howl pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to witness the Titan giant ape, resembling a small mountain, let out a cry before fleeing in terror. Is this the might of a tidal Douluo? Tang San couldn't help but exclaim. The sword Douluo's solitary stance, sword in hand, standing proudly in the void, left him breathless. No, the true power lies not with the tidal Douluo, but with the sword Douluo, Flandra interjected, shaking his head. He understood that even an ordinary tidal Douluo would only be subjected to defeat here. Although Flandra himself was merely a soul sage, his perspective was broad enough to discern the varying strengths among tidal Douluos. Grandpa Jian, are you all right? At that moment, Ning Rongrong's gaze shifted from the crowd to the sword Douluo, her concern evident in her tone. Ha ha ha, Rongrong, do I appear to be in distress? The sword Douluo laughed heartily. That soul beast is indeed formidable, but if it seeks to harm me, it has a long way to go. His confidence stemmed from his immense power. In truth, with his 97 levels of soul power, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's assistance, confronting a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape posed no challenge. One could say, defeat was almost impossible. Had it not been for the pressing presence of a powerful aura approaching from the Stardow forest and his concern for Ning Rongrong's safety, he would have even considered pursuing the fleeing creature. At this moment, the sword Douluo's expression turned serious as he focused on the dense woods nearby. Speaking in a low voice, since you have arrived, why do you not reveal yourself? During the battle, he had keenly sensed a powerful presence lurking nearby, which was one of the reasons he refrained from pursuing the Titan giant ape. The identity of the hidden individual remained uncertain, friend or foe. Is there truly someone concealed nearby? Flandra, along with Tang San, Daimubai, and the other members of Shrek, followed the sword Douluo's gaze into the thicket. With a rustling sound, a figure emerged from the thick underbrush. It was a lean, serious-looking elder. The moment the dragon-headed cane in the elder's hand struck the ground, producing a dull thud, it drew everyone's attention back to the present. Only one person in the Douluo Continent possesses such a demeanor, Flandra realized, his pupils narrowing as he quietly asked, Are you the Dragon Lord Mengshu of the Peerless Dragon Snake? Indeed, it is I, the Dragon Lord Mengshu acknowledged with a slight nod, then directed his gaze toward the sword Douluo, speaking in a deep voice, Your Excellency, I mean no offense. I merely happened to pursue a soul beast to this location. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo frowned. Pursuing a soul beast? What a coincidence. You are not implying that I have any ill intentions, are you? Sensing the sword Douluo's skepticism, Meng Shu's heart raced, and he quickly clarified, "The soul beast I pursued is a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. I had intended it as a third spirit ring for my granddaughter. But it was driven here to the edge of the Star Doe forest by the rampaging Titan giant ape. Then why are you not searching for it? Why linger here in concealment?" The sword Douluo pressed further. "I wish I could," Meng Shu replied, a bitter smile crossing his face. "You may not have noticed, but the sword energy you unleashed during your battle with the Titan giant ape has already slain that little spider." He gestured to a spot not far away. Indeed. 2 or 3 dozen meters away, remnants of large spider limbs were visible. "Ah, so that is how it is," the sword Douluo replied indifferently. With that, he had no further questions. Seeing the sword Douluo's disinterest, Meng Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Then, I shall take my leave. Go," the sword Douluo said dismissively, waving his hand. As Meng Shu departed, Philandra felt a twinge of envy. This was the advantage that immense strength conferred. He had extended a warm greeting, yet received indifference. The sword Douluo had shown the same indifference to Meng Shu, yet the latter had felt compelled to explain himself fervently. "People are indeed incomparable," Philandra mused. "All right, Rongrong, let us be on our way. Considering the time, the Sect Master and Old Bones should be nearing Spirit City. And we ought to return by tomorrow morning," the sword Douluo said, casting a lingering glance at Xiao before addressing Ning Rongrong. He resolved to invite Old Bones to accompany them back here once they departed. "Higi, that sounds wonderful. I am eagerly looking forward to seeing Father," Ning Rongrong giggled. The sword Douluo smiled, understanding well the anticipation in the young girl's voice. He was curious to witness Ning Fengji's reaction upon seeing his daughter's growth in strength and martial spirit. He also wished to observe the excitement on Ning Fengji's face when his cherished design was finally realized by his daughter. As the Shrek team beheld the return of the young girl, their expressions varied. Oscar yearned to retain her presence but found no suitable justification. Philandra felt increasingly anxious, as each moment seemed to challenge his authority. Xiaowu was eager for Ning Rongrong to depart. For every moment the sword Doa lingered increased her peril. Suddenly, Zhu Zhiqing spoke up. "Ning Rongrong, may I have a moment?" "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" Ning Rongrong asked, puzzled. She held no strong feelings for Zhu Zhiqing, neither dislike nor affection, yet she felt a flicker of sympathy. She had heard the sword Douluo mention that this girl's fate had been intertwined with Dai Mubai's since her birth, a rather tragic circumstance. "I do not wish to perish. I desire strength. I hope you can assist me," the girl implored, kneeling with determination and defiance. Zhu Zhiqing sought to alter her destiny through strength. "Zhuqing, you." Dai Mubai began to speak, but fell silent upon discerning the chill in Zhu Zhiqing's gaze. "If you seek answers, come find me in Spirit City. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Sect has numerous assets there. Locating me should be no challenge," Ning Rongrong said, casting a deep glance at Zhu Zhiqing. "Thank you," Zhu Zhiqing murmured, her lips pressed together, choosing not to say more. No one knew what decision she would ultimately make. Finally, they departed. As the sword Douluo took to the skies with Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu felt a momentary relief. Yet, the next instant, her heart sank again, filled with urgency. "Little San, what is the matter?" Chapter 83, Zhu Zhiqing, Peril. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the others turned their gaze towards Tang San, who was clutching his chest, a look of agony etched on his face. "Tang San, little San, what's wrong?" Tang San's sudden change startled everyone. "It's nothing, just a sudden, inexplicable chest pain," Tang San said, still clutching his chest. Gradually, his expression returned to normal, but his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the remains of the man-faced demon spider. He had a strange feeling, as if he had lost something important, but he quickly dismissed it with a self-deprecating smile. "It's just a dead 1,000-year soul beast. What could be important? It must be an illusion from being too tense." At that moment, Philandra, seeing that everyone was unharmed, spoke. "Let's go. We'll go hunt a soul beast for Oscar now." As his voice faded, someone hesitated. "Zhu Zhiqing, are you not planning to come with us?" Philandra noticed the unusual expression on Zhu Zhiqing's face. "Dean Philandra, thank you for your recent help and guidance. However, I want to leave for a while," Zhu Zhiqing said, the hesitation in her eyes gradually turning into determination. Regardless of whether what Ning Rongrong said was true or false, she wanted to go to Spirit Hall City to see for herself. She was not like Dai Mubai, wallowing in self-indulgence. As long as there was a glimmer of hope to reverse her fate, she would not give up. Moreover, after seeing Dai Mubai, she was even more certain that she could not rely on that playboy. She could only rely on herself. "Dean, you can't agree," Dai Mubai exclaimed anxiously. However, Flanders shook his head. I can't control that. The path you walk is your own choice. But I won't refund the tuition. Zhu Zhiqing nodded in silence at Flanders' words and departed. As dusk settled, Ning Fingji and Bone Douluo finally arrived at Spirit Hall City. Sect Master, listen. They are discussing the affairs of the jar store, Bone Douluo said, his ears twitching, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Along the way, with Ning Fingji's explanation, he had gained some understanding of the small shop and felt a longing for it. Ning Fingji nodded gently. Yes, the shop's popularity is growing, and it will likely spread throughout the Douluo Continent soon. At that moment, they heard someone nearby say, have you heard about today's big event? Isn't it just that Black Elephant got carried away opening jars and lost everything? Who is Black Elephant? Tell me more, brother. You don't even know that? Black Elephant is Sky Elephant, Hu Yinjin. He gambled away his sect's resources trying to open jars and left with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone has renamed him because of it. Hiss. Opening jars is risky. One must be cautious. I think it's better to cherish life and stay away from opening jars. Black Elephant Hu Yinjin? Hearing this, Ning Fingji couldn't help but chuckle. Bone Douluo also heard it, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Sect Master, should I not open these jars then? Why not? I don't feel like my luck is very good. Ning Fingji reassured him. Uncle Long, we have several soul-guiding devices filled with money. Those without strength rely on luck. We rely on strength. However, it's getting late, and Boss Lin must be resting. We'll go open jars first thing tomorrow morning. All right, Bone Douluo replied, unable to refute Ning Fingji's words. He then asked, Sect Master, where shall we stay? Don't worry. I've already sent a message to the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower School's representative in Spirit Hall City and purchased a courtyard not far from the jar store for us to stay in. Ning Fingji said with a slight smile. Forget it. Let's call it a day. At that moment, Lin Xiao closed the shop door. Perhaps because they saw Hu Yinjin go bankrupt, no one had come after Ning Rongrong finished opening her jars. Today, Hu Yinjin frantically opened 10 jars. Ning Rongrong opened 10 jars, and the middle-aged soul master opened 1 jar, totaling 21. This was not even half of yesterday's sales. Lin Xiao sighed. That meant only a little over 2 million transaction points. At this rate, when would he be able to unlock the next world? At this rate, when would he be able to open an epic set and reach level 100? If quantity isn't enough, then make up for it with quality. I don't ask for much, just that every jar contains a rare item. Lin Xiao thought to himself, first claiming the 10 times jars. However, the first jar brought Lin Xiao some surprise. Congratulations, you have obtained an upgrade scroll. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, is luck contagious? Filled with curiosity, he continued opening jars. As a result, it was truly gratifying. 21 jars yielded 23 items. Among them were 5 enhancement stones for upgrade scrolls, 5 instant teleportation potions for mutation strawberries, 3 super armor potions, and 5 pieces of strange-flavored snake meat. However, what surprised Lin Xiao the most was the ultimate item in the last jar. He was very familiar with it. It was none other than a 7 equipment enhancement scroll. Just perfect. I'll be able to obtain my second soul ring soon. This 7 enhancement scroll is enough to make my second soul ring a 1,000-year one as well. Lin Xiao thought, first using an upgrade scroll, and in the next moment, he became a level 20 soul master. I'll go hunt for a soul ring first. I'll do this kind of mentality-breaking enhancement when I'm in a good mood. Thinking this, Lin Xiao drank an instant teleportation potion and disappeared from the shop. His destination, Stardow Great Forest. Night deepened. This was when the Stardow Great Forest was truly fraught with danger. And because of the rampage of the Titan Giant Ape, the overlord of the deep forest, even the outer reaches of the Stardow Great Forest were teeming with 1,000-year soul beasts. Zhu Zhiqing, transformed into a nether cat, was darting through the forest. With her aloof nature, it was rare for her to reveal such annoyance and anxiety. There was no choice. Who asked there to be so many pursuers behind her? And these pursuers were not people, but live, black-furred panthers. Damn it, how can there be so many ghost panthers? Zhu Zhiqing felt the distance between them closing and started to panic. There was no doubt that if she were caught, death would await her. But in the next moment, a black shadow blocked her path. It was also a ghost panther, but it was even more robust. It's over. This is at least a 1,000-year ghost panther. Zhu Zhiqing's figure faltered, and despair filled her eyes. Although she excelled in speed, she had exhausted herself after a long period of escape. It was impossible to shake off this soul beast. She was truly desperate. She had finally seen an opportunity to change her fate with Ning Rongrong. But now she was in dire straits. Since you gave me hope, why must you disappoint me? Zhu Zhiqing's mentality collapsed. She didn't know what sins she had committed to be subjected to such mockery and punishment. However, At that moment, a silver light flashed in the field. A figure suddenly appeared in the field. Zhu Zhuqing saw clearly that it was a young man, and that young man also looked at her. Excuse me, are you surrounded? Chapter 84. Departure of Xiaowu without soul power, and with neither martial spirit nor soul rings activated. How did he arrive here? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. However, upon hearing the young man's question, she could not help but roll her eyes dramatically and replied in a frigid tone, "What circumstances are you unable to discern? Although I am unaware of how you came here, I sincerely hope you can leave in the same manner. If you delay, it may be too late." In truth, Lin Xiao was already acutely aware of his predicament, despite Zhu Zhuqing's comments. His inquiry stemmed from sheer surprise, a means to alleviate his own awkwardness. It was akin to unexpectedly flashing into a thicket, only to discover 5 burly men lurking within. He could not help but lament his ill fortune. Nevertheless, "I find your words to be quite reasonable." Prompted by the girl's reminder, Lin Xiao hastily retrieved a bottle of teleportation potion and consumed it. In the blink of an eye, a shimmering silver light enveloped him, and Lin Xiao vanished from his location. He actually left? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that the young man had indeed departed so decisively. Yet, conflicted emotions surged within Zhu Zhuqing. Just then, the leader of the ghost leopard, witnessing the mysterious man's departure, let out a howl and charged towards Zhu Zhuqing along with a swarm of shadowy figures at an alarming speed. The hunting hour had commenced. It's over. I'm doomed. Despair washed over Zhu Zhuqing once more. But at that moment, her gaze sharpened. She noticed an array of green fruits scattered across the ground nearby. Certain that they had not been there before. Could these be remnants left by the young man before he departed? Yet what use could they possibly serve? In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing's mind raced. However, the very next moment, she witnessed the fruit's unexpected power. Boom, 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 as the fruits detonated before her astonished eyes. An indescribable force sent the approaching ghost leopards flying. Even the leader was not spared. Life. An astonishing light flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she seized the opportunity and transformed into a shadow, swiftly escaping. Meanwhile, several miles away, Lin Xiao materialized amidst a flash of silver light. He surveyed his surroundings, which were eerily silent, devoid of any looming threats. With a sigh of relief, he assessed that he was now quite safe. Reflecting on the earlier events, he realized how close he had come to disaster. The heroic rescue scenario was best left aside. With my strength, confronting such soul beasts would yield no victory. I could only consider exhausting them. Lin Xiao was aware of his own limitations. Yet, he was not devoid of empathy, acknowledging that a girl with such a fiery figure could not possibly be malicious. He left behind a few fruits from the sky tree as a token of goodwill, leaving her fate to chance. BBDong had provided Lin Xiao with a meticulously detailed map, outlining even the distribution of most soul beasts within the Stardow forest. After a brief exploration, he confirmed his location, relieved that he had not veered too far off course. Not far ahead lay his destination, where a group of rather docile soul beasts known as hooded grass awaited him. Lin Xiao discerned the direction and strode forward. Before long, he encountered a vast expanse of dense vegetation resembling wild grass in its profusion. Undoubtedly, this was the target of his expedition. The hooded grass, bizarre in appearance and unappetizing in flavor, was so unpalatable that even herbivorous soul beasts shunned its leaves. Unsurprisingly, no human soul masters sought to hunt these creatures for soul rings. Yet, such limitations meant nothing to Lin Xiao. Safety was paramount. There was no shame in this. After all, to him, soul rings merely served to break through levels. As long as their age was sufficient, he had no qualms. He sought the hooded grass for a moment and eventually stood before a robust specimen resembling a small tree. Based on its height, its age could be estimated at around 700 to 800 years. With a swift motion, he summoned his light sword and executed a simple attack, severing the plant with ease. A yellow soul ring slowly emerged. Without delay, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground to absorb the soul ring. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes again, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance passing through them. 2 rings, one purple and one yellow, materialized. To his astonishment, the second ring also possessed 4 skills. His heart stirred as he recognized the abilities unlocked by acquiring the second soul ring. Automatic block, passive heightened awareness of danger, activating instinctive blocking. Successful blocks allow the martial spirit to absorb all damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. No self-sword chi, passive achieving a state of selflessness and swordsmanship, increasing all attacks by 10%. Breaking limits, passive surpassing the boundaries of the martial spirit, wielding greater power, enhancing all attacks by 30%. flowing heart, and a flowing heart state. One can execute the skills of ascend, pierce, and leap, each exhibiting different effects depending on the weapon used. For skills, 3 of which are passive splendidly executed. As the saying goes, the strongest active skill is often a passive one. Yet, he pondered how many levels of soul masters he could challenge with this newfound power. Perhaps he should venture into the soul arena to test his mettle. For now, however, he would return to enhance his soul ring, resolutely deciding to stop after reaching level 10. With that thought, he consumed another bottle of teleportation potion, vanishing into the depths of the Douluo forest. However, just after his departure, a figure emerged from a nearby thicket. It was a girl clad in pink. How peculiar, she mused. A sword-type martial spirit with a first ring of a millennium, yet he chooses to hunt hooded grass for his second soul ring. What a curious choice. Is he resigned to his fate, having lost hope for future breakthroughs? Yet, what was that ability he demonstrated? It seemed even more potent than the innate teleportation of the soft-bone rabbit. Xiao was perplexed. To her, the young man had been nothing short of an enigma. But the next moment, she could no longer afford to dwell on such thoughts. As calls echoed in her ears. Xiao, where are you? Xiao, have I done something to upset you? Please tell me, and I will change. Xiao. Turning back, she recognized the voices of Tang San and the rest of the Shrek crew. San, I'm sorry, but I must leave. This is the second time. That titled Douluo from the human race must have noticed my presence. If I remain by your side, unpredictable dangers await. Struggle flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, but it quickly solidified into resolve. San, this is how it must be. I will return to find you once I mature. With those words, Xiao Wu hastened into the depths of the Douluo forest. Chapter 85. The Probability of Enhancement, a Promising Prospect in the Spirit Master City. Within the quaint little shop, Lin Xiao surveyed his familiar surroundings, allowing himself to relax entirely. After all, in this place, he was invincible, even if Qian Douluo, Poseidon, and Tangchen joined forces, they would be no match for him. Yet, Lin Xiao remained acutely aware of his purpose, to enhance. In his possession lay 5 enhancement devices and a 7 equipment enhancement scroll, his resources for fortification. He resolved to enhance his second spirit ring first. With determination, he took the 7 scroll and applied it to the second spirit ring. Instantly, a visible transformation occurred. The ring shifted from yellow to purple. This was to be expected, given that Lin Xiao's second spirit ring was approximately 730 years old. An 80% increase in age was sufficient to elevate it beyond the threshold of 1,000 years. Consequently, both his first and second spirit rings were now classified as millennium rings. Such a feat was astonishing in the current Douluo Continent and would undoubtedly leave countless spirit masters astounded if revealed. However, Lin Xiao's demeanor remained calm, even somewhat grave. The next step was to enhance further, aiming to elevate all spirit rings to 10, starting with the first. Presently, his first spirit ring was at 8 and the second at 7, complemented by 5 enhancement devices. Was this a fortuitous opportunity to raise both the first and second spirit rings to 10? Lin Xiao pondered, feeling it quite plausible. Yet, the outcome was less than ideal. The first enhancement device yielded disappointing results, a failure. His dream shattered. He mused that at best, the first spirit ring would reach 10, while the second would remain at 9. When all enhancement devices were exhausted, the final results were indeed fortunate amidst the misfortune. The first spirit ring barely reached 10, while the second languished at 7. As night fell, Lin Xiao wished himself and the world a good night. The following morning, with a creak, the tightly shut shop door swung open. The morning light flooded in, casting Lin Xiao's shadow long across the floor, and before him appeared Ning Fengxi, adorned with a warm smile. "Boss, I hope I am not intruding," he greeted, introducing the figure beside him. "This is Gu Rong, the Bon Douluo from our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Lin Xiao noted the skeletal figure of the Bon Douluo, whose rigid face was struggling to form a smile, an expression that was more painful than pleasant. Lin Xiao thought to himself, such a struggle to smile. Truly befitting the renowned Bon Douluo. "Pleasure to meet you." "Welcome," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, ushering Ning Fengxi and the Bon Douluo into the shop. Without hesitation, Ning Fengxi produced 1,000,000 gold soul coins, placing them on the counter. "Boss, this is the money for Uncle Long's jars." Lin Xiao was not surprised by Ning Fengxi's straightforwardness. Their relationship had always been a matter of mutual benefit, devoid of personal emotions. Casually stowing away the 1,000,000 gold soul coins, Lin Xiao turned to the Bon Douluo. "I presume Sect Master Ning has briefed you on the shop's rules. Please, begin selecting from the jars that catch your eye." In response, The Bone Douluo looked at Ning Fingji and asked, Sect Master, what do you think? Haha, fate is unchanging. Uncle Long, do not overthink it. Just choose whichever you fancy. Ning Fingji laughed. Very well, the Bone Douluo nodded and chose from the top row of jars. Agreed. Lin Xiao affirmed, placing the selected jar on the counter, before the neatly arranged jars. Even a dignified titled Douluo and elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School felt a surge of excitement. After all, within those jars lay treasures capable of altering the fate of even the most powerful Douluo. The anticipation was palpable as he pondered the potential rewards. The Bone Douluo silently prayed for fortune. With a decisive crack, the first jar shattered, a flash of white light flickering momentarily. It was an unexpected yet profound realization for the Bone Douluo, who had never opened a jar before. Ning Fengji had shared much with him about the common outcome. Most white items held little worth. Yet not all. As evidenced by the experience capsules used by the Sword Douluo to enhance his power. Could I truly be that fortunate? He mused as Lin Xiao, having discerned the contents of the jar, remarked, upon consumption, it will increase your current soul power limit by 10%. Wait, an experience capsule? The same one used by the Sword Douluo to enhance his strength? The Bone Douluo's face lit with surprise, realizing his unexpected stroke of luck. Lin Xiao responded with a knowing smile, while Ning Fingji, shaking his head with a wry grin, explained, Indeed, as you said, Uncle Long. The Sword Douluo achieved his 97th level primarily through his comprehension of swordsmanship. While I too possess understanding, though not to the level of breaking through to 97. Reaching the limits of 96 should pose no challenge. However, my years devoted to comprehending martial spirits have left little time for enhancing my soul power, which has prevented me from reaching my peak. The appearance of this experience capsule could precisely rectify that deficiency. Without hesitation, the Bone Douluo consumed the experience capsule. Moments later, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted from him. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. This single experience capsule has propelled me to the limits of 96. It has saved me considerable effort in gathering soul power. The Bone Douluo relished the sensation of the surging energy within him, confident in its solidity that would not hinder his future achievements. With sufficient understanding, breaking through to 97 would be merely a matter of time. With newfound experience in opening jars, the Bone Douluo's mindset shifted significantly. He proceeded to break open 4 more jars before pausing to assess his findings. Among the results were 3 white items and 1 blue, 2 bottles of magical fruit juice and a fruit from the sky tree. As for the other high-grade item, Lin Xiao pointed out, this is the high-grade item. It was a shimmering silver pelt, crackling with electricity. Item, Kano's pelt grade. High, type. Tradable description, obtained from a dungeon world, the Thunder Ruins Lord. Effect, material for crafting items and equipment. What is this? The Bone Douluo inquired, unafraid of the crackling arcs of electricity as he held the pelt. His curiosity piqued. Lin Xiao explained, this is derived from the hide of a spirit beast, useful for crafting unique items. Oh, the residual lightning power remains even after the spirit beast's demise. I wonder how formidable this creature was in life, the Bone Douluo remarked in astonishment. I am even more intrigued to know what extraordinary items can be crafted using such a remarkable material, Ning Fingji added, equally fascinated. Chapter 86. The artificial 10,000-year soul ring indeed. This question piqued my curiosity as well. Lin Xiao mused internally while wearing a mysterious smile, as if to say, guess what? This left Ning Fengji feeling quite intrigued. Beside them, Bone Douluo took a deep breath and opened the jar. The first 2 items were unremarkable, a magical fruit juice and the fruit of the sky tree. However, when it came to the third item, an unexpected change occurred. A pink radiance instantly captivated everyone's attention. It seems my luck is quite favorable, Bone Douluo chuckled. Regardless of the outcome, this round is undoubtedly a win. An artifact-level item must be worth at least 1,000,000 gold soul coins, right? Ha ha ha, Uncle Long, it appears your fortune surpasses that of both me and Uncle Jian. At this point, Ning Fingji burst into laughter. After 30 jars, they had finally unveiled an artifact-level item. The specific item was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the atmosphere. 3,000,000 gold soul coins. What a splendid experience. Item, 7 equipment enhancement scroll, level, artifact, type, non-tradable description, enhances equipment level, transforming into a method to enhance soul rings. Effect, upon use, it will enhance the specified soul ring to 7 with a 100 success rate. Note, if the soul ring has a previous enhancement level, the effect will override rather than stack. It seemed that the luck of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was astonishingly good. Upon recognizing the item within the jar, Lin Xiao silently mused. Boss Lin, do you know what this paper signifies? Douluo asked, having picked up the pink glowing scroll. The tremor in his hands indicated his own agitation. The effect of the enhancer has already been conveyed to you by Sect Master Ning, hasn't it? This is a 7 enhancement scroll, which allows you to directly enhance your designated soul ring to 7 with absolute certainty. The enhancement at 7 provides at least an 80 increase. This means that if you possess a 10,000-year soul ring, it would transform into approximately 18,000 years. After Lin Xiao's explanation, he noticed Douluo's expression shift dramatically. His previously pale face flushed a deep crimson. Hiss! Ning Fengji gasped, his emotions in turmoil. Boss, you mean any soul ring? Even the 9th soul ring? Douluo asked incredulously. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded gently. Yet, those simple words left Douluo utterly astounded. My 9th soul ring is around 80,000 years. If it gains an 80 increase, wouldn't that mean it would reach 12 to 13,000 years? I will possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's confirmation, Douluo would have thought himself dreaming. A 10,000-year soul ring, an aspiration for countless soul masters. Normally, acquiring such a ring is akin to scaling a mountain, especially for someone like him, who had already obtained a soul ring. Now, was this dream set to become a reality? Shock, excitement, disbelief, a whirlwind of complex emotions flashed through Douluo's mind. Uncle Long. Do not hesitate. I too wish to witness the birth of a 10,000-year soul ring. Ning Fengji interjected. Admittedly, as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower School, he had never before laid eyes on a 10,000-year soul ring and was eager to experience it firsthand. Very well. Douluo's voice rang out as he summoned his martial soul. Instantly, he appeared clad in white bone armor. Following this, 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath him. With trembling hands, he tore open the 7 enhancement scroll. At that moment, a transformation began. Douluo's 9th soul ring, once pitch black, gradually deepened in hue, taking on a hint of red, which rapidly consumed the black until it was entirely crimson. A magnificent aura erupted forth. Indeed, the disparity in power between a soul master with a 10,000-year soul ring and one without was stark. Just the aura emanating from Douluo had noticeably intensified. Lin Xiao waved his hand, dissipating the overwhelming presence. 10,000 years. It has truly become 10,000 years. Witnessing this transformation, even the ever-composed Ning Fengji found it hard to maintain his usual demeanor. Lin Xiao understood. No soul master could resist the awe inspired by a 10,000-year soul ring, especially one witnessed firsthand. I never expected that in this lifetime, Rong, would have the chance to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Douluo retracted his soul ring, unable to contain his excitement. Congratulations, Uncle Long, Ning Fengji said with genuine joy. His heartfelt congratulations stemmed from both personal sentiment and the interests of his sect. As Douluo's enhancement was indeed a cause for celebration. Haha, Sect Master. I am eager to see if Douluo at level 97 can withstand the might of my newly acquired 10,000-year soul skill. Douluo laughed heartily, feeling elated. At this moment, he could only describe his feelings as exhilarating. He and Douluo were not only friends but also respected rivals. Douluo's recent breakthrough had placed considerable pressure on him. Yet he believed that upon their next meeting, Douluo would eagerly seek a match. Would he fight or refrain? He was conflicted. To engage would mean he was not an equal. To abstain would feel like surrender. It was a dilemma fraught with embarrassment. However, the current situation was different. The enhancement of his soul ring had erased the pressure brought on by Douluo's advancement to level 97. Let us see who dares challenge him. Oh, it seems that Uncle Long's soul ring evolution has also granted him a soul skill. And a remarkably powerful one at that. I wonder what your 10,000-year soul skill entails. Ning Fengji expressed both confusion and curiosity. Indeed, a 10,000-year soul ring could bestow 2 soul skills upon a soul master. However, he did not anticipate that Douluo would gain such a soul skill upon upgrading to a 10,000-year soul ring, which was truly delightful. Defense. Absolute defense for 3 seconds. Impenetrable by any force, Douluo chuckled. Ah, I see. Ning Fengji's eyes lit up with understanding, and he contemplated the implications. The so-called 3 seconds of invincibility might seem passive for other defensive-type soul masters, but for Douluo, it was not merely a defensive stance. Let us not forget that Douluo was also highly skilled in offense. This meant that those 3 seconds would be his most ferocious moment of attack. In 3 seconds, a true man of might, even Douluo might find himself retreating. Ning Fingji thought to himself, soon smiling as he added, considering the time. Rongrong and Jian Douluo should be arriving shortly. Your wish will soon be fulfilled. Ahem, to clarify, Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong had indeed returned. But after Ning Rongrong opened several upgrade scrolls in the shop, her soul power reached level 30. And she set off with Jian Douluo to hunt for souls in the Stardow Forest. Lin Xiao chose to remain succinct, refraining from elaborating further. What? Rongrong has reached level 30? Bone Douluo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Haha, Fingji, I told you Rongrong is undoubtedly exceptional. A 12-year-old soul master is a rare genius in the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing this, Ning Fingji nodded in agreement. I have high hopes for Rongrong. Banking on her to break the limits of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower and achieve the 8 Treasures Glazed Tile. Listening to their exchange, Lin Xiao simply smiled and remained silent, inwardly anticipating the surprise that awaited them upon Ning Rongrong's return. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 87. The Tremor of Ning Fingji, however, in the subsequent 3 jars. Bone Douluo was unable to unveil any remarkable treasures. 2 bottles contained magical fruit juice, while the double jar held the fruits of the sky tree. Lin Xiao indicated the 4 items produced by the 3 jars. Sigh. Although Bone Douluo had anticipated such an outcome, he couldn't help but exhale a sigh. Sect Master. We did not uncover the design blueprints you desired. During their journey, Ning Fingji had demonstrated the power of the hand cannon and emphasized the significance of the blueprints. Bone Douluo still harbored some hope for the blueprints. Uncle Long, this is quite normal. Such precious items are not easily obtained. Besides, you have already acquired a treasure that allows soul rings to evolve, securing a 100,000-year soul ring. We have profited immensely from this endeavor. In contrast, Ning Fingji wore a look of contentment. He was quite satisfied with the current outcome. Noticing Bone Douluo's expression gradually shifting towards relief, he added, Uncle Long, bid farewell to Boss Lin. Now that the jars have been opened, let us not impede Boss Lin's business. We welcome your next visit. Hearing Ning Fingji's intention to leave, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and replied, we shall return next week. With that, Ning Fingji and Bone Douluo turned to depart. After they left, Lin Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brow as no one else entered the shop. Surely, it wouldn't remain silent today, considering the time. Liena and the others ought to be back soon. Meanwhile, as Ning Fingji and Bone Douluo returned to their lodging courtyard, 2 figures had been waiting in the hall for quite some time. Uncle Jian, Rongrong. Ning Fingji paused, instantly recognizing their identities, and called out softly, Sect Master, you have returned. Jian Douluo looked over, a smile gracing his face. However, when his gaze landed on Bone Douluo, he let out a huff. Beside him, Ning Rongrong beamed brightly, her voice sweet as she exclaimed, Daddy, Grandpa Bone, I missed you both so much. Ning Fingji couldn't help but smile at her words. Before he could speak, Bone Douluo chuckled, Haha, it hasn't been long, but our little princess has grown quite a bit. He gestured with his hands, as if to illustrate her newfound height. As for Jian Douluo's unfriendly demeanor, he chose to ignore it completely. Grandpa Bone, I've not only grown taller, but my strength has improved as well. Ning Rongrong proudly brandished her delicate little fists. Well, our little princess is the strongest. Bone Douluo's smile had not faltered since he saw Ning Rongrong. It seemed this was the true countenance of the smiling bone dragon. Rongrong, regarding your breakthrough to the 30th level, both your Grandpa Bone and I learned about it from Boss Lin. However, Ning Fingji paused, adopting a stern expression as he admonished, it is indeed rare to see a 12-year-old soul master, but throughout the history of Douluo Continent, it is not unprecedented. You must never become complacent. Furthermore, you must devote yourself to diligent cultivation and never squander your talent. Achieving the status of soul master at your age significantly increases the likelihood of your martial soul evolving into the 8 Treasure Glazed Tower. It was evident that Ning Fingji placed all his hopes and future upon Ning Rongrong. Daddy, I understand. Ning Rongrong chirped in response, her smile unwavering. Ah, it seems my words have not penetrated your mind. With such a mindset, how can one achieve great success? Seeing Ning Rongrong's playful demeanor, Ning Fingji couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. His daughter truly gave him a headache. At that moment, Jian Douluo interjected, Sect Master, you have misunderstood Rongrong this time. Uncle Jian, please do not defend her, Ning Fingji replied, feeling even more helpless. Each time he wished to sternly discipline Ning Rongrong, Jian Douluo and Bone Douluo would immediately leap to her defense. It could be said that they had indulged her to an outrageous extent. No one among the trio, except for Ning Rongrong, was innocent. Douluo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and chuckled. Sect Master, I truly am not protecting Rongrong this time. He turned to Ning Rongrong. You little girl, how long do you plan to keep me misunderstood? Show your father your strength. Show my strength? Though still somewhat skeptical, Ning Fengji and Douluo turned to look. They saw Ning Rongrong's soul power surging, and a small tower radiating with colorful light hovered above her palm. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, appeared beneath her feet. Isn't that just a soul master? What's so impressive about that? Ning Fengji pondered in confusion. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. The soul rings were normal, but what shocked him was Ning Rongrong's martial soul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Douluo began counting. But soon his hands trembled. Sect Master, if I am not mistaken, Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glazed Tower has 9 layers? His voice was filled with uncertainty, perhaps even disbelief. Yet, he did not receive an immediate response, for Ning Fengji wore a similarly dazed expression. After a prolonged moment, Ning Fengji solemnly nodded. Indeed, 9 layers. 9 colors. Rongrong's martial soul has transcended the realm of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower and can now be referred to as the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Gradually, his voice unconsciously rose in excitement, as this was a feat that had never been achieved since the inception of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. By the end, his tone had even cracked with emotion, illustrating the extent of his astonishment and exhilaration. See, I told you I was wronged, Douluo declared, feeling completely innocent. I truly misjudged you all. Ning Fengji turned to Ning Rongrong, asking, Rongrong, could you explain to Daddy how this came to be? Daddy. This story begins with me opening an awakening scroll from the jar. Ning Rongrong recounted her experience with utmost seriousness. After a considerable time, Douluo and Ning Fengji exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Initially, they had believed that obtaining a 7 enhancement scroll was an extraordinary stroke of luck, but little did they expect Ning Rongrong to be such an exceptional existence. Incredible. Truly incredible. I am so curious about the origins of this mysterious boss Lin. He possesses treasures that can evolve martial souls and is willing to place them within jars. Ning Fengji marveled. Legendary items. Douluo laughed heartily. It seems our little princess is the lucky koi of our 7 Treasure Glazed Sect. After listening to Rongrong's tale, he couldn't help but feel happier than when he had acquired a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon reflection, Ning Fengji added, what a pity that most items from the jars cannot be used by others. Otherwise, I would gladly invite more disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Sect to open jars. I would spare no expense, even sacrificing a significant portion of the sect's assets. Chapter 88. Tanghao's efforts are in vain. Haha, Sect Master. You have always said that having too much money is of little use. Now, do you realize its importance? Douluo chuckled upon witnessing the scene. Ning Fengji smiled wryly. Who could have anticipated an opportunity to strengthen oneself merely by spending? Daddy, isn't this a blessing for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? With our financial resources, our rise will be unstoppable, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face glowing with excitement. Upon hearing her words, smiles spread across the faces of the others. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was right. The future prospects for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School appeared exceedingly bright. By the way, Daddy, I have a gift for you, Ning Rongrong said, producing a small rectangular box. Inside lay the design blueprint for the hand cannon, a manifestation of the legacy. Rongrong, I do not require any gifts. The best present for me is your dedication to your talent and leading our school to glory, Ning Fengji reiterated, emphasizing the importance of her commitment. Come now, Fengji. Since Rongrong has presented her gift, you should at least take a look. It is, after all, her heartfelt gesture, Douluo interjected, sensing Ning Fengji's hesitance to accept the box. He was curious to see Ning Fengji's reaction upon viewing the design. Very well, I shall see what it is. Ning Fengji replied with a light chuckle. However, upon opening the box and extracting its contents, his demeanor shifted dramatically. It was as if he had been struck dumb. The box containing the blueprint clattered to the ground, yet he appeared oblivious to its fall. Sect Master, what has happened to you? Douluo inquired, his voice filled with surprise and confusion. It is a blueprint, Ning Fengji exclaimed. What blueprint? Douluo was momentarily taken aback, soon revealing a look of astonishment. Could it be the hand cannon blueprint you have longed for? Indeed it is, Ning Fengji acknowledged. Our little princess is indeed a harbinger of fortune. This blueprint resolves a significant concern of mine. It will greatly benefit our sect. He struggled to contain his exhilaration and turned to Ning Rongrong, saying, Haha, Rongrong. I must admit my earlier words were rather one-sided. This blueprint is one of the finest gifts you could have given me before leading the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to greatness. Ning Fengji was no ordinary man. Able to bend and adapt, he laughed heartily to mask his embarrassment. As long as you are pleased, Ning Rongrong replied, her face radiant with joy. Uncle Long, I will need your assistance in preparing this matter for the sect. I cannot trust anyone else, Ning Fengji decisively stated, eager to commence the production of the hand cannon. However, before Douluo could respond, Douluo interjected, Sect Master, we should proceed with caution. There is something else I must discuss that requires your and Uncle Bone's assistance. Humph, seeking help? You must beg me. Douluo retorted, not granting Douluo a favorable glance. Yet Douluo remained focused, his expression earnest as he awaited Ning Fengji's response. Uncle Jian, what has transpired? Ning Fengji inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. After all, with Douluo's strength, assistance should not be necessary. I have discovered a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, Douluo announced. What? A transformed 10,000-year soul beast? The revelation stunned everyone present. Such creatures were exceedingly rare, let alone one that had taken on human form. It was simply extraordinary. At what point did you make this discovery? Douluo asked eagerly. The first encounter was at Shrek Academy, and the second was in the Stardew Forest. Her presence even attracted another 10,000-year soul beast, the Titan Giant Ape. Remarkably, Douluo refrained from engaging in banter with Douluo. However, upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong quickly reacted, exclaiming, Grandpa Jian, are you suggesting that someone at Shrek is a soul beast? Indeed. The transformed soul beast is a girl named Xiao, Douluo confirmed, nodding gravely. Xiao, a 10,000-year transformation? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, instinctively recalling the girl in the pink dress with long braids. However, apart from us, other titled Douluos have also discovered her presence and are lurking nearby. There is someone whose aura feels familiar, but I cannot recall who it is, Douluo admitted, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Nevertheless, the question soon faded as he proposed, Sect Master. That girl is likely with the Shrek Academy members in the Stardew Forest right now. If we act swiftly, we may be able to capture her. Are we to capture Xiao? Is that not too cruel? Ning Rongrong's complexion paled. Douluo glanced at her, stating calmly, Rongrong, remember that humans and soul beasts are fundamentally adversaries. Reconciliation is implausible. Ning Rongrong fell silent, her eyes filled with conflict. After a moment, Douluo asked solemnly, Sect Master, what is your stance on this? Suddenly, Ning Fengji smiled, Uncle Jian, I believe we need not rush into action. Why? Are we to let her go? Douluo questioned. Puzzled. I have investigated Shrek Academy. Oscar and Ma Hongjun grew up there and lack any significant background. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing are from the Star Luo Empire. And likewise, they have no one to protect them. The only ones remaining are Tang San and Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu is indeed a soul beast, then that title Douluo is likely Tang San's protector. Tang San should be safe as long as Xiao Wu can bear the 10,000-year soul ring. Ning Fengji explained in a measured tone, but Tang San's martial spirit is blue silvergrass. Is there even a title Douluo with such a martial spirit on the Douluo Continent? Ning Rongrong questioned, puzzled. Douluo and Douluo shared her bewilderment. This leads to an intriguing matter, Ning Fengji continued. I have also looked into Tang San's background. He hails from a small place called Holy Spirit Village. But he and his father are outsiders there. By the way, Tang San's father is named Tanghao. Tanghao. Both Douluo and Douluo gasped in astonishment. Sect Master, are you suggesting that Tang San's father is the Haoyan Douluo, Tanghao? I was uncertain before, but now I am convinced. The sheer number of coincidences suggests a deeper truth, Ning Fengji asserted. Indeed, I have crossed paths with Tanghao several times. Reflecting on it now, that aura certainly could belong to him. Douluo nodded slowly, though concern flickered in his eyes. Sect Master, after all, it is a 10,000-year soul beast. Could there be unforeseen complications? Uncle Jian, even if complications arise, it may be too late now. During our 2 encounters, did you not reveal any vulnerabilities? Ning Fengji posited. Revealing is speculation that the 10,000-year soul beast may have already retreated deep into the Stardew Forest. Nonetheless, I believe the soul beast will reappear. We must closely monitor the situation and wait for the opportune moment to strike with decisive force. At that point, regardless of Tanghao's status, He shall merely serve as a garment for our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Feel free to cast your votes even without the monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 89. The time joining of Tang Sect's ultimate skills. The Sect Master spoke wisely. After listening to Ning Fengji's words, everyone felt they made sense. It seems that capturing the 10,000-year soul beasts is indeed not urgent. At that moment, Bon Douluo suddenly turned his attention to Sword Douluo, his expression turning serious. Furrowing his brows, "Coward, I have tolerated you for long enough. Can you refrain from scrutinizing me with those eyes? Don't make me feel as though you harbor some ulterior motives. Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sword Douluo awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had been found out. "I merely wanted to ask if you have time." Bon Douluo's frown deepened. "For what purpose?" "I wish to invite you." "For a drink?" "Not that." Sword Douluo shook his head, nervously rubbing his hands together. "I want to challenge you to a duel outside of Spirit City." "So it is." Upon hearing Sword Douluo's words, Bon Douluo understood. It was not surprising, with Sword Douluo's sudden surge in strength. It would be odd if he didn't seek to avenge past grievances against Bon Douluo. However, Bon Douluo shook his head. "Your 97th rank against my 96th rank? Am I foolish enough to engage in a contest with you? Or do you think I enjoy being humiliated?" Sword Douluo, upon hearing Bon Douluo's words, displayed an expression of disbelief. "No way, no way. The renowned Bon Douluo has become timid? Get lost. Don't think I'm unaware of your provocations. I have important matters to attend to as instructed by the Sect Master, and I cannot waste time on you." As Bon Douluo spoke, he began to walk away. In contrast, Sword Douluo grew anxious. "Wait, don't say I am not accommodating. In our duel, I shall only use 90% of my strength. How about that? Not much of a challenge. Then, regardless of the outcome, I shall present you with a bottle of exquisite wine from 82 years ago as a gift. Consider it my invitation for you to engage." Sword Douluo stated solemnly. This time, a smile returned to Bon Douluo's face. "Really? Indeed, if I deceive you, I shall call you father. The Sect Master can vouch for this. All right, let the Sect Master bear witness." Ning Fengji could only shake his head helplessly at the antics between the two. Who would have imagined that the illustrious title Douluo would behave in such a manner behind the scenes? There was no remedy for it. They had been bickering for decades. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong displayed a look of excitement, clearly one who delights in the spectacle of conflict. At this moment, Lin Xiao in the small shop withdrew his gaze only after the 7th customer of the day had completely vanished from sight. Indeed, it was the 7th. Lin Xiao murmured to himself, "I miscalculated. I did not expect that after Bon Douluo opened his jar, 6 more people would follow suit. Although none came to open 10 jars as a major patron, collectively they have opened 16 jars. In truth, this was largely due to the lifting of transaction restrictions. Most of these individuals had brought aged items, coming with a mindset of giving it a try. The results were indeed filled with surprises. Lin Xiao recalled one soul master who brought a painting valued at an astonishing 300,000 gold soul coins. System notification: congratulations to the host for successfully selling 150 lucky magic jars. Reward: 1 random world trading card, limited time. Another new reward? Lin Xiao was taken aback. He silently calculated. With today's sale of 26 jars, the total was exactly 150. A random world trading card. Does this mean trading in a randomly selected world? If so, it could be quite lucrative. With such anticipation, Lin Xiao searched for the item in the system space. Random world trading card, limited time upon use. Randomly open a new trading world, allowing items from the lucky magic jar to be included in that world for a duration of 24 hours. What? It can only be opened for 24 hours? System, you really are stingy. Yet, Lin Xiao's complaints received no response. Never mind. A day is still a day. Perhaps there will be unexpected delights. He silently resolved. Use. In the next moment, a familiar scene replayed in Lin Xiao's mind, reminiscent of when he had previously chosen to open a designated trading world. The only difference was that every world bore the label of limited time. The final image froze on. Congratulations, the limited time opening of the martial arts world. From this moment on, within the lucky magic jars, aside from items from the dungeon world, there is a certain probability of acquiring items from the martial arts world. Effect lasting for 1 day. Remaining time, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The martial arts world? ISNT that a bit broad. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Soon, information about the martial arts world flooded his mind. The martial arts world, a comprehensive world of martial arts. Fengyun, Tianlong, Shaoa, Xinjiao, Tianya. Fade Out, and many other familiar realms were all included. This means that with enough luck, he could obtain powerful martial skills such as the 3 rebirths of Yuan Qi, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, and the Sunflower Manual. As he sorted through the categories, Lin Xiao spotted a familiar sect near the end of the list. Tang Sect. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons, ghostly shadows, in the Xiantian treasure record, unexpectedly, even the ultimate skills of Tang's sect were present. If someone were to uncover these, it would be fascinating to see them brought to light. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile at the thought. After all, he was merely a seller of jars, one who relishes the drama of events unfolding. On the other side, Douluo, accompanied by Ning Fengji and Douluo, with Ning Rongrong, arrived at a desolate area several dozen miles outside Spirit City. They settled Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong to the side. Douluo's expression turned serious as he summoned the 7 killing sword into his hand. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared beneath his feet. Faced with a long-time rival, he dared not be the slightest bit careless. Old Bone, can you see how much I respect you? Douluo pointed the 7 killing sword toward Douluo with a smile. Uft, facing someone weaker than yourself and still posturing. What is that if not cowardice? Douluo retorted without reservation. However, disdainful words did not equate to underestimating him. In an instant, he completed the embodiment of his martial spirit and displayed his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, red. Did I see that wrong? Upon realizing the configuration of Douluo's soul rings, Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. He extended his left hand, trembling. Old Bone, what is going on with your soul rings? How did they turn red? Hiki. Douluo, witnessing Douluo's astonished expression, smiled in satisfaction. As you can see, my 9th soul ring is now a 10,000-year soul ring. Surprised? A 10,000-year soul ring? Douluo's face was one of incredulity. How is that possible? Your soul rings were clearly around 85,000 years. Haha, coward. Have you forgotten what I was doing with the sect master this morning? Douluo laughed heartily. He couldn't recall how many years it had been since he had seen Douluo in such a flustered state. What a delight. Chapter 90. If I fight you again, I will be a fool. What have you been up to? I was opening a jar. In an instant, Douluo came to a realization. You obtained a treasure from the jar that allowed the spirit ring to grow to 100,000 years? Grasping the crux of the matter, Douluo felt a sense of being duped. That old rascal Gurong has been playing the fool all along. Mate. Haha. Congratulations on your correct guess. Allow me to reward you with a beating from society. Douluo chuckled as he stepped forward heavily, his 9th spirit ring glowing. The burst of red light from the spirit ring was somewhat blinding. As the radiance dissipated, his figure vanished, replaced by a colossal white bone dragon that appeared on the battlefield. Roar. The bone dragon let out a furious roar, its powerful soul force sweeping out in all directions. Douluo felt his eyelids twitching. Is this the amplification of a 100,000-year spirit ring? It is far superior to an 80,000-year spirit ring. Even with 9/10 of my strength, it is very likely that I cannot break through his defenses in an instant. Douluo's heart raced, but he had no more time to ponder. The bone dragon, transformed by Douluo, was already before him. Douluo raised his sword to confront it. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the powerful soul force erupted, and the two engaged in battle. In the distance, Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes in an effort to see the figures of Douluo and Douluo, but she still could not make them out. Helpless, she turned to Ning Fengji and curiously asked, Daddy, what treasure did Grandpa Bone open from the jar? Is it an enhancer that can increase the lifespan of a spirit ring? But how many enhancers does Grandpa Bone need to open to elevate the spirit ring to 100,000 years? Ning Fengji shook his head and replied, Rongrong. You've guessed incorrectly. Boss Lin's methods are beyond our imagination. Besides enhancers, the Lucky Magic Jar also contains other treasures that can extend the lifespan of spirit rings. Not enhancers? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was not disappointed. Rather, her eyes sparkled even brighter. Ning Fengji did not keep her in suspense, explaining that it was a 7 enhancement scroll, a miraculous item that could guarantee 100% enhancement to 7 for spirit rings. After using it, Grandpa Bone's spirit ring lifespan increased by more than 80%. I witnessed the transformation of his spirit ring with my own eyes. Every time he thought of this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but marvel. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, he would find it hard to believe that such unreasonable occurrences could transpire in the spirit master realm. Even more unimaginable was the existence of someone like Lin Xiao on the Douluo Continent. An enhancement scroll? Ning Rongrong committed the name of this item to memory, secretly wishing that she too could obtain such a treasure. Boom. In the arena, after a clash, the figures of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo reappeared. After a brief exchange, the two appeared evenly matched. Old Bone, be careful. I will be using my 9th spirit skill, Sword Douluo declared. Bring it on. Who is afraid? Bone Douluo replied nonchalantly. Humph, don't say I didn't warn you. I have gained new insights with this strike, and backed by my 97th level of soul power. Its might is formidable. You may not be able to withstand it. Sword Douluo scoffed. Come on, whatever stance you take, I can endure it. Bone Douluo laughed heartily, enjoying the moment. Seeing Bone Douluo so audacious, Sword Douluo fell silent. The terrifying soul power was accumulating. The next strike would surely be earth-shattering. Meanwhile, not far from the scene, in a dense forest, 5 shadowy figures suddenly halted. What is the matter, old chrysanthemum? The ghostly figure of Ghost Douluo asked in a low voice, cloaked in black robes. Old ghost, have you noticed that in that direction? There is an overwhelming wave of soul power. The white-clad chrysanthemum Douluo responded, gazing into the distance. Ghost Douluo took a moment to sense it and furrowed his brow. What you say is indeed unusual. I wonder who could unleash such a powerful wave of soul power. Whoever it is, we will find out soon enough. I am quite curious to see who dares to be so arrogant outside the spirit hall. Do they truly believe our elders from the spirit hall are mere decorations? Chrysanthemum Douluo said, vanishing in a leap. Ghost Douluo turned to his companions, who Liena, Xiao, and Yen, saying, this place is not far from Spirit City. You 3 should return alone. Elder Chrysanthemum and I will investigate what exactly is happening. Understood. Be careful, 2 elders. Seeing their serious expressions, who Liena, Xiao, and Yen did not dare to hesitate, quickly agreeing. Ghost Douluo nodded slowly and then disappeared from sight. On the other side, Ning Fingji had taken Ning Rongrong back 100 meters before finally stopping. There was no choice. The power Sword Douluo was gathering for that strike was simply too formidable. Sword Uncle's strike is far stronger than before. It seems the effect of the proficiency capsule is even better than I imagined, allowing Sword Uncle's strength to rise so significantly. Ning Fingji had witnessed Sword Douluo's 9th spirit skill more than once, but never before had it exuded such might. 9th spirit skill, Divine Demon Dual Slash. Sword Douluo declared as the 7 killing sword descended with unmatched sharpness. This strike possessed the potential to cleave mountains and split the earth. He believed that even Bone Douluo would have to retreat from its brilliance. However, contrary to his expectations, Bone Douluo transformed into a skeletal dragon and charged forward as if oblivious to the sword's sharpness. Has he lost his mind? Sword Douluo was shaken, unable to believe Bone Douluo's determination. Yet, when he saw the 100,000-year spirit ring on Bone Douluo glow once more, Sword Douluo realized he had underestimated the situation. The 100,000-year spirit ring, which evolved postnatally, actually possesses a soul skill? He was stunned. A golden halo appeared around Bone Douluo, who then withstood the full force of Sword Douluo's 9th spirit skill. Boom. The earth-shattering strike fell, yet the white-bone dragon did not even flinch. Then, Bone Douluo swatted Sword Douluo down from the air with a claw, crashing him heavily to the ground. Boom. The earth trembled, and dust billowed. After a moment, Sword Douluo staggered out from the haze, seeing the anxious expressions of Ning Fingji and Ning Rongrong, and the smiling face of Bone Douluo. He couldn't help but display an uncontrollable fury. Old Bone, are you playing tricks on me? Enough with the nonsense. Are we still fighting? Bone Douluo said, rubbing his wrist. No more fighting. If I continue, I will be a fool of a soul beast. Sword Douluo huffed darkly, glancing at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, let us go. Sigh. Sword Uncle's heart not seems unlikely to unravel any time soon. Ning Fingji chuckled helplessly as he followed Bone Douluo. Only after everyone had departed did 2 figures emerge again from the distant forest, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. They exchanged glances, astonished expressions still evident in their eyes. Old Chrysanthemum, is Sword Douluo at 97 level? If I'm not mistaken, does Bone Douluo possess a 100,000-year spirit ring that rivals a 97-level title? Ghost Douluo exclaimed in shock. This defies reason. 2 titled Douluos at 97 level, combined with Ning Fingji's support, their strength is unimaginable. Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression turned grave. We must not delay. This matter must be reported to His Majesty immediately. Chapter 91. What is the child's skill? At noon, with the sun at its zenith, Liena and Xiao had just completed their mission with the Pope and stepped out of the Pope's chamber when they were called to a halt. Boss, Nana, wait for me. They turned to find Yen, his face flushed with urgency. The shop run by Boss Lin is right there. It's not as if you can't find it. Liena remarked with a frown. At that moment, she was clutching the reward of 1,000,000 gold soul coins, itching to rush to Boss Lin's shop and crack open some jars. Haha, that is true. But I was thinking, why not go together? I could open a few jars first to test the waters and see what the odds of obtaining treasures are today. Yin had already approached them with a bold demeanor, eager to prove his worth. Your reasoning does make sense, Liena acknowledged thoughtfully. Then let us go together. After a while, the small shop came into view. However, Liena frowned at the sparse crowd. What is going on? Boss Lin's shop used to be bustling with patrons. It's only been a few days, and the place is so deserted? Xiao and Yin exchanged confused glances and shook their heads. Yet, Liena's voice had not gone unnoticed, and someone nearby chimed in. Oh, it's because of the black elephant. Black elephant? Liena's brows knitted together. Xiao interjected, that black elephant certainly sounds ominous. Did he devour the heart of a magical bear? How dare he cause trouble in front of Boss Lin's shop? Young man, you've misunderstood. It was he that fellow causing a disturbance. Rather, he gambled away all the Sect's supplies just to open jars and ended up with nothing but a few worthless stones. Now, everyone is too scared to try their luck. Ugh, this black elephant is indeed quite wretched, Liena gasped. Realizing this situation was even worse than a disturbance outside the shop, Xiao sighed in resignation. After all, disrupting the shop's peace could be dealt with. But the ill fortune that the black elephant brought was insurmountable. Yan's eyes brightened as he inquired of a nearby individual. Do you happen to know who this black elephant is? Next time we wish to open jars, we must avoid overlapping our dates with his. Upon hearing this, both Liena and Xiao's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yan's suggestion was indeed prudent. The black elephant is Hu Yanzhan, but I doubt he will return. His misfortune should keep him away from jars for a while. However, someone voiced a counterargument. I wouldn't be so sure. Some people, after a streak of losses, would go to great lengths just to win once. Humph, that is a misguided notion. Hu Yanzhan is the leader of a sect. Surely, he would disregard the development of his sect? With the name of Black Elephant Hu Yanzhan etched in their minds, Liena, Xiao, and Yin chose to disregard the surrounding discussions and walked directly into the shop. Welcome. Lin Xiao greeted them with a smile as they approached the counter, thinking to himself that they had spoken of him, and now here they were. Apologies for the intrusion, Boss Lin, Liena said, striving to soften her voice. However, her naturally enchanting tone only deepened the allure, causing hearts to flutter. Yin felt a pang of envy. Thinking how wonderful it would be if Nana spoke to him in such a manner, he would willingly go to his demise for it. Yet, Lin Xiao was not one to be easily swayed by beauty. Does it matter who goes first? He asked, directing his gaze toward Liena and Yin, while Xiao momentarily held no value in his eyes. I'll go first, Yin volunteered without needing any prompting. I recall you opened 4 jars previously, this time. You may choose up to 6, one of which offers a double reward. Lin Xiao nodded. Then I shall open 6. Yin produced 600,000 gold soul coins and selected his desired jars. After receiving the payment, Lin Xiao placed the jars Yin had chosen on the counter. I've begun. Yin turned back to Liena, who responded with an encouraging gaze. With a swift motion, Yin smashed the 6 jars in one go. Unfortunately, not a single rare item emerged. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Mana juice, sky tree fruit, and mutated strawberries. Lin Xiao observed each item until a tattered booklet caught his attention. Item, child skill, level, advanced, type, non-tradable, description, an advanced martial arts technique from the world of martial arts. Effect, after perusal. One may comprehend advanced inner strength cultivation methods. Note, to practice this skill, one must maintain a child-esque form. Regrettably, this is merely the most basic version of the child skill. If only it were the heavenly child skill. Lin Xiao recalled the rankings of martial arts techniques he had previously seen, where the child skill had numerous advanced iterations such as innate skill, pure young limitless skill, and heavenly child skill. Boss Lin, I'm familiar with mana juice and sky tree fruit, but what of this booklet? Yin asked eagerly. Even Liena and Xiao turned their attention toward it, having noticed the blue glow accompanying its appearance, indicating it was indeed a high-level item. This book, titled Child Skill, is a martial arts technique, Lin Xiao explained slowly. Martial arts technique? Child skill? What a peculiar name, Liena mused with a slight frown. Xiao and Yin exchanged bewildered glances. Ahem, Lin Xiao sensed their misinterpretation. You may also view it as a method to guide soul power cultivation. It should be more effective than the soul power guiding techniques you currently practice. and you might even acquire abilities akin to soul skills. A method of cultivating soul power that surpasses that of the martial soul hall, and it could even yield soul skills? Liena and Xiao were taken aback. As members of the younger generation from the martial soul hall, they consumed only the finest resources, and the soul power guiding technique was among the best of the best. Beyond the top 3 sects, none could rival the martial soul hall. Yet, even so, Lin Xiao's claim seemed almost too fantastical. Why not give it a try? Lin Xiao proposed, casting a meaningful smile toward Yan. However, there is one prerequisite. Yan's face reddened as he realized, to practice this skill, one must retain a child's form. Yan's complexion turned crimson, and he stammered, I still. Uffed. Xiao could no longer contain his laughter. A young lad of 18 or 19? Still a child, you say? But Liena shot him a glare. What? Is that so embarrassing? Not at all. Xiao fell silent. Flushing, Yan began to flip through the booklet, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the final page. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and his soul power began to surge uncontrollably. Strangely, everyone in the shop felt the air around Yan growing increasingly heated. Bang! At that moment, a blaze of bright yellow flames erupted around Yan. What is this? Could it be that he is truly about to manifest a unique soul skill? Both Xiao and Liena stared in disbelief. After years of training, they had never witnessed such a miraculous manifestation of soul power guiding techniques. Additional updates. I have been touched by the support through monthly votes and rewards received over the past few days. There will definitely be more updates tomorrow. Chapter 92. Liena's attire. After a brief moment, Yan's peculiar transformation finally ceased. The bright yellow flames extinguished, and he opened his eyes, revealing a mixture of nostalgia and confusion. How do you feel? Xiao and Liena had been watching intently until Yan emerged from his state of enlightenment, prompting the question. I feel exceptionally well, Yan replied, his emotions gradually becoming more animated. The soul power he had gained through this method was denser, and of at least double the quality compared to before. If previously my soul power could allow me to unleash all my soul techniques once, now I can perform them twice. Is it truly so miraculous? Liena's expression changed dramatically upon hearing Yan's words. This was tantamount to a significant enhancement in strength. Yan shook his head slightly, indicating he had more to say. That's not all. The speed at which my soul power has increased is at least more than double that of the previous soul power guidance technique. Moreover, my comprehension of the technique is still quite rudimentary. As I delve deeper, I can expect even more astonishing results. It might even lead to the creation of my own soul techniques. Such an evolution is astounding. In comparison, the highest level soul power guidance technique from the Spirit Hall pales against this martial arts technique. Xiao's voice faltered. This is significantly more powerful than the soul power guidance technique we are currently practicing. While this technique may not provide an immediate surge of soul power like the experience capsules, from a long-term perspective, martial arts techniques are undoubtedly more crucial. After all, martial arts techniques can accompany one throughout life, whereas experience capsules are not always available. I hope that in the next round of openings, I too can acquire such a marvelous martial arts technique, Xiao expressed wistfully. Next time is definitely not possible. The jars available at the shop will only sell martial arts techniques until noon tomorrow. After that, they will no longer be available. As for when another opportunity will arise, that remains uncertain. Lin Xiao bluntly interrupted Xiao's daydreaming, providing a time limit. What? Only until tomorrow? Xiao was taken aback. Could he truly let this extraordinary technique slip away? He found it hard to accept. Yet, in the next moment, a spark ignited in his eyes as he turned to Yan. Actually, I have a secret. I am still a virgin. Liena struggled to suppress her laughter, while Yan burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. A nearly 20-year-old virgin? Indeed, I admit it. I have embarrassed all my fellow men. Xiao gritted his teeth, his face flushed. He was willing to go to great lengths to obtain this technique. However, Yan understood Xiao's thoughts but could only helplessly shrug. It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that this technique is too extraordinary. It feels instinctual within me, and I can summon it with a mere thought, but I cannot articulate how it operates. There are no corresponding memories in my mind. What? How can this be? Xiao felt as though struck by lightning. Was he truly destined to miss out on this technique? He was unwilling to accept such a fate. Ahem. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. Yan, there is one thing I must remind you. To cultivate this technique to its fullest, you must remain a virgin. What? Does that mean I must remain one for decades? How grim. What if one day Nana changes her mind? What should I do? To be or not to be? Although the possibility was nearly zero, one must have dreams to live, right? Yan's expression suddenly turned unnatural, and he anxiously asked, "What if I were to lose my virginity? If that were to happen, all your progress would be for naught. The soul power cultivated through virginity would dissipate. The gravity of this drawback struck Yan, causing his complexion to turn pale as he wrestled internally with turmoil. Ignoring Yan's inner turmoil, Liena approached the counter and sweetly stated, "Boss, it's my turn. You understand the process, so I won't elaborate further." However, to everyone's surprise, Liena deviated from the norm, leaning forward with her hand covering her red lips. "Boss, which jar do you think I should choose?" She even batted her eyelashes flirtatiously. "I'm afraid I cannot say," Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, a smile on his lips. "Humph." Lacking in romantic spirit, Liena's expression stiffened, clearly offended by Lin Xiao's words. "Nana, why not start with the jars on the top row? They are probably seldom chosen, being so high up," Xiao suggested from behind Liena. "Brother, you make a valid point," Liena pondered and then declared, "Boss, let us start with the jars on the bottom row." With that, she produced 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Xiao thought, "Are you intentionally trying to mess with me?" However, Liena ignored Xiao's resentful gaze and began to open a jar. With a click, the first jar emitted a blue glow. Lin Xiao's expression froze momentarily as he beheld a set of miniature, alluring attire. To put it simply, it was a delicate pink bikini. Item: passionate summer outfit, pink version, grade, high level, type, non-tradable description, a charming outfit from the underground world, immensely favored by enthusiasts. Effect: can be donned or removed with a mere thought. Goodness, even this exists? Is it meant to socially disgrace me? A rare hint of embarrassment crossed Lin Xiao's face. However, upon glancing at Liena, he found her cheeks flushed, seemingly wishing to vanish into a crevice. It appears I am not the one embarrassed. Rather, it is others." Clearing his throat, he added, "You may keep this outfit when you wish to wear it. Just think about it." Liena, reminded by Lin Xiao, quickly stashed it away, her face still crimson. "Nana, what kind of outfit is it?" "Let me see," Xiao finally asked, realizing the situation. Yan, upon hearing this, cast aside his earlier turmoil and eagerly chimed in, "Nana, I want to see too. Although I don't know what it is, I am sure you would look splendid in it." He instantly reverted to his usual charming rhetoric. However, Liena frowned, coldly replying, "Get lost. Is that outfit meant to be shown to everyone?" Let us continue. We want to pry." Xiao and Yin fell silent, sensing Liena's rising temper. Yet, they couldn't help but mutter to themselves, "It's just an outfit. What is the big deal? Why not show it? So stingy." At that moment, not far from their location, the gate to the courtyard where Ning Fingji resided was suddenly kicked open. A disheveled man, wielding a massive black hammer, stormed into the courtyard square with fury radiating from his every pore. "Sir Douluo, come out. I know you are here." His voice boomed, resonating like thunder. Chapter 93. Tanghao spits blood with a swift sound. 2 streaks of light darted from the backyard in an instant. It was none other than the bone Douluo accompanied by Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo with Ning Rongrong. Ning Fingji's gaze sharpened as he discerned a familiar outline on the faces before him, accentuated by the imposing Haotian hammer. Tanghao's identity was unmistakable. "To think it is you who has come to my door," he spoke in a low voice. Tanghao's demeanor was far from amiable. The warmth of his previous visits was absent. "I didn't expect that both the Bone Douluo and the Sect leader of the Ning clan would be present," he remarked, slightly furrowing his brow in surprise. At that moment, the sword Douluo's piercing gaze fell upon Tanghao, coldly inquiring, "Pray tell, what brings you here, old man?" "I merely wish to state that the young lady beside Xiao San is the one I have set my sights on. I kindly ask you all to refrain from interfering." Considering the reputation of the Haotian sect, Tanghao made his intentions clear. In truth, he felt a sense of helplessness, without invoking the name of the Haotian sect. How could he persuade the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower sect to relinquish a 10,000-year soul beast? However, those who understood the situation knew that his expulsion from the Haotian sect was merely a tactical delay. Tanghao would inevitably return to his sect. Moreover, the current leader of the Haotian sect was none other than his elder brother, Tang Xiao. He believed that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect would yield without further insistence. "Xiao San, is that Tang San? The young lady is indeed Xiao Wu, the 10,000-year soul beast." Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and others displayed expressions of realization. They were somewhat taken aback, not expecting Tanghao to boldly confront them over this matter, unfurling the banner of the Haotian sect. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong peered out from behind the sword Douluo, asking, "Are you not aware of the profound bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San?" She found it difficult to accept the notion of hunting Xiao Wu for a soul ring. Originally, she intended to seek an opportunity to dissuade Ning Fengji and the others from such thoughts. Furthermore, with the presence of boss Lin's shop, she believed there was no need to resort to killing Xiao Wu to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Does the depth of affection compare to the significance of a 10,000-year soul beast? The importance of a 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone to a soul master is something you will comprehend when you grow up. It is a treasure that could drive a soul master to madness, compelling them to forsake everything in its pursuit. Tanghao's eyes gleamed with fervor as he spoke. Haha. The Bon Douluo suddenly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Tanghao was taken aback. The Haotian Douluo's imposing presence. Listening to your tone, I almost thought you were the leader of the Haotian sect. You are merely a disciple expelled from the sect. Yet you expect the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect to retreat at your command? Not even if Tang Xiao himself were here could that happen. The Bon Douluo retorted. Observing Ning Fengji's silence with a cold sneer, Tang Hao chose not to respond to the Bon Douluo. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Ning Fengji, asking, Sect leader Ning, what is your stance? Uncle Long's will represents my own, Ning Fengji replied coolly. To Tang Hao's surprise, Ning Fengji had also refused. He understood that Ning Fengji, as a businessman, would not be easily swayed. He had intended to leverage the name of the Haotian sect to intimidate them and negotiate further. After all, the combat prowess of the world's foremost sect would far surpass that of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. He had even contemplated offering a 10,000-year soul bone as a bargaining chip to dissuade them from pursuing Xiao Wu. However, the attitude of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect today was excessively resolute. Very well, this matter was indeed a miscalculation on my part. I shall take my leave, Tanghao stated as he turned to depart. Yet, the sword Douluo called out to him. Although this is not the mountain gate of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, you cannot simply come and go as you please. The sword Douluo's tone was frigid. With Ning Fengji, the Bon Douluo, and Ning Rongrong present, Tanghao's abrupt entrance was akin to an assault on the mountain gate of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Would they yield merely to the presence of a former Haotian Douluo? Perhaps in the past, but not now. What do you intend to do? Tanghao inquired coldly. Receive my strike. After one blow, regardless of the outcome, we shall not pursue your perceived rudeness, the sword Douluo declared solemnly. What is your opinion, sect leader Ning? Tanghao turned his attention back to Ning Fengji. Uncle Jian's words are my words, Ning Fengji asserted, his voice soft yet resolute. Tanghao suddenly chuckled. Has sect leader Ning forgotten the vow of solidarity among the top 3 sects? Solidarity among the branches is but a jest. The absurdity of Tanghao's statement was almost laughable, yet it underscored his lack of options. However, he was not a member of the top 3 sections. Yet, with Ning Fengji's wisdom, he would not shatter that fragile pretense. Very well, since that is the case, I shall accept your strike. It is but a single blow. Tanghao replied, a flicker of confidence in his demeanor. After all, he was at level 95 and possessed the secret arts of the Haotian sect. Even if the sword Douluo was at level 97, what of it? Were it not for the presence of Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo, he would have dared to engage the sword Douluo in battle. This was the very reason he had felt emboldened enough to intrude. All right. The sword Douluo summoned the 7 kills sword in the next moment, his soul power surging forth. Will you not summon your soul rings? Tanghao was taken aback. No need, the sword Douluo replied nonchalantly. He wished to test the might of his nascent comprehension of the unity of man and sword. Ah. So he seeks to provide himself with an avenue of retreat. Tanghao thought, chuckling as he positioned the Haotian hammer before him. Come then. In the next instant, the sword Douluo moved. To Tanghao, Ning Fengji, the Bon Douluo, and even Ning Rongrong, it seemed as if the sword Douluo had vanished. Transforming into a blade, he truly has become a weapon. The Bon Douluo's heart trembled. My goodness. Why do I feel as if he is aiming to kill me? This was an exceptionally potent self-created soul skill. Tanghao felt a jolt of alarm. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable strike from the sword Douluo would be so terrifying. Haotian true body, god of killing domain, exploding rings. Tanghao's eyes turned crimson. 9 soul rings appeared beneath his feet, and the 7th soul ring erupted in dazzling light. In an instant, the Haotian hammer grew to the size of a water tank, shielding him. Immediately, the 1st and 2nd soul rings shattered, transforming into pure soul power that surged into the Haotian hammer. Instantly, the power of the Haotian hammer surged dramatically. However, this increase in might was not intended for offense but for defense. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, causing countless individuals in the martial spirit city to look up at the sky, bewildered. What was this thunderous noise without a cloud in sight? In the courtyard, The sword Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, while Tanghao gasped heavily from a distance of several meters. The ground before him had been plowed into a long scar. The might of the level 97 sword Douluo was merely this. I bid you farewell, Tanghao stated coldly, turning to leave. This time, no one obstructed his path. Is this the strength of Tangsan's father? To withstand the full force of Grandpa Jin's strike, how formidable! Ning Rongrong was astounded. Formidable? The bone Douluo chuckled. This is merely the newly comprehended self-created soul skill of a cowardly man. It likely doesn't even match the power of his 8th soul skill. Allow me to clarify, I did not even unleash my martial soul true body. So the might is considerably diminished. The sword Douluo coughed lightly, defending himself. Huh, you'll claim you're not plump and yet you're out of breath. The bone Douluo retorted, before sneering, however, that fellow Tanghao is likely nearing his limit. I wonder where he will next spit blood. Suddenly, Ning Fingji remarked, Sword Uncle. Ancient Uncle, have you noticed Tanghao's soul ring? 100,000 years? The crowd furrowed their brows. Chapter 95. Liena unveils a divine skill. It appears that this 10,000-year soul ring is fundamentally the reason for Tanghao's being pursued by the Spirit Hall, and the primary cause for the Haoyan clan's seclusion from the world. Ning Fengji glanced in the direction Tanghao had departed, his gaze flickering with the dawning of some truths. Master, please continue your discussion. After my recent battle with Tanghao, I have gained some insights and must enter seclusion for 2 days, the sword Douluo suddenly declared. As the sword Douluo's figure vanished, the bone Douluo wore a worried expression. Given the current state of that cowardly man, it won't be long before he fully masters his self-created soul skill. I fear he may lose control and confront that individual from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow slightly. The death of Sword Uncle has had a profound impact on him. We all understand that challenging that person from the Spirit Hall has been Sword Uncle's lifelong ambition. Previously, he believed he had lost all hope and had given up. However, the emergence of the small shop has significantly boosted his strength, rekindling that desire. But that individual has stood atop the pinnacle for a long time. Can he truly be shaken? Even Ning Fengji harbored doubts in his heart. Surely, we will assist Grandfather Sword, right? Ning Rongrong asked with wide eyes. Ning Fengji smiled gently, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair. Of course. Meanwhile, not far from there, in a narrow alley, Tanghao could no longer contain himself and leaned against the wall, coughing up blood. That sword Douluo's strike was extraordinarily powerful. After a moment, he gradually slid down the wall to a seated position. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. If it weren't for my Haotian clan's self-imposed isolation, would Ning Fengji dare to treat me this way? Had I not been wounded by the Spirit Hall, burdened by my injuries, with my talent, I would have long since broken through to the 96th level. With a 10,000-year soul ring, would I have to fear from Sword Douluo Qinshin? As he spoke, madness began to brew within him. The frustrations and pressures of the past decade erupted at that moment. Hey, look at that person. He seems to be injured. Don't worry about it. In this day and age, anything can happen. Are you afraid he is just faking it? Let us go. There is excitement to be had at the shop. Someone mentioned they saw the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's master, Ning Fengji, in Sword Douluo recently. Master Ning has come? I wonder if he has acquired anything good. Is that even a question? Aside from the black elephant, no one has ever left empty-handed. What they acquire is bound to enhance their strength considerably. At that moment, 2 individuals strolled into the alley, engaged in lively conversation. Hearing their words, Tanghao's eyes suddenly sparkled with intense light. What are you discussing? At this juncture, Liena had calmed her emotions and opened the second jar. As a blue light flashed, a black bottle, approximately 30 centimeters tall, materialized before her. If I'm not mistaken, is this liquor? Liena's eyes glimmered with surprise. Item: black tequila, level, advanced, tight, tradable, description, famous brew from the dark city in the dungeon world. Beware, it can lead to intoxication. Effect: consuming it restores a certain amount of stamina. Anyone who drinks 3 consecutive cups will enter a state of drunkenness. This item differs somewhat from those in the dungeon game, but the fact that anyone can gain this buff after 3 drinks is rather impressive. Watching Liena, puzzled as she picked up the bottle, Lin Xiao slowly remarked, black tequila. Anyone who drinks 3 cups will become inebriated. Drink responsibly. Really? Liena's eyes brightened. Then she inquired, Boss Lin, do you also get drunk? What are you thinking? Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. He felt that this girl's thoughts were somewhat misplaced. I'll find an opportunity to try it out, Liena muttered to herself as she stored the black tequila. Let us continue. This time, she opened 2 jars in succession. Item: wild strawberry, level, common, type, tradable, description, a specialty from the forest of Glen and the dungeon world. Sweet and sour in taste. Effect. Consuming it restores a certain amount of stamina. Item. Sky City Dew, level, advanced, type, tradable, description, holy water produced in the Sky City of the dungeon world. Effect. Consuming it restores a substantial amount of stamina and alleviates significant fatigue. Boss, what are these items? Liena asked with curiosity. Xiao and Yin also looked on with interest, noticing that the items Liena had opened were quite different from others. Lin Xiao pointed at the red strawberries, saying, "Wild strawberries. Eating them will restore a certain amount of stamina. Is that all?" Liena felt somewhat disappointed. Lin Xiao nodded, then pointed to the other small bottle. "Sky City Dew. Drinking it will sweep away hunger and fatigue." "That is somewhat useful," Liena acknowledged, realizing that whether in soul hunting or trials, they often traversed vast distances, sometimes hundreds of miles. Having these would enhance her endurance. "Nana, why not come back tomorrow?" Xiao suggested, sensing that his sister's luck might not be very good today. "No, today is the day. I fear I won't be able to sleep if I don't finish opening these jars," Liena replied with a resigned smile. Immediately, she opened the fourth jar. A flash of pink illuminated the air, causing hearts to race. It was a book, a divine-level item. Could it be a martial arts manual? Liena's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Item. Heavenly Demon Strategy, Grade, Divine Artifact, Description, originating from the martial arts world, the unique skill of the Inkue Sect. Cultivating it to its peak allows one to shatter the void. Effect. Heavenly Demon Great Method. With formless power, it can seize tangible essence. It can absorb the opponent's power for its own use. Heavenly Demon Sound. Bewitches the enemy's spirit, causing them to experience vivid illusions. Heavenly Demon Marvelous Dance. Merges beauty and malice into one, bringing mind and body techniques to their utmost, with endless variations in moves. The so-called mind technique, unparalleled charm. The so-called body technique, mastering and manipulating. Heavenly Demon Strategy. Not only Liena and the others, but even Lin Xiao felt a tremor within. This martial arts skill was extraordinarily formidable. The Heavenly Demon Great Method was akin to the legendary Star Absorption technique. Furthermore, the Heavenly Demon Marvelous Dance and Heavenly Demon Sound were equally impressive, perfectly aligning with Liena's charming nature. Based on Lin Xiao's estimation, if Liena could truly cultivate this skill, even without any powerful soul techniques, she could still stand tall among the spirit masters. Of course, this presumes her opponents lack any equally formidable skills or techniques. "Boss, is this really bad? It shouldn't be, right?" Liena asked anxiously, noticing Lin Xiao's prolonged silence. This martial arts skill, named Heavenly Demon Strategy, is exceptionally comprehensive. It encompasses everything from techniques to martial arts. If cultivated to perfection, even without a soul ring, you would find few rivals among your peers. Of course, the prerequisite is that you must cultivate it to its utmost. Lin Xiao replied calmly. This skill is fundamentally different from Tang Sect skills. The Tang Sect's techniques are auxiliary to hidden weapons, whereas the Heavenly Demon Strategy is fundamentally centered on the individual. It surpasses the Tang Sect skills by countless levels. One can only grow stronger through comparison. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Liena and Xiao were left astounded, while Yin felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, suddenly realizing that his own foundational skills seemed rather unremarkable. An additional update has been provided. Chapter 96. The Concerns of Ghost Douluo, with joy radiating from her. Liena grasped the Tianma strategy, unable to resist the urge to peruse its contents. Soon, an expression of obsession gleamed in her bright eyes. "I am eager to discover what this Tianma strategy truly entails. I wish to see in what aspects it surpasses my own foundational skills." Xiao and Yin, intrigued, positioned themselves on either side of Liena, their gazes fixed upon the Tianma strategy. Yet, their expressions turned to bewilderment as they found the pages devoid of any content. Not a single punctuation mark in sight. This, Xiao sighed, feeling as though he had entered a treasure trove only to find it barren. Yin nodded in agreement, expressing his disappointment. "What are you lamenting? At least you have acquired a martial arts technique, foundational skills. I am the one who is unfortunate." "Boss, your argument is flawed. To reach the pinnacle of this technique, I would require decades without interruption. If I train, it is a struggle. If I do not, it is equally burdensome. I feel it would be better if I had never begun. Do you truly believe you are worse off than I? I have not even had the chance to feel discomfort." Hearing the exchange between Xiao and Yin, Lin Xiao could only shake his head in exasperation. Have these two begun to compare their misfortunes? However, It seemed that Liena had entered a state of enlightenment, rendering her unable to continue for the moment. Yet, Lin Xiao was not anxious. After all, there were no other customers at the moment aside from Liena. After a while, the once thick tome had been reduced to a mere few pages. A peculiar aura suddenly emanated from Liena, capturing the attention of Lin Xiao, Xiaoyu, and Yin, who gazed upon her with astonishment. The same person, yet she exuded an entirely different essence. Boss, had she not retained her appearance? I might have thought she was an entirely different being. Yin could not help but comment. Xiaoyu, his eyes glinting, nodded in agreement. Not just you. I too feel as though my sister has undergone a transformation of the soul. What are you both babbling about? Liena interjected softly, having completed her perusal of the final pages of the book. Thus, she had thoroughly entered the realm of the Tianma strategy. And nothing. Yan's expression became somewhat unnatural, his gaze evasive. At this moment, Liena's allure was overwhelming. He felt that if he were to linger too long, his foundational skills might just shatter. Nana, could you possibly behave normally? If you continue like this, we may find it difficult to communicate in the future. Xiaoyu, managing to maintain his composure before his sister, offered a stern reminder. Yet, her calling him brother sent shivers down his spine. Hee, I am merely teasing you. Liena giggled, refraining from employing the Tianma sound or the Tianma dance, both techniques of the demonic arts. She then turned to Lin Xiao, inquiring, Boss Lin, may I continue? Of course. Lin Xiao, perplexed, wondered what had come over this enchanting girl. Her previous tone seemed to carry an air of reverence. Very well. Liena nodded, gathering her resolve as she shattered the remaining 5 jars in one go. Crack, crack, crack. In the end, her expression turned to one of astonishment. Boss, you need not explain. I already recognize them. 2 bottles of magical fruit juice, 2 bottles of black tequila, and 2 wild strawberries. Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, Liena cheerfully interjected, clearly undeterred by the item she had uncovered. I must admit, you possess quite the open-mindedness. Lin Xiao jested, a rare smile gracing his features. One should be content. Having obtained such a powerful martial arts technique as the Tianma strategy, even if I were to find nothing else in the future, I can still. Before Liena could finish her thought, Xiaoyu covered her mouth, exclaiming, poo-poo. Such innocent words, such innocent words. Once he released his grip, Liena frowned, accusingly stating, Xiaoyu, have you spent too much time with the old ghost? You seem bewitched. Xiaoyu, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Sister, some things should not be spoken so freely. Humph. Liena understood that Xiaoyu was only looking out for her. Is there truly no way for the boss to continue? You may not realize this, but I have 8 abdominal muscles. I can. At this, Xiaoyu interjected, his tone filled with reluctance. Lin Xiao's expression darkened instantly. Scram. Even if you had 80 abdominal muscles, it matters not. With that, he waved his hand, and Xiaoyu was unceremoniously expelled from the premises. Yan, witnessing this, quickly followed him outside. Upon seeing Xiaoyu's state, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was not dead. Boss, you won't hold it against my brother, will you? In the small shop, Liena looked at Lin Xiao with an expression full of hope. Of course not. Lin Xiao's demeanor calmed. Then, we shall return to see you next week, Liena said, cautiously turning to leave. Just as she was about to step out, Lin Xiao's voice drifted through the air. I must remind you, if you do not cultivate the Tianma strategy to perfection, any progress made may be rendered null. What? Liena's expression froze, as if turned to stone. Outside the shop, Xiaoyu, upon seeing Liena emerge with a dark expression, grew increasingly anxious. Nana. Did Boss Lin become upset? I had no choice but to resort to such measures. The more he spoke, the more awkward he became. Now that he had calmed down, he realized he had acted impulsively. How careless. Such matters should not be discussed in front of so many people. If there were fewer witnesses, perhaps there would still be hope. Boss Lin is magnanimous and did not blame you, but let this be a lesson. Liena cast a glance at Xiaoyu and then at Yin, saying, Let us go. The teacher awaits our return in the Hall of the Pope. Upon returning to the Wuhuan Hall, Liena, Xiaoyu, and Yin made their way directly to the Hall of the Pope. Meanwhile, within the Hall of the Pope, BBDong sat upon the throne, her expression serene, her eyes as calm as a deep well. At the lower positions, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood side by side. At this moment, Ju Douluo spoke. Your Majesty, the sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower School has broken through to level 97. And the 9th spirit ring of the Bone Douluo has become a 100,000-year spirit ring. This is a fact witnessed by both myself and Old Ghost. BBDong nodded lightly. Inquiring, and what of Ning Rongrong? Has his 7 treasure glazed tower undergone any changes? Replying to your majesty, Ning Rongrong did not engage in battle. So we cannot ascertain if there are any changes. Ghost Douluo hurriedly responded. Tap, tap, tap. BBDong's slender fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the throne, producing a crisp sound. Silence enveloped the room as no one knew what thoughts occupied her mind. Your majesty, I have just learned that the 7 treasure glazed tile school has purchased a courtyard not far from the shop. The increase in strength of the sword Douluo and bone Douluo must undoubtedly be attributed to treasures obtained from this establishment, Ju Douluo posited. As his voice fell, the tapping ceased abruptly. I am aware of this matter, BBDong replied coolly. Your majesty, should we not take some measures? If we allow this to continue unchecked, the status of the Wuhuan Hall may be threatened in the future, Ghost Douluo expressed his concerns. Today, due to pressing matters, the remaining chapters may be delayed. Chapter 97. Does the Ghost Douluo wish to learn the child technique? Is it truly a child? Is it to be left unattended? Well said. But how to manage it? BBDong's expression was one of deep contemplation, yet her heart was already in turmoil. Lin Xiao was a man she could not fathom. Over the past few days, she had discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate, and the results were astonishing. Lin Xiao and the small shop seemed to have appeared out of thin air, mysterious indeed. For now, she ordered her subordinates to keep an eye on the shop's movements, meticulously recording every individual who entered to open a jar. After a moment of reflection, BBDong issued this directive. Your Majesty. The Ghost Douluo opened his mouth, eager to speak. However, BBDong interjected, there is no need for further discussion. Let us not forget that within the Spirit Hall, there exists someone who is even more averse to the ascendance of the 3 upper sects in other sections. Should the situation spiral out of control, he will intervene. The Ju Douluo and the Bone Douluo felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. They were well aware of whom the Pope referred to, the Grand Offering. Teacher, we have returned. May we enter? At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from outside the papal hall. Come in, BBDong's voice conveyed with a hint of detachment. Creak. As the heavy doors swung open, sunlight streamed in, casting 3 elongated shadows into the grand hall. Liena, Xiao, and Yin entered in unison. Teacher, we are back. Liena spoke softly. How did the expedition fare? BBDong inquired, seemingly casual, yet those familiar with the Pope knew that she rarely exhibited curiosity. Quite fruitful. Liena exclaimed, nodding with excitement. She turned to Yin. You should first demonstrate the success to our teacher. Yin nodded and presented the items he had procured from the small shop. Magic fruit juice, mutant strawberries, sky tree fruits. The colorful assortment appeared rather unimpressive. The Ju Douluo and the Ghost Douluo were taken aback. The magic fruit juice restored soul power. The mutant strawberries possessed remarkable healing properties. And the sky tree's fruit would explode upon use. Soon, all 6 items procured by Yin were laid bare before the assembly. Is this truly a bountiful harvest? Are you perhaps misinterpreting the term bountiful? After listening to Yan's introduction, the Ju Douluo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The items were certainly inferior to those Xiao had acquired. The Ghost Douluo whispered. Wait a moment. The Ju Douluo suddenly realized something and quietly asked. Did you not open 6 jars? Including a double, there should have been 7 items. Have you used something? Indeed, Elder Ju is correct. The greatest opportunity has already been utilized by me, Yin replied, and with a thought, activated the child technique. Instantly, a wave of scorching energy erupted from him. Boom. As the Ju Douluo and the Ghost Douluo exchanged puzzled glances, bright yellow flames surged from Yin. Is this a manifestation of soul power condensed to such an extent? This implies that although his rank remains that of a soul master, the quantity of soul power he possesses is at least double that of his peers. Some soul kings may not even match his soul power. With their discerning eyes, they quickly identified Yan's anomaly. This is astonishing. The Spirit Hall's soul power guidance techniques merely expedite training. They do not enhance the quality of soul power. The Ghost Douluo could not help but inquire. In response to Elder's query, it is solely due to the fact that I uncovered a martial arts manual named Child Technique at the small shop. Upon perusal, my comprehension of the technique reached an entry-level understanding, and subsequently, my soul power transformed in accordance with the Child Technique's operation. Yin earnestly explained without hesitation. Child Technique? Could it be akin to the soul power guidance technique? The Ju Douluo furrowed his brow in contemplation, deducing that whether among the 3 upper sects or the 4 lower sects, or even prominent soul master families, none bore such an unusual name for a soul power guidance technique. Thus, a new question arose. Such a wondrous soul power guidance technique should not be obscure, correct? Old Ju, do not overthink it. The items produced from the jars do not adhere to logic. The methods we have learned over decades do not apply to Boss Lin's domain. The ghost Douluo reassured his old companion with a pat on the shoulder. Once Douluo nodded in tentative agreement, his gaze shifted to Yin. Might this martial arts manual be of use to me? Yin pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. It could be beneficial. Quickly teach me. The ghost Douluo, brimming with excitement, flashed to Yin's side. Unperturbed by the bright yellow flames as he placed both hands heavily on Yan's shoulders. The ghost Douluo wishes to learn the child technique? Liena and Xiao exchanged bewildered glances. Even BBDong found herself curious, eager to learn how this so-called child technique was practiced. Undoubtedly. If the elders of the Spirit Hall could master this soul power cultivation method, their strength would increase significantly, potentially rivaling that of the Offering Hall. However, Yin sighed with a rueful smile. Elder, it is not that I wish to conceal knowledge. To cultivate the child technique, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must possess the body of a child. The body of a child? The ghost Douluo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the Jew Douluo, as if questioning his eligibility. Why did the ghost elder look towards the Jew elder? Was it a distortion of humanity or a decline in morals? Liena and Xiao exchanged strange glances, as if they had uncovered a significant secret that day. BBDong's gaze also flickered momentarily towards the two, her expression contemplative. Yin, too, was struck with astonishment. This was indeed a revelation. You old ghost, why are you looking at me? Feeling the naked stares of the others. The Jew Douluo became incensed, directly exposing the ghost Douluo's past. You experienced a mutation of your martial soul that altered your body. How could I know if you still qualify as a child? I merely inquired out of curiosity, given your vast experience. Let us not misunderstand. The ghost Douluo, realizing his blunder, offered an awkward explanation. Yin cleared his throat and continued. The second condition is, I am unaware of the cultivation method for this martial arts manual. You do not know? The ghost Douluo was taken aback. Yin nodded, stating, after reviewing the texts, the operation of the child technique feels instinctual to me. I can utilize it but cannot articulate it. Therefore, if the ghost elder wishes to learn, you must seek out Boss Lin to open jars. Boss Lin's methods are indeed extraordinary. Such abilities are beyond my reach. The Jew Douluo could not help but whisper in admiration. Do not say that. Even I fall short in comparison. BBDong secretly sighed. Lin Xiao, truly more enigmatic by the day. By the way, Boss Lin mentioned that the martial arts manual will only appear in the jars for a limited time. Afternoon tomorrow. It will no longer be obtainable. Xiao suddenly recalled Lin Xiao's words and reminded the group. What? Limited time? Both the Jew Douluo and the ghost Douluo were taken aback. What are we waiting for? Let us open jars. Chapter 98. The arrival of Tanghao and Lin Xiao surprised. Don't the two elders wish to witness what Nana will unveil? BBDong inquired suddenly. Your Majesty, we shall pass. No matter how remarkable the treasures may be, they ultimately belong to others, replied Jew Douluo with a soft, melodious voice. Old Jew is quite right. We must pursue our own fortunes, Ghost Douluo concurred, both departing in unison. BBDong nodded slightly, not insisting on their stay. Once Jew Douluo and Ghost Douluo had distanced themselves, Liena turned to Yin and Xiao, saying, You may leave as well. Why? We still wish to observe. Xiao expressed his confusion, while Yin shared a look of eagerness. Do you think what I unveil is for your eyes? Liena's expression turned frosty as she silently commanded them with a single word, leave. Understood. Xiao exchanged a glance with Yin and chose to depart. With Xiao's exit, Liena finally exhaled, yet her countenance quickly shifted to one of discomfort. Bashfully, she retrieved an item from the soul guide space. A pink garment. Teacher, the first item I have unveiled is this little dress. It's merely a piece of clothing. What is there to be shy about? BBDong mused inwardly. Yet her gaze was drawn to it. Instantly, she was taken aback. This garment was exceedingly embarrassing. Moreover, in a fleeting moment, she envisioned herself adorned in this little dress. A rare blush graced her exquisite features. She could not help but murmur, how deceptive appearances can be. Lin Xiao, it seems, is a rogue after all? Achoo. In a small shop, Lin Xiao inexplicably sneezed. Who was thinking of me? Surely, it must be someone who has benefited from opening jars in my shop. Expressing their gratitude. Suddenly, he perceived a stirring at the entrance. He glanced toward the door. Tap, tap, tap. Before the figure arrived, a heavy footfall echoed within the confines of the shop. Moments later, a disheveled individual entered, appearing akin to a beggar. A first impression Lin Xiao could not shake. However, as a professional, Lin Xiao immediately donned a smile, welcoming welcome. The beggar-like figure spoke. Hello, boss. My name is Tanghao. I have heard that your shop can unveil treasures that enhance one's strength. Is this information accurate? Indeed, the visitor was Tanghao. After learning about the shop from the two individuals he encountered in the alley, he had come to explore the wonders of the shop that had granted opportunities to the sword Douluo. Tanghao? The father of Tangsan, the Haotian Douluo? How curious. Lin Xiao thought, suppressing his questions. The information is indeed accurate, but the treasures one can extract from the jars entirely depend on luck. Luck? Tanghao frowned slightly upon hearing this. It seemed that this was precisely what he lacked. If I lack luck, then I shall compensate with quantity. He surveyed the shelves behind Lin Xiao, brimming with jars, and declared, Boss, I shall take all the jars in your shop. Lin Xiao shook his head gently. Each person may only open 10 jars per week. 10 jars per week? Tanghao frowned, taken aback by this unexpected limitation. The two individuals in the alley had fainted before he could garner more information. Much remained unclear to him. 10 jars per week is merely a gimmick, he thought. Suspecting that Lin Xiao intended to sell at inflated prices after others had discovered suitable items. Very well, I shall open 10 jars. Lin Xiao regarded him coolly, replying. The shop has rules. 1 jar costs 100,000 gold soul coins. For 10 jars, it totals 1 million gold soul coins. Payment is required before opening the jars. 100,000 gold soul coins for a single jar? 1 million for 10 jars? Tanghao was genuinely astonished. He mused, is this establishment a scam? Indeed. Moreover, having witnessed Ning Fingji and Sword Douluo come to open jars, this must be a trick devised by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Sect. Tanghao thought, perplexed, but feeling compelled to proceed. I will open the jars first, and then provide payment. Rules of the shop cannot be broken, Lin Xiao stated firmly. What if I wish to test my luck? Tanghao inquired, brow furrowed. Testing luck can lead to demise, Lin Xiao replied, locking eyes with Tanghao, unflinching. Boom. Tanghao was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense pressure emanating from Lin Xiao, feeling as if he bore the weight of a small mountain. What terrifying pressure! This proprietor is no ordinary individual. He must possess at least level 98 soul power. Tanghao thought, panic rising as beads of sweat formed on his brow. I have money, I do. I was not jesting. Boss, please do not be angered. I shall fetch it now. Tanghao stammered, drenched in perspiration. Humph. Lin Xiao uttered softly, and the pressure on Tanghao immediately lifted. He hurriedly exited the shop, grateful for the reprieve. Before long, Tanghao found himself at a bank in Seoul Master City. As a former prodigy of the Haotian Sect, he had access to abundant resources. He possessed a card with a limit of 1 million. When this card was presented, the bank clerk was taken aback, never expecting this disheveled man to withdraw such a sum. However, banks established in Seoul Master City were reputable, and soon Tanghao departed with 1 million gold soul coins. Old ghost, do you not feel that the individual who just exited the bank seems somewhat familiar? Zhu Douluo furrowed his brow, recognizing a familiar figure alongside Ghost Douluo as they intended to withdraw money for jars. Of course I recognize him, even if he were reduced to ashes. I would know him, Tanghao, the Haotian Douluo. Ghost Douluo's voice was icy. Truly Tanghao? I cannot believe he dares to appear in Seoul Master City. Zhu Douluo's gaze sharpened. We shall not withdraw our funds today. We cannot open the jars now. This news of Tanghao's presence must be reported to Her Majesty immediately. Quite so, Ghost Douluo nodded solemnly. The two exchanged glances and promptly returned to the spirit hall. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Pope, BBDong's eyes gleamed with astonishment as she praised, what a magnificent heavenly demon strategy. I did not anticipate that such powerful techniques could be produced from the jars. The strongest soul power guidance technique within the spirit hall pales in comparison, akin to the difference between fireflies and the bright moon. Upon reflecting on this, BBDong sighed internally. Had I possessed such a technique at Liena's age, my achievements would have been far beyond what they are now. Alas, there are no ifs. Continuing her thoughts, BBDong remarked, Nana, the heavenly demon sound and heavenly demon dance are truly tailored for you. You must diligently cultivate them. Your future accomplishments may very well surpass mine. It is worth noting that BBDong herself possessed twin martial souls, underscoring the immense power of the heavenly demon strategy. Today's additional update was truly a laborious endeavor. I kindly request your support in the form of votes. Thank you. Chapter 99, BBDong's Expectations, Surpassing the Master? Upon hearing BBDong's words, Liena felt not a flicker of joy, but rather a hint of panic in her eyes. Teacher, I dare not entertain such thoughts, she murmured, lowering her gaze in fear. Do you think I am testing you? BBDong gently shook her head. Who says a disciple cannot surpass their master? Only by becoming strong, perhaps even exceeding me. Can you fulfill my expectations and provide the finest repayment for my guidance? Her voice resonated with conviction. Liena's heart jolted at her words. After a moment of silence, the anxiety in her eyes transformed into determination as she replied earnestly, Teacher, rest assured, I shall remember your words and will not disappoint you. Exactly, BBDong nodded lightly, a rare smile gracing her face. Continue. Surely you have more than just these items? At that moment, Liena produced small garments, wild strawberries, dew from the Sky City, and the celestial demon strategy, among others. Indeed, teacher, I also procured this bottle of tequila from the jar, she added, revealing a bottle of black tequila. Tequila can be extracted from a jar? Is there something extraordinary about it? BBDong queried, her stunning visage displaying a hint of intrigue. The shopkeeper claims 3 cups will lead to inebriation? 3 cups and you'll be drunk? BBDong smiled faintly, disbelief evident in her expression as she conjured an exquisite goblet. Seeing this, Liena hurriedly filled it. 1 cup. Is this all? 2 cups. Feeling slightly tipsy. Teacher, do you truly wish to continue? Liena's voice trembled with unease, recalling the shopkeeper's warning. You may not realize how much I long for intoxication, BBDong replied slowly. Reluctantly, Liena poured another full glass for her. After 3 cups, BBDong said, Liena, you may leave now. I wish to rest for a while. Liena nodded obediently, but as she exited the papal chamber, she soon heard the sound of steady breathing. Is this the result of the drink or a sedative? No. With teacher's prowess, a sedative would have no effect, would it? But this is for the best. She can rest well. As she contemplated this, Liena set the remaining tequila beside the throne and tiptoed out of the papal chamber. However, just as she stepped outside, she noticed 2 figures approaching swiftly. Elder Ju. Elder Gue, what brings you back so soon? Liena asked, surprise flickering in her eyes. Noticing their grim expressions, she thought, surely, they haven't returned empty-handed? Do not misunderstand. We did not go to extract anything, Elder Gue assured her, sensing her misinterpretation. We encountered a wanted criminal while on our way to the jars, and have come to report to Her Majesty. A wanted criminal? Liena's heart raced. Such a person must be significant if they commanded the elder's attention. However, it might be difficult to see teacher at this moment. Unfortunately, teacher may not be able to meet with you, she admitted, a hint of distress in her voice. What is the matter with Her Majesty? The 2 elders grew anxious upon noticing Liena's hesitance. Is something wrong with Her Majesty? She may have drunk too much. What? Drunk? With Her Majesty's strength. That is implausible. Elder Ju and Elder Gue exchanged worried glances. Do not believe me? You may try for yourselves, Liena shrugged helplessly. With curiosity piqued, Elder Gue approached the papal chamber doors and called out, Your Majesty, Ghost has something to report. But there was no reply. Something is amiss. Normally, Her Majesty would respond. He thought, anxiety creeping in. Could it be true that she is intoxicated? Then we shall wait here. Once she awakens, we will be summoned at once, Elder Ju proposed, his demeanor calming. But what about Tanghao? Elder Gue expressed his concern. Fear not. I have arranged for someone to monitor Tanghao. He will not escape this time. Elder Ju replied coolly, a smirk playing on his lips. Those who dare come to Spirit City must be prepared for discovery. Very well, Elder Gue sighed in relief. Suddenly, he turned to Liena and asked, By the way, do you know what kind of wine Her Majesty consumed? Is there any left? He suspected it might be one of the jar's contents and couldn't resist the urge to sample it. There is, Liena said, producing the bottle of black tequila. I am eager to discover what makes it so special. Elder Gue exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he licked his lips. Please, Elder, Liena offered, handing the tequila to him. This is indeed exceptional wine, Elder Gue proclaimed as he eagerly uncorked the bottle. A rich aroma wafted through the air, and he inhaled deeply. His eyes glazed with delight. He even began to blow lightly over the bottle. Elder, you absolutely must not drink more than 3 cups. Liena called out urgently. Why not? Elder Ju asked, puzzled. Because exceeding 3 cups will lead to intoxication. Liena whispered. Intoxicated? Nonsense. You must know my spirit possesses hidden attributes, granting me immunity to alcohol. Elder Gue scoffed, his bravado evident. I have never been drunk at the wine table. But before he could finish, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. See. Liena sighed in resignation. Elder Ju kicked the fallen Elder Gue as one would a lifeless dog and remarked, Are you still boasting now? Meanwhile, in a small shop, Lin Xiao witnessed a figure burst through the door with fervor. It was none other than Tanghao, his disheveled appearance radiating excitement. In a flurry, he placed 10 small boxes neatly on the counter, urgency evident in his tone. Quickly, give me 10 jars, starting from the third row. Of course, Lin Xiao nodded calmly. However, I must remind you that what you extract is purely a matter of luck. Whether you gain or lose, you cannot blame anyone else. Do not worry. I understand the rules, Tanghao replied solemnly. Everything is dictated by fate, and I shall not hold anyone accountable. After years of desolation, this is undoubtedly the darkest moment of my life. I believe from this day forward, fortune shall smile upon me. As he spoke, a glimmer ignited in his eyes, leaving Lin Xiao with an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Indeed, Hu Yinjin had appeared in a similar state not long ago. Thank you all for your support, your generosity, your votes, and for reading. Additionally, I would like to mention that tequila, wild strawberries, and other items are tradable commodities. As noted in previous chapters, Chapter 100, Tanghao opens the jar. What is the sunflower manual? At this moment, before the gates of the Elephant Armor Sect, a multitude of disciples congregated. In the distance, a procession appeared, the great flag of the Elephant Armor Sect billowing proudly among them. The sect master has returned. Let us go forth to welcome him. The disciples, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, only to be met with confusion. Sect master, where are the supplies? Overjoyed at the sect master's return, they were disheartened to discover that the procurement team had returned empty-handed. Supplies? What supplies? As mature members of the Elephant Armor Sect, they were taught to be self-reliant and not to become a burden upon the sect. The sect has imparted to you the knowledge of soul masters and the methods of cultivation. Is that not enough? Hu Yinjin said darkly as he pushed through the crowd and departed. Self-reliance? The crowd was taken aback. If they could be self-sufficient, why join the sect at all? Wasn't the aim to find a comfortable position? Ali, what is going on? At that moment, they surrounded Hu Yanli, who was attempting to slip away. Oh, this is a long story. Hu Yanli's lips twitched, filled with bitterness. Then make it short. The disciples replied with grim expressions. Hu Yanli, realizing he would not escape without an explanation, sighed. Let it be. I am merely a jar seller. How Tanghao fared would only be revealed upon opening the jars. In a small shop, Lin Xiao shook his head lightly, choosing not to dwell on it further. With a wave of his hand, 10 jars fell from the third row, neatly arranged before Tanghao. What ability is this? Tanghao's eyelids twitched. He noticed that Lin Xiao had not exhibited even a hint of soul power yet could manipulate objects. Now, take the hammer beside you, and you may begin. Lin Xiao gently reminded Tanghao, who snapped back to reality and picked up the lucky magic hammer. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, he opened the first jar. Crack! A blue light flickered, revealing a bright red fruit. Item: mutant strawberry. Lin Xiao immediately recognized the item within the jar and spoke softly before Tanghao could utter a word. This fruit is called the mutant strawberry. Consuming it will instantaneously heal all surface wounds and restore your stamina. Really? Surprise flickered in Tanghao's eyes, quickly followed by joy. After his battle with the sword Douluo, he bore numerous wounds from sword energy, evidenced by the bloodstains on his tattered garments. He had concealed them well, using soul power to prevent their deterioration, making it unnoticeable to others. If Lin Xiao's claim were true, it would alleviate his urgent predicament. Without hesitation, he seized the mutant strawberry and consumed it in a few bites. Almost immediately, a tingling and itching sensation spread over his wounds. It really healed. Tanghao was astonished, feeling as though he had been cured by a 9-heart sea pearl soul master. Moments later, Tanghao sincerely praised, "The jar shop truly lives up to its reputation. This mutant strawberry has resolved my pressing issue." Lin Xiao smiled silently in response. Crack, crack, crack. Having tasted success, Tanghao wasted no time and opened 4 more jars in quick succession. 2 white, 2 blue, magic juice, wild strawberry, and black tequila. Upon inspecting the final item, Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched, exclaiming a single word: gaudy. To be precise, it was a pair of underpants shimmering with a rainbow of colors. Item: God's rainbow underpants. Level: high. Type: non-tradable. Description: produced in the dungeon world. A summer-themed gift box. These underpants change color. Effect: can be worn or removed with a thought. Boss, are these strawberries the same as the one I had before? Tanghao eagerly picked up the wild strawberry. If this were the case, it would be akin to gaining an extra life. Similar, but not identical. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. This wild strawberry, when consumed while hungry, has remarkable effects. What effects? Tanghao's eyes sparkled with excitement. You want to feel hungry? Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Tanghao was perplexed. What did he just say? I feel like he said nothing at all. At that moment, Lin Xiao pointed to another item, saying, the magic juice, when consumed, will greatly restore your soul power. As for the black tequila, remember not to drink more than 3 cups. Regarding the last one, looking again at the rainbow underpants, Lin Xiao's expression remained oddly peculiar. Boss, what is this? A rainbow headband? The colors flickered enchantingly. Tanghao too noticed the unusual item in the jar and found the miniature rainbow underpants far more attractive than the headband atop his head. Ahem, Lin Xiao cleared his throat. What you hold is a pair of men's underpants, known as the god's underpants. Underpants. Tanghao's expression froze, as if petrified. If his memory served correctly, he had just gestured to his headband moments ago. Haha. He forced a laugh, grasped the lucky magic hammer, and continued opening jars. However, it seemed Tanghao's luck had run out. The next 4 jars yielded nothing of particular value. Magic juice, wild strawberry, fluorite, and obsidian. In Lin Xiao's view, this was somewhat reminiscent of Hu Yinjin's misfortune. In the blink of an eye, only 1 jar remained, and Tanghao felt a surge of anxiety. Boss, do you think I'm opening them incorrectly? After several attempts, the results have been somewhat disappointing. Tanghao was tense. He had heard tales of experienced capsules that could enhance one's strength and enhancers that could extend the lifespan of soul rings, especially the enhancers, which were Tanghao's fervent pursuit, possessing the Haoyan Sect's explosive ring technique and a 100,000-year soul ring. Enhancing the lifespan of such a soul ring would immensely bolster his strength. Yet, the outcome was contrary to his hopes. Aside from that mutant strawberry, what else had he obtained? God's underpants? Do you know Hu Yinjin? After leaving the shop, you might inquire about his exploits outside. And perhaps it would ease your spirits. Lin Xiao spoke coolly. Is that meant to comfort me? Tanghao was taken aback, then took a deep breath and muttered. Forget it, I've opened 9 jars, 1 more won't make a difference. In the next moment, Lin Xiao watched as he trembled, swinging the lucky magic hammer down with determination. Crack! A purple light emerged from the jar. Purple. Rare. Tanghao was astonished, then elated. Was this not a sign of fortune turning in his favor? However, upon discerning the contents, Tanghao was taken aback. Why was it not an enhancer but rather 2 books? Curiously, he picked up the 2 volumes and, upon reading the titles, asked in confusion, Boss, what is the Sunflower Manual? Chapter 101. The distressed Tanghao what? The Sunflower Scripture. Lin Xiao was taken aback, but soon directed his gaze towards it. Item. Sunflower Scripture. Level. Rare. Type. Tradable. Description. Originating from the wuxia world of Smiling Proud Wanderer. Effect. Primarily focuses on internal skills, supplemented by the 72 sword techniques and 5 needle techniques. Cultivating both internal and external skills, unparalleled in the martial world. Note. To practice the divine skill, one must undergo self-castration. Indeed, it is the martial art from Smiling Proud Wanderer. Moreover, it consists of 2 tradable volumes. Could it be that Tanghao can pass down this technique? Lin Xiao suppressed his curiosity and remarked. You may understand this as a soul power guidance technique. As for its effects, you will naturally comprehend and grasp them once you open it. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Tanghao grew even more perplexed. Why such an elaborate name for merely a soul power guidance technique? I must see what it entails and how it differs from the soul power cultivation methods of my Haoyan sect. With this in mind, Tanghao gently flipped open the cover. A preface appeared before his eyes, and he couldn't help but read aloud, to practice the divine skill, one must undergo self-castration. If one does not undergo self-castration, the technique ignites with heat. The heat arises from the body, and the body burns and generates. At this point, Tanghao's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Xiao. Boss, are you sure there's no mistake? He was astonished. After living on the Douluo Continent for several decades, it was the first time he had heard such a bizarre soul power guidance technique. Furthermore, it required self-castration. Surely this isn't a scam? There's no mistake. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. Lin Xiao's calm gaze met Tanghao's. In an instant, the latter felt a shiver down his spine, no longer daring to utter another word. I'll take another look. Perhaps later it will say that success can be achieved without self-castration, Tanghao mumbled, continuing to read. He did not see the phrase without self-castration. However, he did observe how powerful the soul power guidance technique would become after undergoing self-castration. It was indeed a matter of the heart. Moreover, he discovered numerous secret techniques regarding the application of soul power. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Tanghao was utterly astonished. He had become so engrossed in the world of martial arts that he could hardly extricate himself. He even compared the Haotian 9 techniques and the chaotic wind hammer technique with the secret skills documented in the sunflower scripture. The outcome was that his once proud Haotian 9 techniques seemed utterly trivial. Additionally, the book recorded a technique for acupoint striking with golden needles, which was also a powerful explosive skill. Strong. Incredibly strong. At this moment, Tanghao's heart swelled with joy, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. As he reached the final page of the sunflower scripture, he instinctively began to cultivate the technique. However, an intense sensation akin to being scorched by fire compelled him to abandon this endeavor. What is happening? Tanghao was taken aback. Lin Xiao noticed Tanghao's unusual behavior and gently said, "Have you forgotten the preface's instruction? If one does not undergo self-castration, the technique ignites with heat. I advise you not to practice it to avoid self-immolation." His words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over Tanghao. Must I truly undergo self-castration? That question should not be directed at me, but rather at yourself. Sighing deeply, Tanghao's eyes were filled with melancholy. He then carefully tucked the remaining volume of the sunflower scripture into his bosom. Regardless, it was a powerful method. Perhaps if I pass it on to Xiao-san, he might be able to cultivate it? Given the formidable properties of the blue silver grass, perhaps it could manifest something from nothing. Shaking his head slightly to cast aside his worries, Tanghao solemnly bid farewell to Lin Xiao. "Boss, I'll return next week." "All right." Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Watching as Tanghao exited the little shop, turning back to glance at the shop, Tanghao strode towards the outskirts of the Martial Soul City. Outside Martial Soul City, Tanghao did not venture far. Instead, he stopped in a secluded area within a dense forest. At this moment, he was seated cross-legged beneath a towering tree, attempting once more to cultivate the sunflower scripture. However, the outcome left him feeling disheartened. It still would not work. That sensation akin to being engulfed in fire forced him to abandon the attempt. Is there truly no other way? Must self-castration be the only path to mastering the sunflower scripture? If it must be this way, I would rather not have discovered such a powerful soul power guidance technique. Tanghao wore a troubled expression, feeling as if he had entered a treasure mountain only to leave empty-handed. Instinctively, he retrieved his wine flask, seeking solace in drink. However, he then remembered the black tequila he had discovered in the little shop. Black tequila, a fine wine worth 100,000 gold soul coins a bottle, surely deserves to be savored. Thinking this, Tanghao licked his parched lips. As he uncorked the bottle of black tequila, a rich aroma wafted into the air. What a fragrant wine! Tanghao swallowed hard, unable to resist any longer, and began to drink directly from the bottle. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Wait a minute. Did I not recall the boss saying one should not drink too much? 3 cups would lead to intoxication? Tanghao suddenly remembered Lin Xiao's warning, and alarm bells rang in his head. He calculated that he had already consumed not 3 cups, but 5. In the next moment, Tanghao felt a blur before his eyes, the world spinning around him. By heavens, I truly have overindulged. He muttered a low curse and soon slumbered into a drunken stupor. Not far from this spot, 2 figures concealed in the shadows whispered furtively. Ghost Leopard. Do I sense that Tanghao is drunk? Doesn't appear so. Could it be that he has discovered us and is attempting to lure us out to strike? However, just as the Ghost Leopard Douluo and the Snake Spear Douluo spoke, a series of loud snores echoed from a distance. Is he asleep? Regardless of whether it's true or not, we must test it. Ghost Leopard, you're swift. Go fetch the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. I'll keep watch here. The Snake Spear Douluo gritted his teeth and said, Be careful. Without further ado, the Ghost Leopard Douluo transformed into a shadow and vanished into the dense forest. Martial Soul City. As he neared the Hall of the Pope, the Ghost Leopard Douluo's speed diminished significantly, and he noticed 2 individuals outside the Pope's hall. What is happening? The Ghost Leopard Douluo halted, gazing at the Ghost Douluo with a look of astonishment. The Chrysanthemum Douluo appeared relatively normal. But was the Ghost Douluo snoring a tad too loud? He drank too much and passed out, the Chrysanthemum Douluo said with irritation, even kicking the Ghost Douluo twice in frustration. What brings you here? Were you not tasked with tracking Tanghao's whereabouts? The Chrysanthemum Douluo frowned and inquired. Do you not realize that if Tanghao simply walks away, it may be ages before we encounter him again? Elder Jew, you misunderstand. The Snake Spear is still watching over there. I noticed that Tanghao seemed drunk, so I came to ask how you wish to handle it. The Ghost Leopard Douluo explained. Tanghao is drunk? The first reaction of the Chrysanthemum Douluo was disbelief. How could this be possible? However, upon observing the Ghost Douluo's expression, he soon calmed down. It seemed nothing was impossible. Chapter 102. What use is this? Do you recall the type of wine the other party consumed? How did they end up intoxicated? Queried Douluo. Gue Douluo pondered how to articulate his thoughts when his gaze fell upon the wine bottle beside Gue Douluo. He pointed. That's the one you blow into. Is it similar to this? Douluo's eyelids flickered as he sought confirmation. I cannot say it's similar. It is identical, Gue Douluo replied earnestly. Identical. Then we are assured of success. Douluo's anxiety subsided, and he seized Gue Douluo, declaring, Let us go find Tanghao at once. This is a fortuitous opportunity for us to take him down effortlessly. Elder, could there be any unforeseen complications? Gue Douluo expressed his concerns. You are unaware. That wine is called black tequila, drawn directly from the barrel. As for its effects, just observe him, Douluo retorted, kicking Gue Douluo once more. The latter, akin to a lifeless dog, showed no reaction. Very well, Elder Ju, follow me, Gue Douluo responded, leading Douluo toward the spirit hall. Before long, in the dense forest outside the spirit city, Gue Douluo spoke to Douluo. Elder Ju. We have arrived. I can hear the sounds, Douluo nodded, as thunderous snores reverberated in the air. Following the sound, he ascended to a high branch. Peering down, Douluo beheld Tanghao sprawled on the ground, in deep slumber. Such indulgence. Elder, be cautious, Gue Douluo warned, alarmed as Douluo gracefully descended from the branch. However, in an instant, Douluo had landed on the ground and effortlessly lifted Tanghao as if he were a mere chick. Is this it? Is it over? Both Gue Douluo and Douluo, who had been closely observing Tanghao, widened their eyes in disbelief. What are you waiting for? Come help me seal Tanghao's soul power and imprison him. Then we shall report to his majesty on how to proceed, Douluo commanded solemnly. The setting sun bled across the horizon. A tall girl clad in black approached the spirit city with heavy steps. Gazing at the towering fortress before her, she whispered, Ning Rongrong, I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts trailed off. Yet, despite her contemplation, she could not fathom what she could do otherwise. Undeniably, if she could not enhance her strength like Ning Rongrong, she would have no escape. It would be a dead end. With a long sigh, Zhu Zhuqing entered the spirit city. As Ning Rongrong had indicated, she effortlessly discovered news of Ning Rongrong at a shop operated by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower School. Miss Zhu, please follow me. The lady has given prior instructions, a servant said, guiding Zhu Zhuqing toward Ning Fingxi's courtyard. A chilling cold and endless darkness enveloped Tanghao upon awakening. Where am I? He mused, bewildered. His mind still lingering on the moment he had drunk too much in the grove. But this was not the grove. With a clatter, as he rose, the sound of metal clinking echoed, accompanied by a sense of weight. Chains. His voice was filled with astonishment. His hands and feet were bound by chains as thick as a baby's arm. Haotian Douluo, welcome to the spirit hall. Dark prison. A voice resonated as Tanghao remained dazed. Simultaneously, bright orbs of light illuminated the surroundings. The sudden brightness was blinding, and Tanghao instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Squinting, he barely discerned the figure approaching. Gue Douluo. The other two must also be elders of the spirit hall. He then chuckled. Ha ha ha. What merit do I possess to warrant the spirit hall deploying 3 titled Douluos to guard me? Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to face judgment. Gue Douluo replied with a sinister smile, remaining composed. Meanwhile, Douluo and Gue Douluo stood silently on either side. Oh, had I known this would happen, I should have refrained from drinking. But who could have imagined that wine would be so potent? Lin Xiao, you have misled me. Tanghao thought, masking his turmoil beneath a calm exterior. Is it merely a drink? Yet it has led me into such perilous circumstances. How utterly foolish. But now, what was to be done? Tanghao endeavored to channel his soul power, yet regrettably, there was no response. It seemed that in that moment, he had become an ordinary man devoid of soul power. Do not strain yourself. This seal is no simple matter. It results from the combined efforts of myself, Old Zhu, Miao, and Gue Bao. We are seasoned foxes with centuries of experience, Gue Douluo remarked, recognizing Tanghao's struggle. Truth be told, he was rather astonished. Upon regaining his senses, he had not anticipated Douluo would capture such a significant prey as Tanghao. For titled Douluos joining forces to seal, I am already injured and lack the strength to break free. Is fate conspiring against me? Yet my vendetta remains unfulfilled. How can I accept this? Upon hearing Gue Douluo's words, a wave of helplessness surged within Tanghao, mingled with resentment. However, despite his efforts, he could not breach the soul power blockade. Wait. There remains a glimmer of hope. I have yet to employ the martial arts techniques I recently learned. Tanghao thought, instinctively beginning to channel the sunflower manual. In the next moment, a gleam of joy appeared in his lowered gaze. Remarkably, a faint trace of soul power stirred within him as he activated the sunflower manual. A surge of warmth radiated from within. It seemed that conventional methods of soul power sealing could not inhibit the operation of the sunflower manual. Yet, to mobilize my soul power freely, this would not suffice. I would need to operate the sunflower manual with full force. However, given my current state, that was an impossible dream. At that moment, a myriad of complex thoughts raced through Tanghao's mind, leaving him ensnared in indecision. Yet just then, Douluo's voice broke through. "Old Jew, what is taking so long? Why has His Majesty not been summoned yet? He might be preoccupied with important business." Douluo replied. But Tanghao's heart sank once more. This is bad. If BBDong and Douluo arrive, even if I can unleash my peak power, escaping will be nearly impossible. Yet the thought of castration caused him to hesitate. Suddenly, he chuckled to himself. "Tanghao, what are you hesitating for at such a critical moment? If my life is at stake, what use is this iron rod? Act." In the next instant, he raised his fist amidst the bewildered gazes of Douluo, Douluo, and Douluo. Chapter 103. Tanghao's frustration. What shall I be called by the third party from now on? What is the purpose of this? Do you intend to shatter the chains with your fists? Cease this folly. Even though Tanghao's body has been tempered by soul power for decades, granting him the strength to shatter stone, he cannot possibly break these chains forged from cold iron. The ghost Douluo, serpent spear Douluo, and ghost leopard Douluo were utterly perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, Tanghao provided them with an answer. A forceful punch struck precisely at the groin. Upon witnessing this, all three felt a tightening sensation and instinctively closed their legs. How excruciating that must be. At this moment, Tanghao let out a heart-wrenching cry. With a punch capable of splitting stones, how could one remain unscathed? The humiliation of the spirit hall shall be avenged by me, Tanghao, in the days to come. His voice emerged from between clenched teeth. However, outside the black cell, the ghost Douluo, serpent spear Douluo, and ghost leopard Douluo exchanged bewildered glances. What is this? A frame-up? Yet this seems excessively cruel. Although the spirit hall employs punishments, it has not descended to the level of distorting human nature and moral decay. Tanghao has accomplished what even the spirit hall cannot. The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback, utterly baffled by Tanghao's actions. What future remains? After such an incident, will he still have it tomorrow? The ghost leopard Douluo scoffed. Upon hearing this, Tanghao felt a stab of pain in his heart. It could be said that he was enduring a dual assault on both body and spirit. Ignorance, you are truly ignorant. I now feel fear within myself. At this moment, Tanghao had begun to circulate the sunflower manual. Without the obstruction of superfluous elements, it was just as described in the prerequisites. After castration, true energy is born. It converges into the Dantian, unhindered. Tanghao laughed maniacally, even forgetting the pain. From this moment forth, I, Tanghao, shall soar to unimaginable heights, unstoppable. Am I mad? Has my superiority been hammered into me? The ghost leopard Douluo and serpent spear Douluo were bewildered by Tanghao's actions. The ghost Douluo nodded, affirming that no rational person would act in such a manner. Yet, in the next instant, the three found their thoughts consumed by other matters. The immense soul power radiating from Tanghao moved them profoundly. Tanghao had broken free from his confinement. In that moment, they all recognized Tanghao's anomaly. Unexpectedly, he possessed such a bizarre method. Quickly, let us combine our efforts to subdue him. The ghost Douluo bellowed, having already completed his martial soul manifestation. Beside him, the ghost leopard Douluo and serpent spear Douluo followed suit. Ha ha ha. Now you wish to suppress me? It is too late. With laughter, Tanghao grasped the obsidian Haotian hammer that had materialized in his hand. But as he laughed, the sound abruptly ceased. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "How could my voice have changed like this?" He touched his cheek in astonishment, finding tufts of beard falling away. Looking at his hands, he saw a graceful hand. Why is this happening? Initially horrified, Tanghao quickly came to a realization. Could this be the so-called yin-yang transformation following the initiation of the sunflower manual? If this is the case, then in due time, what will the third party call me? Ugh, outside the cell. The serpent spear Douluo could no longer contain himself. Why does it feel like Tanghao is more of a woman than Elder Jew? Be confident. You can omit the word feelings. Having known Elder Jew for so many years, I can assert with certainty that he pales in comparison to Tanghao. The ghost Douluo provided a definitive response. At this moment, within the Pope's palace, BBDong sat upon her throne, her slender hands gently massaging her forehead. One must admit, the after effects of the black tequila are quite potent. I am feeling somewhat tipsy. In a lower position, Douluo could no longer restrain himself and asked, Your Majesty, since you have captured Tanghao, why not simply kill him or incapacitate him? Instead, you choose to seal him? Tanghao? Merely a scapegoat. BBDong thought coldly. Nevertheless, she had her own motives for keeping Tanghao alive. He was but a larger insect, not worth much concern. Yet, even insects possess their value. I still require him to live. I even need him to escape the spirit hall. Devise a plan. At this point, BBDong's tone revealed an unusual hint of helplessness. I did not expect Tanghao to be so ineffectual over the years. The spirit hall indeed had a bounty on him. In reality, it was merely for show. Hardly anyone remembers anymore. Has he truly grown tired of life and come to seek death in Spirit City? Why seek an opportunity to release Tanghao? Your Majesty, why do you wish to do this? Douluo was astonished. Logically, since Tanghao killed the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, he should be considered an enemy. I need him to draw some attention to buy me some time. BBDong provided a simple explanation and then instructed Douluo. Very well, go and carry out your task. Yes. Douluo was perplexed as to why the pope insisted on this course of action, yet he understood that he must comply. In his heart, he secretly pondered how to facilitate Tanghao's escape. A prison break? What a headache. However, just as he reached the door of the pope's palace, his entire being suddenly trembled. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated throughout the spirit hall. He quickly looked towards the source of the noise. His eyes widening in astonishment. That place is the black cell? Moments later, he beheld a surge of black, interspersed with flashes of red, shooting skyward. Fleeing towards the outskirts of Spirit City, that figure seemed to be Tanghao. Douluo caught sight of a blurred silhouette and whispered, It is him. BBDong had already arrived at the entrance of the Pope's palace, gazing at Tanghao's departing figure. He has escaped? Initially stunned, Douluo subsequently exhaled in relief, inwardly exclaiming, Good escape. Now I need not ponder how to facilitate Tanghao's flight. How Douluo, truly commendable. Let us proceed, since Tanghao has departed. We shall go and see. As BBDong's words fell, she stepped into the void. Douluo's gaze flickered, and he followed closely behind. On the other side, outside the black cell, the ghost Douluo, serpent spear Douluo, and ghost leopard Douluo stared in astonishment at the retreating figure of Tanghao. Is it true that those who are neither male nor female possess such strength? Elder Ju is one thing, but Tanghao is even more outrageous. Once the serpent spear Douluo regained composure, he could not help but speak. After transforming, Tanghao displayed astonishing combat prowess. Activating his Haoyan true form, he unleashed a series of the 72 methods of the evil suppression hammer, forcing the trio back and escaping the black cell. Even more astonishingly, the Haoyan hammer emitted sword energy. The serpent spear Douluo felt somewhat fortunate had he not activated the amplifier, enhancing his martial souls. He might have sustained injuries at Tanghao's hands today. Indeed, upon hearing the serpent spear Douluo's words, the ghost Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo nodded in agreement. Just then, a sinister voice interrupted. Elder Shi, what are you saying? I did not quite catch that. Recently, I have resumed work, hence the delayed updates. However, I assure you of regular updates, even if they come late. I cannot let down everyone's support. Chapter 104, The Magic Bear Brothers. I'll give you a price that LL break your bones, I remarked, eyeing the ambiguous figure before me. As the serpent spear Douluo began to speak, he abruptly realized something was amiss and quickly corrected himself, insisting that it could not possibly be Elder Ju. Upon turning slowly, he discovered Elder Ju's sullen expression fixed upon him. However, that was all. The serpent spear Douluo felt a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, beside Elder Ju, BBDong spoke slowly. Did Tanghao escape? Indeed, replied the ghost Douluo, serpent spear Douluo, and ghost leopard Douluo, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they lowered their heads. It would be a lie to claim they felt no shame. They had witnessed Tanghao's transformation in its entirety. Theoretically, they could have intervened, but their confusion had squandered the opportunity. How did he manage to escape? BBDong suddenly expressed her curiosity. Logically, Tanghao's strength should not have allowed him to break through the sole power blockade of the four. Otherwise, she would not have had to arrange a private meeting with Elder Ju to seek a solution. Even now, I find it perplexing. However, I believe we must start with Tanghao's series of strange actions, the ghost Douluo said in a hoarse voice. Strange actions? BBDong's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Tanghao is a ruthless individual. The ghost Douluo spoke, his expression one of trepidation. He was not only merciless to his enemies but also to himself. accomplishing what Elder Ju had long desired but could not achieve. What is it that I have longed to accomplish but have never done? Elder Ju paused, taken aback by the remark. The ghost Douluo scrutinized Elder Ju for a moment before slowly uttering two words, self-castration. Are you seeking death? Elder Ju erupted, his soul power surging as he prepared to confront the ghost Douluo. I did not lie. They all witnessed it. The ghost Douluo defended himself, hastily bringing forth the serpent spear Douluo and ghost leopard Douluo as shields. Yet, under Elder Ju's piercing gaze, the two could only nod awkwardly. Elder Ghost, please continue with the subsequent events. BBDong's voice rang out, silencing further discussion. The ghost Douluo then recounted the events following Tanghao's self-castration. Are you saying that after one punch, Tanghao possessed strength far beyond that of an ordinary person? He somehow unleashed an immense soul power that was even stronger than before. Elder Ju was astonished. He truly became a one-punch man. It is absurd, yet it is the truth. At one point, I even doubted that emulating Tanghao could grant me immense power. The ghost Douluo's expression reflected his confusion. Fortunately, you did not attempt to imitate him. Otherwise, you would have truly become worthless, Elder Ju retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Why do you say that? The ghost Douluo questioned, perplexed. Do you not find this miraculous method of soul power operation familiar? BBDong interjected suddenly. Are you suggesting Yan's juvenile skill? The ghost Douluo's expression shifted to one of realization. Precisely. Such a peculiar method of soul power operation can only be achieved through martial arts techniques. Furthermore, considering Tanghao's ability to produce black tequila in the small shop, it would not be surprising for him to develop a martial arts technique as well. However, it seems his martial arts technique surpasses Yan's. BBDong elaborated. Indeed, how did I not think of this sooner? The ghost Douluo smacked his forehead, his face filled with regret. I should have prevented Tanghao from pursuing this path. My apologies, Your Majesty. It was my oversight. No matter, simply be more vigilant next time. Convey the order to continue the pursuit of Tanghao. BBDong's voice fell softly as she gracefully departed. Elder Ju, disinterested in the trio that had conspired against him, scoffed and returned to his quarters. Is this where it ends? The remaining individuals exchanged glances, perplexed. What is this martial arts technique? Finally coming to his senses, the serpent spear Douluo turned to the ghost Douluo, his face alight with curiosity. The martial arts technique is a newly emerged